Chapter 424 Movie Release. Pei Qian thought more and more that something was wrong, and hurriedly called Huang Sibo. Although there was an insider, and the transaction could not be stopped, Pei Qian could not help but ask. Even if he died, he had to die with a clear understanding. Hello? President Pei? Huang Sibo's voice was a little noisy, and he seemed to be busy. Pei Qian did not waste any more time talking to him, and asked directly, who did the promotion of the movie? Huang Sibo was stunned for a moment. Huh? Shenhua Film and Television, didn't President Lin tell you? With a beep, the phone was hung up. Huang Sibo glanced at the screen of his mobile phone, confused. Strange, President Lin of Shenhua Film and Television came to help with the promotion of the movie. Wasn't it President Pei who asked him himself? After hanging up the phone, Pei Qian immediately called Lin Chong. Hello? President Pei, is there anything? Isn't the movie going to be released tomorrow? Hearing this, Pei Qian's heart snapped instantly. Sure enough, it was this guy who did it. Pei Qian suppressed his heartache and said, Did you use the information from Shenhua Film and Television to promote A Beautiful Tomorrow? Lin Chong on the other end of the phone was stunned for a moment before smiling and saying, Yes, Mr. Pei, have you found out? Oh, I wanted to give you a surprise on the day the movie was released. Mr. Pei, don't take it too seriously. I didn't spend too much money. I just used the resources I had at hand to do it casually. It was a small scene. Pei Qian was so angry that he was speechless. Listen, is this human language? I didn't spend too much money. I just used the resources I had at hand to do it casually? And then you got me nearly 40% of the screenings? Lin Chong heard that Mr. Pei didn't react on the other end of the phone, and thought that he was moved by Mr. Pei, so he hurriedly said, Really, I'm just returning the favor, Mr. Pei, don't take it too seriously. Moreover, the subsequent screenings will depend on the attendance rate and reputation of the movie, and it may not always be maintained at more than 30%. Of course, since it is a movie invested by Mr. Pei, it must be very exciting. I'm just going with the flow. Mr. Pei, if you really feel sorry, you can wait until the box office makes a lot of money and then give a symbolic amount of publicity expenses. Pei Qian. Wait until the box office makes a lot of money? Then I'll be buried. Isn't it too late to talk about compensation? Pei Qian said weakly, Who told you about this movie? Lin Chong laughed. Why, Mr. Pei, do you still need to thank him in person? There's no need. It's not a secret that Fei Huang Studio is making a movie. You can find out with a little inquiry. In short, Mr. Pei, you don't have to worry too much. As long as you can handle Awan's affairs, what does this little publicity resource mean? When Awan really comes home, I will help you promote every movie you make in the future. Pei Qian. If you keep saying this, Lin Wan will never be able to return to your Lin family again in this life. Pei Qian finally understood what was going on. It was obvious that Lin Chong had misunderstood and took the initiative to do some things within his ability as a thank you for Pei Qian's persuasion of Lin Wan. But Mr. Pei felt bitter. You are not thanking me, you are obviously cheating me. Pei Qian laughed. Mr. Lin, if the box office of the movie explodes, I will never let you go. With a beep, the phone was hung up. Lin Chong glanced at the screen of his mobile phone and was a little surprised. Mr. Pei is Mr. Pei. His way of thanking is so different. In fact, Lin Chong said it simply, but it took a lot of trouble to get such a high screening schedule. Fortunately, the other movies were not that impressive, so they managed to get such a high screening on the first day. It looks like Awan will be going home soon. Lin Chong thought happily. Tuesday, February 22nd. Midnight. Pei Qian sneaked to the cinema on the top floor of Huanyu Tianjia alone to watch the premiere of A Better Tomorrow. Huang Sibo, Zhu Xiaozi, Lu Zhiyao and Zhang Zuding are not in Jingzhou. They will go to the capital, Shanghai, Guangzhou, and other big cities to promote and meet fans in the next few days. At this time, they are probably in a movie theater in a big city, waiting for the premiere, right? The reason why Pei Qian came to watch the premiere secretly was that he was afraid that if the premiere of this movie was too enthusiastic, he might not be able to control himself. Don't be seen by acquaintances, so as not to lose your composure on the spot and affect Mr. Pei's image. Before entering the cinema, Pei Qian first saw the modest telephone booth. There were people singing in it at night. Seeing Modest's seemingly mocking expression, Pei Qian felt his eyelids jump suddenly, and hurriedly turned his head to look to the side, and hurriedly walked into the cinema in 2 steps to avoid his mentality collapsing before the movie started. Because the ticket was bought a little late, he didn't buy a very good seat, so he just sat in a corner by the side. Pei Qian thought this seat was also good. On the one hand, he didn't expect to have a great viewing experience, so he just watched it for the sake of it. On the other hand, there must be many couples watching this movie, and sitting in the corners can effectively avoid being abused by the dogs. However, as soon as he sat down, Pei Qian was speechless. There was a couple next to him. He hid and dodged, but he still couldn't avoid them. Pei Qian could only chew the big bucket of popcorn in his hand to divert his attention. The attendance rate of the entire screening room was about 70% to 80%, not completely full. For a movie premiering in the early morning, this was already quite good. After all, this was Qingzhou, not a theater in a big city like the imperial capital or the Magic City. Of course, the so-called good was the standard of others. For Pei Qian, this attendance rate was quite bad. Calm down, calm down. You must keep a calm mind. The people who came to watch the premiere are probably all Lu Jiao's die-hard fans. As a domestic first-line actor, it is normal and reasonable for him to have some die-hard fans to watch the premiere. When these die-hard fans have finished watching, the attendance rate of this movie should also plummet. Pei Qian was chewing popcorn while cheering himself up. Just after midnight, the lights in the entire screening room were turned off and gradually darkened. At the beginning, there were a lot of company logos, including Fei Huang Studios and Shenhua Film and Television. The discussion in the cinema gradually subsided, and everyone looked at the big screen intently. The movie officially began. Along with the credits and background music, there are several montage shots. Instant food relief meals on the table. Waste paper balls and deflated beer cans at the feet. Advertisements playing non-stop on the small screen. A half-eaten bag of potato chips filled with crumbs. Through these shots, we can see a little bit of the sci-fi background of the whole story. The style of the table, the small billboard in the house, and the cramped but technological space all seem to imply that this is happening in the future world. The chaotic rustling sound in my ears gradually became clear. A variety show that looked well-made but not exciting was playing on the big screen. The English voice was pronounced clearly, and subtitles appeared at the bottom of the movie screen. Lu Jiao's back was sitting on the floor, leaning against the bed, staring at the big screen intently. Suddenly, the guest result screen appeared on the big screen. At the same time, the huge congratulations celebration word exploded on the screen with fireworks special effects, which meant that the male protagonist guessed correctly and earned income from this variety show. Yes. Lu Jiao shouted excitedly, clenched his fists, and waved vigorously. After a series of celebrations, he came to the food outlet to buy a can of beer. Pei Qian suddenly realized that he seemed to have seen this scene before. Next, it was the part of drinking beer. When the filming started, President Pei even personally guided Lu Jiao's acting skills. Pei Qian's heart sank. This movie, it's such a blast right at the start. When I saw the rough cut before, wasn't this the first scene? This opening change instantly created a striking effect. The cinema was completely silent, even the sound of eating popcorn was reduced. Pei Qian instantly had a premonition that something seems to be wrong. It looked very different from the rough cut. On the screen, Lu Jiao did not pick up the thrown cans again, but sat dejectedly on the ground, leaning against the window, hugging his knees with his hands, and burying his head deeply in his arms. This is the beginning of the movie. Then the camera turned, no longer showing the capsule where the male protagonist lived, but began to show the external scene. After midnight, the outside world became the world of the extremely poor. The skyscrapers pointed to the night sky, like glowing tombstones. The rooftops and courtyards on the top of the buildings in the distance were vaguely visible. Many wealthy people were keen to build their retro mansions on the top of the skyscrapers, and at night they must emit a bright enough light to shine continuously in the night sky, so that all the extremely poor who could only go out for 3 hours at night could admire them. At the bottom of the building, colorful neon lights flickered, which was completely different from the fairyland-like scenes at the top of those skyscrapers. The faint stars and the neon lights on the ground seemed to be connected by glowing tombstones, revealing a little bit of absurdity. Thousands of flying cars flashed different colors of light and shuttled between the skyscrapers, like stars flowing in the night sky, forming many colorful rivers. However, the poor people walking on the road with umbrellas in the drizzle were indifferent to everything happening above their heads. They bought all kinds of snacks that looked strange and not necessarily delicious, and engaged in some cheap entertainment activities. They were haggling over a few dollars, and seemed to be accustomed to it. A TV program was playing on the TV in the roadside shop. A poor person was severely punished for coming to the outside world at the wrong time. The host was sincerely advising all citizens to come to the outside world within the specified time and not to break the rules. Pei Qian had not seen this part. Because most of the shots in it were produced with special effects, and the bulk of the investment was spent here. Looking at this magnificent scene and the special effects scene that was almost indistinguishable from the real thing, Pei Qian became more nervous. Calm down, calm down. The special effects are only for a short time, just a few minutes, there will be no such big scenes later. Pei Qian grabbed a handful of popcorn and stuffed it into his mouth again, using eating to relieve his nervousness. Chapter 425 President Pei was moved to tears, extra chapter for the leader Qingshan Ru Ji Shui. The movie is still going on. After Lu Jiao let out the wind for 3 hours outside, he returned to his capsule and continued his boring life day after day. At the beginning, a lot of space was used to describe some details of future life, such as relief meals, expensive snacks, variety shows that can be guessed, etc. Lu Jiao's performance in this section was just right. He was just a poor person at the bottom of the society, controlled by these simple joys, sorrows, anger and happiness. If he made money by watching TV programs, he would celebrate happily. If he lost all his money by guessing, he would be furious. Sometimes he would feel empty and desperate, lying in the capsule, motionless. Sometimes he would look at those tempting advertisements and the upper-class life on the skyscrapers in the distance, and envy them. There were various advertisements on the TV programs. Although they only appeared as backgrounds, they were still shot very carefully. Lin Rui appeared, and gradually established a romantic relationship with the protagonist, and then proposed the idea of participating in a talent show. Pei Qian was very familiar with the subsequent plot, because he wrote the entire plot outline, and he had already seen the rough-cut video. However, as he watched, he still couldn't help but immerse himself in it, and his emotions were completely led by the movie. The excellent editing makes the length of each plot just right, leaving enough room for aftertaste, while allowing the audience's emotions to quickly shift to the next plot. The actor's superb acting skills make each vivid character image perfectly presented on the big screen, allowing the audience to have a very strong emotional resonance. The excellent background music sets off the emotions well, and the audience's emotions are induced, which is highly consistent with the movie. The exquisite props and the expensive external special effects make the whole film exude a unique sci-fi temperament, giving the audience a sense of alienation from the real world, and a wonderful sense of reality, as if the movie presents a real future world. This is the magic of film and television. A simple story outline is pale and powerless after all, and once the film and television is made into a movie, a lot of details will be added, and at the same time, multidimensional sensory stimulation of audio and video will give people a brand new feeling. These details are so perfect that even the advertisements in the movie don't feel out of place, and people even find many of the unclear advertisements quite interesting. Pei Qian stuffed popcorn into his mouth woodenly, with only one thought in his mind. Is this the script I wrote? The story outline is indeed similar to what I wrote, but the filmed thing is completely different from what I expected. The plot in the first half is not obvious, but after half of the plot, the whole story suddenly takes a sharp turn and reveals its ferocious fangs. The scene where Lin Rui and Lu Jiao confront each other, there was a sound of gasps in the cinema. Obviously, many viewers were shocked by this amazing development and found it difficult to accept for a while. However, the scene of cursing that Pei Qian imagined did not appear. Instead, everyone watched it more seriously. Even Pei Qian himself did not feel angry or poisoned at all, but just looked forward to the future development of the plot in shock. Then he realized that there was a big problem here. It shouldn't be. Why didn't I feel angry when I saw the scene? Shouldn't this be a very poisonous plot? After stuffing another handful of popcorn, Pei Qian tried hard to analyze the reason for this emotion. It seems that it is because the movie creates a unique sense of alienation. In the opening paragraph, the movie spent a lot of space describing the protagonist's daily life, including him eating fast food, watching exciting TV programs, wandering aimlessly on the streets in the early morning, etc. However, this did not deepen the audience's sense of substitution, but completely stripped the audience's vision and turned them into an irrelevant bystander during the filming process. The camera gave people the feeling of a surveillance camera, looking down at the life of the male protagonist in this world coldly and without any emotion. The sweetness of the male and female protagonists, when they were in love, was eliminated, and the pain of breaking up was naturally eliminated. This method allows the audience to feel the emotional fluctuations of the protagonists, but it seems to be separated by a layer of mirror, which will not cause too intense emotional fluctuations in the heart. Pei Qian suddenly realized that he seemed to have made a mistake. Movies are a form of artistic expression, but the same script can be shot by different directors, but it can produce completely different works. This is because during the filming process, the director will constantly add some private goods, shooting techniques, various details in the movie, the rhythm of telling the story. All of these will affect the audience's perception of a story. Some seemingly very boring scripts have become classics in film history after being shot by directors with strong personal styles, just because of this reason. Obviously, Zhu Xiaozi's understanding of this story is completely different from Pei Qian's original intention. And the director obviously shot it according to his own understanding, so after editing and post-production, the whole movie has completely deviated from what Pei Qian originally wanted to express. The original toxicity was mostly eliminated, and replaced by a kind of compassion from the heart. What the heroine did was very abominable, but the audience could not hate her. The hero was obviously miserable and stupid, but the audience's emotions towards him were only a faint sympathy, pity his misfortune and anger at his lack of struggle. When the hero finally gained a huge fortune and seemed to become an upper-class person, the audience was not happy for him, but could clearly feel that he had lost himself. The audience's perception of the hero suddenly became unfamiliar, and they could feel that he had completely lost himself in the vortex of material and money. Wealth did not make him a superior person, but instead controlled his life and turned him into a pitiful creature. In the end, the protagonist played by Lu Jiao was calculated by the judge played by Zhang Zuding, and he was ruined and owed a huge debt, lying on the bed like a living dead. And on the big screen, the woman chosen by the judges to replace him was doing almost the same thing as before, and the story seemed to have entered a desperate reincarnation. The screen went black. The movie ended here. The ending song sounded, and the song was filled with a special kind of sadness and desolation. This was originally the song that the heroine played by Lin Rui sang when she participated in the talent show. The judges ridiculed and mocked her for being tone-deaf, and it did not leave a deep impression on the audience at that time. However, after the end of the film, the way the song was sung seemed to have changed slightly. The two versions compared to each other had an inexplicable meaning. Pei Qian looked at the people in the theater. What's going on? Isn't this ending cruel enough? Shouldn't you stand up and shout for a refund now? Or at least make some sounds like "Che" or "What the hell?" However, the entire theater was still quiet, and no one even stood up, let alone made a sound. A list of cast and crew. Pei Qian found that his name was placed first in the screenwriter team, on a separate line, and it also said, "Special thanks." This did not comfort President Pei, who felt a chill in his heart. The first Easter egg was that the judge played by Zhang Zuding was enjoying his vacation leisurely in his mansion, and the red wine glass was gently shaking, and the dark red wine reflected the judge's face. The woman sitting opposite was heavily made up. She was the host who was pushed up by the judges to replace the protagonist after the protagonist played by Lu Zhiyao fell from grace. However, a siren suddenly sounded outside. In the chaos, the woman stood up and walked out in a panic. The judge stood up in panic, and the red wine glass in his hand fell to the ground, with fragments flying. After a while, the judge did not come back. The female host, who looked very panicked, just now came back and sat in her seat, poured some red wine into another intact glass, and drank it all. The camera finally stayed on her beautiful red lips, with the corners of her mouth slightly curved, revealing a meaningful smile. Another credits list. The second Easter egg is still in the hero's capsule. The hero's posture of slumping on the field has not changed, but his long hair and beard and the wrinkles on his face suggest that a long time has passed. Suddenly, there was a noise outside and the alarm sounded. With a bang, the door of the capsule was knocked open, as if someone threw something inside and then turned away. There were still faint angry roars outside, as if the destitute and the people who came to maintain order were in a fierce armed conflict. The hero came to the door in a daze and found that it was a bloody pistol. With a pop, the lights of the cinema came on. Many viewers seemed to have just woken up from a dream and stood up one after another. The audience did not complain or curse, but they were silent one by one, as if they had not completely escaped from the emotions brought by the movie. Some people were also talking in low voices. This movie is absolutely amazing. Is this really a movie made by a domestic director? Yeah, this imagination, this amazing twist, I was stunned. I don't know why I feel a little depressed after watching it. As a feature film, it's pretty good. I always feel that the plot is quite profound. I don't quite understand many parts. Let's wait for the film reviews. Don't mention it. Lu Zhiyao's acting in this film is really good. Surprisingly, there is no sense of disobedience. The couple sitting next to him also stood up and followed the crowd out. It's not the romantic film I imagined, but it's surprisingly good. Yes, I think this film is suggesting that we cherish the people in front of us. Dear, we must be good. This film is really touching. I can't stop crying. The girl wiped her tears with a tissue. She tilted her head slightly to look at the seat next to her, and then whispered, "Look, that guy was also moved to tears." On the seat, Pei Qian silently stuffed potato chips into his mouth, tears streaming down his face. It's over, this movie is over. What the hell are these audience reviews? Worth the price of the ticket? Very good. The plot is profound? Looking forward to the film reviews? What is this? These audiences are completely wrong. I just want to feed you poison. Burp. Pei Qian burped while crying. He seemed to have eaten too much popcorn. Chapter 426 Remedies, Additional Update. After returning home from the cinema, Pei Qian lay down on the bed and fell asleep. What? The movie was very popular? What? The premiere received good reviews? Illusions, these are all illusions. Pei Qian kept telling himself that as long as he got some sleep, everything would be fine. It was not until noon the next day that Pei Qian reluctantly opened his eyes. He took out his mobile phone and looked at the time. Sure enough, there were many unread messages on his mobile phone. Huang Sibo, Zhu Su, Lin Chong, all kinds of people sent greetings. You don't have to guess what they are talking about. Pei Qian didn't dare to look at it, and carefully ignored these messages, fearing that they would pop up by mistake. Then, Pei Qian ordered a takeaway. Sitting in front of the computer, he felt melancholy, as if life had become a little boring. After a long ideological struggle, Pei Qian picked up his mobile phone with a complicated expression and opened the Guoyan app. Clicking on Today's Market, the first one was Beautiful Ming. Today's box office, 7.84 million, expected box office, 210 million. Nah. Pei Qian felt his eyes go dark and almost dropped his phone on the spot. Too desperate, this feeling is too desperate. It's only been released for half a year, and the box office has already reached 8 million. Pei Qian originally thought that the film cost 30 million yuan, and according to the profit-sharing ratio, the box office must exceed 100 million yuan to make a profit. How could such a film possibly have a box office of over 100 million yuan? However, the prediction of the Guoyan app slapped him in the face in real time, predicting a box office of 210 million yuan. The film company expects to share 75.347 million yuan. This prediction is based on a comprehensive inference of various factors such as the film's screening rate, attendance rate, and box office trends. Although it may not be completely accurate due to various uncertain factors, it is generally not wrong. Looking at the other three films, the current box office is only hovering between more than 1 million and more than 2 million yuan. Pei Qian was so angry that he was dying. Trash. All trash. You all look pretty good, with romance films, European and American action films, and domestic big IPs. Why are you suddenly so weak? Help, grab all the screenings of Beautiful Ming. Spend some money to hire Water Army to discredit Beautiful Ming, spend a little, it won't cost much. Pei Qian wanted to find the investors of these three movies and ask them to roll up their sleeves and take part in the production. Finally, he tremblingly clicked on the rating of Beautiful Ming. 8.8 points. Pei Qian quickly threw his phone aside. Hallucination, this must be an illusion. No, I have to slow down. My heart can't stand this kind of stimulation. On the Guoyan app, 8.8 points is not a particularly high score. Many classic movies, with big box office hits, can even get high scores like 9.5 and 9.7. But the problem is that Beautiful Ming is not that kind of cool popcorn blockbuster. There are no exciting scenes. Although the plot has some connotations, many ordinary audiences may not understand it. It is normal for many audiences to give low scores when they don't understand it, and it is abnormal to give high scores. But now it has 8.8 points, which means that this movie is not boring or tedious for ordinary audiences. Even if some content is incomprehensible, it can still mobilize the audience's emotions and maintain a strong appeal to them. Pei Qian is very worried. This bad news is really coming one after another, constantly impacting his psychological defenses. And according to the current situation, it is probably unrealistic to expect the theaters to reduce the screening of Beautiful Ming. The movies currently being released will break at the touch, and none of them can fight, and the movies that are about to be released seem to be unable to pose a threat to Beautiful Ming. In this case, if the theater schedules more shows for Beautiful Ming, it can earn more money. Pei Qian was speechless. Not long after, the takeaway from Moyu arrived. Pei Qian took the takeaway and ate 2 mouthfuls of rice, and seemed to have regained some energy. The more adverse the situation, the calmer you will be. The situation should not be out of control yet. Pei Qian took a big bite of his meal and began to think about countermeasures. From the current situation, the audience seems to be confused by Zhu's method. This special editing method allows the audience to temporarily ignore the toxicity of the movie, just like a sugar-coated pill, tricking the audience into swallowing the poisonous core whole, without realizing its bitterness. So, we have to find a way to expose the essence of this movie. There are not so many complicated things at all. It is just a movie with poison. So, who should I find to expose this fact? And how should I expose it? The direction was found, but when deciding on the candidate, I was confused. Find Water Army? The Water Army on Hu Zhao's side has good business literacy, but if Pei Qian wants to use system funds to reimburse, he can only give them hints, not so clear. Pei Qian is not sure whether there will be deviations in the process of information transmission. It would be very embarrassing if there is a misunderstanding. Moreover, the Water Army cannot take the lead. Without opinion leaders, they can only follow the trend. Pei Qian felt that he had to find a film critic with greater influence to discredit the film, expose the truth, and then let the internet trolls flock to it, and then his big plan would be accomplished. Of course, it is impossible to reverse the situation. In short, persuading one viewer to quit is one thing. As for how to do it specifically, it is also a problem. Pei Qian felt that he had to learn from the last time when turning back is the hired Water Army, and he could not let the Water Army play freely. He had to give them a very clear direction. But it seems that it is not a good idea to explicitly criticize the movie Beautiful Ming. On the one hand, the system will not report it, and on the other hand, if the criticism is too strong, it will easily arouse rebellious psychology. Moreover, it is really hard to find the black spots of this movie. Wait, it's easy to trigger rebellious psychology? I got it, I'll pay someone to praise this movie to death, and praise it to death. Praise all those far-fetched parts, so that netizens will have the impression that the good reviews of this movie are all from the internet. At the same time, such mindless praise will definitely cause some people to be disgusted, and they will naturally belittle the movie to be worthless. In this way, if both sides continue to abuse each other, won't it also achieve the effect I want? Well, let's do it. Pei Qian made up his mind and began to look for some well-known film critics on the internet, especially those who have already published reviews on The Beautiful Ming and gave low reviews, then just pay him to change his review. In this way, wouldn't everyone be able to clearly see that he took the money and immediately associate it with the fact that Beautiful Ming hired a Water Army? Let me see which film critic is as lucky as CI. Pei Qian was much more excited and began to patiently search for prey on Weibo and various film and television websites. Chapter 427, Change the Movie Review. Fall in love with your reading website, lose money, and become the richest man from playing games. After searching the internet for a while, Pei Qian found that many film critics had already written reviews for A Better Tomorrow. This is understandable. After all, there are no good movies released recently, and these film critics are eagerly waiting. If they encounter a movie with such a high screening schedule, they must go and watch it. Pei Qian entered the keywords of A Better Tomorrow and scanned the titles one by one. The triple meaning of A Better Tomorrow. This one is not good at first glance. What will consumerism bring us? This one is definitely not good either. The dark side of technology in the eyes of pessimists. Still not good. Pei Qian read several movie reviews in a row and passed them directly from the title. From the keywords of these titles, you can see what triple meaning, dark side of technology, consumerism, you can think of what the content of this movie review is. There is no need to pay money, these people are already overinterpreting. What on earth are you film critics thinking about all day long? It's about deep meanings and pessimism again. Can't you analyze the shallow meanings of this movie? Can't you analyze its toxicity? Pei Qian was speechless and continued to work hard to find it. He was looking for the kind of comments that were full of criticism of the movie, and had a large number of likes and replies. This kind of comments is obvious enough after the reversal, so that the audience can clearly realize that this movie hired a water army. After flipping through 2 or 3 pages, he didn't find any valuable comments. Pei Qian had to screen the ratings, sorting from low to high, and start with the 1-star reviews. Sure enough, this style is much more normal. A failed work with a lack of imagination. No logic, full of loopholes. Suitable for young people to watch, I can't watch it after 10 minutes. I gave it 1 star when I saw Lu Jiao. Pei Qian nodded with satisfaction. Well, this is the style that should be there. It's a pity that there are not many such reviews, and there are not many comments. It seems that everyone is just clicking, and there is no desire to argue with these drama reviewers. Pei Qian casually clicked on it and found that it did not quite meet his requirements. Such writers who gave 1 star without thinking were basically very subjective. They often looked at the problem with a single leaf and failed to see the big picture. When they saw something that did not meet their own expectations, they gave 1 star without thinking. Naturally, the content of the film review was full of bias. This kind of film review can only vent emotions at most, and it is difficult to guide other audiences. It is too low level, no. This kind of person is obviously not cultured. Even if he is paid, he will definitely not be able to write a film review that can cause controversy. It will only be drowned in the vast number of 5-star reviews and will not make any waves. Even the audience will not realize that the film review author has changed the film review. Pei Qian thought about it and decided to look for it in the 3-star reviews. This time, the style finally met Pei Qian's wishes. Fake profundity. It seems that everyone is embarrassed to say that it is not good. Then let me be the child who exposes the emperor's new clothes. Too many slots, and the tragedy is forcibly created by portraying 2 waists. Looking at the titles of these reviews, Pei Qian only had one feeling, that is, it touched my heart. Moreover, there are many controversial voices under these comments, with hundreds of likes and hundreds of dislikes. Obviously, these film review authors have a good reputation, and the things they write are controversial. Yes, these are all good candidates. Choose one first. If it doesn't work, then change it. Pei Qian clicked on the first review, which was the one who wanted to be the child who reveals the emperor's new clothes. There seems to be a lot of praise on Weibo, and it's so amazing. I went to watch it with a serious pilgrimage mentality, but I was disappointed. After watching this movie, I only have one feeling: does the emperor use a golden hoe to farm? Technology is so advanced, but they still give relief meals to the lower class people, and they can't even skip commercials? They even let people from different classes go out at different times? It's too unreasonable. Also, there are all kinds of commercials in the movie. It's fine to add commercials, but the audience has to watch commercials with the protagonist. It's crazy. To put it bluntly, this story is just a cliché story of a loser being cheated on. If you write this in a novel, you will be scolded to death, but it becomes a movie with profound connotations instantly. Are you guys mentally ill? Pei Qian nodded frequently after watching it. Of course, Pei Qian didn't agree with this person's statement, but he felt that he had found the right person. It is obvious that this person is a person who stubbornly lives in his own world. In short, he is the kind of person who believes that this world must operate in the way I say, otherwise there is something wrong. This is also commonly known as the war setting. The setting of the world in the movie is that even with the development of technology, the lives of the lower classes may not necessarily get better, and all the stories revolve around this basic setting. However, he insisted on arguing with this setting right from the start, saying that the setting itself was unreasonable, making the whole movie look awkward. Well, good, with personality, I like it. If this kind of person starts to praise, it will probably be very controversial. The author's online name is very low-key, called Qian Mao, and the contact information is left on his personal homepage, so Pei Qian contacted him without much effort. Hello, I am the investor of A Better Tomorrow. I hope you can change the film review from 3 stars to 5 stars, and rewrite the content. Of course, we will provide a fee of 1,000 yuan. Time is tight and the task is heavy. Pei Qian did not intend to be too polite, and went straight to the point. Soon, Qian Mao replied. Only change the score, not the evaluation, 1,000 yuan, okay. Pei Qian couldn't help but laugh after reading this person's reply. Wow, the young man is quite principled. But Pei Qian must let him change the evaluation. If he doesn't praise, how can he arouse the disgust of other viewers and provoke a fight? So Pei Qian was also very straightforward, 2,000. Qian Mao obviously hesitated for a while. I can give free play to the evaluation, you can't interfere too much. Free play? How can that be possible? If the exaggeration is not awkward enough, how can it arouse the disgust of other viewers? Then your film review will be instantly drowned in the vast 5-star reviews. Wouldn't my money be wasted? Although it sounds like a good thing to waste the system's money, it can't achieve Pei Qian's goal. Pei Qian directly gave up those empty words, 3,000. Qian, okay, you tell me how to change it. Pei Qian laughed. It seems that this film critic is indeed a very principled film critic. He raised the price twice, before changing his opinion. Pei Qian thought about the wording for a while. Praise it hard, praise it for 1,000 words, and you must find an angle that no one has ever praised before. The more tricky and subtle the angle, the better. Qian hesitated again. There are already many film reviews. It's difficult to find an angle that no one has ever praised before. Even if you find it, it will seem particularly forced and disgusting. Strong? Disgusting? That's right, that's what I want. Boy, you have understood my intention very accurately. Qian's words were exactly what Pei Qian wanted. But Pei Qian couldn't point it out, so he could only reply, it doesn't matter. Qian, I'm sorry, I think it matters. This request is very difficult for me. Pei Qian, 4,000. Qian, that's not what I meant. It's not about the money. The main thing is that this thing itself is difficult. Pei Qian, 5,000. Qian, I'll go to the cinema to watch it again and submit it before tonight. After dealing with Qian, Pei Qian still felt uneasy. It seemed that he could not do it alone. He had to find some internet users to cooperate with him. Pei Qian found Xiaohu Review again and prepared to buy some internet users to cooperate with him. If he did not really buy internet users, how could passers-by know that internet users were hired for this movie? Brother, get some more internet users. Go online to find reviews of A Better Tomorrow. All the reviews that gave good reviews and tricky angles should be liked like crazy. Pei Qian could not say that he was looking for reviews that were awkwardly praised, so he could only change the wording and emphasize the tricky angles. All reviews with tricky angles must be overinterpreted, which is almost the same as awkward praise. Not long after, Hu Xiao replied. No problem. Pei Qian was just about to discuss the specific price issue, but he did not expect the other party to send another message. We have been working together for so long, we are considered to have a good relationship. I have something else to tell you. It seems that the water army of other companies has received a task to discredit your movie. If you are willing to spend some money, I will help you to settle this matter. Pei Qian was stunned for a moment, and then he was overjoyed. There is such a good thing? Who? Pei Qian asked immediately. Hu Xiao, sorry, I can't disclose this. This is the rule of our industry. Pei Qian felt a little sorry that he couldn't find out the name of this kind-hearted person. I guess he should be the investor of other movies, right? The several movies that are now being released are in competition with each other. The current attendance and reputation of A Beautiful Tomorrow are good, and tomorrow's screening may be even higher than today. This will obviously squeeze out a lot of other movie screenings. That domestic love drama and the domestic big IP movie have sufficient motivation to hire Water Army to discredit A Beautiful Tomorrow. Anyway, it doesn't matter who this kind-hearted person is, just keep this gratitude in your heart. As for spending money to settle such a thing, Pei Qian would do this when he is full. No need, they discredit theirs, you promote yours, and it doesn't affect each other. Who shall? Well, it's good that you have this confidence. Anyway, if you feel that you can't stand it, tell me again, and you can save it then. Can't stand it? Save it? No, there will be no situation where you can't stand it. The more it is discredited, the happier I am. If possible, Pei Qian would have wanted to pay for the internet trolls to smear the film. Now someone is paying for charity, which is like timely help. Pei Qian gave Hu Xiao some instructions and asked his internet trolls to like those tricky film reviews crazily, giving passers-by the impression that those who like this movie are extreme fans and overinterpretation is serious. This group of brainless praise achieved the effect of one chef against 10 haters, and the competitors sent a large number of Water Army to blacken the company. Wouldn't it be twice the result with half the effort? After explaining everything clearly, Pei Qian packed up the takeaway food he had eaten and put it outside the door, and then laid back on the bed. He decided to disappear and not go to the company for the next 2 days. If he went to the company, there would definitely be many people congratulating him for the movie. Just thinking about it made him feel desperate. It would be better to be alone at home and have some peace and quiet. Chapter 428 President Pei, are you still selling the shares? Losing money to become the richest man starts from playing games. At the same time, auto technology. Chang Yu was a little restless and walked back and forth in the office. I still can't contact President Pei. There is no news about President Pei from Huang Sibo. Forget it, I can only make my own decision. Chang Yu thought about it for a long time and felt that this matter could not be delayed any longer, so he immediately called his subordinates to a meeting. The situation has changed. A Better Tomorrow was released early this morning, and the response was very enthusiastic, even completely beyond our initial expectations. So, I think we can use the second plan. Xiao Jiang, come and introduce it to everyone. The young man next to him had handed the printed plan to everyone present, and then came to the projector screen and began to introduce the alternative plan that had been formulated before. We have designed several designs for the appearance of our mobile phone. As everyone knows, these designs are similar, because President Pei has clearly stated that the logo must be large and eye-catching enough. So, we designed many different logos and designed the color matching of the mobile phone shell based on these logos. We originally decided on a simple logo, but with the release of A Better Tomorrow, our plan has to change accordingly. At that time, the crew of A Better Tomorrow once solicited logo advertising plans from us. Now, the advertising plan we gave has been filmed by them and has also appeared in the movie, such as this one. Xiao Jiang pressed a button, and the advertising video began to play on the large screen of the projector. The drone came to pick up the takeaway, but the distance of the takeaway was too far, so the restaurant owner took out his mobile phone and connected it to the drone to power it. The drone crossed the desert, storms, and various bad weather, and there was more than 30% battery left after returning. The logo on this phone is one of the logos that OTTO technology did not choose. This is the most futuristic one among all the designed logos. It is the one that is abstracted from the 4 letters of OTTO, a bit like the infinity symbol, and has a postmodern meaning. Xiaojiang said, "The reason why we didn't choose this logo before was mainly because we felt it was a bit too cool. We are a new mobile phone brand and it's a bit hard to hold. But from the current situation, the audience's acceptance of this advertisement and the appearance of this mobile phone is quite high. At the same time, considering that the popularity of the movie will continue for some time to come, we will definitely be able to win the favor of many fans of the movie by launching a mobile phone with such an appearance. In addition, the production of our batch of mobile phones is not high, so making a fan-oriented product may not be a bad direction." After Xiaojiang finished speaking, everyone began to discuss. "I originally thought that this logo is the best looking. These few advertisements about mobile phones in the movie are very beautiful. Even if the movie is taken off the screen in the future, we can take these advertisements to advertise on video websites or TV programs, which can greatly save costs, so the mobile phone must be made into this appearance. I also think that it would be a waste if such a good advertisement is not used." Mr. Chang, what does Mr. Pei mean?" Everyone looked at Chang Yu. Chang Yu hesitated for a moment. "I haven't contacted Mr. Pei yet. I guess he should be very busy during this period." Everyone looked at each other. "I think President Pei won't object to this. It is said that the script of this movie was written by President Pei, and it was also President Pei's decision not to bid for the advertisements in it. Did President Pei decide to do this from the beginning? Well, it seems to make sense." Everyone thought that the advertisements had already been arranged and the audience also approved of them. There was no reason not to use them. Chang Yu immediately decided, "Okay, in that case, then we will use this logo and appearance, and hurry up to come up with a new plan based on this logo and hand it over to the foundry. Dream Venture Capital." Dishing looked at the screen of his mobile phone, his face tangled. Mr. Pei still hasn't replied to the message. How about, call? Is Mr. Pei busy? I always feel a little abrupt. During this period, the popularity of the Shuaba Kuailai project is still hot. In addition to the publicity made by Dishing with the original funds, several other investors are also paying out of their own pockets to promote the Shuaba Kuailai project. The reason is very simple. With the popularity, Shuda Education will be willing to spend a lot of money to buy it. During this period, Dishing has been following Mr. Pei's instructions and selling out Shuaba Kuailai's shares little by little. Since last week, Dishing has participated in several shareholders' meetings of Shuaba Kuailai. He is a core member of the main creative team of Shuaba Kuailai and the person in charge of Dream Venture Capital. These shares are all managed for Mr. Pei. After all, President Pei is too busy to attend every time a share is sold and participate in those tedious transactions. The task of these shareholders' meetings is very simple, which is to discuss the issue of share transactions with the representatives of Shuda Education. Several other shareholders have been selling their shares one after another, and Shuda Education has been holding more and more shares in Shuaba Kuailai Company. An investor who originally invested 3 million yuan sold all his shares in one go, and directly sold 8 million yuan, more than doubling. At present, the valuation of the Shuaba Kuailai project has reached nearly 40 million yuan. Several investors want to cash out and leave. When selling shares, they must be slightly bargained by Shuda Education, but even so, they all made a lot of money. Dishing saw that Shuda Education seemed to be fooled by this group of old foxes. Of course, it can't be said to be fooling. Shuda Education really wants this app. As a very wealthy educational institution, Shuda Education has always hoped to have such an app that can continue to expand its influence. The acquisition is equivalent to gilding its own face. Mr. Li and his people want to cash out, and Shuda Education wants to gild itself. Everyone is willing to fight and suffer, and there is nothing to blame. Of course, Dishing will not expose it, because he knows that this project was not for cashing out in the beginning. Now that Mr. Li and other investors have paved the way, He Dishing is naturally happy to go down the slope and has no reason to say anything. In order to gain absolute control over this project, Shuda Education has a strong desire to acquire, especially for He Dishing's shares. And He Dishing finally understood why President Pei always emphasized that he should sell slowly. It's obviously for the purpose of maximizing profits. As the popularity of the Shuaba Kuailai project continues to rise, Shuda Education has more and more shares, and the price of acquiring the last shares is getting higher and higher. After selling several times, the remaining shares in He Dishing's hands have reached the bottom line required by President Pei before, which is about 20%. Especially in the last deal, Shuda Education was willing to be a sucker in order to buy shares at a high price in order to reach the 67% control line of the shares in its hands. According to the valuation of nearly 40 million, the approximate profit of selling all shares is 15 million. After deducting the initial investment of 2 million, this project has made a net profit of more than 10 million so far, and still has 20% of the shares. Now He Dishing is entangled in one thing: should he sell this 20% of shares? This is also a lot of money. Of course, He Dishing did not dare to sell it on his own initiative. After all, President Pei said that he must keep 20%. But if he doesn't sell it, he always feels that the cash is not clean, which seems to conflict with President Pei's original intention. Or, this matter is not done well. After thinking for a long time, He Dishing decided to call President Pei. Pei Qian was lying on the bed when his cell phone rang. He Dishing calling? Pei Qian quickly picked up the phone. Hello? What's up? He Dishing was stunned on the other end of the phone. He seemed to be surprised that Mr. Pei would answer the phone so quickly, and he didn't seem to be very busy. Oh, Mr. Pei, I have sold only 20% of my shares as you requested before. Will you continue to sell? If you sell all of them, I estimate that you can sell another 4 to 5 million. Pei Qian. He didn't connect well to He Dishing's channel for a while. Sold 20% so quickly? And can you make 4 to 5 million by selling this 20%? I remember that the previous shares were 60%. Then how much money did you make from the stocks sold to undermine the confidence of other investors? Pei Qian hurriedly asked, so what is the current valuation? He Dishing answered truthfully, about 40 million, Mr. Pei. Pei Qian, ? No, this shouldn't be the script? Pei Qian was confused. It stands to reason that I kept selling stocks. Isn't this a very obvious message of running away? Other investors should sell with me, and then everyone's confidence will be crushed, the company's valuation will collapse instantly, and no one will want the shares. How come the company's valuation has increased after so many shares have been sold? The last time I remembered, the company's valuation seemed to be 25 million? Pei Qian fell silent, and he didn't know what to say. He Dishing didn't dare to urge him, thinking that Mr. Pei was thinking about some very profound investment issues and the next response strategy. Pei Qian thought for half a minute and asked, then, what about Mr. Li's shares? He Dishing said, like us, they were all sold to Shuda Education. Shuda Education spent a lot of money to acquire shares, and its current shareholding has exceeded the absolute control line of 67%. Of course, because of this, Shuda Education is no longer so eager for the 20% shares in our hands. It is impossible to acquire them at the previous price. I think it can be negotiated to about 4 or 5 million at most. Pei Qian's head was full of question marks. What the hell is Shuda Education? It seems that there is no such thing among the previous investors? After a moment of stunned, Pei Qian suddenly realized. It's bad, this has been hyping up the heat, and it has caused trouble. There are outsiders messing up. It must be this Shuda Education that took a fancy to the Shuaba Kuailai app and took the initiative to come over to take over. It happened that many investors were selling shares, so it took them all in one package. Pei Qian had a bad feeling in his heart, and he asked tentatively, "So, how much did our shares sell for?" Dishing said, "More than 15.6 million, the specific number needs to be checked, please wait." Pei Qian felt a little dizzy, "No need to check. It's over. This matter is a bit difficult to deal with. It was said that I only wanted to lose 2 million at the beginning, but I don't know how I made a profit of more than 13 million. What did I do?" Pei Qian tried to calm himself down and coughed twice. If I want to buy all these shares back now, it should cost a lot of money, right?" Dishing laughed, "Boss Pei, you are so humorous. This is not about money. Shida Education wants absolute control over this project. It has just been bought. How can it be sold out again?" Pei Qian. "That's fine." Dishing felt that Boss Pei seemed to be about to hang up the phone, and hurriedly asked, "Then, Boss Pei, are we still selling the remaining 20% of the shares?" Pei Qian, "No." With a beep, the phone was hung up. Dishing looked at the phone screen in confusion. It seems that Boss Pei still has a backup plan for this matter, but why does it seem that Boss Pei is a little unhappy? Chapter 429, There is a website that is as stable as an old dog. Additional chapter for the leader Zui Ao. Qian is very efficient. Before dinner time, new film reviews have been sent. Okay, the Emperor's new clothes are really good looking. This was originally a 3-star long review, but after watching it twice, I decided to change the rating. I thought it was a movie that was full of complaints, especially the ads in the movie, forcing the audience to watch the ads with the protagonist, which was a failure among failures. But after watching it twice, I found out that I was wrong. Each of these ads was carefully planned, and each one had a deep meaning. First of all, these ads did not implant any real brands, did not make money, and guaranteed the viewing experience of all the audience. On the other hand, the phenomenon of bringing money into the group is commendable in itself. Secondly, these ads are very well designed. Not only are the shooting techniques excellent, but there are also many types of ads, including funny ones and postmodern stream of consciousness ones. On the one hand, the audience can immerse themselves in this future worldview, and on the other hand, just watching these ads is interesting enough. Again, the ads served as a link to the story. A simple example, the judge played by Chang Zuding actually appeared in a TV commercial at the very beginning, and the female host who later became the host also filmed a commercial before. You will notice these when you watch the movie for the second time. Finally, the ads have a very spicy irony. When the protagonist drinks beer, the ads push fried chicken and red wine to him. When the protagonist loses money, the ads push loan business. When the protagonist has more deposits, the ads start to recommend various financial products. This is undoubtedly a satire on the problem of big data and privacy leakage. I originally thought that ads were just ads, but now I find that I was completely wrong. This kind of advertising in movies is very ironic. The method of not causing the audience to be disgusted, but also deepening the connotation of the film, is simply too clever. I used to think that this film was just forced to apply a sci-fi skin, and the scenes were just a little more beautiful, but now I know that I was wrong. This film obviously contains reflections on the future and technology everywhere. Domestic science fiction movies have always been in a misunderstanding, always pursuing big scenes and epic narratives, but the film A Better Tomorrow has taken a different approach and found another possibility, which is to bring the perspective closer to ordinary people. For domestic science fiction movies, this is obviously also a good direction. In short, I was deeply impressed by this movie, and I don't need to explain the 5-star praise. I deeply regret having misinterpreted this film before. I couldn't understand this film because I was short-sighted and my mindset was too low. The last paragraph was all about confession, repeatedly expressing the same idea. those who say bad things about this film are all unsophisticated people who don't understand it. Obviously, this was just to make up the word count. Pei Qian asked him to write a full 1,000 words, but he was still short of 300 words until the end, so he had to say some repetitive words to perfunctorily complete the task. Although this move was suspected of cheating money, Pei Qian didn't mind at all. This Qian completed the task very well. The request Pei Qian made to him was nothing more than to find a very tricky angle to force a compliment, and Qian did find such an angle, which was advertising. Pei Qian added advertising to the movie to make up the time, to extend the time of the movie so that it could meet the requirements for being released in theaters. As a result, let's see how Qian praised it. It's like the advertising is better than the feature film. If he was praising the spiritual connotation of the plot and the acting skills of the actors, it would seem reasonable, and the audience would not be so obvious that they suspected that the film critic was paid. But praising the advertisements in the movie? And such a big reversal of attitude? Many people should be able to see that this is an awkward praise, right? Some people should realize that he was paid to change the film review, right? Pei Qian paid the balance without saying anything, and was somewhat impatient to read the latest comments under this review. Of course, it would take some time for the audience to find out that it would take some time to change the review. Pei Qian considered waiting for a while before coming back to watch it, and first went online to see how the competitor's water army had done. After a brief look, Pei Qian couldn't help but sigh. It seems that the competitor is quite rich, this water army, it is simply overwhelming. The business ability of the water army is certainly important, but the number of people is more important. If you want to have more people, you have to spend more money. Accounts of different levels have to pay to write bad reviews and give low scores, which is not a small expense. But the bigger the scale, the happier Pei Qian is. Although the wording of these water armies is somewhat stereotyped, all of them are loose plot, unplaying performance, too cold dialogue lines, advertising, no sincerity, and other awkward black, but with more people, it can really play the role of mixing the fake with the real. Because the purpose of the water army's hype is to influence those who have not seen the movie. If the black is not deep enough, it will not have the effect of persuading people to quit. Not only that, a large-scale campaign to downgrade the ratings has also begun. At noon, Pei Qian saw that the rating was still 8.8 points, but now it has become 8.6 points, and it seems to be on a downward trend. Pei Qian spent a whole hour looking through the negative reviews, and finally felt a little happier. I don't know which kind-hearted person hired these trolls, but they really solved my urgent problem. It seems I can go and see the response to Qian's revised film review. Pei Qian clicked on the comment section of Qian's film review. The first few pages were all previous comments, so he skipped them directly. There are so many comments in just 1 hour? Maybe everyone found out that he was paid to change the film review, so they hung him up and bitched him? Pei Qian looked at these new comments with expectation. It is a great virtue to know one's mistakes and correct them. Has a hater found his conscience? I said before that this movie is not a mindless popcorn movie. You have to savor it carefully. You just watched it in a hurry and missed many details. Of course, you think it is not good. But after watching it twice and seeing these details, you will feel different instantly, right? This angle of the advertisement is really interesting. I just regarded the advertisement as a background before and didn't watch it carefully. I just thought some of the advertisements were funny. Now I know that there are so many connotations in it. It is so well written that I want to watch it again. I have had this idea for a long time. The author's confession at the end is also very sincere. Just based on your attitude of admitting mistakes, I am considering turning from hater to fan. This review has taught me that all success is not accidental. Behind a successful movie, there must be so many carefully planned details. Director Zhu Xiaozi is awesome. Excuse me, author, Can I forward this? I want to forward this, too. Page 5. Page 6. The last page. Pei Qian flipped through all the new reviews and scratched his head in confusion. What the hell? Such obvious exaggeration, didn't you see it? Don't you feel disgusted at all? He took money to change the review. He really took money. I'll testify. Is there anyone who cares or not? Pei Qian was speechless. Isn't the focus of these viewers too strange? Instead of paying attention to why the author changed the review, they really paid attention to the advertisements in the movie? What about the cooperation with the competitor's water army? The cooperation has not even started yet, and it's over. Pei Qian opened the Yuan app and took a look. Sure enough, tomorrow's screening schedule has come out. The screening schedule of A Beautiful Tomorrow has increased again. It seemed like they were surrounded by enemies on all sides. Come on, my fellow Marines. Although you can only fight alone, my heart is with you. For some reason, Pei Qian suddenly felt sorry for these Marines. Logically speaking, these Marines should be particularly hateful for making trouble and confusing right and wrong for their own selfish interests. However, Pei Qian felt that once he was involved, these water armies would be like mantises lining up to block a car, going up to die one by one, and dying miserably. And President Pei was the hostage tied to the car, and could only watch them being crushed by the wheels, and then silently wish them a good journey while crying in his heart. For some reason, Pei Qian felt like a tragic character at this moment. On Thursday, February 24th, the third day of the release of A Better Tomorrow. Pengcheng. Just after a meeting, the main creative staff who were promoting the film finally got some time to rest. Zhu Xiaozi sat down on a chair. I'm so tired. Zhang Zuding smiled at the side. Movie promotion is always like this, Director Zhu, you just need to get used to it. Huang Sibo was also busy enough, pounding his legs while looking at the online reviews of the film on his mobile phone. The overall evaluation is good. Our movie has become a hit. However, the internet trolls have obviously been deployed. After 3 consecutive days of swiping, the ratings of our movie in many places have been declining. The rating on the Yuan app has dropped to 8.3 points. Zhu Xiaozi thought for a while, should I talk to President Pei about this? As long as I say hello to President Lin of Xinhua Film and Television, this matter should be settled, right? Huang Sibo thought about it and shook his head. It can be settled, but we can't always owe Mr. Lin a favor. We have already troubled him too much with this publicity. Zhu Xiaozi nodded. Well, that's right, this is our own business. Besides, it's not a big deal if the score drops by a few tenths of a point. There's no need to bother Mr. Lin for such a small matter. Everyone fell into silence, leaving only the sound of Huang Sibo gently pounding his legs. However, Huang Sibo suddenly increased his strength while pounding and pounded hard. Fuck. Huang Sibo couldn't help but swear. Everyone looked at him in confusion. What's wrong? Look at this. Huang Sibo handed over his phone. Everyone saw a hot post on Huang Sibo's phone, and the title of the post was, Record the ratings of A Better Tomorrow on major websites to see how crazy the water army is, continue to update. The content of this post is very simple, which is to continuously record the changes in the ratings of A Better Tomorrow on major websites through screenshots. For example, the Yuan app has dropped from 8.8 points at the beginning to 8.3 points, which shows how rampant the activities of the water army are. The situation of other websites is roughly similar, and the scores are all dropping, just a matter of more or less. However, there is only one exception. Chapter 430, Pride that only Tenda employees can understand, additional update. Losing money to become the richest man starts from playing games. The netizens who follow this post have obviously noticed this phenomenon, because in a long list of websites that have changed, the TPDB website that has remained motionless is like a firefly in the dark, so conspicuous. Strange, why has the rating of this website not changed? Is it because the website is too small and the Water Army didn't notice it? Impossible, the Water Army is not picky about brushing ratings, and there are several websites that are much smaller than this website that have not escaped their clutches. How could they just let this one go? Moreover, this website has a lot of users. You haven't heard of it because you are ignorant, okay? What website is this? Tenda Project Database, which contains the ratings and reviews of all projects of Tenda Group, including every game and every physical store, with ratings. Tenda's own website? It is probably locked in the ratings. No wonder the Water Army can't brush it. Absolutely not. If you have been following this website, you will find that the scores above will change. The scores of many projects were very low at the beginning, and then gradually rose. Moreover, all the scores can basically be said to be objective and fair. Yes, this movie is worth 9 points. This post was originally intended to record the miserable situation of these websites under the ravages of the Water Army. However, more and more people watched, and I don't know when the discussion started. It became, why is the score of the TPDB website not affected by the Water Army? There are many opinions, but no one guessed it right. Because the scoring rules of the TPDB website have been hidden from the beginning and are not disclosed to the outside world at all. Tenda's internal evaluation of senior executives, comprehensive evaluation of ordinary employees, comprehensive evaluation of authoritative media, evaluation of consumers, and evaluation of netizens, each of which will be included in the total score according to different weights, and then calculated with a special formula to get the final score. This scoring mechanism is certainly not the most perfect. After all, evaluation is very subjective, but it can avoid the influence of Water Army and malicious scoring to the greatest extent, so that the final score is infinitely close to the score that this work deserves. Everyone read the discussion of netizens in this post and found it quite interesting. Huang Sibo smiled and said, I think these people may not be able to guess the specific scoring rules of TPDB, even if they guess for half a year. Zhu Xiaozi stroked his chin, well. But will this make the audience question the objectivity of this website? After all, this is our own website. We are both contestants and referees, so there will always be some rumors. Huang Sibo's smile became even stronger. There will definitely be viewers, oh no, nitpickers who question the objectivity of this website. This is inevitable. After all, nitpickers can always find inexplicable entry points. But, is this important? We don't need to explain this kind of thing at all. The credibility of a website cannot be established overnight. Under the supervision of all netizens, when enough projects appear on the website and last long enough, and these when the project scores meet the expectations of most people, the credibility of the website can be finally established. TPDB website is Tenda's internal assessment mechanism, which directly determines the bonus distribution of each department. The behavior of all internal employees is under the supervision of President Pei. Who dares to do anything tricky? 1,000-foot-high wall stands firm without desire. As long as there is no desire and no demand, and it is not bought by capital, this website will always remain fair and just. In other words, as long as President Pei is there, it is only a matter of time before this website becomes the standard of the entire industry. And now, with the help of the movie A Better Tomorrow, TPDB website has officially entered the vision of most ordinary netizens. This is a good start. Sooner or later, the ratings on this website will become the most authoritative ratings and the standard for all industries. Zhu Xiaozi thought for a moment, what if other film review websites also introduce similar mechanisms? Huang Sibo smiled and said proudly, I don't think this is likely. After all, there are too many conflicts of interest. I don't think the bosses of other websites can completely ignore their personal interests, like President Pei. Of course, if other film review websites also establish similar mechanisms to make it impossible for the water army to brush, it is equivalent to Tenda pushing the entire industry to make progress. I believe President Pei will be very happy to see this. By the way, no matter how this movie is on other websites, it will always get a fair evaluation on the TPDB website. The same is true for other projects of Tenda. No matter how the outside world attacks or smears it, the TPDB website will be like a warm haven, where all projects will get due and fair evaluation. Boss Pei seems to be saying to all employees, "It doesn't matter, I see your efforts, and I won't let anyone's hard work go to waste." I think this should be one of the original intentions of Boss Pei to create this website, right? Huang Xibo's face was filled with a kind of pride that only Tenda employees could understand. Chu. Who is talking about me behind my back again? Pei Qian rubbed his nose and continued to browse the webpage seriously. He did not notice that TPDB began to enter the field of vision of many netizens, because at this time, he was paying attention to another more important thing. The advertisements in A Better Tomorrow were overinterpreted. Many viewers did not care about these advertisements at first, but just regarded them as meaningless background boards in the movie. Because the advertising planning of these brands is original, there is no collision with any existing advertisements, and the logos are collected from various departments, which are different from any existing logos on the market. Therefore, at first glance, there is no clue at all. However, with the in-depth excavation of various film critics, more and more people found that the advertisements in the movie seemed to have other meanings, and began to study them frantically. Many people watched the movie 2 or 3 times just to study all the advertisements clearly. After comparing with the projects on the TPDB website, everyone was surprised to find that the logos of these advertisements seemed to be very similar to Tenda's existing industries. For example, the advertisement of a certain website in the movie was obviously changed from the logo of the terminal. The logo of a virtual reality entertainment room in the movie also has some strange similarities with the logo of Moyu Internet Cafe. You won't feel it when you see it for the first time, but the more you see it, the more familiar it looks. Therefore, many viewers have developed a strong interest in these brands. Some people go to Moyu Internet Cafe to surf the internet, some order ROF hosts online, and some run to the finish line to watch. And what makes Pei Qian most desperate is the Moyu complex in Linqing. When it opened, Pei Qian went there once. He originally thought that the attendance rate of Moyu Internet Cafe 2.0 would be 60% to 70%, but on the opening day, it was full. As for what is the situation there now? Suppose you are a resident of Linqing. One day, you strolled to the cinema with nothing to do. After watching A Better Tomorrow, you casually flipped through the film reviews and saw a post titled In-Depth Analysis of Brand Archetypes of Advertisements in Movies. You were surprised to find that the industries mentioned in this post, including Moyu Internet Cafe, Moyu Takeaway, ROF Installation, Nifeng Logistics, etc., are not far from here, or right at your doorstep. At this time, you should choose a go over and take a look, buy something, and take photos. B. Restrain your curiosity and go home to sleep. What most people will choose is simply obvious. Pei Qian didn't dare to ask Xiaopeng, the person in charge of the Moyu Internet Cafe in Linqing, because he was worried that his little heart could not bear such a painful answer. Just thinking about it, I feel that the consequences are disastrous. After closing the web page, Pei Qian looked out the window with melancholy. Forget it, let's take the time to think about what benefits the employees still have not been provided. Chapter 431 Lu Jiao's Interview, Help from a Noble. After thinking hard, Pei Qian had a friendly and harmonious exchange with the system, and finally decided on 2 directions: housing and fitness. In fact, Tenda already has corresponding benefits for these 2 projects. There are subsidies for renting houses, and there are also company-reimbursed cards and a certain number of private training courses for fitness. It's just that the current amount of benefits seems to be unable to meet Mr. Pei's needs. Pei Qian now has only one feeling: making money like a mountain, spending money like pulling a thread. Of course, letting all employees share this pain together seems to be a good choice, but this sharing is obviously limited. Pei Qian wanted to buy a large number of buildings and let all employees live in luxury houses, but it was obviously not allowed by the system. So, Pei Qian had to use housing subsidies instead. Now, the scale of Tenda Group is getting bigger and bigger, and it makes more and more money, and the system's restrictions on employee benefits have gradually relaxed. The idea of providing every employee with a luxury house is still restricted, but it seems that some other methods can be used to achieve it. Pei Qian has discovered that for the system, different ways of spending money have different restrictions. Charity has the strictest restrictions, with only a tiny amount of money available each cycle. Welfare has slightly looser restrictions, and will continue to improve as the company expands, and can benefit all employees. Reimbursement has even looser restrictions, but you must find a justifiable reason, and it must seem to be related to work needs. Investment has the loosest restrictions, and there seems to be no upper limit on the amount of money invested. The most important restriction is to leave a profit point so that the project can theoretically make money. Even in some extremely special cases, even if the possibility of making money is very small, as long as it can gain excellent reputation and social influence, the system will not stop it, such as the documentary Huang Sibo and his team shot before, and the loss-making Nifeng logistics. Therefore, if you want to simply use welfare or reimbursement to provide accommodation for employees, there are many restrictions. Even if you can do it, it is estimated that at most it will be a 4-person or 2-person room, and it is difficult to raise the standards in all aspects too high. But if you change your mind, if you use the investment method, the system's standards will be much looser. For example, Pei Qian uses this money to invest in an apartment project, spends money on renovation, and then sets a price to rent it out to the outside world. If some of these rooms are used as staff dormitories, the system will not be too strict, just like it is troublesome for Pei Qian to prepare working meals for employees. But if he first sets up a takeaway service, and then lets the takeaway service provide working meals for employees, and reimburses through the company's accounts, then there will be no problem. If it cannot be rented out to the outside world, it will be even better, and President Pei can take the opportunity to make a big loss. As for why he chose housing and fitness. Because these two projects have entities, they have to pay for decoration and rent, and the maintenance and operation costs are relatively high. Since they are both expensive, they are more likely to lose money. Moreover, Pei Qian himself can also benefit from it and move to another place to live. Although the current place is okay, it is just an ordinary 2-bedroom apartment after all. As a homebody, Pei Qian certainly hopes that the place he lives in can be bigger and the conditions can be better. Judging from the current situation, it seems a bit far-fetched to expect to lose money to buy a big house. Moreover, Pei Qian thought about it and felt that if it was just for living, it seemed unnecessary to worry about buying a house with his own money. Even if the house belongs to the company, as long as I can live in it all the time and can do whatever I want, what does it matter if it is mine? After thinking for a long time, Pei Qian added the 2 projects, apartment and gym, to the planning of the next cycle. This cycle is definitely too late. On the one hand, it is because there is only 1 month left before the settlement. It is too late to start these projects now. The terror hostel cannot be completed in this cycle. Adding another unfinished project will affect the settlement. On the other hand, it is because the payment for the movie is not so fast. Generally, movies are released 1 month after being released. The box office figures can only be determined after they are released. After that, the box office revenue of the movie is attributed from the theater to the theater chain. After going through several links and a whole set of processes, it may take 3 to 6 months. However, the film industry in this world also has companies that quickly settle payments, which is similar to bank factoring business. According to the box office sharing contract, the payment is paid in advance and a part of the handling fee is charged. In plain words, it is similar to the fast refund of many shopping websites. But even so, the money will not be received until the next cycle. For Pei Qian, this is actually good news, because this cycle does not need to bear such heavy pressure to spend tens of millions in less than a month. But the next cycle, the pressure will be great. So, Pei Qian decided to spend the windfall earned from the movie on the apartment and gym projects at the beginning of the next cycle. As for the extra money earned by other industries due to the influence of the movie, in addition to regular expenses, it seems that it can only be mindlessly invested in the Jingji Hostel project under the premise of ensuring that the next settlement cycle of the Jingji Hostel can be completed and opened normally, absorb as much excess funds as possible. Pei Qian threw the notebook aside, feeling a little hopeless. February 25, Friday. The fourth one who decided to disappear. Pei Qian browsed the webpage, feeling that the sun was setting and the general trend was over. The activities of the Water Army obviously began to decline, because the activities of the Water Army not only did not have the desired effect, but made the movie Beautiful Ming more and more popular. It seems that the competitors who hired the Water Army also retreated in the face of difficulties and did not want to spend this money in vain. Pei Qian glanced at the Guoyuan app, and it seemed that the screening schedule had been improved again. This is really a sad story. Pei Qian and his competitors should have the same mood at this time. Pei Qian silently uninstalled the Guoyuan app, with the mentality of out of sight, out of mind. In short, as long as I don't see the box office does not exist. Pei Qian had been staying in the rental house for the past few days, feeling a little bored. He subconsciously opened Weibo, wanting to look for the latest news and see if the joke writers had any new creations, so as to ease his depressed mood. However, as soon as he opened Weibo, he saw 3 hot searches. Hashtag hashtag. Hashtag hashtag. Hashtag hashtag. Pei Qian. The ghost is still there. It seems that there were no hot search topics yesterday. Clicking on the topic hashtag Lu Jiao's acting skills hashtag, Pei Qian saw an interview transcript. Interview with Lu Jiao, the breakthrough in acting is due to Gue Rubois. On February 22, Beautiful Ming was released. A satirical story of future science fiction broke the audience's stereotype of domestic science fiction movies. The box office exceeded 80 million in 4 days and caused heated discussions on the entire network. Lu Jiao contributed wonderful acting skills in the film, interpreting the various emotions of a future man vividly, and the rivalry with veteran actor Zhang Zuding made the audience very excited. During the roadshow, he heard an audience comment that after watching the movie, it was completely, I forgot that the person on the screen was Lu Jiao, which he felt was the highest praise he had received so far. Lu Jiao poster of Beautiful Ming. Lu Jiao's box office poison attribute has always been a topic of discussion. The audience has summed up various curses, and it seems that all the movies in which Lu Jiao participated, regardless of whether there is a famous director or a big production, will eventually fail at the box office. If this method still has some ridicule, then the audience's discussion on whether Lu Jiao has acting skills is even more sharp and harsh. Comments such as overdoing it, everyone he plays is like himself, and making people feel distracted always bother Lu Jiao, and he suffers after every movie is released. However, the great success of Beautiful Ming has completely cleaned off the toxicity for Lu Jiao, and the box office results so far have also proven that it is box office poison. A scene in the movie where Lu Jiao drinks beer. In this regard, Lu Jiao lamented that actors will encounter extremely important roles for themselves at many stages of their lives, and will also meet noble people who are of great help to their careers. During the filming of Beautiful Ming, Lu Jiao benefited a lot from acting against veteran actor Zhang Zuding. He learned deep acting skills such as how to understand the character's psychology and how to put himself into the role. More importantly, there was a noble person on the set who pointed out the problems in Lu Jiao's performance, making him suddenly realize that actors should not work hard to play the role, but should make themselves the role. Lu Jiao said that this noble person not only brought him an epiphany in acting, but also gave him a new understanding of life planning and even life philosophy. The road from idol star to mature and powerful actor is not easy, but he has been working hard. Now Lu Jiao said that he prefers complex and human roles, and he interprets the weaknesses and shortcomings of the characters more. Correspondingly, his performance has also changed from being outspoken to being restrained. In terms of life planning, Lu Jiao said that he would slow down and take every step firmly. Just like that noble man, normal acting is the most difficult, what the role is, you should act like it. And extending to the philosophy of life, it is to focus on the actor's job, and should constantly hone his acting skills, rather than focusing on things that are not related to his job. Lu Jiao, who was recommended by Gui Ru, finally found his own way as an actor. Chapter 432 Single Blade Meeting Modest. This interview was published on February 24, which was yesterday. After it was published, it has been reposted and has had a wide impact on platforms such as Weibo. There are already tens of thousands of comments below, which shows that this interview has a wide impact. Lu Jiao's acting in this movie is beyond reproach. Indeed, this movie seems to have exploded so far, and it's no longer appropriate to call him box office poison. When I first saw that Lu Jiao was the lead actor, I didn't want to watch it, but I was shocked when I saw the scene of him drinking beer at the beginning. I couldn't believe my eyes. I think Lu Jiao is really not easy. He is not like other young actors who keep saying how hard they work, but their acting skills haven't improved for a long time. Lu Jiao has been working hard silently, and now he has finally made a breakthrough. I'm a fan, I'm going to watch it again. Review his acting skills. I really want to know, who is Gui Ran, the noble man who helped me? Since I've thanked the fried pig's trotters before, it shouldn't be the fried pig's trotters, right? Maybe it's director Zhu Su? It doesn't seem like that. If it's the director, you can just thank him directly. Why do you have to call him noble? He not only guided my acting skills, but also my philosophy of life. This noble man is really extraordinary. I just want to know if Lu Jiao can win the Best Actor award for his performance in this film. If he can't win it at a foreign film festival, he should still have hope of winning a domestic award, right? Not so good either. Maybe this film will be more favored by foreign judges? After flipping through a few comments, Pei Qian's face darkened, and the corners of his mouth twitched slightly. Normal acting is the most difficult? Act like the role? Was that what I said originally? Mine was clearly, just act normally, the male lead is just a nobody, and it's best to act like a nobody. This Lu Jiao not only misinterpreted my meaning, but also gave philosophical meaning to my two random sentences. Obviously, Lu Jiao couldn't remember exactly what Pei Qian did at the time, but just made up his mind based on his vague memory, so it became these two sentences in the interview. Moreover, this noble man is obviously Pei Qian. Lu Jiao, I have no problem with you washing away the toxicity, and it's okay for you to have an explosive acting performance, but can you not do it right in the middle of my movie? Pei Qian found that his worry about Lu Jiao drinking beer becoming a hot search has really become a reality, but the process is a little different from what he expected. Knock knock knock. Pei Qian was leaning on the chair and daydreaming, when there was a knock on the door. Pei Qian was stunned. Express delivery? No, I don't seem to have bought anything recently. He opened the door and saw that it was Ma Yang. Why are you here? Pei Qian was a little surprised. It was still early before the school started. Although the company had already started working, He Dishing could still handle the things on Yuan Main Venture Capital. Pei Qian was also asking about the main investment projects, so it didn't make any difference whether Ma Yang was there or not. Pei Qian originally thought that Ma Yang would spend the entire summer vacation at home before coming to work. Ma Yang sat down on the sofa, with a look of concern on his face. I heard from he dishing that Brother Qian had not been to the company these days, so I wanted to come and see. He glanced at the pile of snack bags on the coffee table, which were all eaten by Pei Qian when he was at home doing nothing these days. Ma Yang's face turned serious. Brother Qian, I have to criticize you. You are the chairman now, you can't take everything on yourself. As for Dream Ventures, I did not have much time because I was preparing for the final exams, but you can't take all the investment matters on yourself just because you care about my studies. Look at how stressed you are now. You've eaten so much junk food. It's too bad for your health. Ma Yang said as he grabbed the half bag of potato chips left on the table and started chewing them crunch crunch. Now that the new year is over, I'm back and ready to share your worries. Brother Qian, let's assign the tasks. Pei Qian looked sad. I'm really worried now, but it's not something you can share. Old Ma, I originally trusted you very much, but how do you explain the 20 million from IOI? If it weren't for your unreasonable 20 million investment, would I have taken over the work of Yuan Venture Capital? I would have let you lose it long ago. But Pei Qian thought about it and realized that he didn't seem to have any qualifications to blame old Ma. Although Ma Yang spent 20 million to buy shares in the finger company, IOI hasn't been launched in China yet. On the other hand, Pei Qian's own investment projects, shared phone booths, Xueba Quaicom app. Forget it, it seems that he doesn't have the face to blame old Ma. After I took over, it seems that I am not as good as Lao Ma. Pei Qian sat down on the sofa, considering whether to give Lao Ma a second chance. After thinking for a while, Pei Qian asked tentatively, Lao Ma, if Yuan Venture Capital has another 50 million now, where do you want to invest? Ma Yang had already finished half a bag of potato chips, and then looked at the unopened bag of shrimp strips next to him. 50 million. The last investment in the finger company seemed to be quite successful. Why not continue to invest in the finger company? Pei Qian. Stubborn. Pei Qian was so distressed. Old Ma, stop eating, stand up. Ma Yang, who had just grabbed a handful of shrimp strips, was startled and hurriedly stood up, but subconsciously stuffed the shrimp strips into his mouth. Pei Qian was furious. No, didn't you eat before you came? Ma Yang nodded. Yes, Brother Qian, how did you know? How about we order takeout now? Do you eat fried chicken? Pei Qian. What was I thinking just now? By the way, I am very dissatisfied with your answer. What is the name of our investment company? Ma Yang hurriedly said, it's called Dream Venture Capital, Brother Qian. Pei Qian nodded. Then what is the purpose of Dream Venture Capital? Ma Yang, invest in dreams. Pei Qian said earnestly, does Finger Company look like a company that needs to invest in dreams now? They don't lack money at all. What's more important now is to invest money in those dreams that need to be realized more. For example. Forget it, think about it yourself. Pei Qian originally thought, it's just a project like the shared phone booth, but then he thought again. It seemed that the shared phone booth project had already made money, so he had to swallow it back silently. Ma Yang stopped talking and seemed to be lost in thought. Halfway through his thought, he secretly picked up 2 shrimp strips, put them in his mouth silently, and chewed them. Pei Qian. Okay, go find some more dreams, show them to me after you find them, and then decide how to invest. Ma Yang nodded hurriedly. Okay, Brother Qian, I will definitely share your worries. Are you really not going to order takeout? Pei Qian was speechless. What time is it? Go to Moyu Internet Cafe to eat by yourself, I still have things to do. Oh, okay, then I'll leave first, Brother Qian. Ma Yang turned around to leave, but suddenly realized something and picked up the bag of shrimp strips on the table. These shrimp strips are quite delicious. I'm leaving, Brother Qian. Pei Qian felt complicated as he watched Ma Yang leave. Lao Ma, you must cheer up. I'm counting on you. In the afternoon, Tenda Game Department. Anyway, after Bao Su and I leave, GOG's affairs will be handed over to you. Work on the interoperability between the two terminals as soon as possible, and also work on the skin design of the existing heroes. During this period, your respective tasks will be fine. Even if you encounter any emergencies, don't panic. Think carefully about what President Pei said, and you will definitely find the answer. Li Yada is explaining the next tasks to Hu Xianbin and 3 other people. She and Bao Su will travel abroad on March 1st. During this period, all the preliminary preparations such as visas, air tickets, accommodation and itineraries have been arranged. Of course, the handover of work with Hu Xianbin and the other 3 has also been completed. This Friday is the last day for the 2 of them to go to work, and all the work has been completely handed over. After everything was arranged, Li Yada looked at her mobile phone. She had sent a message to President Pei before, saying that the work handover was completed and she was ready to travel abroad. President Pei simply replied with 2 words, go. Li Yada was a little worried at first, but when she thought that there would be no big problems with President Pei in charge, the 2 words go were simple, but like a reassurance, Li Yada instantly put her mind at ease. Zhang Nan returned to his workstation and found that Yuan Guanjian's studio had sent a new original painting, so he hurried to receive it. Zhang Nan's job is mainly to design hero skins. She was originally a costume designer and has many unique ideas for skin design, which can be applied to the game. The original painting sent this time is Single Blade meeting Modest, which is also the first legendary skin of the hero Modest. In the original painting, Modest is dressed in Peking opera costumes, with a red-haired look, 5 long beards full of majesty, and flags on his back. As a legendary skin, this skin will be customized with exclusive return actions, unique voices, and skill effects, which will definitely make players feel that it is worth the money. This is a skin linked to the traditional art of Peking opera. In the famous segment Single Sword Meeting, Guan Yu sits in Jingzhou and attends the meeting alone, which has become a good story for a while. In the minds of employees, Modest's prototype Pei Zong obviously also has the heroic spirit of despising the strong and being calm in the face of changes. He is extremely courageous, but also extremely wise, and has many similarities with Guan Eri. These flags on the skin are originally Peking opera appearances, but they are very suitable for expressing the weapons on Modest's back, which is simply appropriate. Chapter 433 Auto E1. Monday, February 28. Auto Technology. This is the final product of the mobile phone. It is already in mass production. It is difficult to change it. Chang Yu handed a mobile phone to Lin Wan. Lin Wan reached out to take it and found that the prototype was still as heavy as the previous prototype, but there was a very obvious difference in appearance. The impression of the previous prototype on Lin Wan can be simply summarized as stupid, big, black, and thick. There was no decoration on the black plastic shell. It felt heavy and very heavy in the hand. Whether it was the front, back or side, it basically achieved 360-degree, full dead angle. No matter how you look at it, it can't be sold. But now, after changing to a customized glass shell, the feeling is instantly different. The glass shell feels good, and it uses a matte frosted treatment, so it will not become a fingerprint collector. Compared with the prototype, it seems to be thinner and feels much rounder. The back is very simple, with only a solid color logo, which is the one that appeared in the movie A Better Tomorrow. Moreover, it will glow and turn on the breathing light effect. Of course, if you are worried about power consumption, you can turn it off. However, for a mobile phone with a large 5800 mAh battery, even if this light is always on, the phone is enough to last a whole day. The design of the front is relatively standard, with a forehead and a chin, but it has been made as narrow as possible. The full-screen solutions on the market are still very immature. At the same time, considering the high configuration of this phone, it is not an exaggeration to say that it is a gaming phone, so when playing games in landscape mode, both hands must have a place to hold. So no matter how you consider it, the front can only be made in this shape. The side is also different from other mobile phones on the market. The charging port of the power cord is on the side, so that you can ensure that the charging cable will not touch your hands when playing games while charging. In short, this appearance is highly similar to the appearance of the mobile phone in the movie. The overall style is relatively simple, and at the same time it has a certain sense of technology and futuristic. It is not exactly the same because the mobile phone in the movie is designed to be a full-screen form in order to show a better sense of the future, which is impossible in reality. But if you look at it from the back, side, or the front is in the off state, it is almost the same as the mobile phone in the movie. Lin Wanqing couldn't help but weigh it with his hand. Well, it's still heavy. Although the appearance seems to be smaller than the prototype after changing to a formal glass shell, and looks like a normal large-sized mobile phone, the weight has not changed and is still a bit heavy. However, high refresh rate screens and top-level SoCs are all big power consumers. Without a 5,800 mAh large battery, battery life seems to be a problem, and if you want a large battery, you will inevitably have to sacrifice weight. Fingerprint unlocking. There are very few native applications on the desktop, and there are no bundled applications at all. The only thing worth mentioning is that the various UI animations are very smooth. Changyu coughed twice and explained, Boss Pei asked. We are not allowed to do those bundled functions, and the original ecology of the Aizhua system is maintained as much as possible, so there are no bundled software. All the software that users may need is put in the mobile application market and placed in the recommendation column. Of course, we are not idle, and we have optimized all aspects such as UI animation. It can't be said that it is completely useless, at least it looks much smoother. Changyu himself said a little unconfidently. Optimizing UI animations, such as switching and zooming various software, will be more responsive, which is indeed very comfortable under the high refresh rate screen, but in fact it is just a change in feeling, and it will not actually improve the performance of the phone. Lin Wan's eyes lit up and was very surprised. She repeatedly opened an app, deleted the process, opened it again, and deleted the process again, enjoying it endlessly. Then, she took out her latest Shenhua flagship phone to compare it. Obviously, in terms of experience alone, the OTTO technology phone is better. I think it's pretty good. It's in line with Mr. Pei's consistent design concept, which is to make simple things perfect. Lin Wan praised it highly. After reading the phone from beginning to end, Lin Wan came to a conclusion. It seems that apart from being heavy and expensive, there are no other major disadvantages. Changyu nodded, that's true, but these two disadvantages are not easy to make up for. Of course, we only produced 1,000 phones in the early stage, and each was priced at $81.99. Because of the small production, the current approach is not impossible. Anyway, it is not a model for the general public. We don't pursue sales of tens of millions. We just sell a few thousand or tens of thousands of units first. Even if it is a little heavier and more expensive, as long as it is sold to people who are not very sensitive to weight and price. The key is whether this phone can attract them and make them willing to sacrifice some weight and wallet for it. Lin Wan nodded, that's why I came here today. She pushed a form to Changyu and explained, this is all the benefits that can be obtained for this phone at present, take a look. Changyu reached out to take it and found that the form was full of exclusive benefits customized for autophone users as mentioned before, roughly divided into several major categories. Game category. The mobile version of Hot Blood War Song can open high frame rate mode and special optimization. The GOG mobile version can enable high frame rate mode and special optimization. Bind your Tenda game account and receive a new game every year. Tenda Games will regularly launch exclusive appearances, skins, guns, and other benefits for mobile phone users, which can be purchased at low prices. Entertainment. Ultimate VIP event Chinese network. The initial recommendation ticket and monthly ticket are the highest in the entire site, with a 30% discount on subscriptions, and priority for various test functions. Fei Huang Studio Connoisseur. All online dramas are free to watch, and 2 preview tickets are given for the release of new movies. TPDB website high authority users. Life. Moyu Internet Cafe Game Master, 30% discount on consumption, and a free drink every day. Moyu Takeaway Senior Member, regular red envelopes, free delivery fees. Mingyan Private Kitchen VIP, a dish is given for a single consumption of 3,000. Nifeng Logistics VIP customers, priority in receiving and sending express delivery. Other categories. Trade-in, an additional discount of 500 on the basis of the valuation of the old mobile phone. Only replace without repair. If the mobile phone is not man-made, the new phone will be delivered to the door and the data will be transferred, and the old mobile phone will be recycled. If it is damaged by human factors, it will be repaired free of charge 3 times a year. Accessories included, free application for mobile phone screen protectors, and cases for this model up to 5 times a year. 95% discount on all categories, can be used for Tenda-related industries, and any consumption will enjoy an additional 95% discount on top of the original discount. Lifetime benefit update. Every time Tenda launches a new business, it will open an exclusive benefit content for automobile phone users. Chong, you read this table from beginning to end and couldn't help but sigh. Now it is finally worthy of the price of 8,199. Fortunately, it has fulfilled its mission. Before, President Pei asked this phone to go directly to the 8,000 yuan level, and Changyu thought it was difficult and almost impossible to do it. But now it seems that President Pei has long known in his heart that with the support of many industries of Tenda Group, this phone can indeed be sold for 8,000 yuan. The coverage of the discounts here is very wide, some standards are very clear, and some standards are relatively vague, and there is a suspicion of making up numbers. For example, this lifetime benefit update only promises that Tenda will open exclusive benefits for mobile phone users in the future when there are new industries, but the specific amount of the benefits is not promised. This is mainly because they are afraid that they will be too full and cannot be fulfilled in the future, which will be embarrassing. These benefits basically involve all departments of Tenda, and the discounts are not small, especially if you live in Qingshan, you can get a lot of benefits. Of course, users get benefits from Tenda, and Tenda in turn uses these benefits to attract new users, so no one loses. These benefits are not just various industries giving blood transfusions and concessions to OTTO technology. These benefits are all included in the premium of the mobile phone. The price of this phone is 8,199, which is 2 or 3,000 more expensive than the current flagship phones of Pineapple and Shenhua. After the hardware configuration offsets the brand premium, the price is higher because of these additional services. After the phone is sold, Changyu will naturally return part of the profit to these departments. In the early stage, only 1,000 units are sold, so this rebate is definitely better than nothing, but if the sales volume of mobile phones can really reach hundreds of thousands or hundreds of thousands in the future, this part of the profit will be very considerable. As for the specific way to achieve it, it is very simple. There is NFC in the mobile phone. As long as the identity and account are bound, you can go to the internet cafe and offline store to swipe the phone directly, and all the online Tenda accounts can be done. Chong, you carefully looked at the details of these benefits again and had some questions. What kind of game is this GOG? Is it difficult to open the high frame rate mode and exclusive optimization? Lin Wan replied, it is the battle game that Tenda's game department is developing recently, referred to as GOG. The high frame rate mode and exclusive optimization are not difficult, but we are not planning to open it to other models of mobile phones at present, because the high frame rate mode has requirements for the screen refresh rate, and the power consumption will also increase significantly. The mobile version of GOG has not yet been fully developed, and it may have to wait until the mobile phone is officially released before it is released to the mobile phone's app store. The arrangement for Hot Blood War Song has been made. The high frame rate mode of this game may be more of a gimmick than a practical effect, but it doesn't matter. This game has many players. With a little publicity, a lot of mobile phones can be sold. Changyu hesitated. I'm a little worried that I owe too many favors to other departments, which will be difficult to deal with in the future. Lin Wan smiled. You don't have to care about this. There is no difference between the departments within Tenda. As long as OTTO technology can grow and develop, the mobile phones will sell millions or tens of millions of units like Shenhua in the future. That means using mobile phones to promote other businesses in turn. You don't have to be embarrassed. As long as you do a good job in the mobile phone business, it will be the best reward. By the way, how many product lines are currently planned? Changyu was silent for a moment. There is no plan to plan product lines for the time being. Because in Mr. Pei's plan, we only make high-end phones. A 8,000 yuan phone must ensure that the overall net profit margin is not high, so it must be piled up. And the product line planning focuses on business, photography or appearance, etc., targeting different groups of people, and it is inevitable that some content that the target group does not pay much attention to must be castrated. For example, the camera phones prepared for girls are often very beautiful, but not equipped with such a good flagship chip. All the accessories of our mobile phone are basically full. In summary, it is a bucket, a straight man, and the product form has basically been determined. So, I haven't figured out whether there is any need to plan other product lines yet. I'll find a chance to ask Mr. Pei again. He may be busy with other work recently, and I can't contact him. Lin Wan thought for a while. Well, that's right, I was wrong. I haven't learned to walk yet, but I'm thinking about taking off. Let's focus on this phone and sell these 1,000 units first. Then, call it Auto One? It seems a bit strange. Lin Chang said, call it OTTOE1. E stands for the prefix extra in English, such as extraordinary, extravagant, extreme, which means that our phone is extreme, luxurious, and full of added value. Chapter 434, First Order Record of Endpoint Chinese Website. March 1st, Tuesday. Last weekend, the house Pei Qian bought was officially delivered. After finding a special acceptance company for formal acceptance, Pei Qian got all kinds of certificates and keys for this house. However, there were no furniture, home appliances, etc. in the house. Pei Qian originally planned to let his parents live in this house, and he did not plan to buy furniture and home appliances according to his own preferences, so he went home specially and gave each of the two elders a key, asking them to go there to help clean up when they have time. Pei Qian's plan is perfect. Just say that he is busy with work and can't get away, so the house has been bought, but there is no time to deal with these messy things. Let the two elders take time to choose furniture, home appliances, etc., and after they are satisfied, Pei Qian will reimburse. In this way, the style of the furniture purchased will be more in line with the aesthetics of my parents. After everything is packed up, let my parents take time to live there for a few days, saying that it will add some vitality to the new house. After living like this for a while, my parents got used to it, so it was natural for them to give the house away. As for Pei Qian himself, he could definitely think of other ways to get himself a bigger place to live. After a busy weekend, Pei Qian felt much better after completely putting aside the company's troubles. The only unhappy thing was that after returning home, his parents kept asking about the new movie of Fei Huang's studio. Pei Qian told the truth helplessly. As a result, the two elders were very happy and insisted on dragging Pei Qian to watch it again. They also carefully found Pei Qian's name in the list of behind-the-scenes personnel. Pei Qian had nothing to say about his parents' behavior of publicly punishing him for building happiness on his pain. He could only cry silently in his heart. In short, after a period of recuperation, President Pei was fully revived. The next month is the real tough battle, which directly determines the success or failure of this cycle. The two games developed by Tenda Games and Shangyang Games will be launched this month. The OTTO mobile phone should also hold a press conference and officially go on sale. These are the projects that Pei Qian once had high hopes for. If all of them lose money, it can completely offset the pain caused by the high box office of the movie. Xiao Sun drove the car seriously and headed to Shenhua Haojing. Pei Qian sat in the back seat and took out his phone on impulse, hoping to find some spiritual comfort. What satisfied him most recently was the transformation of the Chinese website's author study class. Since the Tenda spirit was spread to this study class, the update volume of all authors has shown a downward trend, and the writing is getting shorter and shorter. Even Mingyu, who used to be a model worker, no longer updates frequently, and only writes 7,000 to 8,000 words a day. For other authors, 7,000 to 8,000 words is already a lot, but for Mingyu, who used to update 15,000 words frequently, he said that this number has been cut in half. Pei Qian was particularly happy about this. Although the impact of these authors' fewer updates on the website is minimal, and it is of no help to President Pei's plan to lose money, it is a very happy thing to see that this kind of slacking idea can be spread. The benefits of the present will benefit future generations. Pei Qian now opens the Chinese website app not to read novels, but just to see if the number of words updated by these authors today has decreased again. There is no way. President Pei is such a boring and easily satisfied person. However, after opening the app this time, what popped up was not a list of books, but a splash screen recommendation. The butterfly game is now available. The butterfly flaps its wings, stirring up a storm. It has broken many records on the website since its serialization, and is a new urban theme that has become popular on the entire network. Collect and subscribe to receive a random endpoint coin gift package. Pei Qian was stunned for a moment. The recommendation for this new book seems a bit too strong, right? The splash screen can be said to be the best recommended resource on the website. There don't seem to be many books that get this resource as soon as they are put on the shelves. Butterfly game? Why don't I remember this book title? Is it a new book that has only appeared in the past month? There is no pen name on the splash screen. Is it a new author? If the book is well written, we can't delay it. We must pull it over to learn the Tenda spirit immediately. Pei Qian clicked in subconsciously. However, when he saw the author's pen name, Pei Qian was stunned. The tentacle monster who is desperately typing? Isn't this Cui Geng? He is still writing a book. Pei Qian was very confused. He could be said to have a great favor for the author Cui Geng, mainly because Cui Geng played a very key role in the spread of the Tenda spirit in the study class. However, Pei Qian's impression of Cui Geng still remained on his completion speech and the position of special observer. Pei Qian had learned about Cui Geng's income. Calculated by his average subscription and the update speed of salted fish, his monthly income was only about 10,000 yuan at most. Although the salary of a special observer is not that high, with the various subsidies and benefits from Tenda, the actual value is obviously higher. Moreover, there is no specific work task for his position. Even if he plays games every day, he can still make the same money. With this comparison, what motivation does Cui Geng have to update the novel? Pei Qian was somewhat confused. A salted fish who had no reason to update novels had started a new book and put it on the shelves. This seemed to be a problem. The number of words. 260,000 words were put on the shelves. The first chapter was released on New Year's Eve, February 2nd. In other words, this book has been written for less than a month so far, and 260,000 words have been written. Moreover, 10 chapters were updated after it was put on the shelves, which added up to 280,000 words. 280,000 words written in a month? How could this be called a salted fish? This is worthy of his title of a tentacle monster who writes desperately. Pei Qian was a little dizzy. Could it be that this guy made some money, got arrogant, and hired a ghostwriter? On second thought, that was impossible. Ma Yichun would never tolerate such a thing. But no matter what, 280,000 words were written in a month. This was obviously not the Chui Gong that Pei Qian knew. Either there was something wrong with Chui Gong, or there was something wrong with Pei Qian's understanding. Pei Qian quickly opened Butterfly Game to check the text of the novel. Reading chapter by chapter, from the protagonist getting the golden finger to a game producer who had no intention of making money by accident making a fortune. The more Pei Qian read, the more he felt a magical sense of déjà vu. Isn't this me? The content of the book seemed to be repeatedly lashing out at the corpse, and the comments from readers made Pei Qian feel as if he was being laughed at by countless people. Emma, this book is so funny, ha 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 ha. Please update the pigeon spirit quickly, I can't wait to see which unlucky person's dream comes true. This protagonist is really interesting. You say he is doing good things, but every time he imagines other people's wishes, he imagines them in the opposite direction. But if you say he is doing bad things, he really makes others achieve success in the secular sense, leaving only the supporting characters with confused faces. I am really curious about how the pigeon spirit's brain circuit is. He can even think of such a stupid plot. Still called Pigeon Spirit? Call him Tentacle Brother. Big Brother, it's released directly after a month of updates. Are you convinced? I've always wanted to ask, has the pen name changed? Not only is the writing style and subject matter very different, but even the attitude has changed drastically. It used to be good to wait for one update a day, and it was often delayed. Now it's often 4 or 5 chapters a day. It seems to be the credit of the author training class held by the website. All the authors who attended the training class have written better and better books. I'll go and at the books I'm following one by one. Pei Qian quickly scanned the readers' comments and was terrified. It seems, this book is well received? Pei Qian was hit hard. For him, this matter is not just about getting a good book on the Chinese website. More importantly, is Chui Gong, the special observer, competent? Can a special observer who suddenly starts writing hard and updating frequently still be called an observer? He is busy writing all day, so how can he have time to observe? He completely failed the expectations of President Pei for granting him this position. Pei Qian was in a hurry, and when he refreshed the page, he found another single chapter. I have good news to share with you all. It has been 12 hours since the first VIP chapter was officially uploaded at midnight. The first order of this book has reached 8,000, breaking the previous first order record of N Chinese network. There are still 12 hours left. The final data is estimated to be between 12,000 and 15,000. This is a huge breakthrough for me and the website. So, before the final results come out, I hope everyone can click in to show their support. If you think this book is well written, please subscribe to the first chapter. Let's create the first order record of N Chinese network together. And I am also working hard on typing. Once midnight passes, the 10,000 word update will be delivered immediately. Thank you everyone. Pei Qian looked a little dazed. Nima, if the natural growth rate is normal, the next 12 hours will definitely not be as fast as the initial growth rate, and the first order of about 13,000 is a normal data. However, this is a great opportunity for N Chinese network, so Ma Yichun is almost using all the resources of the entire network to promote Butterfly Game. There are 2 reading peaks in the remaining 12 hours, in the afternoon and evening. According to this desperate recommendation quota, the first-order data may really double again. The biggest problem of Chinese network before was that the benefits of low-level authors were good, but there was never a book that really became popular. Cui Geng's original book had an average subscription of about 5,000, which was already ranked 40 to 50 on Chinese network. Among all the authors who participated in the study class, Cui Geng's performance was also very high. Ma Yichun was very clear about this, and Pei Qian was also very clear. That's why Pei Qian rejected Ma Yichun's request to dig out masters from other sites and let him spend money on low-level authors. Unexpectedly, after all the work of this study class, a top author actually emerged. If the first order is 8,000, it may not be a big deal to get such a big site, where there may be dozens of authors who can get such data. But if the first order can reach about 15,000, even there, it is a very respected author. In other words, from now on, the situation where there are no great authors and no good books on the Chinese website will never return. And this is not the most fatal thing. The most fatal point is that Ma Yichun used so many resources to promote this book in order to achieve a publicity effect and set a benchmark for all authors. It means, see, if you write well on the Chinese website, you can also get 15,000 first orders. If you keep this first order, it will not be a problem to get an average order of 30,000 or 40,000. The benefits of the Chinese website for low-level authors were good, and many authors did not come simply because they felt that the upper limit of this website was not high enough. But now, someone has proved that the readership of this website has risen, and the upper limit has been raised, and some authors will definitely come. The same is true for readers. In the past, many readers felt that the Chinese website did not have top-notch books, and they just regarded this website as a spare tire. After reading books there, they occasionally came to take a look. But now, readers' stereotype of there are no good books on the Chinese website has naturally improved. In short, for Endpoint Chinese Network, Cui Geng's book Butterfly Game can be said to have a far-reaching impact. It marks the beginning of Endpoint Chinese Network's move to the next stage. Pei Qian looked at the single chapter posted by Cui Geng and was silent. President Pei's comeback didn't seem to be going very smoothly. Chapter 435 Focus on the shortcomings of our mobile phones. Added for the leader. Chinese Network Author Study Class. At noon, the authors sat around a long table, eating takeout, and everyone was paying attention to the information on their mobile phones, replying from time to time. Everyone was looking at the same group, Chinese Network Author Study Class. There were more than 60 people in the group, and almost all of them were online at this time, paying attention to the data of Cui Geng's new book. It's already 8,000? Brother Cui is awesome. Invincible. It's simply a role model for my generation. According to the current momentum, the first order exceeding 10,000 is a foregone conclusion. It depends on whether it can reach 15,000 and push the first order record up a lot. When can I have half of Brother Cui's strength? Most of the content is rainbow fart, but there are also serious discussions, such as analyzing why Cui Geng's book is so popular, and whether there is anything to learn and refer to in terms of writing skills. This scene looks a bit like a human confusing behavior award, because most of the people in the group are in this room. Of course, they do this for a reason. Now that the class has been held for the second time, the list of authors participating in the class has changed a bit. This time, the selection of the second class took a lot of twists and turns, and the competition was unprecedentedly fierce. Ma Yichun was also very worried. Some authors with good grades should participate in this class to check for omissions and make further progress, and at the same time give some advice to other authors with slightly worse grades. And some authors with poor grades should participate in this class to sprint and improve in a short period of time. In summary, it seems that all authors of the Chinese Network should come to this class for training. The palms and backs of the hands are all flesh, and Pei Qian also took a lot of effort to select the list of the second class, and then appeased the emotions of those authors who were not selected, and arranged them in advance on the list of the third class. However, some authors who participated in the first class continued to participate in the second class. Pei Qian hopes to achieve an old and new effect in this way. One-on-one tutoring can help them understand the Tenda spirit and master the learning rhythm of the class more quickly. Therefore, many members of the first class, including Chui Geng, were not present at the event. If everyone wanted to follow Chui Geng's real-time updates, they could only chat in the group. One author asked curiously, Mingyu Ju, what was going on with Chui Geng in the class? Why did he improve so quickly? Since you are the person involved, can you tell us in detail? Other authors also looked at Mingyu. Yes, Mingyu Ju, tell us what happened. I heard that Chui Geng got a position as an observer. Did he go to Tenda to collect materials? Most of the questions were from new authors. These new authors did not attend the last class, so they only knew that Chui Geng had some insights during the class and his grades had a leap, but they didn't know how he got the insights. It was a good opportunity to ask the insider. Mingyu put down his chopsticks, and after a moment of silence, he said, it's a long story. The most important thing should be the visit of President Pei that day. He kept it short and repeated the situation at that time. At first, everyone was writing in the small dark room, competing with each other to see who wrote more. Although the update volume increased, there was no qualitative leap. But at this moment, President Pei appeared. Mr. Pei was already keenly aware of the problems with this model, so he set a rule: the author who updated the most would take a day off, and the author who updated the least would receive education on the Tenda spirit. This move may seem simple, but it is profound. After learning the Tenda spirit, the wrong trend of focusing on quantity rather than quality was stopped in time. The confused author found his goal. The salty author was full of energy. The author who only pursued quantity was able to calm down and polish the plot. The author without a plan began to learn to carefully sort out the outline. The atmosphere of the study class was instantly refreshed. Finally, Mingyu concluded, under this environment, Brother Chui wrote a hit like Butterfly Game. It seems that it is because of his personal talent and hard work, and Tenda Group provided enough good materials, and there are certain accidental factors. But, even if Brother Chui did not write Butterfly Game, sooner or later, there would be another hit, because the overall level of the website is constantly growing, and this is an inevitable result. In the final analysis, it is because President Pei gently pointed out the general direction, and immediately let this giant ship turn around and head for the normal course. The authors listened carefully, with a look of yearning on their faces, and some even forgot to eat the food that was picked up to their mouths. Is it so magical? Incredible. One author couldn't help but raise his hand and asked, so, Mingyu Ju, what exactly is the Tenda spirit? Is there really such a power to turn decay into magic? Mingyu smiled slightly, haha, it's more than just turning decay into magic, it can also turn magic into more magic. However, it can only be understood, not expressed in words. Everyone has different characteristics, and the Tenda spirit they understand is also different. If you really want to know, then go to Tenda headquarters in person and see what your own Tenda spirit is like. When he arrived at the company gate, Pei Qian took a deep breath, adjusted his mood, and then stepped in. For some reason, he always felt like a primary school student on the first day of school after summer vacation, and he was very resistant. On the way to work, Pei Qian had been stabbed, and it seemed that he had started off badly. But Pei Qian didn't have time to pursue Chui Geng now, because he had a lot of things on hand. Lin Wan had sent several messages saying that Be Quiet had been developed and needed President Pei to determine the early publicity strategy. On He Dishing's side, Yuan Ming Venture Capital made more than 10 million by selling the Shuiba Kuilai project. He wanted to know what to do with the money now. As an investment company, It seemed a shame to let the money lie in the company's account. Chang, you wanted to confirm the press conference. Other matters could be postponed, but these three matters could not be postponed, because if any of them were not handled properly, the consequences would be serious. Therefore, Pei Qian still had to come to the office to make the final decision on these three matters. Pei Qian made appointments with 3 people. Chang Yu was from 2 to 3 o'clock, He Dishing was from 3 to 4 o'clock, and Lin Wan was from 4 to 5 o'clock. It was just right. They were all done in one afternoon. It was quite hasty. At 2 o'clock, Chang Yu arrived on time. Boss Pei, this time I want to confirm the general direction of the press conference with you. After the direction is determined, I can make the PPT for the press conference. Pei Qian waved his hand. I know, you tell me how you want to hold the press conference first. Chang Yu thought that Boss Pei was in a hurry, so he hurried to ask the most important question. The main thing is where the press conference is held, how big it is, what aspects of the mobile phone will be introduced in the PPT at the press conference, whether it is necessary to invite a spokesperson to attend, etc. My consideration is that we don't sell many mobile phones, and it's a new brand. Renting a too big place seems a bit extravagant, but it must not be too shabby, which may give people a bad impression of being cheap. So, the press conference can consider finding a general venue in the capital or the Magic City, and invite more technology review media to come. Then I suggest that we can appropriately touch porcelain, Shenhua, or pineapple mobile phones. After all, our mobile phones have so many features, and there are many places that are better than the flagship phones of these two companies. This is also a common method for many small mobile phone manufacturers to take advantage of the popularity of small and big. As for the spokesperson, this will cost money, so you should make the final decision, Mr. Pei. Pei Qian fell silent. Such a hot question right at the beginning really puts a severe test on Mr. Pei's ability. However, these problems are not difficult to solve. The press conference must be a grand event. Because the initial investment of automobile phone is only a few million, and only 1,000 mobile phones have been mass-produced, and it is not certain how many can be sold. Find a large venue to hold a press conference, and the cost of renting the venue will cost a lot of money. Moreover, it must not be held in places like the Imperial Capital or the Magic City. Hold it in Jingzhou. Invite those technology media to come, reimburse their round-trip tickets and air tickets, provide food and accommodation, and spend a lot of money. As for ordinary audiences, they can directly send tickets to Jingzhou, and they will definitely not charge a penny. Moreover, even if the press conference is bigger and more popular, what does it matter? At that time, there will definitely be a lot of disturbing. Everyone knows about this product, but it does not mean that they will definitely pay for it. It is even more impossible to bump into porcelain. President Pei can't afford to lose that person, and he doesn't want that popularity. Not only will he not bump into porcelain, but he will also talk about the shortcomings of his mobile phone at the press conference. Other people's press conferences are all about selling products on the spot, while OTTO Technologies' press conference is about weeding on the spot, giving you countless reasons not to buy this phone. As for the spokesperson, it seems unnecessary. Although hiring a spokesperson will definitely cost more money, what if this spokesperson has more loyal fans? You know, there are only 1,000 mobile phones in total. If there are irrational fans who rush up and grab them all, wouldn't it be embarrassing? If they sell out and don't produce more, the system will definitely not agree. But then I thought again, there don't seem to be many spokespersons with so many loyal fans. Why not find a spokesperson with few fans? After thinking for a moment, Pei Qian considered the wording and began to answer Chang Yu's questions one by one. Hold the press conference in Jingzhou, choose the largest venue, invite technology media to come, provide food and accommodation, and give away tickets to the site. There are also tickets to Moyu Internet Cafe, Nifeng Station, Moyu Takeaway, etc. As long as the customer is interested, we will give one ticket. Have more cool scenes at the press conference, and prepare some small gifts for all the participants. For the PPT at the press conference, we should not touching any other manufacturers. You must change your bad habits at Hongqing Technology. We will only talk about ourselves, talk about as much content as we can, and rest early. When talking about PPT, you must have certain skills. All the excellent aspects of our mobile phone should be mentioned briefly, and the shortcomings of our mobile phone should be emphasized. We must give consumers sufficient right to know, and we must not play tricks. As for the spokesperson, I haven't decided yet. If you are not in a hurry, let's wait for 2 more days. Pei Qian solved all the problems at the speed of light. Chang Yu blinked and fell into confusion. Boss, Pei, are you sure you just said, let's talk about the shortcomings of our mobile phones? Chapter 436, Where you fell, you roll there. Pei Qian nodded, yes, is there any problem? Chang Yu's expression was very interesting, from confusion to bewilderment, and from bewilderment to thoughtfulness. After changing several times, Chang Yu still gritted his teeth. Okay, Mr. Pei, I'll do it this way. He turned around and was about to go out. Pei Qian hurriedly raised his hand, wait. Chang Yu, Mr. Pei, is there anything else you want to tell me? Pei Qian coughed twice and thought about how to organize his words. He found that the situation seemed to be getting more and more wrong. In the past, when he made a more outrageous suggestion, the people below would repeatedly confirm with him and ask some operational details, and then reluctantly go to implement it. As a result, Chang Yu came here today, without asking a single question, but just had a mental struggle in his heart, and planned to implement it. This is not right. Pei Qian is worried. If his subordinates don't question the plan, how can Pei Qian know whether they understand the plan well? This kind of thing is a matter of 1,000 miles away from the truth. Pei Qian thought for a moment and asked tentatively, what exactly are you going to talk about at this press conference? Chang Yu said confidently, I will focus on the shortcomings of this phone. One is expensive, and the other is heavy. Then I will tell all the audience that our phone is expensive because it uses the following materials, and then list all the configurations. Don't worry, Mr. Pei, each item will be absolutely concise enough, just reveal the key information to the customer. Then it is heavy. I will show the weight of our phone and compare it with some common items, so that everyone can have an intuitive concept of the weight of the phone. Then I will tell all the audience that the reason why it is heavy is mainly because we have a large 5,800 mAh battery. Pei Qian was a little melancholy. Fortunately, I asked one more question. This guy really misunderstood my meaning. According to Chang Yu's method, the shortcomings are mentioned first, and then these shortcomings are resolved into advantages. For example, the weight, first throw out the concept of half a caddy machine to make fun of yourself, and then highlight the advantages of the phone, that is, the large battery and long battery life. This method, in a popular way, is to suppress first and then praise. How can this work? If a press conference is held like this, it can definitely not be called a failed press conference. Pei Qian thought for a moment and said, you are on the right track, but the specific details still need to be further considered. My suggestion is this. The process of the press conference should be the reverse of the press conference order of most mobile phone brands. First, put the price. Now netizens like to use excuse me, let them do it right away without waiting. Use a picture to bring up all the advantages of our mobile phone. The time to talk about this picture should not exceed 5 minutes. After that, focus on the shortcomings of the mobile phone. First, it is expensive. We should not only emphasize that this mobile phone sells for 8,000 yuan, but also emphasize that this mobile phone does not support installment payment, and the price will never drop in the future. Second, it is heavy. We should not only give specific data on the weight of the bare phone, but also emphasize that it does not support installment payment, and the price will never drop in the future. Second, it is heavy. We should not only give specific data on the weight of the bare phone, and also give the weight data after applying the film and the case, and then compare it with the weight of some real objects, and clearly tell everyone which group of people will feel heavy when holding it with one hand. Also, after entering this stage, you can no longer introduce the advantages of the mobile phone in disguise, because you have already introduced it before. Like, our mobile phone is heavy because we use a 5,800 mAh battery. This kind of words must not appear at this stage. Talk about the shortcomings, and I didn't ask you to brag about yourself. Less routine, more sincerity. Of course, it is definitely not enough for the press conference to have only these. Think carefully, are the only shortcomings of this phone expensive and heavy? There is no perfect product in the world. If you can't see the shortcomings, it only shows that your vision is not good. Find enough shortcomings for me, and talk about them for half an hour. In short, the time of this press conference should be controlled within an hour. Of course, I have no objection if it can be shorter. Many mobile phone manufacturers' press conferences are boring and long. They can talk about the smallest functions for 10 minutes. It is too disrespectful to the audience's time. We must put an end to this phenomenon. That's about it. Remember it? Pei Qian looked at Changyu with a smile. Changyu's expression once experienced a process from confusion to confusion, and then to thoughtfulness, and then nodded again. Okay, I will definitely make a PPT according to this. Pei Qian. I always feel a little uneasy in my heart, but now that it has come to this, I can't make a PPT myself, right? So I nodded. Okay, then you go and prepare, and ask me any questions at any time. At 3 o'clock, Xing arrived on time. He held 2 stacks of plans in his hand. Boss Pei, this is a relatively good investment project that I have compiled, and this is a relatively dreamy investment project that Boss Ma has compiled. Please take a look. Pei Qian took the 2 stacks of plans, flipped through them slightly, and frowned. It was full of words, which gave him a headache. Hey, or these people now write plans too seriously and too reliable. You make it very difficult for President Pei to do your job. Pei Qian couldn't help but sigh. Shuaba Kuailai is such a good project, much more reliable than these projects, but how did it make money? He flipped through these plans and asked, casually, how is the Shuaba Kuailai project going recently? Xing hurriedly said, Suda Education has made some big moves after taking over the Shuaba Kuailai project. First, it forced all its students to register for this app, and also asked their family and friends to register, forcing them to log in every time, which made its students complain. Then it arranged to revise the app and renamed it Suda Shuaba, adding functions to the app to promote some of Suda Education's own courses, and make a quick registration entrance. As a result, the activity plummeted, and there was a lot of criticism online. Now the people of Suda Education should also be having a headache. Pei Qian was flipping through the plans casually, and his eyes suddenly lit up when he heard this. Isn't this the scene he has always dreamed of? What I hope for is an active plunge, more expenses than income, and continuous losses. Pei Qian seemed to understand a little bit. There was nothing wrong with the project he came up with, and the operational issues were not big. The reason why he made money was that he didn't seem to wait for the right time. Suda Education really knows how to do it. It lost money on this project as soon as it took over. It's really enviable. Pei Qian immediately pushed all the plans aside. I've thought about it. Xing was stunned, and then his face showed an expression of admiration and longing. Mr. Pei, you only looked through it for 5 minutes and found a reliable project. This is too efficient. Xing couldn't help but give a thumbs up and praised Mr. Pei, the investment wizard. Pei Qian laughed. Use this money to buy back the Shuaba Kuailai project for me. Where you fall, you will roll there. It doesn't matter if you make money. Isn't it enough to spend as much as you earn? Hidishing was stunned. Buy it back? Now Yuan Main Venture Capital still has 20% of Shuaba Kuailai's shares. It is an internal shareholder. If you want to acquire shares, you can have priority. Moreover, after some troubles, Shuda Education has found that this project is both burning money and being criticized, and there is no possibility of recovery in the short term. It is estimated that if someone is willing to take over at this time, they will definitely cut their losses. Even if they don't sell now, they will definitely not be able to hold on in a week or two, and they will definitely sell. But it is precisely because of this that there is no need to buy. This project has now become a mess. We have already cashed out successfully at a high point. Why do we need to go back and wade into the muddy water? Hidishing was a little confused and asked tentatively, Mr. Pei, how much should we buy? 34 or 67%? Pei Qian waved his hand, of course, buy as much as you can. It would be best to buy 100% directly. By the way, pay me to dig the person in charge of this project from Shuda Education and let him continue to be in charge of this project. Pei Qian has now figured out that whether the same thing can be successful depends on people. Buying this project back and handing it over to Hidishing to manage it, it may be revived. You have to dig the person who ruined the project from Shuda Education and let him continue to work on this project and continue the previous failure to ensure that there is no risk. Hidishing looked confused, but Mr. Pei already knew it so clearly, and there seemed to be no need to ask further. After thinking for a moment, Hidishing nodded, okay, Mr. Pei, I'll arrange it right away. After seeing off Changyu and Hidishing, Pei Qian felt much more at ease. After seeing off one more person, today's work task will be completed. At 4 o'clock in the afternoon, Lin Wan arrived and wanted to discuss with Pei Qian what kind of promotion method the game Be Quiet should adopt. Boss, Pei, have you played the game? Do you have any comments or suggestions? Lin Wan asked. Pei Qian wanted to think that he hadn't played it yet, but that would be a bit embarrassing, so he said vaguely, it shouldn't be a problem, let's get straight to the point. Lin Wan nodded, okay, I'll talk about the promotion strategy I'm thinking of first. Pei Qian listened carefully. For the game, Be Quiet, Pei Qian initially just proposed a sufficiently wrong direction, a horror game without a plot and connected to the internet. Unexpectedly, Shangyang Games actually made it. But making it doesn't mean that players will buy it. Pei Qian still thinks that a horror game without a plot and connected to the internet should not be scary or fun, whether it is for horror game enthusiasts or ordinary players, it should not be attractive. However, we can't be careless in terms of promotion. Lonely Desert Highway itself is a rubbish game, but it became popular all of a sudden because it accidentally encountered a suitable promotion method. Pei Qian doesn't want this kind of inexplicable thing to happen again. The game, Be Quiet, must be strictly controlled from the beginning of promotion. Chapter 437 Ordinary people are not worthy of playing this game. Share if you like. The biggest highlight of Be Quiet is that it is a horror game that can be played by multiple people online. There is no similar game type on the market, so I think the early publicity should highlight this point to the greatest extent. Promotion should still be based on traditional methods, such as buying videos and web ads, asking video authors to help promote, etc. I have already talked to Mr. Chiao, he will play our game as soon as possible, and then make a video to help promote it. At the same time, we will cut a cooler promotional video to hype it up in advance. Lin Wan detailed the promotion strategy she had thought of before. After that, she looked at Pei Qian nervously. Although it took her several days to finally determine these promotion strategies, and they were also very safe and effective promotion methods, she still felt a little nervous when she said them in front of President Pei. After all, President Pei's skills in promoting games have reached perfection, and this kind of small-scale promotion method may not be in the eyes of President Pei at all. After listening to Lin Wandi's propaganda, Pei Qian sighed silently, especially when he heard the 3 words Mr. Chiao. His body couldn't help but tremble, and he had some stress reactions similar to PTSD. The employees under him seemed to be growing rapidly, and President Pei could no longer control them. When Lin Wan first started, he was still a newcomer, and he had been silently helping the project team. As a result, after some experience, he has become more and more like a department leader. Take this promotion plan for example, in one word, stable. Pei Qian was very sure that if Lin Wan really promoted it, Be Quiet would definitely have a lot of people buying it without thinking, and the sales volume would not be low from the beginning. So it must not be done this way. But how to do it specifically? Pei Qian was a little melancholy. He knew in his heart that Tenda now had too many successful games, and had a large number of fans across the country, and was also the focus of attention on the official platform. Game Producer, Turning Back and Blood War Song were all making a big presence on the official side. Be Quiet was on the official platform, and with a little promotion, many people would buy it. The good thing that you didn't have to worry about becoming famous without publicity is gone now. Therefore, publicity now is not enough to just waste money, it must also have a counter effect. It sounds difficult, but Pei Qian has been prepared for this after careful consideration. The ultimate goal is to dissuade players from playing before they pay. In the past, Pei Qian mainly dissuaded players from playing by extending the refund time and increasing the difficulty of the game. But the facts have proved that the effect is not very obvious. There is no way, we can only say that the current players are too rebellious. After buying the game, the more you ask them to refund, the less they will refund. Now Pei Qian has a better idea, which is to dissuade players from playing before buying the game. You want to buy the game? Sorry, I won't sell it to you at all. Who stipulates that all games can be bought at will? Conventional things are not necessarily reasonable. The game Be Quiet should be made so that only after working hard to prove yourself can you buy it. Ordinary people are not worthy of playing this game. If anyone has any opinions, just give him the 6-word mantra. Pei Qian decided to make a lot of difficult problems in the early stage of publicity. Only when players pass many tests can they get the qualification to buy the game. In this way, ordinary players can't buy it even if they have money. They must first get the qualification. Getting the qualification is not that simple. They have to pass many tests. People are lazy. If players find out that they have to go through a lot of difficulties before buying a game, most people will probably give up. Moreover, as long as the puzzle is more complicated, it takes everyone a month to successfully solve the puzzle, and there will be no income in this settlement cycle. In the worst case, it is better to postpone the income to the next cycle than to make money in this cycle. This is the promotional strategy of Tenda in the new era, persuasive promotion. Of course, this must not be said to Lin Wan, and it must be said in a more deceptive way. Pei Qian tapped the table lightly and said in a deep voice, "There is no big problem with your promotion plan, but it is too conservative." Lin Wan's eyes lit up. Sure enough, President Pei has a better plan. She hurried to listen carefully. Pei Qian continued, "I will do this promotional activity myself, and none of you should interfere. We will still buy advertisements, but I will decide what advertisements to use. We will play a simple ARG game with all the players of Be Quiet." Lin Wan was stunned for a moment. Huh? She was ready to write down President Pei's suggestions and then implement them seriously. As a result, President Pei planned to do it himself this time, and it seemed that he did not tell her about his plan. But on the bright side, this also means that Mr. Pei's promotion this time must be a big deal. Lin Wan was very happy. "Okay, Mr. Pei, then I'll wait and see." After sending Lin Wan away, Pei Qian looked at the time before the end of the get-off-work day and immediately arranged a promotional campaign to dissuade people from playing Be Quiet. Pei Qian did not reveal any information to Lin Wan, because this event was a puzzle-solving event and had to be kept as confidential as possible. Pei Qian found the programmer who was responsible for the TPDB website's Tenda Spirit compatibility test and asked him to be responsible for all the programming work. Tenda Spirit compatibility test has not leaked any questions so far, which shows that this programmer is very reliable, so Pei Qian also gave him this task. The workload was not large, just changing some small details on the website and in the game. It seems that this invitation letter is still missing a signature from the inviter. It seems a bit too late to arrange for someone to redraw a logo now. Use a ready-made one. Pei Qian searched on the computer and found the previously made logo of the terror hostel. On March 3, Thursday, Be Quiet was officially released. Xiao Liang had been waiting in front of the computer since early in the morning, even with snacks and drinks ready, waiting for the game to be released and then releasing the video as soon as possible. This time, he was not invited by Mr. Pei like he was for turning back. But it doesn't matter, even if Mr. Pei didn't invite him, it would be the same if Mr. Lin invited him. Before the game was promoted, Lin Wan had already found Mr. Chiao and asked him to help make a video to promote the new game after it was launched. As a confidant of Mr. Pei, Xiao Liang certainly had no choice but to do it. Although Be Quiet was produced by Shangyang Games, the TPDB website clearly stated that Shangyang Games is now a subsidiary of Tenda Games. Considering that the mobile game Blood War Song is also a conscientious mobile game and has been recommended by the official platform, Xiao Liang has reason to believe that the game released by Shangyang Games should also be completed under the supervision of Mr. Pei, and the quality and creativity will definitely not be bad. In short, it is worth playing. There are obviously many players who hold the same idea as Mr. Chiao, which can be seen from the situation in his fan group. Everyone is discussing this game and waiting to buy it as soon as possible. At 2 p.m., the game was officially available for purchase. Xiao Liang clicked it directly with a hand speed of more than 20 years. However, the imagined deduction interface did not appear. Xiao Liang was stunned. What's going on? There's a bug right after the game was released? No way, how could Tenda make such a low-level mistake? Xiao Liang was confused. He found that after he clicked it, the purchase button turned gray. On the game's detailed page, there was originally a slightly scary original game painting. After clicking the button, a line of small words appeared below. The invitation letter was left on a past journey. There is also a bloody handprint and a red logo behind it. The upper part of the red logo is a sharp top of an obtuse triangle, and below it are two English words, Palpitation Hotel, which seems to be the logo of a hotel. It's just that the lower part of these words has a blood-dripping effect, which looks a bit creepy. Xiao Liang was a little confused. What is this? He carefully observed the original painting and felt that this should be a scene in Be Quiet, which seems to be a suburban hotel. Under the dark night, the dilapidated hotel is completely hidden in the darkness, as if it is a demon with a bloody mouth, waiting impatiently for prey to fall into the net. After carefully observing it for a long time, it was found that there didn't seem to be much useful information on this original painting. The line of small words, the invitation letter was left on a past journey, looks more like a real clue. Of course, it is not ruled out that after downloading the picture and opening it in TXT or other formats, there may be special information hidden. Xiao Liang glanced at his fan group. Apparently, his situation was not unique. Others had also encountered this problem. The game that had already been released could not be purchased. After a brief moment of confusion, Xiao Liang instantly became excited. This game actually requires a puzzle to be solved before purchasing. Boss Pei, why do you always come up with so many new tricks? It's really surprising. Although he was looking forward to playing the new game but couldn't, Xiao Liang was not angry, but found it very interesting. And the group was already discussing what was going on. What do you mean? Is there a secret hidden in this picture? I don't know. I clicked it, but nothing happened. I also saw this picture on a web ad. This should be a puzzle. The pictures on the web page can be downloaded. I changed the format a lot, but I didn't find any useful clues. I think you are all overthinking. The clue should be this sentence. Does the invitation letter refer to the qualification to buy the game? What is the journey in the past? Is it a place that exists in reality? Is anyone in Qingshan in the group? Go out and look for it? The journey in the past is an independent game on the official platform. Maybe it's a collaboration? Don't make a fuss. When have you seen Tenda's game linked with other games? This is definitely a coincidence. Xiao Liang's fan group originally had many people, and now the news is flooding the screen like crazy, and it's impossible to read it all. Not only that, Xiao Liang looked at several other player groups, and it seemed that many people were discussing this matter. Just flipping through the discussions of these people, Xiao Liang felt that they obviously didn't know President Pei at all. To solve the puzzle, the key is to look at me, President Pei's confidant. Xiao Liang felt that this puzzle was not that complicated at all. For a game producer, the journey in the past is not the game you have developed before. Xiao Liang thought about it and opened Turning Back is the Shore to look for clues in it. After finding this one, the next one is Sea Fortress. Because in his opinion, since President Pei wants to link with the game, he must also link with his own game, and Turning Back is the Shore and Sea Fortress are two relatively successful games at present. If linked with these two games, it can further enhance the brand value of Tenda games, and by the way, it can also increase the sales of these two games. Why not? Share if you like. Chapter 438 A String of Passwords, for the leader Shanqing Longzi. Losing money to become the richest man starts from the game. 2 hours later, Xiao Liang quit Sea Fortress with a blank face. Working in vain. He first went to Turning Back as the Shore to run through those well-known scenes, then opened a small account to slaughter the novice village, and finally switched to Sea Fortress and quickly played a few levels of the story mode. But nothing was gained. Xiao Liang is not a person who will give up easily. The reason why he quit was that he felt that he might have some deviations in direction. Maybe it is not in these two games at all? Looking at the fan group, many people have obviously thought of this and checked in their familiar games, but 2 hours later, no one found any useful clues. Xiao Liang flipped through the chat records and began to check the games that fans checked. Ghost Generals, Game Producers, Sea Fortresses. Suddenly, Xiao Liang had a flash of inspiration. Lonely Desert Highway. Since it is forgotten in the journey of the past, then this game must be more in line with the description. Moreover, most people have already ignored this game. In the early days, this game was a bit popular, but soon it lost its popularity, and its popularity was far from that of Tenda's later games. Moreover, this game itself is very boring. Even if most people buy it, they probably won't be able to complete it. Even if they do, it has long been thrown into the game library and is gathering dust, and it is impossible to keep it until now. If you want to play hide and seek, wouldn't it be more cool to use this game? Xiao Liang immediately got excited and opened Lonely Desert Highway and prepared to drive. He once drove for 8 hours in this game. Knowing that this would be an unusually long journey, he ate some snacks first, put water on the table in an easy-to-reach place, and finally went to the toilet before officially starting. An hour later, Xiao Liang was already feeling sleepy, but at this moment, he saw a letter floating by on the side of the road. The car was driving very fast, and the letter seemed to stay in Xiao Liang's field of vision for less than half a second before disappearing. Fuck. Xiao Liang didn't see it clearly. He vaguely saw that it seemed to be an arc-shaped letter, but he couldn't remember whether it was C or G. He was very sure that there should be no similar letters in the previous game, so he quietly restarted the game and opened the screen recording software. After another 3 hours, Qiao Liang quit the game and went to the toilet. After returning to his seat, Qiao Liang opened the screen recording software and dragged it to an hour later to check the letter he saw. Sure enough, it was AG. Next, a letter would float past the car every 5 minutes, sometimes on the left, sometimes on the right, a total of 20 letters, floating for more than an hour. After that, no letters appeared, but just in case, Qiao Liang continued to drive for nearly half an hour before exiting the game. Comparing the video, Qiao Liang carefully copied down all the letters. Gakskakbiadbaya. It seems to be a string of passwords. In other words, other players do not need to play Lonely Desert Highway to know this string of passwords. But knowing this string of passwords, the puzzle has just begun. Shangyang Game. Lin Wan, Yi Zhizhou, Wang Xiaobin and others are also paying attention to the reactions in various forums, Weibo, and player groups. There are more players who are dissatisfied with this than expected. There are many remarks such as, "Is it a disease to spend money, but not buy games? Pretend to be a big boss, I won't play with you anymore." However, there are more players who are interested in this puzzle. The game has been released for a few hours. Players have found the code that President Pei left in Lonely Desert Highway, but it is clear that the code needs to be deciphered to obtain truly useful information. Yi Zhizhou is also studying this code. The notebook in his hand is already filled with many characters, and the computer screen is also searching, but no useful information can be found. I don't know how Mr. Pei came up with this promotional method. He is simply a genius. But, it seems that it would be better to preheat the game a month before its release. Now that the game is on the shelves, some players will definitely be angry. I don't know if there is any deep meaning in this move. Wang Xiaobin thought for a while, isn't Mr. Pei always so willful? In the game Turning Back is the Shore, he has repeatedly persuaded players to quit. Maybe this is some kind of special marketing method. Deliberately arouse the rebellious psychology of players and make them more eager to participate in solving puzzles? Lin Wan nodded. Well, I think this possibility is very high. Many players have played Tenda's old games to find clues. It is estimated that the sales of old games such as Turning Back is the Shore and Game Producer must have increased. It's a pity that the time is a bit short. With the entry of a master like Qiao Laoshi, who knows Mr. Pei very well, the clues were found in a few hours. If it's hidden a little deeper, won't the sales of other games skyrocket? Yi Zhizhou rubbed his temples. I don't think President Pei wants to hide it that deep. The word journey is already hinting at Lonely Desert Highway. As long as you drive for 3 hours, you can find this clue. It seems that President Pei doesn't want to embarrass players for too long here. Is it because he is afraid that players won't be able to find it if it is hidden too deep, so he starts buying Tenda's previous games crazily? Ha ha ha, how is that possible? I think I'm overthinking it. Yi Zhizhou smiled self-deprecatingly. Lin Wan looked at a string of English on the screen. No one has yet deciphered this string of passwords. Maybe this game will really start when this string of passwords is found? It may also be related to the fact that there are not enough participants. During the development of Be Quiet, Shangyang Games did not actually reveal too much information about this game. The main reason was that they felt that the game was not complete enough before, and they were afraid that it would give players too high expectations, and President Pei never mentioned publicity. Therefore, there are not many players who pay attention to this puzzle so far, and even fewer players who really use their brains to crack the code. Without a sufficient base, the speed of solving puzzles cannot be improved. Many players who just want to play horror games are blocked from entering the game. The sales of the game are still 0 so far, which is very real. Wang Xiaobin is a little worried. I'm thinking, what if the players can't crack the password? I worked hard to make the game for a long time, but the players can't play it at all. Isn't this? Lin Wan smiled. You think too much. There are too many talented players. It's only a matter of time to crack the password. Besides, the harder the puzzle is, the more people participate, and the better the publicity effect is, right? Auto technology. Chang Yu is worrying about the PPT. Although he has received clear instructions from President Pei, he still has no idea how to do it. The key is that President Pei's requirements completely overturned his conventional thinking about the press conference. Let alone other things, the requirement to use one picture and 5 minutes to describe all the advantages of the mobile phone is a bit too outrageous. Chang Yu has asked people to list all the advantages of the mobile phone. There is no problem in putting them on a picture, but it is impossible to finish them in 5 minutes. The currently known advantages of OTTOE1 include high refresh rate screen, 5800 mAh large battery, flagship chip, customized cooling system, horizontal linear motor, high-pixel dual camera, fast charging, customized system, Tenda exclusive benefits, etc. If we talk about the exclusive benefits of Tenda, there are 15 or 16 items in the categories of games, entertainment, life and others. In addition, other mobile phone manufacturers would definitely mention NFC, infrared, headphone jack, hi-fi, dual speakers, etc. when releasing mobile phones, but it seems that there is no more room for them in OTTOE1. Chang Yu looked at this picture and felt a little pain in his head. How can I fit so much content into 5 minutes? I'm not a host who makes a living by talking. But President Pei has given a death order and it must be completed. If it can't be completed, won't it be embarrassing at the press conference? Huh? Wait, host? Could it be that President Pei is hinting at me to make all these advantages into jokes and then say them all within 5 minutes? Otherwise, why must the time concept of 5 minutes be limited? Chang Yu realized something in an instant and quickly created a new document, stringing all these advantages together and making a short paragraph. Counted the numbers, about 1,000 words. The normal speaking speed of humans, like a broadcaster, is about 80 to 120 words per minute, with clear pronunciation to ensure that every word can be heard clearly. The maximum speaking speed that humans can hear clearly is 2.5 times the normal speaking speed, which is 300 words per minute. If it is faster, for example, a certain host can do 350 words in 47 seconds, but for many viewers, this speed is no longer able to accurately get the information. Moreover, Chang Yu is not going to say 300 words, but nearly 1,000 words, and he has to take a breath in the middle. If he speaks too fast, he will easily lose his breath. So he calculated that 1,000 words in 5 minutes, an average of 200 words per minute, is nearly twice the normal speaking speed. And these 1,000 words seem to be just enough to introduce all the advantages of OTTOE1. Chang Yu was a little shocked. Could it be that this is what President Pei meant? He asked me to use this method to attract the attention of all the live audiences and live broadcast audiences to create a program effect? Even the 5 minutes have been considered in advance? Well, that must be the case. This seems to be the only explanation. It seems that my old bones have something to do. Chang Yu still feels a lot of pressure, but at least now he has a direction to strive for. Before the press conference, he had to memorize the words completely and be able to speak them word for word within 5 minutes. This was definitely not an easy challenge for him. However, in order to better promote the mobile phone and live up to Mr. Pei's trust, Chang Yu decided to accept this challenge. He must let Mr. Pei see his efforts at the press conference. Chapter 439 Press Conference Opening. March 4th, Friday. Pei Qian arrived at the company early and opened the backstage to check. The purchase data of Be Quiet is still 0. Obviously, in just one day, the players did not make any breakthrough progress. Of course, this is also in Pei's plan. This string of passwords is hidden in Lonely Desert Highway. It can be found by driving for 3 hours, and if one person finds it, everyone can participate in the puzzle. If you simply want to discourage players, requiring all players to complete the 8-hour or even 16-hour journey of Lonely Desert Highway seems to be a more effective way, but the system obviously does not allow it. Therefore, Pei Qian must pay attention to the difficulty when setting these puzzles. The difficulty is too high and unreasonable, so that players cannot obtain the purchase conditions at all, and the system will not allow it. The difficulty is too low and cannot form a threshold. Players can quickly start to buy, and Pei Qian's work is in vain. The main goal of Pei Qian's setting of this screening is to reduce the number of players who are eligible to purchase as much as possible before the settlement of this cycle, that is, in less than a month, and thus reduce the sales of the game. As for what to do in the next cycle, we will talk about it in the next cycle. Pei Qian's ideal situation is that this puzzle can delay players for a month, so there will be no sales this month. The game has been launched, and the players can't buy it because they haven't solved the puzzle, not because Mr. Pei's game is not completed, so it is not considered an unfinished project and will not lead to delayed settlement. Even if it can't be delayed for a month, it is much better to delay it for 2 or 3 weeks than to open it up to players right away. Players on the forum have already come up with many solutions for this string of passwords, and a group of bigwigs have emerged. The solutions include grouping, English to numbers to 9 palaces, reverse order, cross, sequence, ASCII, hexadecimal, etc., which are dazzling. In fact, Pei Qian is just an ordinary person. He has not learned those very complicated encryption methods. The solution ideas he adopted are completely from the daily and relatively simple puzzles. It's just that there are a few more steps. The players did find the correct solution, but because the last step of the decryption method was relatively unpopular and magical, some players mistakenly thought it was a dead end after solving this step and stopped exploring further. Therefore, this correct solution path did not receive much attention. After observation, it can be seen that ABC appears very frequently, and the last letter in the order is I. According to the alphabetical order of A equals 1, B equals 2, I is exactly equal to 9, which means that this string of English was originally converted from a string of numbers. 7193333331329142835. Continue to observe this string of numbers, you will find that there is a pattern in every other digit. 71/93/33/31/32/91/42/83/51. The last digit does not exceed 4, which is a very common mobile phone grid. 71 represents the first letter of the 7 button in the mobile phone grid, which is P. Similarly, all the subsequent letters can also find the corresponding letters on the mobile phone grid. Pifdooge. But at this step, there seems to be no pattern, so the players who thought of this path before were unable to continue to deduce, and from the comments of other players, many people obviously did not realize that this is the correct solution. This step is actually not a complicated password. Its major categories are very common in reality, but this branch is extremely rare, so the number of people who know and understand it is too small. Pei Qian occasionally learned a little about it because of his interest, so he used it in the password on a whim. Unexpectedly, the effect was unexpectedly good. Moreover, even if the password was solved, only 1/3 of the puzzle-solving process had passed. Everyone keep working hard. If you can't solve it, I will lose money in this settlement period. Pei Qian couldn't help but be a little proud. This weekend, the automobile phone will hold a press conference. Pei Qian has to go to the press conference to take a look to ensure that everything is foolproof. But before that, Pei Qian sent a message to the programmer in charge of this puzzle. The clue of Lonely Desert Highway has been found, and the time required to find the clue can be adjusted from 3 hours to 15 minutes. March 6, Sunday. Oasis Four Seasons Hotel, the largest 5-star hotel in Jingzhou City. Many of Tenda's previous activities, including high-standard business receptions, personnel recruitment entrance examinations, annual meetings, etc., were all in cooperation with this hotel. This press conference was also held in the banquet hall of this hotel. Many technology media were invited in advance and rooms were booked for them. The food, lodging and round-trip transportation were included. As for the others, they were given tickets directly from clients of Moyu Internet Cafe, Nifeng Logistics and other businesses. Anyway, there was no problem filling the entire venue. The press conference officially started at 3 p.m. Pei Qian quietly walked to the hotel venue at around 2 p.m. and found a corner seat to sit down. If he wanted, he could sit in the first row, but this press conference was arranged for live broadcast by cameras. If Pei Qian sat in the first row, he would definitely be on camera, and he would be exposed. So, Pei Qian told Changyu that he would come, but did not tell him where he was sitting. There were so many people at the scene, it was difficult to find President Pei. In this way, President Pei would not expose himself and achieve the effect of supervising the battle before the battle, which can be said to kill two birds with one stone. There was soothing and soft music playing at the scene, and many people were coming in. Maybe he came a little early, and the big screen was still black. If it was a press conference of other mobile phone brands, some short films would be played on the big screen to warm up the audience, and then the spokesperson's promotional pictures would be played. But Pei Qian thought about it. Automobile phones don't seem to have these things? Changyu seemed to have asked about the spokesperson before, but Pei Qian hadn't made up his mind at that time, so he didn't tell Changyu about it. I guess Chang, you should have forgotten about it, right? If there is no spokesperson, then there should be no warm-up video, right? Well, this is also good. He starts with a dry talk, talks about the shortcomings of the mobile phone for an hour, and then leaves work at the speed of light. This is exactly what President Pei wants. Pei Qian was thinking happily when the lights on the scene suddenly dimmed. The big screen lit up. A logo full of technology slowly appeared on the big screen, just like the rising sun, dispelling the darkness, instantly attracting everyone's attention. The camera gradually zoomed out, the logo became smaller and smaller, and a back figure appeared in front of the camera, just blocking the bright light and outlining a handsome outline. Then, he stretched out his right hand and grabbed the ball of light in his hand. A ray of light burst out from his hand instantly, and the logo was engraved on the back of the phone after shrinking, emitting a faint breathing light effect. And the back figure also turned around at this time. Lu Zhiyao, who looked so handsome that he was suffocating, looked at the venue through the screen, holding a very atmospheric mobile phone in his hand, and the logo on the back was flashing, full of technology. This is not over yet, there are 2 more advertisements, including the drone delivery advertisement. Finally, the picture freezes on the promotional picture, with Lu Zhiyao holding an autophone and a faint smile on her lips. Pei Qian froze in his seat, forgetting to drink the bottle of mineral water he had just opened. What the hell? Isn't this the advertisement for A Better Tomorrow? Pei Qian couldn't help but think of the scene when he watched A Better Tomorrow in the cinema before. This moment is just like that moment. The same surprise, the same confusion. When Pei Qian was watching the movie before, he did see the advertisement and logo of this mobile phone, but it was different from the auto technology logo in his impression, so he didn't take it too seriously. So, how did automobile phone copy the movie? To ride on the popularity? Shameless. Moreover, when did Lu Zhiyao come to endorse it? Lu Zhiyao is now very popular. After the release of A Better Tomorrow, his identity as box office poison was instantly washed away, and with his breakthrough acting skills and good popularity, he once again became a first-line actor in China. If he wins another award, it will be even more amazing. Considering the achievements of A Better Tomorrow to Lu Zhiyao, it seems reasonable for him to return the favor and come to endorse automobile phone. For Pei Qian, this should also be a surprise. However, Pei Qian didn't feel surprised at all, only frightened. This opening was much better than the usual warm-up video, because A Beautiful Tomorrow was still in theaters and was quite popular, and many people present had already seen it. These ads have all appeared in A Better Tomorrow. They were carefully shot and have a distinctive style, which is significantly different from most current mobile phone commercials. When the audience saw this commercial, they naturally thought of the futuristic and technological mobile phone brand in A Better Tomorrow. Changyu had not revealed this in the promotional materials before, so the audience at the scene was obviously surprised. The originally somewhat lifeless venue suddenly became lively. The technology media reporters sitting in the front row were whispering to each other. Obviously, this commercial, plus Lu Jiao's endorsement alone, was already a good gimmick. Pei Qian was on pins and needles, panicking. The start of this press conference was far from what he had imagined. This did not seem to be a very good sign. He unscrewed the bottle cap and drank another sip of mineral water to calm his nerves. Calm down, calm down. The situation is not as bad as I thought. A good opening may not be useful, it may even have the effect of suppressing and then praising. As long as Changyu makes the PPT according to my requirements, which is completely opposite to other mobile phone manufacturers, the criticism will definitely get louder and louder as time goes on. By then, the cool opening will become a black spot. So, don't worry too much now, everything will be fine. Chapter 440. This press conference is so interesting. Losing money to become the richest man starts from playing games. As soon as the warm-up video came out, the atmosphere on the scene was not only warm, but also a bit more formal. People who had not entered the venue entered one after another, and the venue was soon full. A gentle female voice popularized the precautions to everyone, including muting the mobile phone. The whole press conference lasted less than an hour, so everyone should try not to leave the venue, and you can go to receive small gifts after the press conference. At the same time, it was also introduced that this press conference was live broadcast on the entire network, and there was a special live broadcast room on the YY Live broadcast platform, which could be watched. At nearly 3 o'clock, the lights in the venue were turned off, and Changyu came to the stage amid warm applause. Hello everyone, I am Changyu. Thank you for coming to the Auto E1 mobile phone new product launch conference in your busy schedule. On behalf of all colleagues of OTTO Technology, I would like to extend a warm welcome to everyone. The scene was thunderous with applause again. Pei Qian turned on his mobile phone, clicked on YY Live Broadcast, and found the live broadcast room of OTTO Technology's new product launch conference. The live broadcast business has developed rapidly in the past year. At this time last year, YY Live only had hundreds of thousands of live broadcast users, but now there are tens of thousands of people watching just one channel. The number of people in the live broadcast room of the OTTO Technology conference was relatively shabby, with only 20,000 to 30,000 people watching, most of whom should be digital enthusiasts. Hey, isn't this Mr. Chang? After destroying Hongqing Technology, which poor manufacturer is he going to bully next? OTTO Technology? I don't think I've heard of this name before. It's under Tenda. It's on the TPDB website. Have you seen the movie A Better Tomorrow? That's also a miscellaneous brand. I admit that Tenda is awesome at making games, but it can only be considered a primary school student when it comes to making mobile phones. Let's wait and see who Mr. Chang, the king of all porcelains, will touch today. I guess it must be Pineapple and Shenhua. What you said, how many domestic mobile phone manufacturers don't touch Pineapple and Shenhua now? Pineapple mobile phones are beaten up every day, I'm used to it. The current live broadcast room does not support the barrage function, but there is a chat box on the right side of the screen, where you can see the information posted by netizens. Obviously, Changyu's previous image in Hongqing Technology left a deep impression on many digital enthusiasts. Everyone's focus is not on the mobile phone itself, but on Changyu. Pei Qian was very satisfied with this, and felt that he had a good sense of judging people. On the stage, Changyu briefly introduced the past and present of OTTO technology. There is actually a lot to say here, such as OTTO technology is a subsidiary of Tenda Group, and has an ambiguous relationship with a better tomorrow, but Changyu did not elaborate, but simply mentioned it in a few words, because President Pei had emphasized that the length of the press conference should be controlled. So Changyu decided to get straight to the point, and pressed the remote control, and 4 big words instantly appeared on the big screen. Price link. As soon as these 4 big words came out, the scene instantly became silent, and netizens in the live broadcast room also left a bunch of question marks. Wait, didn't the live broadcast of this press conference just start? What did I miss? Did I miss 2 hours? Is the PPT wrong? Everyone was confused. According to the general routine, the price link should be the last link. First talk about various functions at the beginning, and blow up the advantages of the mobile phone. The more important advantages are put later. After the audience's expectations for the mobile phone are extremely high, deliberately hint that the mobile phone is made of sufficient materials and good quality, let everyone guess the price high, and finally release a number lower than everyone's psychological expectations, instantly gaining applause from the audience and a full screen of really good. Of course, there are also those who mess up. As soon as the price is announced, the audience immediately comments stinky, which makes the scene more embarrassing. But no matter what, the order can't be messed up. The shadow of this phone has not been seen yet, and the price is displayed in a flash. What's going on? Doesn't that deprive everyone of the fun of guessing the price? Changyu was prepared for this, and without saying anything, he pressed the remote control again, and 4 huge numbers appeared on the screen. 8,199. There was silence in the venue, and a question mark floated in the comments in the live broadcast room. Did Mr. Chang get drunk today? 819, 1,000 yuan phone, so delicious. Shenhua and Pineapple's flagships are not sold at this price, right? Who gave you the courage? Although the audience on the scene was not as direct as the audience in the live broadcast room, their confused faces were full of what they wanted to say. Are you kidding me? Mr. Chang, although you ruined Hongqing technology, you shouldn't make such a low-level mistake, right? Changyu remained unmoved and continued, our Auto E1 mobile phone has no first release discount, and there will be no discount in the future. Until the next generation of mobile phones comes out and the E1 model is discontinued and removed from the shelves, the price will remain at 8,199, and there will be no change. Of course, installment payment is not supported. Okay, everyone can start brushing stink. There was silence in the venue, and the comments in the live broadcast room began to scroll wildly. Pei Qian was very excited and thrilled as he watched the various sarcastic comments in the live broadcast room. This time it was finally right, this is the feeling. This is the effect I want. Pei Qian couldn't help but want to give a thumbs up to Changyu on the stage. Changyu looked calm. Because the time of the press conference was limited, he did not dwell too much on the price issue, but continued to the next step. Next, let's talk about our stock. The first batch of OTTOE1 mobile phones will be produced in 1,000 units, first come first served, while stocks last. The delivery time of the second batch has not yet been determined. A picture appeared on the big screen. This is the large warehouse of ROF in Jingzhou. On a row of shelves, 1,000 OTTOE1 mobile phones are neatly stacked, and even half of the shelves are empty. At first glance, it looks extremely shabby. Puff. A technology media reporter in the front row finally couldn't help laughing out loud. This press conference is so interesting. At other companies' press conferences, after announcing the price and shouting really good in the venue, they will say that we have sufficient stock, and then put a photo of the warehouse full of stock. Of course, in many cases, this is just a means of publicity. If it is out of stock, it is out of stock, and if it is monkeying, it is monkeying. However, it is always necessary to express a little attitude and pretend. As a result, auto technology was quite unique. It directly calculated the stock quantity to 4 digits, and only produced 1,000 units. And it also deliberately emphasized this meager number, for fear that everyone would not know. What's going on? Is it a hunger marketing? Could it be that Mr. Chang thought that if he set a high price and limited the quantity, consumers would rush to buy it without thinking? The press conference had just passed for 5 minutes, and all the audience at the scene and in the live broadcast room had changed their mentality from looking at their phones to watching the fun. I don't know who shouted in the audience, "Good job, make another one. It's too cheap, buy it." Rounding it off is equivalent to giving it away for free. If you don't buy it, you are still a human being? Everyone laughed, and the atmosphere in the venue instantly became lively. It must be said that netizens are still very good at finding fun. After the introduction of the price link and stocking link, the netizens' brain circuits have changed from "whoever sells it is an idiot" to "if you can't afford it, it's worth it," and the originally serious atmosphere has become humorous. Pei Qian was a little speechless in the audience. "What I said is the truth, what are you laughing at? Is it so funny?" "Forget it, you can laugh, no matter how much you shout, as long as you don't pay when the time comes, we are good friends." Chang Yu smiled and moved on to the next part. "Next, I will introduce the advantages of this phone to you." With a light press of the remote control, a picture appeared on the big screen. Chang Yu faced the audience, his lips moved quickly, and he said the advertising slogan that he had memorized by heart. "A truly good brand, a truly good phone. Welcome to the launch of the flagship product E1 phone of the high-end mobile phone brand OTTO Technology. The E1 phone has an ultra-high configuration flagship chip, a high refresh rate screen, and a pure customized system to bring you an unlimited and silky exclusive experience. The ultra-large battery has extremely fast charging, is safe and stable, and has a long battery life, so you say goodbye to battery anxiety. The horizontal linear motor, NFC, infrared headphone jack, and hi-fi dual speakers have all the details you want. We have not reduced any of them, and the customized cooling system and the side charging port have a high frame rate mode exclusive to games, so you will always have the upper hand in fierce battles. The ultimate dual camera solution makes it as beautiful as taking pictures of people and scenery. The exclusive breathing logo has a unique appearance. Lu Jiao is the spokesperson for A Better Tomorrow. The same phone allows you to have both fashion and the future. In addition, there are a total of 16 exclusive benefits in the categories of games, entertainment, life, and other categories. You can get Tenda Games Super Player Endpoint Ultimate VIP Fei Huang Studio Connoisseur Moyu Internet Cafe Game Master Senior Members of Moyu Takeaway, Special Guests of Mingyun Private Kitchen, VIP customers of Nifeng Logistics, and other distinguished statuses enjoy a permanent discount of 95% off on all categories of consumption at Tenda, and receive a game, several customized skins, preview tickets, free drinks, regular red envelopes, and free delivery fees every year. Extra meals from Mingyun Private Kitchen make life full of surprises. In addition, there are additional benefits such as trade-in for old products without repairs, such as replacement of accessories and lifetime updates. One-time purchase will benefit you forever. OTTOE1 mobile phone, a walking Tenda Supreme VIP card, limited to 1,000, first come first served, long-lasting value preservation, and never price reduction. OTTOE1 is your all-round assistant in your career, a magic weapon in the game, and a gold medal butler in life. It is the ultimate solution for all your troubles in the high-tech era. Chang Yu read out this long line in one breath, with almost no pauses except for a short breath, and the speed of speech reached the limit that ordinary people's thinking can keep up. After reading it, Chang Yu let out a long breath and looked at the venue. He didn't know where President Pei was sitting, but at this time he just wanted to say 4 words, fortunately, he has fulfilled his mission. Such a long paragraph, but he recited it perfectly in one go, and it was very smooth, without any lag. The whole audience was silent. Pei Qian's hand holding the mineral water bottle was suspended in the air, and it seemed that he had forgotten where to put it for a moment. Chang Yu was a little disappointed. What happened? Did the joke fall to the ground? How come there was no one to cheer for such a long paragraph? Seeing that the time was up, Chang Yu did not dare to delay and pressed the remote control. Okay, now that we have introduced the advantages, let's introduce the disadvantages of this phone. As a result, as soon as the big screen switched, the audience was boiling instantly. Fuck. What happened just now? I didn't hear it clearly. Do it again. Do it again, cut back. Many people in the audience were stunned when they heard this long string of words, and they had no time to react. If it was in a crosstalk theater, the audience would have applauded immediately after Chang Yu finished speaking this long string of words. But this was in a hotel venue, a press conference. How could the audience have thought that President Chang would introduce the mobile phone on the stage and suddenly say this? So they only reacted now, and the whole audience was boiling. Facing the overwhelming call of "do it again," Chang Yu said a little embarrassedly, "I'm sorry, our leader has given a death order. This paragraph must be controlled within 5 minutes, and now 5 minutes have passed. I have to continue to the next paragraph. Please understand." The audience obviously did not believe this absurd rhetoric. Don't talk nonsense. Why does the leader limit the time you talk about the advantages of the mobile phone? Is he sick? President Chang, don't do it. It won't take a few minutes to read it again. That's right, don't think about getting away with it, do it again. Chang Yu looked at the venue helplessly, not knowing where President Pei was. I'm sorry, President Pei, I wanted to control the time within 5 minutes, but everyone wouldn't let me. Chapter 441 President Pei's Psychology, additional chapter for Alliance leader Shang. Under the enthusiastic request of the crowd, Chang Yu very reluctantly repeated it again. Really good brand, really good phone. This time, as soon as Chang Yu finished speaking, the audience instantly heard warm applause and cheers, and a few sharp whistles. Awesome. Good. One more. Yes, one more, I want to hear it. The press conference instantly turned into a crosstalk show. Pei Qian was so angry that he squeezed the mineral water bottle in the audience. What the hell? I told you to focus on the advantages for 5 minutes, is this how you focus? Huh? And you really said it again. Pei Qian was speechless, as if he had foreseen the scene of Chang Yu being on the hot search on Weibo. There were also people in the venue shouting one more, as if it didn't matter if the phone was not released at this press conference. As long as President Chang kept telling jokes, everyone would be very happy. Chang Yu smiled apologetically, I'm sorry, everyone. I've made an exception by saying this more than once. Now we have to move on to the next stage, otherwise I won't be able to explain to my boss. The advantages of mobile phones are just the above. Next, we will start to introduce the disadvantages of mobile phones. Ignoring the audience's objections, Chang Yu forced the next stage. The tech media in the front row quickly took out their phones to take pictures, but before they could take a picture of the picture on the big screen, the PPT had already switched. They could only beat their chests and sigh. Did you take it? No. It switched too quickly. I just took out my phone and the picture was already switched. So what are the advantages of this phone? I was just busy listening to the guanko and didn't pay attention. Isn't the guanko talking about the advantages of this phone? I didn't hear it clearly. Then why did you applaud so loudly just now? I just think Mr. Chang is very eloquent. I think he will say it again later, right? I think judging from the performance of the first few stages of this press conference, he may not say it again. Chang Yu ignored the noise and continued to follow Mr. Pei's instructions and began to introduce the shortcomings of this phone. A big word appeared on the screen. Expensive. Our mobile phone is priced at $81.99. In order to give everyone a more intuitive feeling of what you can buy at this price, I made a table. For this price, you can buy a mid to high-end gaming laptop, a good desktop computer, a relatively affordable air conditioner, refrigerator, and washing machine set, or even a second-hand magic car. The screen lists various products in detail. Of course, there are no trademarks, so you can't tell which brand it is, but the price is definitely right. Because it's not a mobile phone, it's not considered a scam. Chang, you also spared no effort to introduce the uses of these things. For example, a second-hand magic car can be used to pull people and unload goods, and no one dares to touch it on the road, because no one knows if a group of big men holding newspapers will suddenly jump out of it after it is touched. He worked very hard to complete the task assigned by President Pei, but the audience did not feel his seriousness, but burst into laughter from time to time. No one dares to touch a second-hand car on the road. Mr. Chang, wake up, this is not a party, this is a press conference. I thought the crosstalk was over after the guanco, but there is still a joke behind it. Ha 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 ha, what does Mr. Chang want to emphasize by listing household appliances and second-hand cars of the same value? Is it to say that you can buy such a noble auto phone with the price of household appliances and second-hand vans? It is indeed worth it, I understand. Strange, I thought it was expensive at first, but why do I feel less expensive the more I listen? 8,000 yuan doesn't seem to be much. Soon, after talking about the disadvantage of expensive, Chang Yu started talking about the disadvantage of heavy. Our mobile phone weighs 247 grams, which is a veritable half-pound phone. You may not have any idea of how heavy 247 grams is. It is equivalent to a box of milk, or half a bottle of mineral water, or 5 eggs. If you are a girl, you can use this phone as a self-defense weapon when traveling. If you are a man, you can use this phone as a fitness equipment when you are bored at home. The audience laughed so hard. A self-defense weapon? Fitness equipment? This phone launch is too frivolous, isn't it? Can't they just introduce the advantages of their own phones? It feels like Mr. Chang is here to make people laugh. Why didn't I realize that Mr. Chang has such a talent for humor before? I laughed so hard that my stomach hurts. It's less than 250 grams with such a big battery? It's just half a bottle of water, no big deal, my unicorn arm can hold it. Yeah, I thought this phone would weigh 300 grams, but it's only 247 grams, no big deal. The disadvantage of this phone is that it's expensive and heavy. Isn't it a real valuable item? No more words, buy it. Buy it up. Pei Qian sat in the audience, listening to the waves of laughter at the scene, and he felt sick. What's so funny? Chang Yu is telling the truth, and he has told you how expensive and heavy this phone is. How can you still laugh? Pei Qian was speechless, as if the atmosphere on the scene was completely beyond his or Chang Yu's control, and was developing in a strange direction. Soon, Chang Yu finished describing the two shortcomings of expensive and heavy in a vivid way, and he continued to introduce other shortcomings of the phone. Our phone system Modus is closer to the native system, and many system customization functions are missing, which is a big disadvantage. We should consider providing users with two versions of the system in the future, a simplified version and a feature-rich version for users to choose. There are many functions on our phone that most people may not use or are redundant, such as dual speakers, vibration, and customized cooling systems. For many customers who do not need these functions, these useless functions push up the price of the phone, which is also a big disadvantage. In addition, our phone's self-developed level is not enough, lacking core technology and solutions. In short, these are the areas where we have not done enough, and we will continue to work hard in the future. Chang Yu introduced the other shortcomings of this phone very sincerely. Previously, Mr. Pei told him to find more disadvantages of this phone and talk about it for half an hour. Changyu pondered over it, and apart from being expensive and heavy, he really couldn't think of any prominent disadvantages. But when sorting out the advantages of the phone, Changyu suddenly had an idea. There is a saying, one man's honey is another man's poison. The same is true for mobile phones. Everyone has different needs, so the advantages and disadvantages they think are naturally different. For example, the native system, Changyu liked this refreshing feeling after using it for a while, but it is undeniable that there are still many people who like the negative one screen and various functions made by some domestic mobile phone systems. Then the OTTOE1 phone is closer to the experience of the native system, which can also be a disadvantage for them. Therefore, Changyu began to seriously analyze who is not suitable for the OTTOE1 phone. It can be said that he has made a comprehensive and sincere dissuasion for those users other than the target users of this phone. The previous atmosphere of banter and entertainment of the audience gradually disappeared, replaced by a faint touch. Mr. Chang is really sincere in his advice. He has divided the people who are not suitable for the phone in advance so that they will not regret buying the phone. This is the first time I have seen such a conscientious manufacturer. Do you have to find shortcomings even if there are no shortcomings? Moreover, many of the issues raised by President Chang, such as insufficient self-research and lack of core technology, are too harsh on me. However, doesn't this also prove that OTTO technology has an enterprising spirit that never stops? Yes, other mobile phone manufacturers only talk about advantages at the press conference, not disadvantages, while OTTO technology is just the opposite. It only mentions its advantages, but clearly recognizes its shortcomings, and constantly spurs itself on. So sincere. I can tolerate such shortcomings, give me one. Give me one too. Seriously, I really want one. I'm serious too. The atmosphere at the press conference suddenly became heated, and many people began to applaud and cheer uncontrollably. On the stage, Changyu's eyes were wet. I didn't expect it, I really didn't expect it. The audience would actually have such a reaction. He originally thought that this PPT was very outrageous, and he only went on stage to complete President Pei's task. But now, combined with the audience's reaction, thinking back, the process of the entire press conference is so perfect. First, the price and stock were mentioned, and then the company made fun of itself, completely breaking the audience's psychological expectations and giving the press conference a black humor tone. Then, the company introduced all the advantages of the phone within 5 minutes, and instantly ignited the atmosphere of the whole conference through a series of clichés. After that, the company talked about the shortcomings of the phone in detail, which changed the atmosphere of the entire press conference from black humor to sincerity, so, the audience didn't think the phone was expensive. It seems that this is the magic of anti-routine. If you introduce the advantages of the phone first and brag about yourself, then no matter how good the phone is, when the price of $8,199 comes out, it will break the bottom line of the audience, and there will definitely be many people who resist this price. But what if it's the other way around? First announce the price of $8,199 and 1,000 units in stock, so that all the audience will continue to watch with a mentality of watching a joke. Then, keep throwing out the advantages of this phone, and the audience will feel that it seems that the 8,000 yuan is also worth it. The advantages and prices of mobile phones are the two ends of the scale. If the advantages are put first, then the price of $8,199 is put on the other end, which will instantly crush the expectations of the audience. But if the price is put first, and then the various advantages of the phone are slowly and bit by bit on the other end of the scale, then this price will become less unacceptable. These advantages will appear more weighty. Changyu looked at Mr. Pei, who was sitting somewhere in the venue, and sighed in his heart. Mr. Pei is really a master of psychology. Who else but President Pei could come up with this kind of unique press conference? At this moment, in a corner of the audience, Pei Qian was frantically kneading the empty mineral water bottle in his hand. he didn't say anything, but in his heart, he was already saying MMP. Are you crazy? That's an 8,000 yuan phone. Usually, people would fight over a 20 yuan coupon, but now the phone is 8,000 yuan, don't you think it's expensive? I've introduced the shortcomings so crazy, but you still want to buy it? What do you want? What went wrong in the process? Although it hasn't been officially launched yet, Pei Qian already had a very ominous premonition in his heart. Those 1,000 phones won't be sold out in the next few days? Chapter 442, Can we only mass produce with tears? Okay, the above is all the content of this press conference. I would like to express my sincere gratitude to everyone for coming again. Please leave in an orderly manner. You can receive free small gifts at the entrance. If you are interested in this phone, you can log into the official website of OTTO Technology to order it. The staff of Nifeng Logistics will deliver it to your door as soon as possible. Changyu looked at his watch and successfully controlled the time within an hour. He couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief and prepared to leave the stage. However, he had just walked halfway when the people below started shouting. Is that the end? You haven't said anything yet. Tell me more in detail, I want to buy it. Don't shout, hurry up and place an order on the website. If you go too late, there will be no stock. The audience was in chaos, shouting all kinds of things. Changyu always kept in mind President Pei's instructions and was determined to control the length of the press conference within an hour, so he ignored the strong demands of some people and walked off the stage to forcibly end the process of this press conference. Many quick-witted people in the audience had already taken out their phones to log on to OTTO Technology's website and started placing orders. There were only 1,000 units, and if you were late, they would be gone, you know. This is not just a competition with the people at the press conference, but also the 20,000 to 30,000 viewers on the live broadcast website. Those who are not very interested in the phone began to leave in an orderly manner and went to the door to receive free gifts. But judging from the number of people who left, it seems that only about 2/3 of the people who attended the press conference. There are still many people who have no intention of moving. Obviously, most of the people who came to attend this press conference are loyal users of Tenda. Many aspects of their daily lives are closely related to Tenda's industry. Their desire for this phone is much higher than that of ordinary consumers. Therefore, the proportion of staying to buy it is particularly high. Pei Qian sat in the corner and was anxious to see this scene. Go. What are you doing here? Pei Qian looked at the buddy on the left, only to see his fingers flying up and down and tapping the screen quickly. He was quickly filling in the delivery address on the OTTO Technology website, and then confirming the payment, all in one go. After the payment was successful, the buddy couldn't help but clench his fist. Yes. Got it. Looking at other people, it seems that they are doing the same thing. Just think about it. What are these people who are staying at the press conference doing? Of course, they are all rushing to buy. Pei Qian wanted to grab their hair and yell, "Don't buy! Don't buy!" However, the situation seemed to be out of control. Pei Qian quickly opened his phone and logged into OTTO Technology's website. He clicked on the product details page of the Auto E1 phone and saw the remaining stock number on it. 327. Refresh again, 116. Refresh again, sold out. As the sold out label appeared, Pei Qian heard a burst of fuck exclamations in the venue. Is it over? It was sold out in seconds. I just filled in the address. On the importance of hand speed. I'm so happy to have grabbed it. Is there anyone willing to transfer it? I'll pay more. Please transfer one. Some people have even started to raise the price. Pei Qian was almost vomiting blood. What the hell is this? Crazy, crazy. These 1,000 phones were originally planned to be piled up in the warehouse until the next settlement cycle, but they were sold out in less than 2 minutes after the launch. This also includes the time everyone spent typing on the screen. If they didn't have to fill in the address, I'm afraid it would be sold out even faster. Everyone was reluctant and prepared to leave with foul language. Hungry marketing. Damn. What can you do with 1,000 units? I'm so angry. Damn it, I should have gone to the website to wait for it when the press conference just announced that the stock was so small. I didn't react. When will the stock be replenished? You are so obsessed with money. What's wrong with the current mobile phone manufacturers? Do they have to use hungry marketing to sell products? Pei Qian was dragged out by the crowd, feeling bitter. It's not a hunger marketing. They are indeed hungry, but they don't plan to market. I just plan to produce 1,000 units to show my appreciation, and stop at a small loss, but you guys kept buying them. I didn't expect this to happen. Now you have sold out the goods, and I haven't blamed you yet, but you blame me first? Pei Qian was so angry. So, what should I do next? Pei Qian was worried. As soon as he walked to the door, a staff member saw Mr. Pei and quickly pulled him aside. Mr. Pei, come quickly, Mr. Chang is waiting. Pei Qian was dragged to the preparation room next to the venue with a confused look on his face, but as soon as he entered, he heard a bang. Fireworks and ribbons were flying in the air, and it seemed, there was also a cork of champagne. Chang Yu held champagne, and the employees of OTTO Technology gathered around him and applauded enthusiastically. Boss Pei, the mobile phone launch event you arranged is a classic marketing case that has never been seen in the entire mobile phone industry. It will definitely go down in history and be repeatedly studied by major mobile phone brands. Using the method of first suppressing and then praising, we proposed the price and stock at the beginning to arouse consumers' interest, and then created a sense of tension about the scarcity of stock. Then within 5 minutes, we finished talking about all the advantages of the mobile phone, instantly ignited the whole audience and formed a hot spot for online communication. Finally, we talked about the shortcomings of the mobile phone, which not only reflected our company's enterprising attitude, but also firmly grasped the hearts of target users and greatly strengthened their desire to buy. I really didn't expect that 1,000 mobile phones were sold out just after the press conference, which shows that OTTO Technology's strategy of entering the high-end market has achieved initial success. All this is inseparable from President Pei's wise guidance. Amid the warm applause, Pei Qian was already a little drunk before he even drank champagne. What do you mean all this is inseparable from my wise guidance? Does it mean that this is my own fault? Look, everyone, Mr. Chang's video has become popular. It's going viral everywhere on the internet, and many people are learning it. Our mobile phone is also popular, and many people in the digital circle are discussing it. The first batch of technology media have all been given mobile phones, and their review videos will probably be out in 3 or 4 days. Damn, someone has already resold it on a second-hand website? Isn't that too fast? They're reselling it right after they got it. Did a scalper sneak into our press conference? No way, the press conference randomly gives out tickets, and the tickets are given to customers of other businesses of Tenda. It must be a coincidence that a scalper ran into us. Don't forget the live broadcast users, maybe a scalper sneaked into the live broadcast room. In addition to the excitement, everyone also found some things that made people unhappy. Sure enough, as long as it is a limited item, scalpers are like flies, and you can't drive them away, which is disgusting. Less than 10 minutes after the press conference ended, some people have already started to sell it at high prices on second-hand websites. This speed caught OTTO Technology's employees off guard. Chang Yu poured champagne while sighing. This is the duality of pink bulls. Maybe the fans did intend to use it for themselves when they first bought it, but they found that they could sell it for 300, 500 or even 1,000 more by reselling it, and they didn't have to pay any price at all, so they naturally thought about reselling it. There is no way, this kind of thing is hard to avoid. We have less stock, and some people are willing to pay more to buy it. Those who have grabbed it are willing to pay more to sell it, and we can't stop it. In short, don't worry about it for now, let's celebrate. Some employees have helped distribute champagne to everyone, and Pei Qian, of course, has a glass in his hand. Come on, cheers. In the warm atmosphere, Pei Qian silently raised his glass and drank it all, speechless. We must stop scalpers from reselling at all costs, Pei Qian said resolutely with a sullen face. He was already very unhappy that the phone was sold out right after the launch event. Now that he heard about scalpers, he was even more unhappy. Pei Qian hates scalpers the most, a group of blood-sucking parasites. He would rather not lose money than let these scalpers make money. When Sea Fortress sold limited edition firearms before, Pei Qian was disgusted by scalpers once. That time, Pei Qian gritted his teeth and would rather make more money to prevent scalpers from reselling. Facts have proved that watching scalpers suffer is more enjoyable than losing money. Changyu, who had just taken a sip of champagne, was shocked when he saw President Pei's gloomy face. Oops, it seems that I said the wrong thing just now. With President Pei's hatred of evil, how could he turn a blind eye to scalpers? Just now, I said don't worry about it for the time being, and it really made President Pei angry. Otherwise, why would President Pei look at me with a gloomy face and a very dissatisfied expression? Moreover, this expression seems a bit complicated. It further illustrates the seriousness of the situation. Changyu hurriedly said, Boss Pei is right. Stop scalpers from reselling at all costs. How to do it specifically? I understand, Boss Pei, you want to be able to mass produce immediately, directly guarantee the supply of spot goods, so that scalpers can't speculate on the price, and all the money is stuck in their hands. Pei Qian. Is mass production okay? You think I'm not making enough money? But I have to say that Changyu's idea is the normal idea. The mobile phone conference was a great success, and it was sold out at the conference. Obviously, it should be supplied and mass-produced immediately, right? How can there be no reason not to make money in this world? Pei Qian was speechless for a moment. Yes, if the phone is sold out, he must continue to stock up, otherwise the system will not be justified. Since the stock must be sold, it must be sold, and selling will definitely make money. If there is not enough stock, it will be snatched by scalpers, which is very disgusting. If there is more stock, won't the more money you make? Pei Qian was completely speechless. How did things turn out like this? President Pei? Seeing President Pei lost in thought, Changyu was a little surprised. The phone is so successful, can't you just throw money into mass production? What is there to hesitate about? Could it be that President Pei has triggered the state of thinking in favorable circumstances again? Pei Qian was very worried and could only choose the lesser of two evils. The fact that the phone is popular is already a fait accompli. Now he can only find a way to stop the loss and sell less of this phone on the premise of eliminating the influence of scalpers as much as possible. Maybe we can adopt the model of Fortress at Sea at that time, determine the credit value for each customer, use the credit value to determine the purchase priority, and then release it in limited quantities every month or week. But on second thought, no. This model also has huge hidden dangers. Fortress at Sea dug itself up at that time. At that time, players couldn't get the limited weapons, so many people frantically bought the Pei Qian to brush up their credit points, which resulted in a surge in the revenue of Sea Fortress. The same is true this time. If mobile phones are sold in this way, consumers will spend their money on other businesses of Tenda industry and try every means to improve their credit points. There is still a lot of money to be made, and there are even greater hidden dangers. So far, the popularity of Sea Fortress has not shown any trend of decline. The stickiness of players is very strong, and a large part of the reason lies in this consumption model. Pei Qian is desperate. This is a dead end. In order not to cheapen these scalpers, can we only mass produce with tears? Chapter 443 New Password. Share if you like. Calm down, never lose hope. There must be a better solution. Pei Qian's brain worked quickly, and he fell into deep thought. There are only two ways to do limited edition. Either everyone relies on hand speed, which is equivalent to surrendering to scalpers. Pei Qian would rather make money than let those parasites get away with it. Or through the setting of credit value, let Tengda's consumers get higher purchasing rights, and once they buy, they will be bound to benefits and cannot resell, so as to drive away scalpers. But Pei Qian has tried this way when he was working on Fortress on the Sea. Although it can indeed avoid the influence of scalpers to a large extent, it does not make less money, but will make consumers spend more on other industries of Tengda. In short, it seems that none of them work. Then we can only mass produce. As long as we ensure that there is always inventory, scalpers will not be able to drive up the price, and it will naturally fall apart. But how to mass produce specifically to make as little money as possible? Or, is there such a possibility that if we mass produce more, we will lose money? Pei Qian looked at Changyu. As I said before, the profit margin of mobile phones does not exceed 5%. Changyu quickly replied, yes, Mr. Pei, it is completely in accordance with this standard. It is because piling up materials cannot achieve this, so I joined forces with other departments of Tengda to add various other benefits. Pei Qian. Well, it seems that so many extra benefits are also my own fault. But now is obviously not the time to tangle with this. Since the profit margin of this mobile phone is only 5%, it means that these benefits are concessions from other departments. Overall, it is profitable, but not much. At present, 1,000 mobile phones have been snapped up, just because there is too little stock. The biggest advantage of this mobile phone is actually the various benefits of the Tenda Group, which are of great attraction to local people in Jingzhou. All the people who came to this press conference are local people in Jingzhou, and they are all customers of other industries of Tenda. These benefits are obviously very attractive to them, plus the hype of the press conference. That's why it sold out at the speed of light. However, this mobile phone seems to be less attractive to users who are not in Jingzhou. Those benefits of Moyu Internet Cafe, Mingyun Private Kitchen, and Nifeng Logistics cannot be enjoyed at all if they are not in Jingzhou and Linqing, right? Many people rushed to buy the phone because they were so excited about the launch event and the limited quantity. But once they calm down, they will definitely regret it for such a heavy, expensive phone with a very simple native system. What's more, the media reviews may not say too much good things about this phone. As long as the wind direction reverses, the mass-produced phones will still have to gather dust in the warehouse. So, mass production must be mass-produced. As long as the mass production is fast enough and the inventory is large enough, the profit will not catch up with me. Moreover, once the market is saturated, the few local tyrants in Jingzhou will have one each, and others will gradually see the shortcomings of this phone. Those stocks will naturally not be sold, and the strategy of never reducing prices has been formulated before, so these products can only rot in the warehouse. Of course, Pei Qian was not too optimistic. He considered that he could have a double insurance to at least ensure that he would not make money in this cycle. Changyu and others were all quietly waiting for President Pei's order. Although everyone knew that the next step was definitely mass production, which should be an answer that did not require too much thinking, President Pei was now lost in thought and must have thought of a level that others had never thought of. So, everyone was still waiting for President Pei in good times to give the most perfect solution. After thinking for a moment, Pei Qian sighed somewhat melancholy, then let's start mass production. He looked at Changyu. When can the next batch of products be delivered? Changyu quickly replied, Mr. Pei, the production line at the foundry can produce mobile phones very quickly. Some large factories can produce 100,000 units a day. We don't have so many production lines, but the foundry can produce thousands of units a day. It's completely okay. Pei Qian. Damn, so fast? It's really uncomfortable. Come to think of it, it's right. The hunger marketing of other mobile phones sold out more than 100,000 units in 3 minutes. The hunger marketing of automobile phones sold out 1,000 units in 3 minutes. This is not even close to the same level. Pei Qian thought for a moment. Today is March 6th, and we are starting to prepare for mass production now. We will sell once every Wednesday and once every week. You must log into your Tenda account and fill in your personal ID number when purchasing. Each person is limited to 1 unit. When the goods are delivered to your door, you must show your ID to ensure that the order, ID, and person are consistent before you can receive the goods. Otherwise, the order will be cancelled and he will be refunded. Sell 2,000 units next Wednesday, 4,000 units next week, and 8,000 units the Wednesday after next. Once they are sold, the money will be used for production immediately, and so on. Even if they are not sold out, use the funds on hand to replenish the goods. If you don't have working capital, tell me, Tenda has funds to advance. Changyu hurriedly said, but Mr. Pei, the concessions to other departments of Tenda. Pei Qian waved his hand, don't worry about it for now. He knew very well that the current price of 81.99 for the autophone was only over 4,000 yuan for the raw material cost, which was nearly half of the price. The other half of the price was supported by the concessions from other departments of Tenda. According to Changyu's plan, after the phone was sold, these concessions would be returned to the departments. But now Pei Qian waved his hand and did not return the money to the departments, but continued to stock up. A phone was sold for 81.99, and the production cost was only over 4,000 yuan, which means that the number of units sold each time could be doubled compared to before. Selling 1,000 units this time, 2,000 units next time, the number is growing rapidly. There are only 2 situations. If everything goes well, with the saturation of the market, these phones will soon be unsaleable, a large amount of stock will be piled up, and the concessions from other departments will no longer be able to be repaid, and President Pei will lose money successfully. If it doesn't go well, all the phones are sold out every week, then by the 30th of the month, that is, the day before settlement, the number of stocks will reach about 100,000. By then, a large amount of stock will be put into the warehouse. As long as they cannot be sold out, the less profit is the better. Of course, if the excess funds of other departments are directly used to stock up a large amount of stock, more money can be spent instantly, but there are also great risks in that case. After all, once the goods are produced, they cannot be sold. It is possible that this cycle will die on the spot, in this way, the stocking cycle is extended to 1 month, which can at least ensure that there will be no major problems in this settlement cycle. Changyu was deeply moved. In Changyu's opinion, President Pei temporarily moved all the concessions from other departments to ensure the funds and supply of automobile phones. It seems that OTTO technology is a very important link in the industrial chain in the eyes of President Pei, which also shows that he is highly trusted. Moreover, such a move has effectively curbed scalpers and taken care of the emotions of ordinary consumers. Each person is limited to 1 unit, and a certificate must be presented to receive the goods at the door, which greatly increases the cost of scalpers reselling mobile phones. The sale is opened every 3 days, and the quantity sold each time is doubled, so that consumers will not be anxious to buy from scalpers at a high price, and would rather wait for 3 more days. President Pei. I will definitely live up to the expectations of all departments of Tenda. Even if I go to the production line to tighten the screws myself, I will definitely guarantee the supply. Changyu was instantly full of motivation. Back in the office, Pei Qian leaned back in his chair, and the whole person was a little listless. It's uncomfortable. Although he had thought of a remedy, the success of the automobile phone conference still dealt a heavy blow to Mr. Pei, making him feel extremely uncomfortable. He turned on his computer and browsed the forum. As a result, he saw another piece of bad news. The puzzle had been solved by the players, Pifdooge. This string of passwords seems to have no pattern, but it is actually a natural code of double pinyin. Double pinyin is a special pinyin typing method that assigns the vowels of Chinese characters to each key, so that each Chinese character can be spelled out by pressing only 2 keys. For example, F represents the vowel N, and pressing FF in the double pinyin input method is equivalent to spelling out Fen. So, in the eyes of people who know how to use the double pinyin input method, this line of passwords becomes Ping Fendi Wangzhen. This obviously points to the TPDB website. So, a large number of players flocked to the TPDB website, checking various sections and clicking various buttons, but they were stuck at this step and could not find any useful information on the website. Although there are few people using the double pinyin input method, there are still some, so it is not surprising to be discovered. This puzzle should be able to last until the settlement, right? Pei Qian suddenly became a little nervous. March 8, Tuesday. Xiao Liang and his fans are fighting in other games of Tenda. Before, Xiao Liang, like everyone else, frantically searched for clues on the TPDB website, but found nothing. Some players even went to other rating websites, which is obviously a completely wrong direction. Again, based on Xiao Laosher's understanding of Mr. Pei, it is absolutely impossible to link with other messy games or websites. So, this rating website definitely refers to the TPDB website. But why can't so many people find clues after almost 3 days from Zhou to now? Is it because the clues are hidden too deep on the website? There is this possibility. But there is another possibility, that is, the information of rating website is not complete. Xiao Liang found that since finding this clue in Lonely Desert Highway, everyone's attention has been focused on solving puzzles and TPDB website, and no one has looked for clues in Tenda's game. Is this a trick to lure the tiger away from the mountain? Maybe there is more than one clue hidden in Tenda's game? Now players are too entangled in TPDB website, but forget to go back to the game to look for it, which is a trap. So, Xiao Liang decisively decided to mobilize his fans to look for it in other games of Tenda. Although many people have searched before, it is obvious that they did not look very carefully, and there must be clues hidden in many other places. Xiao Liang is now playing the previous levels in Ghost General, trying to see if this old game has any special information hidden. Just then, his fan group suddenly started to make a fuss. I found it. In Game Producer. Xiao Liang hurriedly checked the screenshot sent by this fan. The picture shows the first step before a certain ending of Game Producer. Xiao Liang has some impression of this ending, which is called losing all the money, which means that the player's game sales plummeted after the release, no one was interested, and he had no choice but to leave the game industry. The scene in this picture is the first step before this ending, which is the scene when the game sales are confirmed. This scene includes disappointed fans, players who curse, reports of plummeting sales, and low-scoring criticisms from the media. And there is a pile of documents on the floor in the corner of the room, and there is an inconspicuous piece of paper with a long string of numbers written on it. 2210211021010101210101010101010101010101010102. Sure enough. There are other clues in the game. I'm on the right track. I told you, I'm definitely Mr. Pei's confidant. Xiao Liang couldn't help but get excited. This password seems to be simpler than the previous one. Chapter 444, Contents in the Input Box. Losing money to become the richest man starts from the game. With the collective efforts of everyone in the group, the password was soon cracked. This string of numbers is composed of 3 numbers 0-12, and 0 has never appeared continuously, which can be regarded as a separator, which naturally reminds people of Morse code. Considering 0 as a separator, converting 1 to dot and 2 to dash, a string of Morse code is obtained. Dot dash 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 straight face dash 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 straight face dash straight face dot dash. According to the Morse code comparison table, it can be converted into a string of English. Then you can continue to crack it according to the conversion method of the string of letters in Lonely Desert Highway. 742251935143538382332. Transfer to Zhugong. Sjijilview. According to the double spelling, it means Sujingjilvsh. The players in the group did not spend too much time to crack this step, because the standard answer to the password had been obtained before, and the Morse code in this password was also a common encryption method, which was not difficult to crack. Qiao Liang was a little excited. He was very excited to have so many people solve the puzzle together and participate in it. The second password only added 2 steps, and did not change other encryption methods. The following steps are still letters to numbers to 9 square grids, and then to double spelling. Why not change a few more encryption methods? Is it because Mr. Pei has limited knowledge and only knows a few encryption methods? Or is it because he is simply lazy? Oh, no, it seems a bit too much to think so. Mr. Pei should think that it is not easy to find such a deep password in Game Maker, so he decided to make a break and lower the difficulty of cracking this password. Is this a kind of pity for the player's hard work in solving puzzles? Yes. It must be like this. Qiao Liang did not think much, and immediately opened the TPDB website and found the search box on it. The 2 passwords together are Pingfenduwangzhen, Sujingjilvsh. So, Qiao Liang first entered Jingjilvsh in the search box on the TPDB page and pressed search. No results. Then he entered Jijilview, but there were still no results. It seems. I need to input Chinese characters? Qiao Liang thought about it. This pinyin is ambiguous. Is it thorn hostile or economy hostile or quiet hostile? There are many homophones. Of course, trying all the homophones seems to be a good idea, but it's a bit stupid. However, Qiao Liang thought of the poster before. There is a special red sign behind the bloody handprint on the poster. On it is an obtuse triangle similar to the spire of a house, and below is a string of English, Palpitation Hotel. Palpitation means heart palpitations, so the name of this hostel is very clear, it should be Jingji Hostel. Jingji means unexplained self-fright and palpitations, or sudden heartbeats and fainting, that is to say, this fear does not come from a sudden shock or a terrifying atmosphere, but in an environment that does not seem so exaggerated, suddenly out of an unknown premonition, a great fear is generated. Qiao Liang was very happy, and it seemed that solving this puzzle was within reach. He quickly searched for the 4 words Jingji Hotel in the input box, and sure enough, the page changed, all the information on the original TPDB website page disappeared, and a mass of black emerged from the page, dyeing the entire web page pure black. Then, 2 input boxes appeared in a striking position in the center of the screen. There was no prompt information around the 2 input boxes, just 2 lonely empty boxes. Qiao Liang first entered the 2 passwords that he had cracked before, and pressed the enter key, but there was no response. He thought about it, entered his Tenda account and password, and then pressed the enter key. Still no response. Qiao Liang, ? He tried a lot more, including the 2 original passwords, the cracked double pinyin characters, Chinese characters, etc., but still no response. Considering that it might not be the enter key, he changed to pressing the space, Control, Tab, Shift and other keys, but there was no response. Entering the account and password in reverse, there was no response. After trying here for half an hour, Qiao Liang was dizzy. He had tried many combinations, but the two input boxes just hung on the page, and no matter how he tried, they were indifferent. Qiao Liang calmed down and looked through his fan group. Sure enough, no one had found a solution. They were all stuck at the input box. I don't know what to input. Qiao Liang stopped trying and stopped to think. Apparently, everyone had no problem solving the puzzle so far. The reason why it was stuck at the input box step was that some very critical information was missing, and there seemed to be no very clear hints about what to enter. Qiao Liang frowned, thinking about the possibility. Are there more clues hidden in other games? Are there clear requirements for the input content? Or did I miss some information? So far, no player has successfully taken this step. Obviously, this is another puzzle for everyone. At this time, Pei Qian was in the office, paying attention to the players' puzzle solving on the forum. Damn, the clues in Game Producer were found so quickly? Pei Qian was also hit hard. He originally thought that this clue in Game Producer was hidden very deeply and should be able to support for a long time. Because the Game Producer has many endings, and the ending of losing all the money is the ending that very few people pass through. Most people only need to make a few correct choices to avoid this step. And this happens to be Pei Qian's favorite and most anticipated ending, so he stuffed the second string of passwords into the corner of the penultimate scene of this ending. As a result, shortly after the first string of passwords was cracked, the second string of passwords was found and cracked at the speed of light. Of course, the reason why it was cracked at the speed of light was mainly because Pei Qian did not use other encryption methods. Compared with the first message, which only added the step of converting numbers to Morse code, it was relatively simple. The players who cracked the first message have already mastered the method, and they can just follow it. For the second password, Pei Qian wanted to make it more complicated, but time was tight, and Pei Qian did not have such a deep knowledge reserve, and was not willing to ask for help from others, so he was lazy and thought that everyone would not find it so quickly. As a result, reality slapped him in the face. These players are too crazy. Fortunately, there is still the last one-third of the puzzle content as the last line of defense. You must hold on for me. Pei Qian looked at it and saw that there were still 3 weeks before the settlement. It is definitely impossible for this puzzle to stop all players, but as long as many players as possible buy the game before the settlement, it will not be in vain. Then, Pei Qian looked at everyone's comments on the OTTOE1 mobile phone on the internet. It has been 2 days since the press conference. The first batch of videos and reports from the review media have basically come out, and the popularity of the press conference also reached its peak yesterday. The long string of advertising slogans that Changyu said at the press conference sparked heated discussions. Many people on the internet were challenging this advertising slogan, and many people even recorded it and uploaded it to the Ellie Island website, where it received a high number of views. The original press conference video was also posted on the Ellie Island website, and its popularity even rushed to the top 3 in the digital section, and even achieved the achievement of a one-day tour on the homepage. Generally speaking, it is difficult for a press conference of a technology brand to reach such a high ranking. Because the information density of the press conference content of other brands, whether it is computers, mobile phones or other digital products, is often very low, and most of the content at the press conference is marketing rhetoric, which can be summarized in a few paragraphs. Moreover, when those big companies hold press conferences, the entire process is live broadcast, and those who are really interested have already watched it and will not watch the video again. Therefore, the video of the entire press conference will not be played very much. On the contrary, some videos that condense the content of the press conference into 3 or 5 minutes can cause good popularity. But the press conference recording of OTTO technology is completely different. First of all, the content of the press conference is extremely concise, all condensed into less than an hour, and there are many laughs throughout the whole talk, with high information density and good program effect. Secondly, many people on the internet did not pay attention to the press conference at all. They only knew about it after Changyu's jingle became a hot search, and then watched the video to understand what was going on. As a result, the number of video playbacks of the press conference also increased, and the problem of low popularity during the live broadcast and insufficient online attention was completely compensated. In addition, there are no major manufacturers holding new product launches recently, and the review-up hosts in the digital area have released a lot of review videos of the OTTOE1 mobile phone, so this mobile phone has attracted the attention of a large number of digital enthusiasts. Pei Qian carefully watched all the review videos of the OTTOE1 mobile phone, and the situation can be said to be mixed. The worry is that these review media really praised this mobile phone. In the process of introduction, these review media elaborated on the advantages of this mobile phone in detail, saying that this mobile phone is made of solid materials, and also explained in detail the various benefits attached to it. It seems that this is the sequelae caused by Tenda's free food, accommodation, and gifts at the press conference. The good news is that after a period of fermentation, netizens' rebellious psychology has emerged. Although the evaluation of the review media is good, some black spots of this mobile phone still emerge, such as expensive, heavy, and hard to get. Needless to say, this phone is expensive and heavy. It has undoubtedly won the title of half-pound machine and half-pound gull. It is also called noble phone and IQ tax product. Although this is a misunderstanding, it has also confused the eyes of some people. However, at the press conference, Changyu has made a comprehensive and complete self-criticism on these two issues, so the online criticism now seems a little irrelevant. These 2 points did not cause much response, but instead labeled the OTTOE1 phone as a real valuable item. The most critical black spot is that it is unavailable, so many netizens regard this as a marketing campaign with ulterior motives. P.S. The password was too long before and I misread it and missed a letter. I am very sorry and have corrected it, but several big guys still solved it successfully. The puzzle of the input box is difficult for the characters in the book to solve, but as a reader, it should be guessable. Everyone can speak freely in this chapter. If someone guesses it correctly, I will like it. Chapter 445, Bargaining Master Hidishing. On the internet, the most debated topic is stocking 1,000 units, and all kinds of dissatisfied comments can be seen everywhere. I've seen many hungry marketing, but this is the first time I've seen such a blatant one. Yes, other hungry marketing people stock tens of thousands or hundreds of thousands of units, but this one only stocks 1,000 units, and then sells out at the press conference to create an illusion that our phone is very popular. It's all a routine. Even the press conference is probably hired by the press? Not only the people at the press conference, I think most of these review media have also received money. Manufacturers can pre-order the phone to scalpers, hype up the sold out on the spot, and then scalpers work together to raise the price of the phone. The plan works. Together, they fool fools, and the manufacturer and scalpers make a profit together. Scalper SEMA. Disperse, this phone is obviously not intended to be sold seriously, please stop pushing relevant information to me. Just wait and see. This phone will continue to be sold out in a hunger marketing campaign. Each time, only 1,000 units will be released and sold out in seconds. This will create an illusion that this phone is in great demand, so that the price can be maintained at a high level. Once the supply is open, people will soon find that this phone is not worth the price at all, and it will definitely collapse on the spot. Many people should have come to their senses now, right? Don't say that. I still believe in Tenda's reputation. What's more, Mr. Chan has already said that they are rushing to prepare stocks and will sell 2,000 units tomorrow. Haha, 2,000 units? You are preparing 2,000 units in a hurry? Are you kidding me? You said this is not hunger marketing, huh? Seeing these remarks, Pei Qian felt a warm feeling in his heart. Sure enough, consumers have sharp eyes, and there are still some who understand. Keep it up, you must keep it up. As long as you can maintain this precious questioning mentality until the end of this month, you will be my great benefactor. Buzz, buzz. While waiting, the phone on the table vibrated. Pei Qian picked it up and saw that it was Dishing calling. Is it about the Shuabakuilai app? Pei Qian quickly picked up the phone. He had already told Dishing to spend the money as he earned it. Has it been spent? Boss Pei, the Shuabakuilai project has been bought back. All the shares. Dishing was a little excited. By the way, the original person in charge of Shuda education has also been found. There is no need to dig him out. He was fired. Pei Qian was stunned. So smooth? It was bought right away. If I remember correctly, it seems that it has been less than a month since Shuda Education acquired the Shuabakuilai project. Dishing bought it so quickly, so he must have spent a lot of money, right? Pei Qian couldn't help but get excited. How much did it cost? On the other end of the phone, Dishing said, Boss Pei, it cost more than 5 million. Pei Qian, ? Why only 5 million? They made 15 million by selling those shares before, and this was when the last 20% of the shares were not sold. In the end, they spent 1/3 to buy it back? And this Shuda education is really crazy. Didn't you spend 40 million to buy this project, but you sold it for 5 million? Can't you raise the price again? Huh? Hearing that Boss Pei was silent on the other end of the phone, Dishing thought he was not satisfied with the price, so he hurried to explain. Boss Pei, this price is actually very low. After Shuda Education acquired this project, it also launched some activities with great fanfare, such as forcing its own students to recruit others to register, selling courses in the project, etc., but it was soon criticized and the data plummeted. Besides, this project can't make a profit at all, and it is burning money every day. Many senior executives of Shuda Education were extremely dissatisfied with this investment. There were conflicts among them, so several senior executives took the opportunity to make trouble and squeezed out the senior executive who facilitated this acquisition, and this project became a discarded child. After no one was in charge, this project could not get the resources of Shuda Education, and it went from bad to worse, becoming a mess with only outflows and no inflows. In order to avoid losing more and more, Shuda Education decided to cut losses. It happened that we still had 20% of the shares and had the right of first refusal, so Shuda Education found me. Of course, they offered a very high price at the beginning, trying to fool me. But how could I be fooled by them? I led this project from beginning to end, right? The value of this project was clear, and they were speechless with just a few words. At this time, they wanted to sell it to someone else, so I hinted that I knew everything about this project, and as long as I leaked a little information, they still couldn't sell it at a high price. So, after several negotiations, they finally lost their patience, and I directly chopped it down to 5 million. I told them clearly that this project is worth this much now. If it is delayed any further, the 5 million will be gone. If it is delayed for a while, it can indeed be cut lower, but I think that you, Mr. Pei, seem to be in a hurry and are afraid of delaying things. I think this price is about right, so I bought it back. Oh, by the way, the person in charge of this project at Shuda Education was also fired along with that senior executive. I still remember that you said you wanted to poach him, so I contacted him and found him. If you want to see me, you can see me anytime. That's about it. How about it, Mr. Pei? Did I do this job well? On the other end of the phone, Pei Qian was speechless for a long time. You did a great job. Pei Qian gritted his teeth in melancholy. Dishing smiled a little embarrassedly on the other end of the phone. No, Mr. Pei, you have a clear idea. I also followed your ideas to achieve the current results. If you hadn't left the shares unsold in advance and instructed me to buy them back, I wouldn't have thought of this at all. Pei Qian. Okay, it's my fault again. I've already bought it back, what else can I say? Pei Qian was melancholy for a while, and said, tell the person in charge to come to Yuanming Venture Capital at 2 o'clock in the afternoon. I want to meet him. He dishing, okay, no problem, Mr. Pei. After hanging up the phone, Pei Qian was very depressed. I didn't know that he dishing was good at bargaining. But this is obviously the most useless skill of Tenda Group. However, since Shuaba Kuailai has bought back this mess and bottomless pit that can continue to lose money, it seems that the 10 million will be burned sooner or later as long as it continues to burn. Well, it's better than not being able to buy it back even if you have money. At 2 p.m., Pei Qian arrived at Yuanming Venture Capital. He Dishing and the person in charge were already waiting in the company. Hello, Mr. Pei. Mr. Pei, this is the department head of the Shuaba Kuailai project at Shida Education, Yu Pingan. This is Mr. Pei from Tenda. He Dishing introduced the two. Pei Qian went up and grabbed Yu Pingan's hand. Hello. You've worked hard. His face was full of eagerness to recruit talents. Yu Pingan was a little flattered, Mr. Pei. I'm not tired. Pei Qian looked up and down, and it seemed that this honest man was probably the mean type. Come, please sit down. Let's get straight to the point. I still want you to continue to be in charge of the Shuaba Kuailai project, and give you a salary increase according to Tenda's company standards, and enjoy various benefits. How about it? Pei Qian's face was full of expectations. Yu Pingan was even more flattered, Boss Pei. I will definitely fulfill my mission. Pei Qian nodded with satisfaction. Well, what are you going to do specifically? Yu Pingan thought for a moment. The senior management of Shida Education is so stupid, they are just messing around. They insist on mandatory registration and add advertisements for various courses in the app, making the entire app a mess. After I take over, I will definitely cut off all these messy things, leaving nothing behind. Let Shuaba Kuailai app return to its original clean and tidy feeling and regain the trust of all users. Pei Qian did not speak. Yu Pingan's attitude of trying to pass the buck is good, but the problem is, if it really desued education, wouldn't it make this app return to its original state? That won't work, then I won't have earned 10 million in vain? It has to maintain the current state, and it can't be messed up. Pei Qian thought about it and said, not appropriate. Just keep this app as it is, and don't cut any of the existing content, understand? Of course, don't add new features. In the early stage, stability is the main thing. At this time, it's better to be still than to move. Yu Pingan was stunned and subconsciously looked at He Dishing next to him. He Dishing frowned and whispered, why are you looking at me? On our side, no matter what Mr. Pei says, you just have to do it exactly as Mr. Pei asks. Think more and don't ask too many questions. Do you understand? Yu Pingan nodded quickly, yes. Mr. Pei, I will do as you say. Pei Qian nodded with satisfaction. Well, it seems that this Yu Pingan is honest and has a good attitude. He may become the next Lu Mingliang if he is trained. If he can honestly carry out the tasks he has assigned to him while being mean and making some money, it will be even more perfect. Okay, let's do this for now. Pei Qian stood up and prepared to leave. He Dishing hurriedly asked, Boss Pei, there is one more thing. There is less than 10 million in the company's account now. How about this money? Pei Qian. Originally, this money was intended to be used to buy Shuaba Kuailai, but He Dishing's dragon-slaying sword chopped it down and more than 5 million was taken. The remaining money is still lying in the company account of Yuanming Venture Capital. For an investment company, it seems a bit shameful. Pei Qian was a little melancholy. Burn this money on the Shuaba Kuilai project? No, this project has been moved here as it is. What if it becomes popular again after burning it? Before it is confirmed that this project can make a huge loss, it must not be done rashly. Take 10 million to stock up the mobile phone? It seems that it is not impossible to consider it, but we still have to wait and see how the mobile phone sells tomorrow. If the mobile phone cannot be sold, then we can consider stocking it up. If it is sold out, then we must not. Pei Qian thought about it, and it seemed that there was no project that he could be sure would lose money if he invested in it, so he said, put it aside for now, and remind me again in 2 days. He Dishing nodded quickly, okay, Mr. Pei. After seeing Mr. Pei off, He Dishing began to hand over his work to Yu Ping'an. From today on, Yu Ping'an will be officially in charge of the Shuaba Kuilai app project. I have another question. Yu Ping'an hesitated for a moment before saying. He Dishing, You can say it anyway. Yu Ping'an considered the wording. Mr. Pei said that the existing functions on the app cannot be cut or added, and the status quo must be maintained. Does it also include the advertisements of Shuda Education's original courses? He Dishing smiled slightly. What do you think? Mr. Pei said maintain the status quo, so do everything possible to maintain the status quo. Yu Ping'an looked embarrassed, but there are many advertisements for Shuda Education courses on it. It is definitely not appropriate for our app to advertise for them. Besides, Shuda Education will definitely not allow us to use their content for publicity. If we continue to retain information related to Shuda Education, there may be risks of legal disputes. He Dishing thought for a while. Well, that's right. But no matter what, we have to complete Mr. Pei's task. How about, these entrances are retained and replaced with other industries of Tenda Group. Pick something related to this software and replace it. This should not be considered as cutting functions. It not only meets Mr. Pei's requirements, but also avoids legal risks. It kills 2 birds with 1 stone. Yu Ping'an nodded. Well, I think so too. Then I will do it according to this. Chapter 446. Mr. Pei, how should we spend these 20 million? March 9th, Wednesday. The Auto E1 mobile phone is on sale for the second time. Pei Qian came all the way to the office of OTTO Technology to supervise the sale. The mobile phone was on sale at 10 a.m., and Pei Qian arrived at 9:30 a.m., a little ahead of schedule. After careful consideration, he decided to make a suggestion to Changyu. Mr. Chang, I think starting today, we should have a deposit payment function. The deposit is 100 yuan. If you pre-order, you have to pay the deposit first. We will start production according to the amount of the deposit. Changyu looked embarrassed. Mr. Pei, of course I know the method you mentioned. Many mobile phone manufacturers will do this when there is not much stock, but we don't have that much money at the moment. If a customer orders 10,000 units, we won't have enough funds. Pei Qian waved his hand. It doesn't matter. If it's not enough, ask me. There is no problem using some of Tenda's funds for turnover. They are all our own industries. In short, we must ensure the supply so that every Tenda fan can use our mobile phone. Pei Qian's words were righteous and stern, which moved Changyu. However, Pei Qian was thinking about something else. The reason why he proposed this reservation plan was mainly based on 3 considerations. First, it was to continue to disgust scalpers, increase the cost of rushing to buy, and eliminate those who followed the trend to rush to buy the phone with the intention of reselling it, so that the phone could really fall into the hands of those who needed it. Secondly, it was to roughly find out how many people were still eager to buy this phone. If there were 5,000 people, then Pei Qian would produce 8,000 units, and 3,000 units would be stored in the warehouse. Wouldn't the money be spent? Finally, Pei Qian combined the current public opinion and feedback on the internet and judged that there might not be many people who actually reserved this phone. After all, the price of this phone was too high, higher than the flagship phones of Shenhua and Pineapple. Although those benefits looked good, most of them could only be enjoyed in Jingzhou, and most people were still in a wait-and-see state. The first few thousand people were basically Tenda fans living in Jingzhou. Pei Qian judged that after the needs of this group of people were met, the sales of the phone would definitely drop sharply. As for whether Mr. Pei's judgment was accurate, it depends on today's performance. Changyu has arranged his men to do this reservation rush function. As soon as 10 o'clock arrived, Pei Qian immediately took out his mobile phone and followed the rush to buy auto phones. The imagined situation of refreshing once to get stock and refreshing again to get sold out did not occur. The number of remaining stocks dropped quite fast at the beginning, but then slowed down. At present, many scalpers have given up speculating on this phone, because now it is bound to the Tenda game account and ID card. If the price is increased and resold, the buyer will not be able to enjoy those special VIP status at all, and there is no point in speculating on it. Of course, it is not ruled out that some scalpers can do tricks such as ordering on behalf of others and buying on behalf of others, but it is much better than the situation without restrictions. An hour later, there were still 1,100 phones left. Pei Qian simply had a meal at OTTO Technology. The remaining phones were sold one after another until about 2 o'clock in the afternoon, and then they were all sold out. Seeing the sold-out label appear, Changyu and Pei Qian wiped the sweat from their heads at the same time. The reason why Changyu wiped his sweat was that it was finally sold out. Today, President Pei was supervising. If all 2,000 phones were not sold out and no one wanted them, wouldn't it be a slap in the face on the spot? How to explain to President Pei? The reason why Pei Qian wiped his sweat was that he had managed to hold on until after 2 o'clock. If it was sold out in seconds after the release, it would be a big deal. Pei Qian felt more at ease. Facts have proved that his judgment was correct. Although this phone is currently very popular, many people do not buy it even for local consumers in Jingzhou. Most people would not buy it so early due to the speed of news dissemination and distrust of this new brand. Then, the next step is to see how many people have ordered the phone on Sunday. As long as the number is similar to Pei Qian's expectations, then he can decisively grit his teeth to replenish the stock, spend money in a rush, and complete the loss before settlement. March 10, Thursday. Noon. Pei Qian took out his mobile phone and looked at the reservation status of the Auto E1 mobile phone. Yesterday, the programmers at OTTO Technology had worked overtime to fix the reservation function of the website. Of course, Changyu also paid enough overtime. So far, more than 1,800 people have reserved this mobile phone. Although the number is still growing, it has slowed down significantly. And the stock on Sunday is 4,000 units. Pei Qian considered that from now to Sunday, the number of reservations will exceed 4,000, which is basically a sure thing, but it seems difficult to exceed 5,000. In other words, as long as more than 5,000 units are produced, the extra mobile phones can only be stored in the warehouse. And all the money from selling the phones was exchanged for more phones, all piled up in the warehouse. Wouldn't that solve the problem of OTTO Technology's excess funds? It sounds good. The next step is to hope that God blesses everything to go smoothly. Pei Qian was thinking about it when his phone vibrated. Picking up the phone, it was he Dishing calling. Pei Qian frowned instantly. What's going on? Could it be that something went wrong with the Shuaba Kuailai app? No way, it's only been a few days since I bought it. Even if something went wrong, it couldn't happen so quickly? He quickly picked up the phone. What happened to the Shuaba Kuailai project? Pei Qian was as if he was facing a great enemy. He Dishing was stunned for a moment. Mr. Pei, Shuaba Kuailai is fine here. Zhang Wang has something to report to you, and he found Yuan Main Venture Capital here. When do you have time to come and see him? Or if you really don't have time, just call him. Pei Qian frowned. Zhang Wang? Isn't he the sharing madman and grassroots inventor who made shared telephone booths? Pei Qian was furious when he heard this name. He still has the nerve to come to see me. I promised to invest money in you to make shared telephone booths, but what did you make? Yes, if you insist that there is a phone here, it seems to make some sense, but you are too good at making money. After being stabbed in the back by Zhang Wang and Wang Guangjin, Pei Qian has completely lost confidence in Zhang Wang and the shared phone booth project, and basically let him fend for himself. Pei Qian asked Zhang Wang to use the money he earned to produce more shared phone booths, and then he didn't care about it anymore. I was so worried about the movie before that I didn't know how the phone booths were doing now. Pei Qian calmed down and asked, is he next to you now? He dishing, yes, Mr. Pei. Okay, let him answer the phone, I'll ask him about the shared phone booths. Pei Qian said. Okay. After a while, Zhang Wang's voice came from the other end of the phone, and his voice was quite excited, Mr. Pei. Hearing this voice, Pei Qian couldn't help but sigh. Such a reliable person, such a reliable project, how could it make money? Oh, what a pity. Well, what's the matter? Pei Qian said. Zhang Wang, Mr. Pei, my work focus will not be on the shared phone booths in the future. This project will only maintain the most basic operating personnel and let it develop freely. Hearing this, Pei Qian's eyes lit up. What's wrong? Is the business not going well? Pei Qian's tone was full of joy. Zhang Wanghan laughed twice, that's hard to say. It's just that telephone booths have been spread all over the shopping malls in Jingzhou. Even if shared telephone booths are set up in other places, they won't make money. The business in Jingzhou has reached a bottleneck, so I plan to take a break for a while and look for other interests. Hearing this, Pei Qian became even more excited. Good, have a good rest, a wise choice. Sure enough, my previous judgment was correct. Shared telephone booths can only make money if they are opened in crowded areas, such as large shopping malls, and there are only so many shopping malls in Jingzhou. If each mall has one or two shared telephone booths, it will soon be saturated. Once saturated, coupled with the fact that many people's interest in the entertainment facilities in shared telephone booths has faded, the business of this project in Jingzhou will be over. Of course, Pei Qian really wanted to ask, why not continue to open this business in Luzhou, Linqing, or even the Imperial City and the Magic City? Isn't there still a market there? But he decisively held back. In short, Zhang Wang turned back in time, which is gratifying. Pei Qian nodded with great satisfaction, well, it's good. Zhang Wang asked, then, Mr. Pei, if I have other dreams to realize in the future, can I continue to look for your investment? Pei Qian. Yes, but I will evaluate the project carefully. Pei Qian wanted to refuse directly, but it seemed a bit embarrassing, so he had to say a few polite words. Of course, considering Zhang Wang's brilliant achievements, Pei Qian felt that it would be impossible for him to invest in his project again in his lifetime. Unless there is a god-level project that looks like it will definitely lose all the money, Pei Qian will consider it for a while. Okay, then I won't disturb you from work, goodbye, Mr. Pei. Zhang Wang handed the phone back to He Dishing. Is there anything else? Pei Qian asked. He Dishing, nothing else, Mr. Pei. But I have something to remind you, how should we spend the 20 million in our account? Have you thought about it? Pei Qian remembered that he seemed to have told He Dishing to remind him about the money in Yuan Venture Capital's account every once in a while. This money must not be forgotten. If it is not spent until the settlement, then the problem will be very serious. Where should the 20 million be spent? 20 million? Pei Qian suddenly realized that this number seemed wrong. Yuan Venture Capital spent 5 million to buy back the Shuaba Kuilai project, so there should be less than 10 million left on the account, right? What the hell is 20 million? Wait a minute, where did the 20 million come from? Pei Qian instantly realized that something seemed amiss. Xing said as a matter of course, it was earned from the shared phone booth project. A question mark instantly floated over Pei Qian's head. What the hell? Didn't they say that the shared phone booth project's business in Jingzhou had reached its peak? Didn't Zhang Wang plan to temporarily withdraw from the shared phone booth project and take a break? How could he make 10 million in such a short time? Pei Qian was confused and forced himself to calm down. Shared phone booths can make 10 million just by relying on Jingzhou's business? Xing smiled. Ah, Mr. Pei, you don't know yet? Of course, you can't make 10 million just by relying on Jingzhou's business. It's just like you said. Each phone booth doesn't make much money every day. The initial investment is huge. The money earned is basically invested in reproduction and expansion, and there is no money saved. But after the Jingzhou market was saturated, Zhang Wang had already considered the future development, so he thought of other ways to make money, that is, to find agents to join. I won't keep an eye on the shared phone booths in other cities myself, but directly contact major shopping malls online and show them our business model. These shopping malls think that shared phone booths can make money, so we sell them to them with matching shared phone booths. They are responsible for maintenance and upkeep, and we just hang a sign, earn the money for the phone booths, and then get a share. In this way, our costs will be reduced to the lowest, and we don't need to find a dedicated person to maintain it, nor do we need to worry about whether the phone booths are profitable or not. We can just wait to sell the phone booths and get the commission. From the current point of view, this model is a sure win. So for the time being, this project only needs to find a few people to maintain it, receive orders, and keep the company running normally. Zhang Wang naturally doesn't need to worry about it anymore. Isn't this another 10 million earned by selling phone booths? I handed it over as soon as possible. So, Mr. Pei, how do we spend the 20 million? Mr. Pei? Mr. Pei? Chapter 447 An additional 5 million without noticing. After a long time, Xing heard Mr. Pei on the other end of the phone let out a long sigh, and his emotions seemed very complicated. He couldn't help but wonder. What's wrong with Mr. Pei? Oh, I see. Mr. Pei must have known that the shared phone booths had gone beyond Jingzhou and were heading to the whole country, and felt that this project was like a fledgling leaving the nest, and he was pleased for it. Yes, that must be the case. On this end of the phone, Pei Qian had only one feeling, that was melancholy. 10 million turned into 20 million. The pressure was even greater. I'll think about it and give you an answer later. After hanging up the phone, Pei Qian began to calculate where the money could be thrown in his little notebook helplessly. Time was running out, and it seemed too late to open a few more Moyu internet cafes in another city, but Nifeng Logistics could continue to open them because they were opening faster and could be opened until a week before settlement. At the same time, the stocking of OTTOE1 mobile phones could also be arranged, which burned money very quickly. Assuming Pei Qian piled up 5,000 auto phones in the warehouse, the cost would be about 20 million. Of course, if all of them were sold, then the situation would be very bad. In addition to these, Pei Qian has an ultimate killer weapon, that is the Jingji Hostel project. The Jingji Hostel project can be continued until the next cycle. This kind of place is a bottomless pit for burning money, and it is no problem to eat up all the 20 million. But Pei Qian is unwilling to throw too much money into the Jingji Hostel unless it is absolutely necessary. Because the more money thrown in, the higher the horror level of this place, the more exciting the experience, and the surrounding supporting facilities will be quickly improved, which is not good for the future losses of this project. So, give Lu Mingliang some money, let him continue to open Nifeng in all over Linqing, and cover all the places that Moyu Internet Cafe Complex has not covered. Then give the remaining money to OTTO Technology, so that Changyu can put more goods in the warehouse. Pei Qian was thinking, and the phone rang again. This time it was Pei Qian calling. Pei Qian frowned and hurriedly picked up the phone. Mr. Pei, there is another 5 million in the company account at the end, and I have transferred it to you. Pei Qian's voice was a little proud. Pei Qian? He was stunned for 2 seconds and asked, when did it happen? Pei Qian, just 2 days ago. Haven't you been settling last month's royalties recently? February's income came out just a few days ago. After dealing with the company's actual situation, I asked the finance department to transfer it immediately. Pei Qian's face darkened and his brows furrowed. Didn't I tell you to spend the money yourself? The training class needs money right now. Why are you paying me now? Pei Qian was stunned for a moment. The money for the training class is enough. Don't worry, Mr. Pei, this 5 million is not the profit of last month. This money has already deducted the daily operating expenses of the website, marketing expenses, subsidies to authors, and expenses of the training class. I also left enough operating funds, and the extra money was handed over. Besides, all the benefits of the training class have been fully utilized. I really can't think of where to spend this money for the time being, so I decided to hand it over. I heard that OTTOE1 mobile phones are short of funds for stocking recently. This money should be able to play a greater value if it is handed over to them. Pei Qian was speechless. You don't know where to spend this money, and I don't know either. You don't know where to spend it and you throw it to me, is it so deceptive? You just threw 5 million without saying a word. It's very difficult for me to do this, I'm not mentally prepared at all. Wait. Pei Qian just said that the training class expenses have been deducted from this money? Doesn't that mean the website's income has increased again? The website had already started to make a profit before, and Pei Qian tried to hand over the profits once, but Pei Qian decisively refused and told him to use the money to open a training class for online writers. This class is open every month. As long as the author comes, he will be provided with food and accommodation, basic salary, 5 insurances, and 1 housing fund. Logically, he should be able to spend the money cleanly. But how come there was another 5 million last month? Pei Qian keenly felt that something was wrong and hurriedly asked, did the income of the endpoint increase significantly again in February? After saying this, Pei Qian felt that this was a bit strange. Why did I say again? Pei Qian smiled. Of course, Mr. Pei, this is inseparable from your decision at that time. Facts have proved that your decision to let me use the profits of the website to open a training class for online writers is definitely an important decision that will benefit the present and the future. Although we lost some profits in the short term, the benefits of the author training class are too many. First of all, it allows those authors with irregular lives and poor self-control to ensure a regular schedule. After solving their worries, they can devote themselves to creation and increase their output. Secondly, the authors communicate and learn from each other, and constantly improve, so that the middle-level authors at the end can grow rapidly. Finally, the Tenda spirit learning you arranged for them is simply a stroke of genius. The authors have changed from blindly pursuing quantity to ensuring quality and quantity. This has made the overall trend of our website begin to change to high-quality products, which is more conducive to retaining readers. Most importantly, Chui Geng's butterfly game is a pleasant surprise. The news of the record-breaking first order spread throughout the entire online literature circle. Many authors saw that the upper limit of writing books on the end was so high, and they came to start books one after another, and with the continuous improvement of the content of the entire site, the number of high-quality content continued to increase, and the reader loyalty, follow-up rate and other data continued to rise. In short, the ant has been reborn again. Pei Qian almost got angry when he heard half of it. The arranged Tenda spirit learning is a stroke of genius? It allows authors to change from blindly pursuing quantity to ensuring quality and quantity? No, it said that everyone's updates are getting less and less. Although Pei Qian is still confused and still doesn't know what went wrong in the process of Tenda spirit learning, he is a person who is good at accepting reality. Stop the Tenda spirit learning immediately. Pei Qian said immediately. Okay, Mr. Pei, I have the same idea. Ma Yiqun agreed with this. Pei Qian? Ma Yiqun continued, in fact, the second author training class is now a model where old authors lead new authors. The old authors have basically gone to Tenda headquarters to receive the baptism of Tenda spirit. Now, relying on the inheritance between authors from generation to generation, it is enough to carry forward the Tenda spirit. There is no need to trouble colleagues in the Human Resources Department. So I also think this step can be cancelled. Pei Qian. Oh no, it's too late. Pei Qian's goal of spreading the Tenda spirit to the entire training class seems to have been successfully achieved, but the effect is completely different from what he imagined. Could it be that the enemy is in the HR department and right next to him? But Pei Qian changed his mind and fell into confusion again. The departments have indeed not worked overtime recently. The second selection of the zero overtime competition was just held at the end of last month. This time, more than half of the departments won the championship. Except for Fei Huang Studio and other departments that were particularly busy that month, they worked overtime a little. Other departments did not work overtime. The Tenda game department, which has been repeatedly taught but never corrected, has made obvious progress and did not apply for any overtime last month. And from Tang Yishu's regular feedback, everyone really did not work overtime secretly anymore. It seems that the various departments at the headquarters have implemented the Tenda spirit quite well. So which link went wrong? Was it a problem from the beginning, or was it a problem when the Tenda spirit was transmitted to the study class? So it only affected these authors? If it is the latter, just isolate these authors. If it is the former. Pei Qian felt a little headache. He is very confused now. On the one hand, the inexplicable extra 25 million has made his already weak psychological defenses a little shaky. On the other hand, he is genuinely confused about the fact that I have been encouraging employees to slack off, but the performance of various departments seems to be getting better and better. Boss Pei, if there's nothing else, I'll hang up first. Please continue with your work. Ma Yiqun said. Pei Qian hurriedly stopped thinking and stopped him. Wait a minute. Boss Pei, do you have any other instructions? Ma Yiqun asked. Pei Qian thought for a long time, then gritted his teeth, changed the share of the end point to 30 to 70, 70% for the author and 30% for the website. It applies to all authors and will take effect this month. Pei Qian also invested a lot of money. In the long run, this move seems to further increase the traffic of the website, but Pei Qian can't care so much for the time being. Let's take care of this settlement cycle first. The income in March will definitely continue to grow. When the settlement is settled at the end of the month, this money can make Pei Qian bleed again. So, now we have to hurry up and cut the income of the end point. In this way, the income of the website plummeted by 40% in an instant, which can at least reduce Pei Qian's burden by several million. The highest share allowed by the system is 20 to 80, but Pei Qian is afraid that 20 to 80 is too cruel and will attract too many authors in an instant, which will cause endless troubles, so he just changed it to 30 to 70. Although Wuxian's revenue split ratio is 50 to 50, there are other online literature websites that adopt a 30 to 70 split ratio. This move by the end will not appear particularly abrupt while reducing revenue. Ma Yiqun hesitated for a moment. Okay, Mr. Pei, I understand. Obviously, he thought that this was Mr. Pei's plan to spend money to snatch authors. Pei Qian was unable to explain this, so he could only let him imagine it. After hanging up the phone, Pei Qian became even more melancholy. It was like a double whammy. The thing I was worried about the other day was how to spend 10 million. After 2 days of worrying, the money became 25 million. Now, relying on the Nifing station, at most 5 million can be digested, because it takes time to open the Nifing station, and all of them must be opened a week before the settlement. Opening too many at once can easily cause problems. As for the remaining 20 million, Pei Qian gritted his teeth and put all of them on automobile phones. Chapter 448 Mini Games. March 11, Friday. Xiao Liang had 2 huge dark circles under his eyes, and he was still following the plot line of game producer. There was only one expression on his face, that was unwillingness. It has been a whole week since the official release of Be Quiet. And so far, the sales of this game are still 0. It's not because this game is so rubbish that no one plays it. In fact, now players don't even know what this game looks like. No one has been able to solve the puzzle and get the so-called invitation letter yet. Many people have already given up with curses. Obviously, this willful behavior of the game development team will seriously stimulate the rebellious psychology of players and discourage many players. Those with bad tempers would directly say a few words on the forum, "The production team is crazy," and then stop paying attention to the game. Those with better tempers would give up and go to the forum every day to check the progress of the puzzles solved by the masters online, thinking that they would copy the answers after the masters succeeded in solving the puzzles. And there are still a small number of real hardcore players, such as Chao Laosher, who are still looking for the solution to the next puzzle without sleep. During this period, they tried many methods. Various contents were entered into the 2 input boxes, but the page still did not respond. So, everyone thought that the next information should be hidden in other games. As a classic game of Tenda, turning back was naturally run countless times, but no useful clues were found after running around. Even some bigwigs on the internet heard that Tenda seemed to be working on a haunted house project called Fright Hostel and went directly to investigate. As a result, he was driven out by a person in charge named Chen there, and told him that the project here had not been completed at all and could not be part of the puzzle content. After running all the remaining games and finding nothing, Xiao Liang once again turned his attention to Lonely Desert Highway and Game Producer. Xiao Liang suddenly felt that with his understanding of President Pei, it seemed not impossible to hide more clues in these 2 games. Who said that a game can only hide one clue? If players find a clue in a game and then no longer enter this game, wouldn't it create a darkness under the lamp effect? Moreover, judging from the fact that some of Pei's 2 passwords had the same solution, this puzzle activity was not that difficult, either because of time constraints or because Pei did not want to deliberately embarrass the players. Then, Pei may have asked the programmer to only change 2 games and only change the simplest parts for the sake of saving time. So, Xiao Liang entered Lonely Desert Highway again. This time he did not find any new clues, but he noticed a detail. It originally took 3 hours to get all the clues, but now the time has been greatly shortened. Xiao Liang's first reaction was pain in the ass. Is this the treatment of the pioneers? I drove hard for 3 hours, but the latecomers only need to drive for less than an hour to get the same clues. He hugged his round self distressfully. But he thought about it and realized a very critical problem. The time to find the clue was shortened, which means that after he found this clue, Pei arranged for the programmer to make changes to the game. Why? This clue has been solved, and there is no need for others to drive through Lonely Desert Highway to search again. Why does President Pei still want the programmer to make changes to this game? Could it be that President Pei is implying that we must find these clues by ourselves in order for it to count? Xiao Liang realized something in an instant and quickly opened Game Producer. He had played the ending of losing all the money, but that was shortly after the game was released, which was in April last year. Strictly speaking, although Xiao Liang played this ending, he did not find this clue himself. Xiao Liang was already familiar with the various choices and endings of Game Producer. He ran quickly without thinking and ran to the previous choice of the ending of losing all the money in less than 10 minutes. Then, he found the clue, consisting of 012, which has now been deciphered into the 5 words search for the terror in. Then what? It seems that nothing unexpected happened. Xiao Liang controlled the game character and came to the last level of the ending of losing all the money by mistake, searching aimlessly. Suddenly, he noticed a report on the wall. In the original ending, this report criticized the failed producer, and the title of the report was "To Know This Matter, You Must Do It Yourself." This report already existed. It criticized these failed producers, or players, for being overconfident and incompetent. They were good at giving advice when playing other people's games, but failed when they really got started. The content of the title did not change, but Xiao Liang keenly noticed that the font of this title was different from that of all other newspaper titles. It was obviously changed. However, most players will close the game directly after seeing the previous clue. Even if they accidentally come here, they will not see this sentence if they do not search carefully. Xiao Liang quickly quit the game and entered this sentence in the input box opened on the TPDB website. Sure enough, there was still no response. After a moment of silence, Xiao Liang entered his Tenda account and password in the 2 input boxes respectively, and then pressed the Enter key. This time, the page actually changed. Xiao Liang instantly realized that he guessed right. It turns out that the content to be entered in these 2 boxes is very simple, just your Tenda account and password, nothing else at all. But the premise is that your Tenda game account must really complete the first clue in Lonely Desert Highway and run to the No Money Lost ending in Game Producer to see the second clue. And this must be done after the release of Be Quiet. President Pei also gave a small hint at the end of the Lost All the Money ending, changing the font of the title, "To Know This Matter, You Must Do It Yourself," which is to hint to players that the key to solving the puzzle is to find these 2 clues yourself. The reason why no one guessed it right for so many days is that everyone mistakenly thought that if others found the clues, they didn't need to look at them again, so no one met these 2 conditions at the same time. After everyone entered the account password, there was no response at all. This created a vicious cycle, that is, everyone thought that the 2 input boxes were definitely not for filling in account passwords, and over time, no one would try again. Xiao Liang couldn't help but feel lucky. Fortunately, he ran Lonely Desert Highway again, found the changes in the game, and deduced Mr. Pei's intention from it. Otherwise, he would not run Game Producer again, the Lost All the Money ending, let alone try to enter the account password on the website again. Mr. Pei really only changed these 2 relatively simple games and the TPDB website, and played so many players in the palm of his hand. But, it was still cracked by his confidant Qiao Laosher. Xiao Liang couldn't help but show off. At this time, the input box on the black web page had disappeared, and a pale invitation letter appeared, with lines of bloody handwriting beginning to appear on it, and it seemed to be dripping down little by little. Congratulations, you are the first lucky person to get the invitation. You have proved that your smart brain and perseverance can be the food of the hostel. If you are now smart and delicious and ready to dedicate yourself to the terror hostel, then do as I say. First, find a random camera. Then, log into the game with your account and password, and enter this code at the location of the bloody handprint. We have prepared an interesting little game for you. Below the letter was a code made up of random English and numbers. Xiao Liang had a camera, but he didn't use it often. He quickly wiped the camera, clipped it to the computer screen, and pointed it at his face. Then, he opened the Be Quiet game and clicked on the bloody handprint. Originally, the bloody handprint had no response no matter how he clicked it, but now an input box appeared, and Xiao Liang immediately entered the string of code into it. He didn't consider sharing this with other players now, because he wanted to be the first player of Be Quiet. The computer screen went black, as if it had entered a small program. There was a mirror in the full-screen display, and Qiao Liang's own face appeared in the mirror. This program in the game seemed to display the picture taken by the camera in this mirror, which felt a bit like looking in the mirror through the window of a monitor. It's just that the mirror was a bit gray and a bit scary. On the one hand, it was because the clarity of Qiao Liang's camera was not very high, and on the other hand, it was because the program seemed to add a filter when displaying the picture. There was a line of bloody words next to the mirror, "Stare at the blood in the mirror." There was also a virtual frame in the mirror, outlining the outline of a face, as if guiding Qiao Liang to put the camera in the right position and put his face in it. Qiao Liang's camera was installed above the computer screen, so after slightly adjusting the angle and moving himself further away from the screen, the virtual frame on the screen disappeared. At this time, the bloodstain in the mirror began to spread continuously on the mirror surface. Qiao Liang's eyes stared at the bloodstain and kept moving, passing through most of the mirror area, and finally stopped. Then, the bloodstain in the mirror disappeared, and the line of blood words also changed. "Face yourself in the mirror, don't look elsewhere no matter what." "Do you mean to keep staring?" Qiao Liang cast his eyes on his face in the mirror and found that the position where he was staring seemed to have a faint highlight effect, which kept changing position as his sight moved. "Eye tracking?" Qiao Liang was a little surprised and a little surprised. Eye tracking is not a very high-end technology. It has appeared 2 years ago. Through the camera to identify the state of the eye muscles and pupils, the position of the screen being viewed can be roughly determined. Now there are many software on the internet that can achieve the effect of eye tracking. Of course, this technology is not as good as imagined. First of all, it is necessary to ensure that the person's face is facing the camera, and data points must be collected. Just now, Qiao Liang was staring at the movement of the bloodstains, and he was obviously doing this. The whole process was rather cumbersome, but Mr. Pei made it seem a little weird and more immersive after a simple packaging. Secondly, the accuracy of eye tracking is very low, and it can only roughly determine a large area where the eyeball is looking, and it cannot be particularly accurate. However, it seems to be enough for this test. Qiao Liang began to stare at his face in the mirror intently. However, after a few seconds, he suddenly felt something was wrong. A piece of black clothing seemed to appear in the lower right corner of the mirror, and there was dark red blood on it. Chapter 449, The Savior is Here. Losing money to become the richest man starts from the game. Ah! Qiao Liang was startled, and his eyes involuntarily looked at the black corner of the clothes that suddenly appeared. However, at the same time, the entire mirror suddenly shattered with a snap sound. This time Qiao Liang was really scared. He even leaned back involuntarily and almost fell on the bed behind him with the chair. When he looked at the screen again, the mirror inside had been broken, revealing a dark area behind the mirror. A line of bright red blood appeared in the lower right corner, 10 o'clock. This line of blood soon became 9:59, which seemed to mean that the game could only be played again in 10 minutes. Qiao Liang was a little scared, but he soon calmed down. It seems that this step is a pure test of psychological quality. The eyes must be fixed on the center of the mirror without moving, otherwise they will fail immediately. Okay, try hard to practice and strive for success in 10 minutes. Qiao Liang was instantly full of motivation, because he realized that as long as he passed this test, all the puzzles set by President Pei should be solved successfully. An hour later Qiao Liang stared at himself in the mirror, and a ghost covered in blood and floating in the air had stretched out his bloody hand, as if it was about to touch his neck. Qiao Liang felt his heart pounding, but he still gritted his teeth and stared at his eyes in the mirror, forcing his eyeballs to stay still. The horrible ghost kept wandering around in the mirror, constantly trying to attract Qiao Liang's attention with various behaviors. Finally, it seemed to have completely lost its patience, and suddenly came to the center of the entire screen, opened its bloody mouth, and screamed at Qiao Liang. Qiao Liang was very smart not to turn on the speakers, so he couldn't hear the sound, but just the sudden and shocking scene in front of the screen was enough to make his heart beat faster. But then, a vortex suddenly appeared in the mirror and sucked the ghost in. The ghost seemed to be struggling, but it was of no use at all, and soon disappeared in the mirror. A line of bloody words appeared on the mirror: "Congratulations, the first guest of the terror inn." After clicking the mouse casually, the program exited, and the purchase button on the page of Be Quiet that had been dark all the time also lit up, which meant that Xiao Liang could finally spend money to buy the game. Xiao Liang was so moved that tears welled up in his eyes. It's not easy. These days, do you have to go through all kinds of difficulties to buy a game? But it was all worth it. After all, he was the #1 player of Be Quiet. Share this news with everyone immediately. Xiao Liang opened the fan group and excitedly told the fans about the solution to the last step of the puzzle. At the same time, Pei Qian was silent for a long time in the office, and slowly uttered 2 words. Nima. Looking at the eye-catching one on the purchase number of Be Quiet in the background, Pei Qian felt a little cold in his heart. It was still solved. I originally thought that the puzzle could last for a month, but it only lasted until the 11th, not even half a month. Alas, the previous estimate was a bit too optimistic. It is indeed unlikely to trap players for a month with a puzzle of this difficulty. But it is not completely useless, fortunately. Pei Qian knew very well that since the first buyer had appeared, it meant that the puzzle had been completely solved. As long as these people shared their experience, more and more people would receive invitations and get the opportunity to buy. But even so, there is still a threshold for purchase. In the background, Pei Qian set the prices of the 2 games, Lonely Desert Highway and Game Producer, to free, and then quietly watched the changes in sales. His series of operations were the optimal solution found under the strict restrictions of the system. To put it simply, the difficulty of solving puzzles for all people is different from the threshold difficulty for everyone to buy the game. Finding clues and solving puzzles in various games is a task for all players. Once someone has solved this step, everyone can continue to study the next step, and the difficulty can naturally be set higher. After knowing the method of solving the puzzle, the game itself has a purchase threshold. Players must drive for a while in Lonely Desert Highway, then personally run out of the Lost All Money ending in Game Producer, then go to the TPDB website to search for Fright In, enter their account password, obtain a dynamic code and enter it into the blood handprint of the game, and finally complete the eye-catching mirror challenge before they can buy the game. This is the highest threshold allowed by the system, and it cannot be higher. Of course, Pei Qian has nothing to be dissatisfied with. This threshold can already help him screen out a large number of players. Pei Qian made Lonely Desert Highway and Game Producer free, seemingly to create convenient conditions for players, but in fact to make less money. Pei Qian found that the system now allows games to be completely free, but the conditions required are quite strict. It must be a standalone game, it must have been officially released for more than 10 months. The income of the previous month must have fallen to less than 1/5 of the income of the next month. The system will allow this game to be free only if all 3 conditions are met. And Lonely Desert Highway and Game Producer just meet this condition, so Pei Qian can change them to free. As for online games like Sea Fortress, forget it. And even if Turning Back Is the Shore is released 10 months later, it is still difficult for the income to fall to 1/5 of the income of the next month, because this game is more playable, and new players who are interested in being abused seem to emerge in an endless stream. In short, although the puzzle has been solved, the purchase threshold is still there, which can still help Pei Qian make a lot less money at least in this settlement cycle. Pei Qian closed the background, thinking that he would wait for a while to see the sales growth and consider what countermeasures should be taken. And the most important thing at present is: first, check the reservation status of the OTTOE1 mobile phone, and then transfer money to Lu Mingliang and Changyu. 2 days have passed since reservations were opened on Thursday, and the number of OTTOE1 mobile phone reservations has increased to 4,728. Although it is still growing, it is already extremely slow. Pei Qian was very happy. It was similar to what he had expected. When the phone was released on Sunday, the number of reservations would be capped at 5,000. It would definitely not be higher. Pei Qian decided to give 5 million of the 25 million to Lu Mingliang, asking him to continue to open more Nifeng Inns in Linqing, and the remaining 20 million to Changyu, asking him to stock up 5,000 more than the original 4,000 phones. If all the 5,000 phones that were reserved could be sold, the remaining money would be used to stock up. By then, the warehouse would have a backlog of about 13,000 to 14,000 phones. Let the money stay in the warehouse until the next settlement cycle. It would be perfect. After Assistant Qian arranged everything, Pei Qian leaned back in his chair and finally had a break. He turned on the computer and casually looked at the comments of the silly netizens on the game, Be Quiet, and the OTTOE1 phone. Now, the puzzle content of the game, Be Quiet, has been completely revealed, and posts on how to buy the game have been spread everywhere. However, the evaluation of players on this has shown a clear polarization trend, and even quarreled online. It's crazy, the puzzle has been solved, but you can't just buy the game casually, and you have to do such a complicated pre-step. Is there something wrong with you? That's right, you have to pay for the game and look at the producer's mood. Tenda is really awesome, don't give face. I still don't understand the meaning of this so-called ARG game. I just want to play the game. I'm not interested in puzzles at all. That's right, I will never buy it. I'm waiting for this game to die. Who do you think you are? Do you think Tenda cares about this? Since they have created this ARG game and set a purchase threshold, it is to screen out you unthinking newbies. That's right, if you want to play a brainless game, go to Fortress at Sea Shoot. It's not like Tenda doesn't have this kind of game that suits you. This ARG game is so interesting. Although I can't solve it myself, I'm excited to watch the masters solve puzzles on the internet every day. This ARG game, and the eye-catching game at the last step, amazed me. I think it's worth it. This is equivalent to a large-scale, multiplayer free brain-burning game, which is equivalent to buy one get one free for Be Quiet. What's there to be dissatisfied about? And Tenda also made Lonely Desert Highway and game producer free. What a conscience. The two sides argued fiercely. Pei Qian was not interested in the content of their debate. He only cared that many people were dissatisfied with the game Be Quiet, which could reduce the revenue of this game this month. He looked at the comments of netizens on the OTTOE1 mobile phone again. It was basically polarized, but those who supported this mobile phone were obviously in a weak position. The reason was simple, too few were sold. So far, only 3,000 units of this mobile phone have been sold. Even if all these people are very satisfied with the mobile phone, there are only 3,000 people. There are still many people who may not discuss this online at all. And more people are questioning the brand, quality control, and inventory of this mobile phone, thinking that this mobile phone is hyped, and whether it is worth buying or not needs to wait and see for a while. Pei Qian is very satisfied with this. You can continue to wait and see, and you must stick to your own judgment. Don't buy it. Finally, Pei Qian took out his mobile phone and looked at the Goyan app again. On the 18th day of the release of A Better Tomorrow, the box office on that day was 4.184 million, and the estimated box office was 225 million. Until now, the box office of A Beautiful Tomorrow is still ranked second, and the first place is a domestic film that was just released 2 days ago. Pei Qian held his forehead with his hand, his face full of pain. The estimated box office is higher than before. This shows that the movie has a lot of staying power. Probably some people came to watch it for the second or third time. This was very bad news for Pei Qian, because if the movie made a little more effort at the box office, Pei Qian would have to share a few million more. What a sin. Pei Qian subconsciously swiped to the right to see tomorrow's schedule. However, in the pre-sale column, A Beautiful Tomorrow, which originally occupied the second place, was directly squeezed to the third place, and the first place was a US blockbuster that was about to be released. Pei Qian's eyes lit up. The savior is here. Great, the box office of the movie will definitely not reach 225 million. Brother, why didn't you release it half a month earlier? Chapter 450 Flying Star Journey. Pei Qian quickly clicked on the movie's promotional page to check it out. Flying Star Journey action science fiction fantasy 3D IMAX US 134 minutes released on March 12, 2011. Synopsis: on the eve of World War I, the traumatized former officer Tim accidentally traveled to a mysterious planet and was involved in the disputes between multiple forces on the planet. Although these forces regarded him as the key figure to end the disputes, and even won the heart of the beautiful Princess Lin, can he really put the past behind him and change the fate of this planet? After reading this introduction, Pei Qian's joyful mood was instantly poured with a basin of cold water. This story doesn't seem to be very attractive. But on second thought, it seems that all the movies made in the United States are in this routine. Didn't the previously popular Avatar also travel to another planet and have a hot relationship with the local indigenous girls? Well, it's about the same. The key is still to look at the director and investment. As long as the director is reliable and the investment is a little higher, this film will definitely beat Beautiful Ming to the ground with ease. Pei Qian hurriedly checked more information about this movie. After reading it, Pei Qian breathed a sigh of relief. It's a sure thing. Director Daryl directed his first animated short film as early as 1988. So far, he has directed many films and has been nominated for the Oscars many times. In 2005, the animated film he directed grossed $600 million worldwide and won the Oscar for Best Animated Feature Film. In 2008, his next science fiction animated film won the award again. The movie Flying Star Journey is based on a classic American science fiction published in 1911. Now it is the 100th anniversary of the original work. The total investment in the movie exceeds $170 million. The actors are all stars. The male lead John Stanton worked hard to complete very rigorous physical training during the filming. He lost a full 25 pounds while enduring the pain and torture to complete the filming. He is a model of professionalism. In short, Pei Qian read the information of this film from beginning to end, and his heart was instantly at ease. This is the standard template of American blockbusters. Look at this luxurious lineup, look at this huge investment, famous directors and actors plus a good script, just broadcast it around the world, and it should be no problem to get a total box office of $600 to $700 million, right? If we just do it in China, we can easily make 500 to 600 million RMB. And even Pei Qian has underestimated it. According to the investment of $170 million, the global box office of this movie can only be considered as breaking even if it is $500 to $600 million. If it is a big hit, it will definitely make $1 billion. By then, all major theaters will schedule more films, and it will be a piece of cake for Beautiful Ming to be squeezed out. Currently, the film was given 31.4% of the screenings on the first day of its release in theaters. If the trend is good in the future, then this screening will definitely rise. The screening of Beautiful Ming has fallen to less than 15%. The only thing Pei Qian feels a little bit sorry about now is that this film was released more than half a month late. If it could be released together with Beautiful Ming, it would definitely be stable. But it is not too late to release it now, at least it will reduce a lot of subsequent income for Pei Qian. Thinking of this, Pei Qian was very encouraged. March 12, Saturday. Today is the weekend, and there is no need to go to work. But for Pei Qian, every weekend from now on, the tasks are very heavy. While eating Moyu takeaway, he checked the reservation status of OTTOE1 mobile phone. Sure enough, the number of reservations has not reached 5,000 so far. This time, the stock can at least suppress 4,000 units, which is almost the same as Pei Qian's estimate. And on the internet, this number has also caused a lot of ridicule. Because when the Auto E1 mobile phone was first launched, it was very exciting. The video of the launch was listed on the digital list of the Eli Island website, and Chongyu's jingle attracted many people to imitate it. When the 1,000 units were sold out in an instant at the launch, it created a false impression of high popularity. Many people have questioned whether this is hunger marketing. Now that the deposit payment reservation is open, the number of reservations is less than 5,000, which is an order of magnitude lower than other big-name mobile phone manufacturers who often reserve tens of thousands of units. So, the criticism points of the public have naturally changed. Auto technology made a bad move. They should have continued to use hunger marketing. If they sold the phone bit by bit, the popularity of the phone could still be maintained. Now it's all right. Everyone knows how valuable this phone is. There are only 5,000 reservations in total. Isn't it embarrassing? What if they made some false information? Add one more person after the number of pre-orders. It's not embarrassing. Hehe, I think Mr. Chong must have been inflated. The fact that the first 3,000 phones were all sold out gave him a false impression that the phone seemed to be very popular, so he took reservations and was exposed in an instant. When there was no stock, you used hunger marketing, and when there was stock, you said that the phone was not popular enough. The haters are always invincible. Hehe, that's the fact. I don't ask for more. If this phone can sell 30,000 units in total, I will reluctantly admit that it is popular. The key is whether it can? Now a total of 3,000 units have been sold, and there are 5,000 reservations. This is the top. Facts have proved that marketing and IQ tax can't go far. Looking at these comments, Pei Qian felt much more comfortable and ate a few more mouthfuls of rice, especially the last one, which was righteous and powerful, and completely asserted that the autophone had no chance, which made Pei Qian feel comfortable. The only pity was that this guy probably didn't know the market well. In fact, only selling 3,000 units had made Mr. Pei earn 12 million. Even if the profits were returned to other departments, he would have earned more than 1 million. If 30,000 units were sold, wouldn't that be the end of Mr. Pei's life? Then, Pei Qian took another look at the player reviews of Be Quiet. So far, players are still arguing about the purchase threshold of this game, and only a few people are talking about the game itself. Although the sales of the game are also increasing, so far, less than 10,000 copies have been sold in total. Compared with the previous games, it was a mess. Pei Qian was very happy. The dissuasion process he carefully designed was obviously effective, and the effect was significant. Of course, he was also scolded. This is also the point that players argue most on the internet. When Be Quiet was first released, players found out that they couldn't buy it and had to solve the ARG first. Many players were furious and even forgot about the game. After a week of solving the ARG puzzle, many people wanted to buy it with great joy, but found out that there were actually prerequisites. Moreover, this precondition even takes nearly an hour, and a terrifying game has to be completed. Even some people who don't have a camera at home have to get one. Although Lonely Desert Highway and Game Maker are already free, many people who have never played these two games don't want to download them or play them at all. In short, these preconditions have discouraged a large number of players and caused great controversy, which has continued to this day. Some players think that Tenda is too arrogant and let himself go. He made a meaningless promotion, which affected the sales of the game and waited for the game to die violently. There are also players who think that the game screens out players in this way, so that those impatient white players cannot enter the game, which can play a role in purifying the game environment and improving the game experience. It is part of the game marketing strategy, and it is very successful so far. Pei Qian watched these arguments with great interest. Pei Qian really wants to tell everyone that you are all right. I really hope that the game will die violently, and it is indeed screening players. You are talking about the same thing. In addition to the two types of people who were arguing fiercely, there were also some posts that made Pei Qian marvel at the great wisdom of the people. A player named Super General posted a post, which detailed the strategy for passing the prerequisites, including how long to drive in lonely desert highway, what to choose each time in game producer, how to operate on the TPDB website, etc. The most exciting thing is that this poster also worked out the ultimate cheating method to pass the last level test. Find a piece of paper and dig a hole on it to cover the screen, so that your eyes only need to keep staring at the screen behind the hole, and will not be affected by the ghosts around the screen at all. The ultimate test that originally required more than half an hour of trying and strong willpower to succeed. After using this cheating method, many people can pass it in one try. For this post, Pei Qian only has 2 words in capital letters: admiration. Of course, there is a way to fill this loophole, that is to continue to adjust the gameplay of this game, so that the player's sight must scan every corner of the screen throughout the whole process, instead of just staring at one place. However, considering that the current sales of the game are not very good, it is obvious that the current challenge has a strong dissuasion effect, so Pei Qian turned a blind eye to it. After all, only a few people in the player community can really make it to this final step. Finally, Pei Qian opened the Yuan app to check the box office of Flying Star Journey on the first day. It was just noon, and the box office of Flying Star Journey had already exceeded 11 million. The box office on the first day should be around 24 million. Pei Qian couldn't help but frown slightly. It seems that it's not as good as he imagined. But then he thought about it. Today is the first day of release. There will be another wave of movie-watching craze tomorrow and Sunday. The two together will make 60 million yuan, which is not easy. Famous director plus famous actors, plus big investment plus big scenes, it is impossible to fail. If you don't easily cut 600 million or 700 million box office, how can you say hello to others? Pei Qian still remembered that the first day box office of Beautiful Ming was less than 8 million yuan, and the first day was about 17 million yuan. The estimated box office of Yuan app has reached 210 million yuan. After that, the data of Beautiful Ming continued to rise. Now the estimated box office of Yuan app has reached 230 million yuan. Pei Qian hurriedly clicked on the estimated box office of Flying Star Journey. 320 million renminbi? Such a good movie has such a low estimated box office? I don't believe it. Pei Qian almost thought that this number was missing a zero. But on second thought, the box office estimate of Yuan app is just an estimate, not necessarily accurate, especially in the case of only half of the box office estimate. It is even more inaccurate. Didn't you underestimate the box office of Beautiful Ming? Come on, Flying Star Journey, I'm rooting for you. Ming must use high box office to slap Yuan app in the face, let it know what it means to judge people with dog eyes. Oh no, to underestimate movies with dog eyes. Pei Qian looked at the screening schedule of Ming again. The screening schedule of Flying Star Journey has increased from 31.4% to 32.3%. Although the increase is not much, it will still have a good suppressive effect on Beautiful Ming. Because Beautiful Ming has been released for 19, and it will be taken off the screen in another 10 or so. Moreover, it is not just Flying Star Journey that puts pressure on the screening schedule of Beautiful Ming. There are other movies that are being released during this period. The box office of Beautiful Ming has now dropped to the third place. The top two are Flying Star Journey and The Chaser. The latter is also a new movie that has just been released. Although the total box office will definitely not exceed Beautiful Ming, it is a new movie with a high screening schedule after all, and the single-day box office can still suppress Beautiful Ming. The daily box office of the three movies is now at the level of 20 million, 8 million, and 4 million, respectively. But under the continuous pressure of the first two movies, Beautiful Ming seems to be a hero in his twilight years. P.S. When the interesting chapter is written into the book, the author's name will be included. This is called naming and praising. Welcome everyone to continue to leave comments. Chapter 451. The reinforcements came, but the reinforcements fell. March 13th, Sunday. Pei Qian once again came to OTTO Technology to supervise the battle on site. Although supervising the battle seemed to be useless, Pei Qian still felt that it would be more reassuring to come to the scene to take a look. Today is Sunday, but the sale of mobile phones is of great importance, so he still worked overtime. Of course, the overtime pay must be sufficient. For Chongyu, there is a lot of pressure. President Pei came in person, which shows that he attaches great importance to the sales of OTTOE1 mobile phones. But it is impossible for these stocks to be sold out today. The reservation data has just reached 5,000 units so far, and 9,000 units are in stock here. Those consumers who have made reservations can pay the balance within 2 or 3 days, so they will definitely not rush to buy. There is no need for others to rush to buy, because those who are really interested have already made reservations. In short, the sales of mobile phones today may not be very good. If President Pei gets angry at that time, the scene may become difficult to deal with. But at this point, Chongyu had no other choice but to wait for the phone to go on sale. At 10 a.m., the phone went on sale again. The sales figures of mobile phones began to grow rapidly, but soon slowed down, and it was obvious that the stamina was insufficient. Pei Qian watched the sales figures of the product details change constantly, and he became happier and happier. Not bad, it was exactly the same as what he expected, and even better. Many people would not be so eager to buy after paying the deposit and making an appointment, and there were more stocks this time, so the popularity was completely not as good as the first two waves. After an hour, the sales volume just reached 4,100 units, and the growth rate was very slow. Pei Qian felt that it was almost done. Even if the remaining people who had made an appointment remembered to pay after 2 hours, it would be difficult for today's sales volume to exceed 5,000. The goal of 4,000 units of inventory was easily achieved. Chongyu was very nervous when he saw President Pei stand up. He also knew that it was meaningless to look at today's sales volume any further, so he hurriedly said to President Pei, "President Pei, don't worry, I will continue to keep an eye on the sales of mobile phones and think of other ways. I will definitely solve the problem of inventory pressure." Chongyu thought about it and had to express his determination quickly. Pei Qian's mouth twitched slightly. "Think of another way? Please, please don't. The situation is perfect now. No one wants the mobile phones anymore. Don't bother with them anymore. Wouldn't it be better to let them lie in the warehouse and grow old together romantically? Can you feel the pain of such a lovely mobile phone being marketed? No, you can't, you only care about yourself." Pei Qian shook his head. "There is no problem with our marketing strategy. Your first priority now is not this. Don't spend time and energy on marketing. Your first priority is to increase production. Take out all the money and prepare the stock. Before next Wednesday, I want to see 14,000 automobile phones in the warehouse." Chongyu opened his mouth slightly and was speechless for a moment. Still preparing stock? It can't be sold anymore. There are still 14,000 units. It's good enough for us to sell the 4,000 units on hand now. It won't be too late to prepare stock later. Seeing Chongyu in a daze, Pei Qian asked, "Can you do it?" Chongyu reacted instantly and quickly replied, "Yes. No problem. back to his residence, Pei Qian felt much more comfortable. The pressure of losses in this cycle has been greatly reduced. Pei Qian had already discovered that the system's calculation of profits and losses was quite simple and crude, just calculating the changes in system funds. Converting money into physical or virtual property will not be counted in the system's fund statistics. Only large real estate will be counted, and only 10% of it. Pei Qian even wanted to move all the excess funds from other places to stock up on auto phones, but he resisted the temptation, because he knew that this behavior also had risks, and the risks were very high. Just like when ROF installed the phone, a fire caused all the inventory to be bought out, and the profit was lost. It is the same now. If half of these phones are sold for some inexplicable reasons, Pei Qian will have stockpiled them for nothing. So, he planned to wait and see, and when he was sure that the phones were absolutely safe, he would continue to stock up. After returning to his residence, Pei Qian's first thing was to open the Yuan app to check the box office of Flying Star Journey. First place, Flying Star Journey, with a box office of 16.493 million as of noon. Second place, The Chaser, with a box office of 3.217 million as of noon. Third place, Beautiful Ming, with a box office of 2.874 million as of noon. 3 question marks floated above Pei Qian's head in an instant, and his heart felt cold. This situation is not right. The box office of Flying Star Journey today should be around 32 million, which is much higher than yesterday, but it still meets the box office expectations of the Yuan app, and even slightly lower. In other words, this movie will probably only take about 300 million yuan at the domestic box office, and that's in RMB. The Yuan app proved to Pei Qian very strongly that its estimate was very correct. But then it was Pei Qian's turn to be puzzled. A good big production, this is too disappointing, isn't it? If this box office performance is true, this movie will lose everything, and the global box office loss will be around $400 to $500 million. I'm so jealous. Forget it, it has nothing to do with me. I don't care how much you lose, just help me suppress the box office of A Beautiful Day. Seeing that Flying Star Journey has become a hopeless case, Pei Qian's expectations for it naturally decreased. Originally, he hoped that it could squeeze out the schedule and box office during this period, but now it seems impossible. Looking at The Chaser again, Pei Qian was even more angry. What's wrong with you? You are only the third in the release, and the box office has dropped so much? Isn't it also a big production? I am so disappointed. Looking at A Beautiful Day, the box office is even better than yesterday, rising against the trend. It is even about to overtake The Chaser and return to the second place. Pei Qian was speechless. There is a problem, absolutely a problem. Even if Flying Star Journey is a bad movie, it is still the second largest American movie released. And how can the box office of Beautiful Ming still increase? This is totally unscientific. There must be something wrong when things are abnormal. Pei Qian hurriedly looked through the discussions on various film and television forums and websites to find out the truth. Finally, Pei Qian found the answer in a review of Flying Star Journey. Flying Star Journey, The Feeling of Damp Melon Seeds. I heard that this movie was invested 170 million yuan, adapted from a famous work, and starred by many stars. Before the release, it was crazy about a series of foreign science fiction IPs. I also bought a ticket excitedly. As a result, after watching it, I only had one feeling, that is, it felt very magical. It has been 100 years since the original work was born. I don't deny that the original work is indeed a classic, but looking at the science fiction of 100 years ago with the eyes of modern people, it has already changed with the times and is completely different. If this movie was made 20 or 30 years ago, I don't deny that it would be a classic in film history, but yes, it's 2011 this year, Big Brother. We watched Avatar 2 years ago, and you're showing us this now? The protagonist travels to a planet where there are two groups of aliens who look like humans, and green-skinned four-armed savages. These savages have no modern weapons, but have not been exterminated. The two groups of aliens obviously have high-tech weapons, but are still interested in the protagonist, an earthling who just jumps a little higher. Even the princess of the alien planet falls in love with the protagonist at first sight. Moreover, the explanation of time travel in this movie is quite careless, and the conspiracy in the film is only at the level of children's wits. Of course, I'm not criticizing the original author. After all, he was an ancient man who lived 100 years ago, but the director should have known that it's inappropriate to shoot this film now. Recently, many people have compared Flying Star Journey and Ming Ming. Although I am suspected of praising domestic films, I still want to. Although Ming Ming has many unreasonable places, whether it is the plot, worldview, details or science fiction, it is much better than Flying Star Journey. For example, Flying Star Journey can be seen as putting a lot of good ingredients together and stewing them over a high fire. Everything is good, but the taste is all stewed away. And Ming Ming is more like using a lot of simple and common ingredients to make a delicacy that no one has ever tasted. The ingredients don't look complicated, but they are endless aftertaste when you taste it carefully. So, if someone hasn't watched Ming Ming yet and thinks that Flying Star Journey is a bit eye-catching, I strongly recommend you to watch it. Of course, if you have already watched it, I have no objection to watching it again, just to refresh your eyes. Pei Qian seemed to have found the problem. He was still a little bit unconvinced, so he went to the forum again, and this time, he was completely convinced. Some people actually went to the cinema to watch Beautiful Ming because of the movie Flying Star Journey. Those who had not seen The Legend of Ming Dynasty before became curious after hearing that many people were praising The Legend of Ming Dynasty and wanted to watch it. Those who had seen The Legend of Ming Dynasty before also wanted to watch it again to refresh their eyes. But the most unlucky one was not The Legend of Ming Dynasty. After all, it was a big production with many stars and an investment of $170 million US. Even if it seems that it has lost all its money now, it is not something that other movies can bully. The most unlucky one was The Chaser. When The Legend of Ming Dynasty and The Legend of Ming Dynasty quarreled, the popularity of both films increased, and the attendance rate and box office also increased. As a result, the screening of The Chaser was squeezed out. Pei Qian originally expected that the release of The Legend of Ming Dynasty would give The Legend of Ming Dynasty a good beating and relieve himself of some burden before the movie was released. As a result, the box office data of The Legend of Ming Dynasty has risen against the trend. Based on the current situation, the box office of this movie will continue to rise. Pei Qian threw his mobile phone aside, and he felt a little disappointed. The reinforcements from abroad were too weak and were defeated right away. Not only did it not affect the box office of Beautiful Ming, but it had a counter effect. It's unbearable. Chapter 452, Pei's True Intentions, Additional Update for Alliance Leader Qingshan Inca. Evening. Xiao Liang quit, but quiet and stretched. These days, there has been a lot of noise online about this game, but Xiao Liang did not participate. He just played the game silently. Because he knew very well that it was meaningless to participate in such a debate. Emotionally, Xiao Liang certainly stood on Pei's side. Not only because Xiao Liang was Pei's friend, but also because he was a hardcore player himself. For these hardcore players, they pursue a more complex and extreme gaming experience. Whether it is the initial puzzle activities or the eyeball-catching game that activates the purchase rights later, it is very much to Xiao Liang's taste. The key to this matter depends on how you look at it. If you regard it as a threshold, a means of persuading players to quit, it is indeed quite uncomfortable, but if you regard it as a pre-free game, isn't it enough? Lonely Desert Highway, Game Producer, and the eyeball-catching game are all free now, which is conscientious enough in Xiao Liang's opinion. Xiaoliang knew very well that games, as a cultural product, could not be liked by everyone. If some players think that the manufacturer is a conscientious manufacturer if they make the games I like to play, and I will curse them without thinking if the gameplay is not to my liking, then it is definitely unreasonable. Similarly, this time, Be Quiet requires players to complete the preconditioning activities before they can obtain the purchase rights. Although it has the effect of dissuading players objectively, it is understandable in itself. Because Tenda has never promised that players can buy our games at will under any circumstances, of course, there is no need to promise. The relationship between game manufacturers and players is originally just a two-way screening relationship. Players can choose not to play the games of a certain manufacturer, and manufacturers can also choose to give up some of the money in the hands of players. As long as the transaction itself is consensual and not forced, the status of both parties is equal, and no one can condemn the other morally. What's more, Mr. Pei, a maverick designer, is not the kind of person who licks the player's boots. So, emotionally speaking, Xiaoliang supports Mr. Pei's behavior. As a manufacturer, it provides players with high-quality games, with favorable prices, and even makes the previous two games free. As a result, it is scolded for setting preconditions for purchasing games? Obviously it doesn't make sense. However, despite this, Xiaoliang still found it difficult to understand. Although it is the manufacturer's freedom to set this precondition, is it necessary? What benefits can this move bring to the manufacturer? This is the question that Xiaoliang is puzzled about. At this time, he frowned and was trying to use his understanding of Mr. Pei to solve this puzzle. It seems to me that Mr. Pei's behavior is not "you can play it or not," but "if you can't even solve this simple little problem, then you definitely can't have fun in the game, so you might as well not buy it." This feeling is familiar. Where did you see it? I know. It's in Turning Back. Xiaoliang suddenly realized that Turning Back is also the same. It's just that one is to persuade people to quit after entering the game, and the other is to persuade people to quit before entering the game. One is to refund after being abused, and the other is to simply not pay after being abused. Mr. Pei's behavior this time actually moved the persuasion stage of Turning Back to before buying the game. Xiaoliang suddenly realized. Yes, this makes sense. Boss Pei's move is essentially the same as the operation of Turning Back as the shore, but in a different form. Games are an art of interaction. Simply put, designers are the ones who create puzzles, and players are the ones who solve them. The essence of hardcore games is that you can only gain something if you give up something. Only by giving up those superficial and shallow spiritual pursuits can you gain profound and deep spiritual pursuits. Just like Turning Back as the shore, first you have to be tortured, endure the frustration of dying like a dog, give up the pleasure of mindless fun and mowing the grass in the game, and calm down to seriously hone your skills. After that, you can grow in the game and get a completely different pleasure from other games. This is what it means to give up something and gain something, delayed enjoyment. Without the high difficulty of the game, players will not be able to get the pleasure after growth. The same is true for the game Be Quiet. It is also a game with both gains and losses. First of all, you have to give up some time, suppress your desire to play games, and think carefully about solving these puzzles, and then you can really experience the fun of this game. As for why the specific practices of the two games are different, this is obvious. Because Turning Back is a standalone game, it will not affect other people's gaming experience. And Be Quiet is an online game. If a player who is completely unsuitable for this game mode enters this game, it will inevitably interfere with the gaming experience of others. In order to ensure that everyone's gaming attitude and gaming IQ are roughly at the same level, and to ensure that most people can enjoy the fun of the game, and not be ruined by teammates who are not adapted to the gameplay, all players must undergo a simple training. Xiaoliang became more and more certain that he had understood what Mr. Pei meant. That's the truth, but to convince everyone, he still needs to find some materials in the game. Moreover, it seems a bit too early to disclose all this now. On the one hand, he has not yet fully understood the complex game mechanism of Be Quiet, and now there is insufficient video material and the copywriting will be dry. On the other hand, the controversy about this game has not yet reached its peak. After considering it, Xiao Liang decided to continue playing this game and collecting materials in the next few days. Next week, he will update a video on The Work of the Gods to talk about Be Quiet, an unconventional online horror game, and what is the deep meaning of the ARG game designed by Mr. Pei for promotion. I believe that by then, many players' concerns about this game and misunderstandings about Mr. Pei will be resolved. March 14th, Monday. Changyu paced back and forth in the office, very anxious. On the mobile phone details page on OTTO Technology's official website, the button has changed from pre-order to buy. It seems to be a good thing that the mobile phone does not need to be snatched up, but it is not the case for Changyu. Because this also means that the mobile phone is a bit difficult to sell. All the money received from selling mobile phones has been used to restock. Now OTTO Technology can be described as penniless. If it were another company, it would definitely not do this. Changyu knows that OTTO Technology is now backed by a big tree and has President Pei to back it up, so it dares to stock up like this. But it is precisely because of this that Changyu feels even more guilty towards President Pei. How can these more than 10,000 mobile phones be sold? But President Pei specifically told Changyu to just take care of the stocking and not to worry about anything else. He can neither actively consider marketing nor reduce the price of the mobile phone. So Changyu can only sit in his seat and worry. He didn't even dare to read the comments online. He was known as Chang the Big Mouth and had excellent psychological quality. But now, because he had the trust of President Pei, he could hardly bear the sarcasm. Changyu was pacing anxiously in the room when his cell phone rang. When he picked it up, it was Hu Xianbin calling. Changyu's eyes lit up instantly, and he quickly picked up the phone. Mr. Chang, the GOG mobile version is going to be officially launched tomorrow. We have agreed to cooperate before, so I'm reminding you. Hu Xianbin's voice came from the phone. Changyu was overjoyed. Okay, no problem. I will immediately tell them to do it according to the plan prepared before. Hu Xianbin said again, I just talked to Director Lin of Shenyang Games. They have been busy with the development of Be Quiet and have little time. Now they should have prepared a promotional event for Hot Blood War Song. You can call and ask, and update together tomorrow. Changyu hurriedly said, Okay, I'll ask now. After hanging up the phone, Changyu directly called Lin Wan and got a positive answer. Shenyang Games has prepared a promotional event for automobile phones in the game Hot Blood War Song. Changyu felt a lot more at ease in his heart, and at the same time, he was also moved. Tenda is really a warm big family. What is Tenda's core competitiveness? In the final analysis, it is still games. The game business is the guarantee of Tenda's survival and the foundation of all other businesses. Changyu knew very well that for President Pei, Moyu Internet Cafe, Nifeng Logistics, automobile phones, these businesses could all lose money, but the only thing that could not lose money was the game. And this time, being able to get the new game GOG from the Tenda game department to develop an exclusive high frame rate mode for its own mobile phone was simply a reassurance for Changyu. Changyu immediately notified his subordinates to replace all the promotional materials that had been prepared before. For example, a large layout was added to the product details page of the OTTOE1 mobile phone, Tenda's new game, Glory of God GOG designated mobile phone, exclusive deep optimization and ultra-high frame rate mode, bringing you an unprecedented and hearty gaming experience. These promotional materials were prepared early, but they could not be taken out before. Because GOG has not yet completed the research and development, this information cannot be leaked. But now, it can finally be used. In fact, the GOG terminal game version is still under development and testing, but Liada had already decided before going on a trip that the GOG mobile game version would be launched first. At present, the functions of the mobile version and the PC version are not completely synchronized. The mobile version has less content and can be launched 1 week in advance. At the same time, making the mobile version first can also avoid IOI's current strong position in the PC game field. Changyu was expecting Lin Wan to make Be Quiet a mobile game, but Lin Wan said that the time for development was not enough, and it was difficult to change the operation mode of Be Quiet to a mobile game, so he had to give up for the time being. Changyu even hoped to move all successful games such as Sea Fortress to the mobile game platform, but he gave up because Tenda Games and Shenyang Games did not have enough manpower. But Changyu was not in a hurry. Anyway, they were all Tenda's games. It would benefit him if he changed them sooner or later. Although only Hot Blood War Song and GOG can provide exclusive optimization and high frame rate mode now, it is enough. Because of some historical problems, there are still a large number of hidden local tyrants in Hot Blood War Song. Their purchasing power is extremely suppressed because it is difficult to spend money on this game. If you advertise the automobile phone in the game, there will definitely be people interested. After everything was arranged, Changyu was not panicked. He seemed to understand a little bit why President Pei had always emphasized to him not to do marketing by himself, nor to reduce prices, but to seize the time to prepare stocks frantically. Because soon, automobile phones will usher in a sales explosion period. Please remember the domain name of the first release of this book. Top Novel Mobile Version Reading Website. Chapter 453 President Pei is really strict. March 15, Tuesday. 3 p.m. Pei Qian slept well last night and didn't wake up until noon. After lunch, he came to the company and first checked the sales of Be Quiet. This game is still in a tepid state. There are some people discussing the gameplay of the game itself on the internet, but the attention is not high. Most players are still arguing about the pre-challenge. As for the score of this game, it is currently 8.5 points on the TPDB website, which is not low, but not very high. Because the gameplay itself is relatively complicated and there are relatively few players, no one has really figured out the gameplay of this game yet, and the reputation naturally cannot ferment so quickly. As for the academic master coming to the project, there is no news yet. It seems that everything is fine. Pei Qian looked at the calendar. This week is crucial. Because most of the projects will produce results this week, whether it is profit or loss, it depends on this. Pei Qian was calculating these projects and suddenly realized that he seemed to have missed something recently. I wonder how the development of GOG is going. Speaking of which, it took GOG so long to develop this game, which was beyond Pei Qian's expectation. He originally just wanted to make a game to challenge IOI, and then he was defeated by IOI, and all the R&D funds were wasted, and he achieved his goal. As a result, GOG's R&D efficiency was too low, and it seems that it has not been officially launched until now. However, Pei Qian did not think much about it, because the development environment of Tenda Games was indeed quite difficult. On the one hand, the main planner of the project, Liada, and the core member Bao Su were both arranged to travel, and the project lost its backbone. On the other hand, with Tang Yishu in charge, this project would definitely have frequent bugs, and just fixing the bugs would be enough to make people anxious. Thinking of this, Pei Qian couldn't help but feel a little sympathy for Tenda Games' situation. How about going over to express his condolences? After all, the game department has performed well recently, and has completely changed the bad habit of overtime. It has performed well in several consecutive zero overtime competitions, and the R&D progress is so slow, which is very pleasing to me. Pei Qian got up and left the office, preparing to take a walk upstairs. For Pei Qian, it is best to release products 1 week before settlement for each project, so that these products can be sold for only 1 week and earn less money. But the problem is that it is difficult to control the construction period perfectly. Whether it is developing games or doing other projects, delays due to unexpected situations are the norm, and it is rare to complete them on time. Therefore, Pei Qian had to make advance preparations for these projects and set the deadline 2 or 3 weeks before the settlement or even earlier, so as not to cause the project to be unfinished and the settlement to be delayed. But this would create a new problem, that is, what if a project is completed on schedule or even completed ahead of schedule? Pei Qian had no choice but to reluctantly let them release the project ahead of schedule. After all, the project had been completed, and even if he wanted to delay it, he couldn't find a good reason. Be Quiet was completed too quickly, so Pei Qian organized a pre-event to remedy it. So far, it seems that the remedy has been quite successful. The GOG project is obviously completed relatively slowly, which is more in line with Pei Qian's initial expectations. Soon, Pei Qian came to the Tenda game department upstairs. After entering the door, he was a little confused. There are not many familiar people in the entire Tenda game department. There is no way. The game department has been successful. Every game is a hit. Those old employees who have performed well and left an impression on Pei Qian have basically been sent away. Even such an important position as the chief executive has been replaced several times. Huang Sibo and Lu Mingliang are in Fei Huang Studio and Nifeng Logistics, respectively. Now Liada and Bao Su are traveling again. Pei Qian doesn't know who to look for. There are a few old employees who look familiar, but Pei Qian can't remember their names for a while. This is a bit embarrassing. Fortunately, everyone knows Mr. Pei. Seeing Mr. Pei coming in, 3 employees who were gathered together hurried to greet him. These 3 people are Hu Xianbin, Min Jingchao and Zhang Nan, who are now the acting executive planner, numerical planner and skin function planner of Tenda Game Department, and they are the 3 people who handed over their work to Liada before he left. Mr. Pei. Why are you here? My name is Hu Xianbin, and I am now the acting executive planner of the game department. You can ask me any questions at any time. Hu Xianbin and the other 3 introduced themselves one by one. Pei Qian tried hard to remember the names and appearances of the 3 people, and searched them perfunctorily in his memory. They seem to be quite new faces. Liada found 3 pure newcomers to take over his job? No wonder GOG's research and development progress is so slow. But for Mr. Pei, this is obviously a good thing. If Hu Xianbin completes his work to Mr. Pei's liking, then Pei Qian doesn't mind letting Liada retire early. Retirement at the age of 25, can the system approve it? Pei Qian smiled and said, "It's okay. I just came here to take a look around. How is the development of the GOG project going? Is it going smoothly? Can I play games at Moyu Internet Cafe before next week?" Hu Xianbin hurriedly said, "For the GOG PC game, we originally planned to officially launch it next Monday. Because this game seems to have a lot of bugs, we have been fixing it, and the progress has been a little slow." Pei Qian was very satisfied with the time and smiled. No, not slow at all, this time is just right. As the saying goes, slow work makes fine work. Fix more bugs during the development period, and there will be fewer bugs after the launch. Wait, you just said GOG PC game? Pei Qian keenly noticed some problems from Hu Xianbin's wording. GOG is originally a PC game, why do you need to emphasize it? Hu Xianbin smiled, "Yes, Mr. Pei, because the mobile game has been launched today." 3 question marks slowly floated above Pei Qian's head. Mobile game? What mobile game? Hu Xianbin was also stunned. GOG's mobile game. Pei Qian. What's going on? Did yesterday happen again? Pei Qian instantly recalled the scene when the mobile version of Hot Blood War Song was launched. At that time, he was having dinner with everyone from Shangyang Games at Mingyun Private Kitchen. This news was like a bolt from the blue, and he was instantly petrified. The situation this time was similar, and Pei Qian was unable to get over it for a while. After a moment, he reacted and hurriedly asked, "What is the situation now?" Hu Xianbin said very proudly, "Mr. Pei, you can see for yourself." The computer that the three people were gathered around before displayed GOG's real-time data. In short, the number of downloads, active users, recharge users, etc., were all skyrocketing. Pei Qian felt his legs go weak and sat on the chair. He quickly pulled the chair closer to check the specific data. It was indeed true, all the data were skyrocketing. What shocked Pei Qian was that the GOG mobile version was not only available on the official platform, but also on some other channels, such as the application market of Shenhua mobile phones and some other mobile platforms. Pei Qian asked, "The cooperation with these platforms has been discussed for a long time, right?" Hu Xianbin shook his head, "No, they took the initiative to come to us." Pei Qian? Hu Xianbin explained briefly, and Pei Qian understood instantly. Tenda has a good reputation, and the quality of the GOG mobile version itself is excellent, so there is no need to go to these platforms to discuss cooperation and beg them to release their own games. Instead, these platforms came to Tenda. Tenda's games include standalone and online games, and each of them is considered a great success. In terms of online games, it has successful projects such as Fortress on the Sea and Hot Blood War Song. GOG's game will naturally be green-lighted when it comes to cooperation with these platforms. Many platforms will even take the initiative to make concessions and increase the share given to Tenda, just to be able to get GOG's game online on their own platforms, and the GOG game itself is also a hot commodity. So far, Xinqi, IOI, and GOG have their own advantages and disadvantages in the field of PC games. IOI has no national server and needs to use an accelerator to connect to foreign servers to play, and GOG has not yet been officially launched, it is only a public beta, so the situation on the PC side is still relatively confusing, and it is difficult to know who will be the final winner. But Xinqi and IOI obviously have no plans to enter the field of mobile games, so GOG has become a lone seedling and a hot commodity. Of course, no one dares to guarantee that this game mode will be successful if it is changed to a mobile game, but in the eyes of many game platforms and channels, this is obviously a very promising direction and it is worth investing a lot of resources to try. Because once the attempt is successful, the rewards will be beyond imagination. For these two reasons, Hu Xianbin and his team did not bother to find channels and publicity at all. They just leaked a little news, and these game platforms immediately took the initiative to come to the door and proposed various preferential conditions. There is no need to worry about how to promote, just lie down. Hu Xianbin said excitedly, "Sisterly didn't tell me how to find a platform to cooperate when she left. I was a little worried and thought about asking her online these 2 days. It turned out that I was totally overthinking. Boss Pei, the foundation you have laid for Tenda is so good. Now those game channels are rushing to launch our games online. This is the effect of word of mouth." Pei Qian was speechless for a moment. What does this have to do with me? He looked at the various data in the background and didn't know what to say for a moment. A big crisis has occurred, and we must think of countermeasures quickly. Pei Qian couldn't sit still, and stood up silently, intending to go back to the office to browse the web to see how players responded to the GOG mobile version. If the players are all scolding, there is still hope. Seeing Boss Pei stand up and leave, Hu Xianbin hurriedly asked, "Boss Pei, do you have any other instructions?" Pei Qian was speechless, "No." Looking at Boss Pei's back as he left, Hu Xianbin felt a little disappointed. The data is obviously good, but he still can't get a compliment from Boss Pei? Oh, Boss Pei's requirements are really strict. It seems that we can't be proud and complacent, and we have to keep working hard to get Boss Pei's affirmation as soon as possible. Hu Xianbin, who was originally a little proud of the good data of the GOG mobile game version, calmed down and continued to work on the development of the GOG PC game version. Chapter 454. Sorry, Mr. Pei, you have to wait a little bit. Losing money to become the richest man starts from playing games. Pei Qian returned to the office, quickly turned on the computer, and checked the comment section of Glory of God. As soon as he saw the rating of this game, Pei Qian felt a chill in his heart. On the official game platform, the rating of the GOG mobile version actually reached 9.1 points. Pei Qian also looked through several other mobile game channels, and the ratings were basically around 9 points. And from the popularity of the comments, it can be seen that the players seem to be very satisfied with this game. Pei Qian felt a sense of trepidation after just scanning a few comments. Tenda has brought GOG to mobile phones so quickly? Wow, this is such a surprise. I can play games on my phone in the future. I thought it was a semi-finished product, but it turned out to be very complete. Both the operation mode and the interface have been optimized for the operation habits of mobile game players, and there have been no bugs from beginning to end. It must be praised. I was still thinking about the PC game side, Xinqi, IOI, and GOG, who would win, but Tenda's operation was so cool that GOG came directly to the mobile game side. I don't want to play with those two. GOG itself is very good, with simplified operation and faster pace, which is more suitable for mobile games. I can only say that the designer of this game was very clear-headed from the beginning and knew its own advantages. It must be rated 5 stars. To make a mature game mode well and to make some breakthroughs, it turns out that Tenda's R&D level is still first class in China, giving people a feeling of the world's martial arts can only be broken by speed. You can directly log in with Tenda game account to give good reviews, and the data of the terminal game is completely interoperable with good reviews, and finally the skin is available for purchase. The epic skin of the hedgehog, here I come. Pei Qian flipped down unwillingly, flipping 2 or 3 pages in a row, and he didn't find a bad review. I felt a little dizzy. But if you think about it carefully, this phenomenon is not surprising. Because the timing of the appearance of the GOG mobile game version is very special. If GOG releases a mobile version after IOI has dominated the PC version and has been popular for several years, it will fall into a very embarrassing situation. If it is not similar to IOI, players are already accustomed to IOI's game mode and will not be able to adapt to the GOG mobile version. If it is similar to IOI, it will be popular, but it will definitely be criticized and regarded as a copycat. But now, several PC games are still in a melee stage, and IOI has only slightly seized some opportunities in the game market in foreign regions. Although it is also popular in China, it is far from dominating. The launch of GOG mobile games at this time not only allows players to get a gaming experience that is not inferior to that of PC games on the mobile game platform, but also because its character packaging and gameplay improvements are excellent enough, people will not think that it is a copycat. After all, IOI is also regarded by many as a copycat of Xinqi. In comparison, the difference between GOG and IOI is even greater than that between IOI and Xinqi. Although Pei Qian said just copy Xinqi at the beginning, during the development process of GOG, after the opinions and modifications of He Dishing, Bao Su, and the players of Moyu Internet Cafe, GOG has become a completely different game. Except that everyone is divided into 3 paths, there are very few similarities. In addition to the advantages of the mobile game version being stable and bug-free, data interoperability with the PC version, and direct login with the Tenda game account, the new batch of players have only one feeling, that is, amazing. Never thought that such a complex gameplay and high-quality game could be played on a mobile phone. Although Hot Blood War Song has also released a mobile version before, and the response is good, it immediately seems to be a small witch compared to GOG. Of course, as more and more players and the game become more and more popular in the future, the score will definitely gradually decline, falling below 9 points, but at least for now, the GOG mobile version can be said to have a great start, with both good reviews and good audiences. Obviously, many people can't wait to buy skins, and a new round of income is about to come. Pei Qian quickly downloaded the GOG mobile version to his phone and opened it to check. After playing a game, Pei Qian felt that the situation was not good. He had experienced the unfinished version of GOG on the computer before, but he was not too vigilant at that time, because the GOG at that time was not very complete. Except for the fixed lane position and other game mechanisms that were ahead of IOI, it lagged behind IOI in terms of balance, heroes, and game details. So Pei Qian thought at that time that as long as he couldn't beat IOI in the terminal game field, he would definitely lose money. But in the mobile game field, everything is different. Because the screen of mobile games is small, the requirements of players are relatively low, so even if the game details of GOG are slightly insufficient, players will be particularly tolerant and don't care at all. After porting to mobile games and improving the operation mode, GOG's leading game mechanism is completely highlighted. As long as players play a game, they will find that the GOG mobile version is more exciting, faster, and easier to get started, and naturally they praise it. Of course, there are also many players who find it difficult to adapt to the operation methods of mobile games. They think that mobile games have lost some aspects compared to PC games, and they instinctively resist it. But at this time, another advantage of GOG is reflected, that is, the data of the terminal game and the mobile game are interoperable. Players can play on both the terminal game and the mobile game. And players on different platforms are matched separately to ensure the fairness of the competition. In short, GOG mobile games can almost be said to be perfect from the current start. What it lacks is only time. As long as the game content is continuously enriched over time, it will naturally go more and more smoothly. Of course, there may be other mobile games that come from behind. Pei Qian looked at the game mall again and found that the entire mall seemed to be similar to the mall system of Sea Fortress, except that there were no products priced at 888. There are currently more than 20 heroes in GOG, and each hero has a default classic skin and a brave skin. In addition, some heroes have epic skins or legendary skins, but not every hero has them. Probably because there is not enough energy to make legendary skins for all heroes at present. In terms of pricing, all heroes are free, but there is a concept of proficiency. After the proficiency reaches a certain level, this hero can be used to fight against players, otherwise it can only play against the computer. The hero skin is given for free after the hero reaches the top level of proficiency. The model has been changed, the textures have been completely redone, and there are a small number of exclusive special effects. The price of epic skin is 18 yuan, with redone models, changed special effects, rich animation layers, and a small number of exclusive voices. The price of legendary skin is 45 yuan, with extremely delicate models, exclusive return actions, unique voices, and skill special effects, which will definitely make players feel that it is worth the money. In addition, there are some other limited skins, which can be obtained in various ways, such as reaching a certain length of time in the game and reaching a high enough level in the arena, and you will get skin rewards. This is the same as Sea Fortress. The skin itself will not add any attributes, but it will look more handsome. As for other payment points, there are none. Seeing this price, Pei Qian was slightly relieved. Fortunately, this price is completely acceptable. It seems that the Tenda spirit has worked. Pei Qian feels that this pricing strategy alone should allow him to make a lot less money on this game. The model of this mall is obviously based on the successful experience of Sea Fortress, making many rewards free to get by spending time, and the most expensive skin can be bought for only 45 yuan, which can be said to be very conscientious. Fortunately, the game fee is not too high. If you think about it this way, there are not so many GOG players in the early stage, and the income should still be within my budget. Pei Qian couldn't help but start another game. After the game, he bought a skin for Modest's single-blade encounter. Hey, this crappy game is quite fun. This was the first time Pei Qian played a similar game on his phone after he came back. Although he had played Shinchi before, that was on a computer after all. GOG mobile games are obviously more friendly to players like Pei Qian who are slightly handicapped. After playing 2 games, Pei Qian suddenly felt that it seemed not bad to change this game into a mobile game. Although it would bring some burdens to himself and make him earn more money, this world will have mobile games in the future, and his own exclusive skin. There is one more entertainment activity, which is not bad. After searching around in the game, Pei Qian suddenly found an advanced option in a prominent position in the settings interface. Well, high frame rate mode? Pei Qian clicked it without thinking. Obviously, the high frame rate mode has a significant improvement effect on similar competitive games. Although it will increase power consumption and heat up the phone, it is obviously worth it if it can bring a better gaming experience. However, after clicking it, Pei Qian discovered that this option was grayed out. After clicking it, only a line of prompt message popped up. High frame rate mode can only be enabled on models with high refresh rate screens. It is recommended to use the OTTOE1 phone for a better gaming experience. This line of prompts disappeared after being displayed for a while. Pei Qian. He silently clicked the button again and read the line of words carefully. Then, he slapped his forehead. Fuck. Auto technology. Changyu was staring at the number of orders on the official website while watching a video that a mobile phone review media had just released. Since GOG was officially launched this morning, the sales figures that had already entered a slow growth phase have grown rapidly again. With one order after another, the automobile phones in the warehouse were sent to one address after another. Most of them were addresses in Jingzhou and Lincheng, but there were also orders from other cities such as the imperial capital and the Magic City. The video that Changyu was watching at this time was an in-depth review video of the OTTOE1 mobile phone. Recently, there have been a lot of controversies about this mobile phone. Some people say that this mobile phone is very conscientious, while others say that it is an IQ tax product that relies entirely on hunger marketing. In order to provide everyone with a sufficiently comprehensive review, our review team deliberately stayed in Jingzhou after the press conference, just to fully experience the advantages of this mobile phone. During the experience, we found that this phone is like a treasure, which can bring us new surprises anytime and anywhere. From food, clothing, housing, transportation to work and entertainment, the improvement in the quality of life brought by this phone is definitely much higher than 8,000 yuan. First of all, we have to start from the Moyu Internet Cafe. In the video, the evaluation team took this OTTOE1 phone and experienced most of its benefits from beginning to end, and recorded them completely. It's not that they don't want to experience a few benefits, but that they can't experience them, such as the nameless restaurant, which can't be booked in a short time. At the end of the evaluation, they also compared in detail how the OTTOE1 phone's GOG game experience is different from other phones after turning on the high frame rate mode. This section was obviously completed urgently before the release. When Changyu saw this evaluation video, it was already popular, and the number of views was growing rapidly. Although some evaluation media have released evaluation videos of this phone before, they are basically limited to the hardware aspect, which is nothing more than introducing the conventional hardware configurations such as high refresh rate screen, dual speakers, etc. Because this is the process they follow when reviewing most mobile phones, and if you want to experience all the benefits you have to stay in Jingzhou for a long time, and many review media simply don't have the patience. This review media has obviously stayed in Jingzhou to experience these benefits since the press conference, and only finished filming and editing today, and then released this video. With the launch of GOG mobile games, this well-made video has caused a heated response as soon as it was released. Many people knew that this phone had various benefits before, but they didn't have a particularly intuitive feeling, so it was not attractive enough. But after seeing these benefits in the video, many people couldn't help but want to buy it. What's more, this phone can also turn on the high frame rate mode, coupled with the newly launched GOG mobile game. It is simply perfect. And it is not a simple game console, it is itself a high configuration, long life mobile phone, and also a walking Tenda membership card. Judging from the feedback from the first batch of users, this phone uses relatively mature technology, and the foundry is more reliable, so the quality control is very good. Even if there are some minor faults in the phone, it can be replaced with a new one immediately and properly solved. As a result, many people's desire to buy has been aroused again, and the inventory that was previously frantically stocked has come in handy. Since the morning, orders have been coming in continuously, and the number of mobile phones in stock has been decreasing, showing an increasingly rapid trend. Chang Yu was excited when the phone rang. He saw that it was Mr. Pei calling, so he quickly picked up the phone. Hello? Mr. Pei? On the other end of the phone, Pei Qian's voice seemed a little low. Send me a mobile phone, I want to try GOG's high frame rate mode. Chang Yu glanced at the computer screen, hesitated and said, Sorry, Mr. Pei, I'm afraid you have to wait a little. The mobile phone, just sold out. Chapter 455, Start to Spend Money, additional update for Alliance leader Tumi Dasement. Sold out? More than 10,000 mobile phones, all sold out? 1. Pei Qian found it hard to accept this fact for a moment. He originally thought that these mobile phones could last at least 2 or 3 days, and he could call now to reserve at least one for his own use. In the end, he was still a step too late. Chang Yu hurriedly explained, I'm sorry, Mr. Pei, I didn't think of this either. This is my fault. Other mobile phone reservations can reach hundreds of thousands. Even a new mobile phone brand has at least 30,000 or 50,000 in stock. We only have 14,000 mobile phones in stock, and they were sold out after being snatched up for a whole day. It's already pretty good. Pei Qian was speechless. Only sold out? You didn't say that the first 2 days. You always told me that these stocks would be piled up in the warehouse. Chang Yu hurriedly apologized. I'm sorry, Mr. Pei, I was short-sighted. Now it seems that you were absolutely right to ask me to tighten the stocking. We didn't have enough of these 10,000 or so. Pei Qian. Damn, I don't mean to show off. According to Chang Yu's method, GOG was officially launched at 8 o'clock this morning. Various channels, including the official platform and Shenhua app market, gave this game various powerful recommendation resources, so the game became popular instantly throughout the morning. The review media had already completed the main part of the review video. After seeing the GOG mobile game, they hurried to test it and inserted it into the editing file. After rushing, they finally posted it on the Ellie Island website at noon. As the popularity of this video continued to increase, GOG and Hot Blood War Song were recommended in the 2 mobile games, and the sales of OTTOE1 mobile phones naturally showed a rapid growth trend. It finally reached a peak an hour ago and quickly sold out all the stocks that had been prepared with great effort before. In short, the situation changes rapidly. Although Pei Qian had expected that the sales of this phone would reach a peak again after the launch of GOG mobile games, he never expected it to come so soon. Hearing that Mr. Pei was silent on the other end of the phone, Chang Yu hurriedly said, Don't worry, Mr. Pei, I have asked the foundry to continue to prepare the stock. When the new phone arrives, I will send it to you as soon as possible. Pei Qian, okay. After hanging up the phone very reluctantly, Pei Qian leaned back in the boss chair and fell into a long silence. However, he quickly cheered up. How can I be crushed by such a small difficulty? Hold on, hope is not completely extinguished. At this moment, Pei Qian felt that he seemed to emit a kind of inspirational light. Based on my understanding of the nature of the system, every time it secretly closes a door for you without you noticing, it will secretly open a window where you don't see it. The more money you make, the more ways the system allows you to spend money. So, there must be new ways to spend money. Things that seem to be crises can also become opportunities in turn, just like after the ROF installation is popular, you can use the name of 1024 Digital Festival to make a surprise spending. Although this will bring hidden dangers to the next settlement cycle, after the next cycle begins, I can start other spending industries and think of more ways to spend money. Yes, that's it. The success of GOG and mobile phones is about to bring Pei Qian another large sum of money. If this money is left alone, the loss of this cycle will definitely be lost. But Pei Qian obviously won't give up. He firmly believes that everything depends on human efforts. The real challenge is about to begin. If you want to lose money, you still have to save money. Saving money means suppressing the profits of GOG and mobile phones in the short term, at least until after the settlement. Give GOG a buy on credit function. Players can pay 1/10 of the price for all the skins they need to buy and try them for a month. In this way, GOG's revenue this month can be directly cut by 9/10. Well, it's impossible. We also have to consider the possible retaliatory consumption behavior. Cutting 4/5 should be about the same. And after a month, if the player is not satisfied with the skin, don't buy it. It's equivalent to renting it for a month at 1/10 of the price. If satisfied, make up the difference and buy it after a month. It may have some counter effects of promotions later, but at least the settlement for this month can be guaranteed. Mobile phone, if so, a large part of the profit comes from the concessions of other departments. Under the premise of ensuring capital turnover, all these profits should be returned to each department, and they should be allowed to digest all these profits themselves. There is strength in numbers. In short, give each department a death order, and find a way to spend all the profits returned before the end of the month, leaving no penny. Of course, it can only be used for burning, not for developing new products. Then it's time to start the flow. There are still a little more than 2 weeks before the settlement, which means there will be no unfinished products in another week. Time is a bit tight. It is definitely too late to let Changyu invest a large sum of money in research and development now. However, some incentive-based methods still work. First, GOG spends a lot of money to expand the bandwidth of the game's cloud server. The reason is to give players a better network experience and prevent possible lag risks. This should be reasonable, right? Second, find a way to spend more money on mobile phones and rent some cloud servers for users to use for free, so that they can upload photos and videos that take up space to the auto cloud server. For mobile phones with serious non-human faults, not only should we provide replacement services immediately, we also need to give a certain amount of cash compensation. Finally, set up a reward fund in GOG, with a cash reward of 100,000 for the first place, 50,000 for the second to 10th place, 30,000 for the 11th to the 50th place, and 10,000 for the 50th to the 200th place. In this way, 3.25 million can be spent every time. It seems a bit insufficient. Give some to the masters from the 2nd to the 500th place, 1,000 yuan each, which is only 300,000 yuan. No, 5,000 yuan, that is 1.5 million yuan. Adding it all up, 4.75 million can be given out at a time. Well, it's as much as I can spend on charity. This may exacerbate the rampant problem of actors, but it doesn't matter. In fact, there will be actors regardless of whether bonuses are given or not, and actors can be punished in other ways. Oh, by the way, the PC game and the mobile game should be matched separately, so they must be calculated separately, that is, double happiness. Multiply this amount of money by 2. But there is another problem, that is, this money must be paid before March 31st, otherwise it will be too late. That's it, every year is a season, this year is 2011, that is the S1 season, but in order to be able to spend money at the end of March, each season is divided into 4 stages. January 1st to March 31st is the spring season, April 1st to June 30th is the summer season, July 1st to September 30th is the autumn season, and October 1st to December 31st is the winter season. This is for ordinary players. If it is a professional game, you must use a different set of rules. You have to leave time for the World Championship. Bah, there is no World Championship in this game. This date is a bit out of sync with the season, but there is no way to catch up with this settlement. Let's make do with it. Players will gradually adapt. The last 3 days of each stage are used for settlement, statistics, and bonus distribution to ensure that the money can be paid out before the last one. In this way, nearly 40 million can be spent every year, and the money earned by GOG should be spent almost in the early stage. I do this to further increase the popularity of GOG, make the competition in the high-level segments more intense, and better seize the initiative in the competition. It makes sense, right? Pei Qian tried it and found that the system did not raise any objections to this, which was obviously feasible. Pei Qian decided to do it. He glanced at the calendar. The settlement was on March 31st, and the money must be spent before then, so the data of the GOG ranking competition would be locked in the early morning of March 29th. GOG mobile games are not bad. There are still 2 weeks from now to March 29th, which is enough for players to play their brains out. GOG PC games will not be launched until next Monday, leaving players with only 1 week to compete for the strongest king. In 1 week, if you get the first place, you will get a bonus of 100,000 yuan, and if you get into the top 500, you will also get a bonus of 5,000 yuan. A weekly salary of 5,000 yuan and a daily salary of 700 yuan, which is really exciting. According to the original plan, it should take 3 months to get the money, but because of the special situation now, the time is greatly shortened. There is no way, President Pei is in a hurry, so he can only give this group of people a discount. However, even so, the people who can get the bonus in the end must be a group of game talents. After getting all this done, Pei Qian felt much more at ease. Sure enough, the way to spend money is like the water in your brain. As long as you squeeze it, there will always be some. Many problems in this world can be solved by spending money. If it can't be solved, then spend more. So far, Pei Qian is not sure that he has completely solved the problem, but at least, he has solved a very critical part. The rest can be spent on the Jingji Hotel without thinking. On the premise that the Jingji Hotel can be officially completed in the next cycle, it is not a big problem to spend a few million or tens of millions. After checking that there is no problem, Pei Qian arranged Assistant Qian to notify each department. Because the game department has the most things to do, Pei Qian specially sorted out the plan and sent it to Hu Xianbin separately. At this time, Hu Xianbin no longer paid attention to GOG mobile games, but continued to work on the finishing work of GOG PC games, striving to officially launch and start operations 2 days earlier. However, after work, he was still a little entangled in his heart. The GOG mobile version is so successful, but President Pei didn't even praise me. Although this is not a big deal, Hu Xianbin still has a little emotion. Just as he was struggling, he suddenly found a document sent from Tengda's internal chat software. And it was sent by President Pei himself. Hu Xianbin was stunned for a moment and hurriedly checked it. This plan detailed GOG's subsequent promotion plan, including server expansion, skin credit purchase function, season bonus, etc. After reading it, Hu Xianbin fell silent. So that's it. No wonder Mr. Pei didn't praise my work, because there are still many loopholes in my work. And this subsequent promotion plan perfectly plugged these loopholes. In order to prevent the server pressure caused by the sudden explosion of the game, spend money to expand the server bandwidth. In order to further promote skins and cultivate the consumption habits of players who like to get free stuff, the skin credit purchase function is launched. In order to stimulate high-end players, further increase the popularity of the game, and increase the competitiveness of the game, the season bonus is launched, so that GOG has an excellent competitive soil at the beginning of the launch. Hu Xianbin suddenly felt very ashamed. I blamed Mr. Pei wrongly. It turns out that Mr. Pei didn't praise me because I really didn't do my job well, and there is still a lot of room for improvement. Didn't Mr. Pei make up for all these problems for me? Alas, my work is not in place. I must work harder and must not live up to Mr. Pei's expectations. Chapter 456, the third episode of the God-conferring work, additional update for the alliance leader Jingong Simarimo. Losing money to become the richest man starts from the game. March 16, Wednesday. After a regular update of the GOG mobile game, a new event appeared. The Battle of the Gods. This event clearly states that the ranking competition of this GOG game will adopt a season mode. This year is the first season, and this year's spring competition will end on March 29 and settle on March 31. At the time of settlement, a total of up to 9.5 million rewards will be issued according to the player's ranking. It is cash, not game currency. Among them, the strongest king of both the PC game and the mobile game will receive a bonus of up to 100,000 yuan. In addition, there are rewards up to 500th place, that is, the Grandmaster level, and the lowest is 5,000 yuan. The most terrifying thing is that the computer version of GOG has not yet been officially launched, and it will have to wait until next Monday. Starting from next Monday, which is the 21st, and continuing until midnight on the 29th, as long as you work hard for 8 days, you will have a chance to win a prize of 100,000 yuan. When this announcement came out, the players were shocked, and some even suspected that it was fake news. Crazy, absolutely crazy. In less than half a month, 10 million yuan was spent? Not just now, but every 3 months in the future, 10 million will be spent, and 40 million will be spent every year. The charging model of this game is very conscientious. I highly doubt whether this way of spending money can sustain it. Tenda always keeps its word and has a good reputation. Don't worry. I'm not worried about Tenda's credit, I'm worried about their money. It seems that Tenda has invested a lot this time. It is estimated that the top management is very optimistic about the GOG project, so they are willing to spend a lot of money to defeat IOI and Shinchi. To be honest, the top management of Tenda is the most courageous top management I have ever seen. The first reaction to each decision is Tenda crazy? But every time after making similar decisions, the business starts to grow by leaps and bounds. This is Tenda's superpower. Although it doesn't make a lot of money, it dares to spend money. Companies richer than Tenda don't have such courage as them. No more words, I'm going to download GOG now. It's a great deal to get 5,000 yuan in a week. I just made an appointment for the OTTOE1 mobile phone, and I don't know when it will arrive. It's out of stock at the critical moment. I say this is hunger marketing. Can't all mobile phones play it? It can be played on any mobile phone, but Auto mobile phone has a dedicated high frame rate mode. How can a person who wants to reach the top of the gods be constrained by hardware? He must be equipped with a special good mobile phone and get all the skins. There are too many people playing mobile games, I guess I can't count on it. I will change a new computer and wait for the upper limit of the terminal version. Anyway, there are 500 people in the terminal and mobile games. I just want to catch up with the tale of the terminal game master. Several of my buddies have rich experience in playing Shinchi and IOI. I will let them switch to GOG. After playing GOG for a day, I think the success of this game is not accidental. The game mechanism is rich, the rhythm is fast, the hero image is friendly, the network environment is good, stable, and bug-free, and you can use the Tenda game account to log in and invite friends directly. Compared with those two foreign games, it is really too convenient. Such discussions can be seen everywhere on the internet. In just one day, this game seems to have become popular and known to everyone. Of course, the popularity of GOG is still limited to a small circle. In the current game market, MMORPG is still the undisputed leader. Although Shinchi, IOI, and GOG have certain player groups, the player groups of the three games are basically overlapping. In other words, the three games are fighting each other, and they are basically competing for MOBA game players. Or to be more precise, IOI is competing for the old players of Shinchi, and GOG is competing for the old players of Shinchi, and IOI.AS for fresh blood. It is only flowing in slowly. However, GOG's lavish spending has indeed worked. Not only has it attracted a large number of old players of IOI and Shinchi to switch to GOG, but it has also made many new players who have never played similar games before choose GOG as their first try. In the office, Pei Qian looked at the discussion of netizens, feeling mixed emotions. The good news is that the money was spent. The bad news is that he didn't expect that the money that was originally just thrown away would make such a big splash. Everyone's reaction seems to be too excited. But think about it, as a game that has only been online for a few days, it is so crazy to spend money. This phenomenon cannot be said to be unprecedented, anyway, it definitely does not occur often. The key is that the game has just been online, and most people have a fluke mentality. If this is an old game that has been online for 3 or 4 years, then most players basically have an idea of their own strength, and they know that they are at the bronze or silver level. They will not have such unrealistic fantasies as I can reach the Grandmaster level, and they will not come to metal, but now it's different. Everyone starts from scratch and thinks they are one of the 1,000 lucky ones. And they only need to work hard for more than a week to see the results. This fluke mentality drives players to enter GOG's game one after another to fight. Pei Qian wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. He didn't know what the next settlement cycle would be like. Maybe the situation would be quite difficult to deal with. But no matter what, it's always a good thing to be able to delay it until the next cycle. At present, the only good news seems to be that the sales of Be Quiet are not very good, and it is a long way to recover the cost. I should be able to rest for 2 days for the time being? Pei Qian let out a long breath and opened the Isle of Ellie to watch 2 silly videos to relieve his mood. As a result, as soon as he refreshed, he saw Qiao Laosher's new video on the homepage. The 3rd issue of The Conferred God, Be Quiet, the painstaking efforts and pride of a top game producer. With a pop, Pei Qian threw the phone far away. He supported his forehead with his hand and closed his eyes. It's over, the nightmare is coming again. Pei Qian still remembers the fear he felt when he was working on Game Producer and Turn Back. He originally thought that GOG should be the one to be shot this time. Anyway, GOG is so popular now, and it doesn't lack the fuel of Qiao Laosher's videos. However, he never expected that Qiao Laosher would not arrange Tenda Games, but Shangyang Games instead. Pei Qian was speechless. Do you have to be so picky? I only have Be Quiet in my hand now, and you still won't let it go? And the masterpiece that was promised to be the best has already been released for 3 issues. Why are all of them mine? Have you ever heard of the same person being the best 3 times? Is that reasonable? Even if you have a special liking for my game, please change a few companies in the middle. You can't just take advantage of me. Pei Qian complained wildly in his heart, but after calming down for a while, he still picked up the phone silently. Although he was very reluctant, he still had to watch this video. He didn't want to have an ostrich mentality. He had to know what Mr. Qiao praised himself for, so that he could silently correct it next time and ensure that he would not make the same mistake again. Although I know better than anyone that you are talking nonsense, I still have to watch it reluctantly. Pei Qian pressed the play button very sadly. Hello, everyone. I am still your Mr. Zhou. As you can see from the title, the game I will talk about today is Be Quiet, which is the game called Hush. Recently, this game has caused quite a bit of controversy online because of its unique pre-purchase conditions. Many fans have sent me private messages, hoping that I can express my views on this. As you all know, since the ARG puzzle of this game came out, I have been very excited to participate in it. To be honest, the first player to crack the puzzle and enter this game is me. Sorry. After experiencing this game intensively, I think the series The Work of the Gods can finally usher in a new episode. Then, please join Mr. Qiao in unveiling the mystery of this game. Are you ready? After reading this opening, Pei Qian only had one feeling, that is, he was tired. This Mr. Qiao must have misinterpreted my meaning because of a setting in the game that I thought of on the spur of the moment. Because it has been done to him twice, Pei Qian is already very clear about Mr. Qiao's routine. However, even if you understand the routine, it is useless, because the content of the same routine is different every time. Fans love to watch Mr. Qiao interpret the game in different ways. What should I do? Pei Qian was helpless. He seemed to have foreseen what was going to happen next, but he could only bite the bullet and continue watching. Before I start analyzing this very unique online horror game, I have to evoke some memories of everyone. Please recall the anger you felt when you first played Turn Back. Yes, that's right. Please recall this anger and compare it with your current mood. Are there similarities to some extent? Some people may argue that this is not the same, but I must be honest and tell you that no, it is the same. This anger can be summed up in one sentence: the world did not develop as I expected, so I am very angry. In Turn Back, we expect to play a mowing game. We hope to choose a simple difficulty like other games, holding a majestic weapon and pushing all the way, but the first monster on the grave taught us a lesson, so we are angry. It's the same in the game Be Quiet. We hope to buy the game directly and start rushing in without any preparation steps. However, the developer requires us to complete the pre-puzzle and play an eye-catching game to qualify for purchase, so we are angry. To this, I want to say that the key to the same thing depends on how we look at it. You can regard it as an obstacle, or you can regard it as a guide and teaching. Let me give you two simple examples. In many battle games, we have to go through the novice tutorial after entering the game, and we cannot skip it. Novice players are not allowed to play games with experts. In real life, if we want to drive, we must pass a very complicated driving test. Many people will say that this is different. Driving will endanger the lives and health of others, while games will not cause harm to others. I want to ask, are you sure? Are you sure that playing games will not cause harm to others? We often say that we are not afraid of godlike opponents, but we are afraid of teammates like pigs. Think about the experiences you have had by pig teammates. Isn't mental damage also harm? If you spend money to buy a game and invest a lot of energy in it, but because many players who can't play and are unwilling to learn ruin your game experience, will you be angry? Will you feel that your money and time have been wasted? Be Quiet's approach is to guide and train players before entering the game, and unlike those guidance that only comes after entering the game, this game doesn't cost you a penny. Why does the ranking match have these restrictions? Because it is complicated to play, it requires all players in the game to be proficient in the rules in order to present a perfect match and ensure the gaming experience for everyone in the game. Once a shortcoming appears, the balance of the game will collapse instantly, and the other 9 people will completely lose the fun of the game. And Be Quiet happens to be such a game with very complicated gameplay. It is not friendly to beginners, but when everyone is proficient in the rules, they can get a perfect gaming experience. Chapter 457, The Producer's Hard Work and Pride. The beginning of the video is strung together with other game materials and various silly emojis, and with Qiao Laoshir's unique voice, the audience quickly entered the state. At this time, the video material became the material of Be Quiet, and Qiao Laoshir began to introduce the gameplay of this game. Since many people have not experienced this game because of anger or other reasons, I will introduce the general gameplay and highlights of this game in detail. If some audience fathers already know this very well, please jump directly to the conclusion part at the end. This is a horror game that requires networking and multiplayer co-playing, so please throw away all the stereotypes about standalone horror games in your mind. Let us embrace a new fear mode. Previous standalone horror games are nothing more than creating horror effects in these aspects. Scenes and models, unexpected plots, unexpected sudden scares. These games often have many scary scenes, such as a mysterious town filled with fog, a cannibal village full of crazy villagers, a laboratory full of zombies, etc., which creates a visual and auditory impact through the scenery and monster models that look like a sea of blood and corpses. At the same time, these standalone games use the plot to manipulate the player's fear. For example, the NPC will tie up the protagonist, and then torture the protagonist in various ways, digging out eyes, pulling out tongues, cutting fingers, and doing everything possible. When the player is brought into the protagonist's first-person perspective, he will also get an extreme horror blessing. Finally, there are some sudden scares, such as a corpse suddenly falling down when the door is pushed open, and a person who was walking normally was suddenly grabbed by a monster. These are all traditional to horror we can experience in standalone horror games. Of course, these are all very classic horror game plots, but now, I want to point out the two biggest shortcomings of this approach. First, the stimulation is too straightforward. In order to increase the horror effect, many manufacturers only know to add blood plasma to the game, create various disgusting monsters, and design various torture horror plots. But this kind of stimulation is mainly a sensory stimulation, which may cause some physical discomfort. At the same time, too much sensory stimulation will make the game itself seem too heavy and give people a feeling that it is not worthy of being in a refined place. The real fear comes from the heart of the person. Secondly, the repeatability of the game is not high. When players first experience the process, they can indeed get the ultimate fright effect, but once players have completed the game once, playing it again will be boring. For ordinary players, they don't want to have a similar experience again, and for hardcore players, playing it again in the future will completely become a parkour game, losing the meaning of the horror game itself. The emergence of the game, Be Quiet, is to find a new way to solve these two problems that have never been solved by horror games in the past, so that players can create a horror effect from the heart without seeing too many eye-catching scenes as much as possible, and at the same time make this horror game replayable indefinitely. Next, it is an introduction to the basic gameplay of the game, and a review of some games that Qiao Laoshir has played himself. Each game is randomly matched and randomly assigned to a map according to the player segment, and the player is randomly refreshed with a certain birth point on the current map. In the map, the purpose of each room and the props in it will be randomly refreshed, but relatively speaking, some larger rooms and more critical locations will refresh better props. 8 players play the roles of police, good guys, mental patients, and ambitious people, respectively. Except for the police, no one can confirm the identity of the other party, and each has different game goals. For the police and the good guys, their way of winning is relatively simple. The entire map is blocked, and they have to search for decryption spells everywhere. When a certain number of spells are activated, a random exit will appear on the map, and everyone can escape randomly. Qiao Laoshir divided the general process of this game into 4 stages. The first is the free search stage. Since the players are far away from each other at the beginning, they must search the open space and rooms around them as much as possible, try to get as many props as possible that are useful to their identity, and roughly determine their next actions based on the props obtained. The second is the initial contact stage. Generally speaking, a small number of mentally ill players will directly choose to become crazy at this time, but in this way, they may also be besieged by the police and a large number of good guys with props. Some mentally ill players will choose to disguise themselves as good people. Generally speaking, the police will spontaneously call other players to find the decryption spells hidden in the map while collecting props. However, due to the setting of the sand value in the game, the more people gather in the area, the easier it is to cause whispers. At the same time, voice communication between players will also cause the sand value to decrease. Therefore, players must not be able to gather together for a long time. They must disperse in a certain way and find the decryption spell separately. At this time, the game enters the third stage, which is the chaos stage. During this stage, some mentally ill players will suddenly go berserk and attack good people with all kinds of props they have accumulated, and good people can also escape or fight back. Of course, mentally ill people can also use some tricks to reduce the sand value of good people and turn them into lunatics, forcing them to take the victory route of lunatics. In short, the game during this period will be quite chaotic, and players may cooperate with each other or calculate each other. The last is the ending stage. Generally, at this stage, the players have been eliminated to only 2 or 3 people, and most of the decryption spells on the map have been solved. Players use technology and the props they currently have to fight and win the final victory. Afterwards, Qiao Liang briefly introduced some of the more interesting games he had encountered. Of course, from Pei Qian's point of view, these few games reviewed were not particularly exciting. Because no matter how brain-burning similar games are, there must be a limit after all. If they are too complicated, most people can't understand them, which is also embarrassing. But when you are in it, you can get the most exciting game experience. Pei Qian had never experienced Be Quiet in depth before, because it was an online game and he couldn't play it alone. After Mr. Qiao's introduction, Pei Qian understood it instantly. The initial stage of searching for props in this game was a bit similar to the gameplay of Chicken Dinner, and the identity setting was a bit similar to tabletop games such as Three Kingdoms or Werewolf, while the player versus player part was a bit like asymmetric competitions such as Dead by Daylight. The fun of the game itself lies in 3 aspects. First, it is replayable and has a certain luck factor. Many people will pursue a bad start in the game, such as a mental patient who searches a room full of props that increase sanity and health right at the beginning, and then goes berserk and kills everyone. Some people get the final victory by following the police or operating well when the props are not good in the early stage. Second, it is a battle of wits within the rules, using limited language to command or mislead other players, guessing the identity of a certain player, which is similar to the identity field of board games. Finally, it is like showing off operations like Dead by Daylight, using props and techniques to defeat more powerful enemies. At the same time, as a good player, you will also experience a special sense of terror. Players are suspicious of each other, and no one knows when they will be suddenly attacked. They can only be cautious in the dark and dare not make a sound. This kind of terror comes from other players and from the hearts of players, so it has more changes than ordinary single-player horror games. For example, some crazy players will deliberately hide in the room, waiting for good people to search for decrypted spells, and then suddenly jump out to attack. In short, no matter how well the video describes it, it is definitely impossible to describe the feeling of playing it in person, but Qiao Liang used his editing skills and detailed analysis to analyze the core points of this game one by one. Especially when talking about some interesting game mechanisms, the barrage of comments instantly flew across the screen, and everyone was impressed. How could this game be played like this? Finally, the video entered the final stage. Seeing this, I believe everyone has a certain understanding of the gameplay of the game, Be Quiet. Then let's go back to the original topic. Why did the production team go to great lengths to make ARG games and eye-catching games? You know, they can do nothing at all, just open the purchase and put all the players into the game. They have made such a complicated puzzle activity, added a threshold for buying this game, and even took great pains to make it in the form of a game, ensuring a certain degree of entertainment, and not charging a penny. This move is officially to allow every player who enters the game to integrate into the game faster and better. If these contents are made in the game, then players who spend money to buy the game but find that they are not suitable for this game will have to refund again, which is very troublesome. Therefore, the production team simply decided to do it outside the game, saving the tedious step of refunding for those players who are not suitable for this game. Some people must ask, if you pass this test, are you suitable for this game? Here I think, not necessarily, but it is likely to be. Let's think about it. What are the most important qualities in the game? Be quiet. It is a certain game IQ, a good mentality to resist terror, and a serious attitude to learn. At this point, everyone should have discovered that the prerequisite for purchase is to test these 3 points. The puzzles of ARG games are to exercise game IQ, the eye-catching games are to exercise the ability to resist terror, and the entire test itself is to test whether you have patience and a serious attitude to learn. If you give up when you encounter a little difficulty, you are not interested in similar puzzle games, and even if you have completed the decryption but are too lazy to copy the homework, or you can't stick to the eye-catching game, then you will definitely not be able to get any happiness in the game. Be quiet, but will affect the gaming experience of other players. This test can take care of 2 types of players at the same time. For players who are suitable for this game, it guarantees their gaming experience. For players who are not suitable for this game, it helps them save time and keep their wallets. And the only one who loses is the game company itself, which loses income. However, in order to prolong the life of the game and provide a better experience for players, the game company was willing to give up this part of the income. Even when it caused heated debate and was scolded, it did not come out to explain, but silently accepted this. So, many people think that the game company is sick and can just open it for purchase. Why do they have to make a precondition that cannot be purchased without passing it? Isn't this disgusting? I think it is true. In a sense, this is indeed discouraging players. But please calm down and think carefully. The manufacturers have done so much, maybe not is it for themselves, but for all players to have a better gaming experience? So, the title of this issue is called A Top Game Maker's Painstaking Efforts and Pride. In order to give players a better gaming experience, he took great pains to set up so many complex preconditions before buying the game. At the same time, he proudly did not explain to all players, but put on an indifferent attitude. You understand or not, praise me or scold me, it doesn't matter, the game is here. I think that it is a blessing for all domestic players to have such a thoughtful, individual, and conscientious game producer. Too many game companies are trying to lick the players and the rich. If you spend money, you can be the boss and kill everyone in the game. They don't set any obstacles, they don't let you use your brain, they let you just click the mouse to get some fake experience points and props. But are you really happy? Is your wallet getting thinner and thinner? Is your thinking becoming more and more rigid? How long have you not experienced the thrill of the soul after solving a puzzle or discovering a new way of playing in the game? If all domestic designers are making such games, don't you think it's a pity? So, I hope that students who are interested in this game can calm down, appreciate the designer's true intentions, patiently complete those prerequisites, and personally experience this complex game. I believe you will definitely discover another wonderful world. Chapter 458 Pei's Midas Touch. After watching the video, Pei Qian fell silent. Some philosophical questions kept circling in his mind. Who am I? Where am I? What am I doing? The words of Mr. Chiao in the video still echoed in his ears. The hard work and pride of a top game producer? The happiness of domestic players? The thrill from the soul? Another wonderful world? Dirty. Misunderstanding, this is a complete misunderstanding. Dear audience, don't listen to this fat guy's nonsense, buy fewer copies of this game, ball. However, the feedback from players in the barrage and comments ruthlessly shattered Pei Qian's fantasy. That makes sense. Indeed, the developer can't have nothing better to do than to come up with such complicated steps to discourage players. Now that I think about it, it does have the effect of purifying the gaming environment. Although I still can't accept it, I understand it. It sounds interesting. I really want to try it. I've been playing this game for several days. It's really fun to play with a few masters who know how to play. I hope Lao Qiao can release strategy videos and game live broadcasts as soon as possible, so that more people can feel the charm of this high-end game. I'll go and complete the pre-task and buy it to play. Pei Qian sighed helplessly and silently turned off the video. Shangyang game. At this time, Yi Zhizhou and Wang Xiaobin were also watching Qiao Laosher's video. After watching it, the two nodded with satisfaction. Masters are among the people. Qiao Laosher is worthy of being Mr. Pei's confidant. He really interpreted Mr. Pei's true meaning. Wang Xiaobin said with emotion. Yi Zhizhou smiled and said, "It's really amazing." As the creator of this game, we only realized this after President Pei made the ARG game, not much faster than him. And as a player, Mr. Qiao can actually understand President Pei's intention to this extent, which is really commendable. We originally thought that this game was completed after it was developed, had no bugs, and had an excellent horror experience, but it is actually far from complete. Because for such a complex game, temporary popularity is nothing. How to operate it for a long time is the top priority. The game, Be Quiet, requires players to be patient and willing to use their brains to study the settings in the game. Only when everyone in the game is proficient in the gameplay can everyone get the best gaming experience. At the beginning of the game's release, we were all very clear about this, but perhaps because we didn't realize the importance of this matter, or because we felt that this was an unsolvable problem, we did nothing. Fortunately, President Pei saw through this and helped us make up for the loss. Wang Xiaobin nodded. Well, using the unique ARG game and eye-catching game as a precondition for purchase is indeed a good way to screen and train players. But what I am worried about is whether this screening will also have certain hidden dangers. In any case, this screening will wipe out a large number of new players who enter the pit, and this game is an online game. Online games, if things go on like this, the fresh blood of the game cannot be guaranteed, and it may slowly become a ghost server. Yi Zhizhou smiled and shook his head. No. Do you think that the problems you can think of, President Pei can't think of them? In fact, President Pei's behavior is not screening at all. Your thinking is wrong. After all, Mr. Qiao is just a host, not a professional game producer. He only sees the current screening effect on players, but does not see the more distant future. Wang Xiaobin was stunned. Oh? What do you mean? Yi Zhizhou smiled and said confidently, according to my understanding, President Pei's entire strategy should be divided into at least 3 stages. In the first stage, through the preliminary screening of players, we ensure that the first batch of players entering Be Quiet are elite players who have the patience to study the gameplay and have high game IQ. Of course, a large amount of game sales will be lost in the early stage, but keeping Be Quiet in such a small and beautiful state is more conducive to maintaining the player experience of a niche group and improving the reputation of the game. In the second stage, as the reputation of the game continues to improve, there will be a continuous influx of new players. Before these new players enter, they will also go through this simple training, and because there are few new players entering the game, and under the guidance of old players, they will quickly understand the gameplay of this game and quickly integrate into it. In this process, new players will quickly become old players, so in the third stage, this game will attract as many players as possible while maintaining its reputation and game environment. On the contrary, if a large number of players are allowed to enter it from the beginning, the game environment will become chaotic, and novice players will not be able to get the traditional sense of excitement and quickly quit the game, and expert players will also be unbalanced by novice players. The whole game will fall into a state of disorder, and the popularity will drop rapidly. That is to say, President Pei did not just sacrifice the sales of the game to ensure the gaming environment, but actually achieved both. It's just that the explosive growth of the early game sales was delayed and spread to the following months. Wang Xiaobin suddenly realized, so that's it. Sacrificing this month's income, but allowing subsequent income to continue to increase, what a delayed gratification. Yi Zhizhou turned his head and looked out the window, and said with emotion, although President Pei did not personally participate in the development of the game, he only spent a few days making a few ARG games casually, and was able to play the effect of turning stones into gold. This kind of skill is really hard to match. We still have to follow President Pei and keep working hard. March 17, Thursday. Pei Qian slept until noon before getting up. Because his OTTOE1 mobile phone arrived last night. It must be said that Changyu had a good idea in mind. As soon as the new batch of goods arrived, he sent someone to deliver it to President Pei. As a result, Pei Qian played GOG until more than 2 a.m. before going to bed. When he got up in the morning, Pei Qian had only one feeling. Games are really bad for your health. Especially for your liver. MOBA games are even worse. However, playing a game you made yourself with a phone you made yourself, with a hero based on your own prototype and wearing your own exclusive skin, is a pretty cool feeling. Pei Qian can now understand why a certain designer cut Knife Girl n times in a month, and why a certain producer has such a special liking for Reinhardt. When a designer himself plays a certain profession or hero in the game, it is difficult to design without any subjective color. Of course, Pei Qian does not plan to strengthen the hero modest. Because once it is strengthened, it is estimated that all 4 teammates will fight for it, or it will be banned immediately after entering the ranking, and it will not be played at all. So, it is good to maintain the current state. It must be said that the effect of spending a lot of money is very good. Pei Qian can even intuitively feel that the number of players is increasing. Yesterday, it often took 4 or 5 minutes to queue up. Today, the queue time has been shortened to 1 or 2 minutes, and sometimes it can even be entered in 20 or 30 seconds. Of course, this is just an ordinary match. If you want to rank in a high-level segment, you probably still have to wait for someone to queue up. Even Pei Qian himself coveted the 100,000 yuan bonus. However, he also knew that this was impossible. On the one hand, Pei knew that he didn't think he could reach the master level. On the other hand, if he spent all his time playing ranked games, the company would be unattended and the profits would probably be out of control. So after weighing the pros and cons, Pei Qian felt that losing money was more important. After all, playing games can only be regarded as a hobby, while losing money is his main business. Speaking of losing money, Pei Qian opened the backstage and took a look at the data of Be Quiet. He found that after Qiao Laoshir's video was released, the sales of this game also increased, but the increase was still within an acceptable range and not particularly exaggerated. On the contrary, the score of this game on the TPDB website has been rising, almost reaching 9 points. Pei Qian was still thinking about whether to take some remedial measures, but seeing that the sales did not surge, it seemed unnecessary. As for the reputation, let it rise, anyway, it will not bring additional burden. Pei Qian strolled to the Moyu Internet Cafe Handong University branch, and while eating lunch, he was thinking that it seemed that he should have a big meal, oh no, hold some celebration banquets. After counting on his fingers, the employees of the successful projects now go to Mr. Li's Mingfu family banquet every day for a meal, and they can eat at least a week without repeating. Because there are too many successful projects, there are new reasons for the dinner every day. On the 20th of this month, which is Sunday, Mingyun Private Kitchen can have another meal. Pei Qian felt a little melancholy when he thought of this. Although his employees are big eaters, they can also earn more. If he expects them to eat all the money they earn from their projects, it will take them forever. It's really despairing. After the meal, the waiter came to clean up all the tableware. Pei Qian drank his coffee while looking up at the sky with melancholy. He felt more and more that his shallow mathematical knowledge could not meet the growing need to calculate losses. Suddenly, a person sat down opposite him. It was Mr. Li. The two often met in this store, so Pei Qian did not find it strange. However, Mr. Pei had been in a bad mood recently, so he just nodded casually and did not say anything. However, the first sentence Mr. Li said made Pei Qian stunned. Mr. Pei, this set of combined punches of yuan venture capital is really brilliant. I and all other investors who invested in the Shuaba Kuailai project are inferior to it and feel ashamed of themselves. So, I decided that although I still can't see any possibility of Jingji Hostel making a profit, I still decided to invest a sum of money around Jingji Hostel. If nothing unexpected happens, others should follow suit. Mr. Pei, you don't mind, right? Pei Qian's hand holding the coffee stopped in midair, and the whole person was instantly in a state of confusion. Ah? Chapter 459 President Pei, you still say you don't know how to invest. Additional chapter for the leader Qianying Yuko. Losing money to become the richest man starts from playing games. In fact, President Pei really cares, very much. Can you all stop coming here to meddle? I just want to find a place where no one is around and lose some money secretly. It's just such a trivial wish. Do you have to follow me like a tail? You guys are forced to open a haunted house, what else do you want? Do you think you won't follow me unless I build a rocket? Pei Qian was speechless. If he could use the system funds to send President Li and others away, he would definitely give the money without saying anything. However, President Pei is a cultured person after all. Even if the other party said such excessive words, he still had to remain calm. Pei Qian sighed softly, Mr. Li, I've always wanted to say that there is a very serious misunderstanding between us. I've been trying to explain it, but you don't believe it. I told you a long time ago that I started Dream Ventures just to invest casually and fulfill a few unfulfilled dreams. I didn't think about making money at all. The current situation is completely due to a series of coincidences, do you understand? Mr. Li smiled and nodded, I completely understand. Pei Qian, ? You understand what you mean. Mr. Li also ordered a cup of coffee and drank it leisurely. The act of investment itself is full of contingency. Even in many cases, even the most brilliant investors cannot fight against luck. This is called man's plan is not as good as God's plan. So, a brilliant investor like Mr. Pei, even with such brilliant investment methods, can still be full of awe for the luck factor itself. This is a quality that all of us investors should learn from. Pei Qian. Although what you said sounds reasonable, are you sure that the luck you said is the same thing as the luck I said? Pei Qian was silent for a moment. In fact, I really don't have any brilliant investment methods. Li Shi smiled slightly, yes, every successful investor is as humble as you. Pei Qian. Seeing that Mr. Pei was silent, Li Shi continued, Mr. Pei, if you don't have brilliant investment methods, how do you explain your operation on the Shuaba Kuailai project? It was you who decided to do this project, it was you who named the project, it was you who burned money to hype it up, it was you who decided to sell at a high point, and it was you who found a buyer to kick everyone out and then bought back at a low price. Mr. Pei, please tell me, if only taking one step right is luck, then what is taking all the above steps right? Pei Qian sighed silently, it's terrible bad luck. Li Shi couldn't help but laugh, Mr. Pei, you are still so humorous. I know that you are always on guard against other investors. The fact that you used some very clever methods to kick us out of the Shuaba Kuailai project just shows this. But we don't mind at all. This is a matter of course. If you don't do this, we will think you are not a qualified investor, because that means you are not ruthless enough. In short, you can let us drink soup, which is already a very generous act. So, even if you always speak true and false, it doesn't matter. I'm used to this way of communication. Pei Qian. Are you sick, aren't you? Mr. Li, you are a CEO of an investment company, why did you suddenly become a masochist? Everything I said to you is true, the key is that you don't believe it. Two creatures of the same kingdom, same family, same class, same order, same family, same genus, same species, and same sex, speaking the same language, can actually generate a chain of suspicion? This is something I never expected. Seeing that Mr. Pei was silent, Li Shi's mouth corner slightly raised. It seems that Mr. Pei is still playing dumb. In this case, I have to reveal all of Mr. Pei's methods, to make him speechless. Li Shi calmly took a sip of coffee. Well, if it is just the operation of the Shuaba Kuilai project, I can still think it is just luck. But Mr. Pei, how do you explain the shared phone booth project? Pei Qian, that was all done by Zhang Wang. I didn't know from beginning to end. Well, okay. Li Shi still maintained a faint smile, then the popularity of Glory of God obviously has nothing to do with you. It was independently developed by your designers? Pei Qian nodded, yes. Li Shi's smile became brighter, okay, you want to attribute all the credit of these projects to your subordinates, okay. But the linkage between Glory of God, shared phone booths, and Shuaba Kuilai project, who is behind it? Pei Qian was confused. He looked at Li Shi with his eyes wide open and his face full of astonishment. GOG, shared phone booths, and the Shuaba Kuilai project are linked? How? Why don't I know? Seeing Mr. Pei's stunned expression, Li Shi couldn't help but feel proud. Mr. Pei, do you think this is so perfect that no one can see it? Didn't expect it? I saw it. Li Shi proudly took out an OTTE1 phone from his pocket, and turned out a photo while Pei Qian's eyes turned from astonishment to speechlessness. The place in the picture was very familiar to Pei Qian. This was the top floor of Huanyu Tianjia, where Modest's phone booth was located. In the picture, a long queue formed in front of the phone booth again. Pei Qian was stunned. Because from the information on the photo, this was taken yesterday. What's going on? Hasn't the traffic in the phone booth stabilized? Isn't there no need to queue? Then what's going on? Li Shi smiled slightly. Similar scenes are happening in more than 20 other phone booths. These GOG players seem to like taking photos with these heroes, and then stamping a hero signature inside. So, Mr. Pei, it must not be your idea to decorate these phone booths according to the GOG hero theme and put all the hero signatures inside, right? Pei Qian. Li Shi continued, and Mr. Pei, if my information is correct, shared phone booths have already spread all over the major shopping malls in Jingzhou, and in other cities, shared phone booths are franchise models. Major shopping malls can directly place orders and be responsible for operation and maintenance, and they can make a profit in a few months. The shared phone booth business has turned to selling phone booths and getting commissions to make profits, right? Then, GOG-themed phone booths are so popular that some cities order phone booths with a full set of GOG heroes at once. They originally only bought 2 or 3, but now they buy more than 20 at once. This matter has nothing to do with you, Mr. Pei? Pei Qian opened his mouth, wanting to say something but stopped. 10,000 grass mud horses passed through his mind. He did think that the GOG hero-themed phone booths would become a check-in attraction after the game was launched, but he didn't take it seriously at all. I thought that at most everyone would go to the phone booths to check in and take photos, which would not have any impact on income. Never expected that this would in turn increase the sales of phone booths. When other cities want to buy phone booths now, they prefer to buy a full set of GOG hero-themed phone booths from more than a dozen shopping malls together to facilitate the GOG players in the city to check in. As a result, the sales of phone booths increased all of a sudden. Pei Qian was already in a state of confusion, and didn't know what to say for a moment. Seeing Mr. Pei's expression, Li Shi was more certain that he had guessed correctly. He smiled and continued, "So, what's the connection between the Shuaba Kuailai project and the phone booth?" Li Shi opened the Shuaba Kuailai app on his phone. Suda Education's advertisements were completely cleared, and its reputation was quickly restored. The activities of returning old users not only brought back users who lost during the management of Suda Education, but also brought back students and parents who were forced to register with Suda Education. The number of active users of the app miraculously recovered in the short period after Yuan Ming Venture Capital took over. Not only that, the offline teaching section of the app will automatically search for nearby Moyu internet cafes and shared telephone booths as meeting places, and greatly reduce consumption. As for adding a life section to the Shuaba Kuailai app, promoting Moyu Takeaway, Endpoint, and some of its own light games under the banner of combining work and rest, it should have nothing to do with President Pei? Pei Qian was completely speechless. To be honest, these things really have nothing to do with him. Even before President Li said these things, Pei Qian knew nothing about them. But looking at President Li's expression, Pei Qian completely understood the current situation. Whether to admit it or not, President Li already has the answer in his heart. Even if Pei Qian denied it, President Li would only wear a meaningful smile on his face and regard everything he said as a kind of humor between friends. Or more seriously, would he regard it as a special kind of pretending? Pei Qian felt tired and didn't even have the mood to find the current project leader Yu Pingyan to settle the score later. Li Shi, on the other hand, put on a victorious attitude with pride written all over his face. "Look, I saw through President Pei's exquisite layout, and then I made him speechless. Even if you make money from investing, you won't be so happy." Pei Qian took another sip of coffee to calm down. Then he said helplessly, "So how do you plan to invest?" Li Shi smiled, "Don't worry, Mr. Pei, we still won't compete with you, we just want to have a share. We will never get involved in the Jingji hostel project itself. The old industrial zone is so large, we will just pick a piece and open a small shop, do some catering, entertainment, and sell some peripherals. We will never cause you any trouble." Pei Qian was even more speechless. "You are already causing me trouble by opening a shop here. But what can I say? The old industrial zone is so large that Pei Qian can't swallow it all up even if he wants to. Mr. Li and his people are willing to invest in the old industrial zone, and Pei Qian has no reason to stop them. Even if Pei Qian disagrees, Mr. Li and his team will still go there to invest." Pei Qian said helplessly, "Okay, then do whatever you want. If you lose money, don't say I didn't warn you in advance." Li Shi laughed, "Of course, Mr. Pei, we have been in the investment circle for so long. Of course we have a clear understanding of the risks of investment. Besides, Mr. Pei has helped us make so much money. Even if we lose money, it's just a return to Mr. Pei. What's the pity?" Pei Qian. "You make a lot of sense." I'm speechless. Chapter 460 Moved here so soon? Losing money to become the richest man starts with games. March 18, Friday. Shangyang Games. Lin Wan was playing with an Auto E1 mobile phone in her hand, and couldn't let it go. Actually, after getting used to it, it doesn't feel so heavy anymore. Besides, I felt that I couldn't control it with one hand when using a large screen at the beginning, but now I feel that it's very cramped to watch things on a small screen. High refresh rate screen and large battery are good things that you can't go back to after using them. It seems that when Mr. Pei decided on the direction of mobile phone research and development, he was very thoughtful and foresight. Lin Wan used Shenhua's flagship mobile phone before. After changing to the Auto E1 mobile phone, he was a little uncomfortable, but he got used to it slowly in the past few days. He even played GOG for a few days and bought a full skin account by the way. Summarizing the work of this stage, Lin Wan was full of emotion. She has not had an easy time in the past few months. She is responsible for both Shangyang Games and OTTO technology at the same time, and it is indeed a bit difficult to split her time. Especially since Shangyang Games is responsible for developing horror games, it is even more difficult. Fortunately, with the help of Ruan Guangjian and the finishing touch to President Pei at the last minute, Be Quiet was finally completed. Although the sales volume did not explode, the reputation was very good and it could be sustained. I think President Pei should be satisfied, right? As for the mobile phone, due to the lack of time, Lin Wan could only choose to trust Changyu. However, Lin Wan proposed a plan to increase the premium of the mobile phone with various benefits of Tenda, and negotiated with various departments, which was also a great contribution to the success of the mobile phone. In short, Lin Wan was quite satisfied with his work at this stage. Although there are still some minor flaws, such as the sales volume of Be Quiet did not explode, the main sales volume of OTTOE1 mobile phone is still concentrated in Jingzhou, especially the player group of Tenda Games, and it has not reached the level of a first-generation God machine or a nail household. But people always have to leave a little room for improvement. Lin Wan felt that he was just an ordinary person in business. He couldn't do everything like Mr. Pei just because he was Mr. Pei's subordinate. That would only make him suffer and lose the motivation to strive. Anyway, no matter how hard he tried, he could never reach Mr. Pei's level. He might as well do his job well step by step. The recent R&D work has been completed, but there are still some finishing touches to be done. For example, as an online game, Be Quiet needs to continuously fix bugs and optimize system functions, and also continuously launch new content to ensure that players will not lose interest. And the OTTOE1 mobile phone also needs to be continuously updated and maintained. Of course, the workload is definitely not comparable to the R&D stage. Lin Wan has naturally been free recently. Every day, he browses shopping websites, buys a bag, or takes time to play games. He lives a very comfortable life. Of course, he is also waiting for President Pei to issue new tasks at any time. Looking back, when President Pei gave him the two heavy responsibilities of Shangyang Games and mobile phone business, Lin Wan instinctively felt that he was not good enough and would definitely mess it up. But now it seems that everything is going well. Lin Wan couldn't help but sigh. It seems that President Pei really has a magical vision that can see the potential limit of employees. It's amazing. Lin Wan is already looking forward to how to show off to his family, especially Lin Yu. Can you Xinhua Mobile sell flagship phones for 8,000 yuan? Can you? We at Tenda can. Imagine Lin Yu being speechless. It's exciting to think about it. Lin Wan was thinking happily when she received a message on her phone. Tomorrow, our studio will officially move to Jingzhou, and we will be neighbors in the future. Please take care of us. It was from Ruan Guangjian. Lin Wan's eyes lit up. Has the boss finally finished dealing with all the matters of the studio in Shanghai? Great. As early as December last year, when Ruan Guangjian came to Jingzhou to help design the hero original paintings of GOG, President Pei had already shown a strong intention to win him over. Whether it was inviting Mr. Ruan to play the roller coaster, showing the various benefits of Tenda, or building a haunted house specifically for Mr. Ruan, they all expressed the same meaning very implicitly. Come to Jingzhou. Jingzhou is a good place. And Mr. Ruan Guangjian really got this point. After completing the art requirements of 2 game projects, he returned to the Magic City and spent some time arranging the studio. Now, the arrangements are finally completed and we can officially move. Lin Wan guessed that Ruan Guangjian must have returned to Jingzhou for a while, but he probably knew that the work tasks on the Tenda side were heavy and he didn't want to cause trouble, so he didn't say it, but just dealt with things like renting a house and purchasing office supplies. Now these things should have been settled before the official notification. Lin Wan hurriedly asked, "Does President Pei know about this?" Wang Guangjian, "I sent him a message, but President Pei is probably very busy and hasn't replied to me yet." Lin Wan nodded silently, thinking that President Pei must be really busy, otherwise he would definitely express a warm welcome to Mr. Wan as soon as possible and arrange a series of reception work. "I don't know what Mr. Pei is busy with. In this case, let's not bother Mr. Pei for now." Wang Guangjian also helped a lot in the development of the game, but quiet. As the person in charge of Shangyang Games, Lin Wan should also welcome and thank him. "Boss, where is the address of your studio? I will take Yi Zhizhou and others to visit you," Lin Wan asked. Soon, Wang Guangjian sent a location. Lin Wan opened the map and was stunned. "Huh? Isn't this opposite the Moyu Internet Cafe Handong University store? A two-story shop just across the street from the Moyu Internet Cafe Handong University store." This was originally a bookstore, relying on the location advantage of Handong University to sell some best-selling books, teaching supplements, etc. for profit, but with the rise of online shopping in recent years, the business conditions of the bookstore have been getting worse and worse. This bookstore has been one of the longest-lasting among many bookstores, but it is still difficult to resist the tide of online shopping and quietly closed down. At this time, the books, furniture, etc. in the bookstore had been moved out, and after a simple construction, a set of high-end office desks and chairs were moved in. Some pedestrians stopped to watch, but it seemed that this was not a store, so they lost interest and dispersed. In the Moyu Internet Cafe across the street, Pei Qian was drinking coffee and thinking about life. Yesterday's conversation with Mr. Li hit him so hard that he couldn't help but disappear for a day. He didn't even have the mood to settle accounts with Hideshing and Yu Pingyan. Thinking about it carefully, it seems a bit unreasonable to arrange only two of them with so many successful projects. As the saying goes, too many lice don't itch, too many debts don't worry, and too many employees who backstab you will slowly dilute the mentality of holding grudges. Pei Qian discovered a serious problem in the company's management. The first elimination system seems to be insufficient. In the face of so many profitable projects, it is difficult to affect the overall situation by simply eliminating the person in charge of the most profitable project. We have to think of other ways. Pei Qian drank coffee and thought about countermeasures with a little melancholy. During the process of disappearing, some people tried to contact him, but Pei Qian neither read nor replied. Mainly because he was afraid that seeing some bad news would make his mentality collapse and affect his thinking of countermeasures to turn profit into loss. His subordinates have obviously become accustomed to President Pei's elusive attitude. Even if President Pei does not respond, they will complete the task on their own. Pei Qian noticed the movement of the second-floor shop across the street from the window. The bookstore had closed 2 weeks ago, but it was renovated again 2 days ago. I don't know which warrior came to take over. In fact, this place is not a good location, otherwise Pei Qian would not have chosen it when he chose the location for this Moyu Internet Cafe. It's just that recently, due to the popularity of the Moyu Internet Cafe in the nearby area, some people think that it is profitable to open a shop in this place. But Pei Qian is still not optimistic. Maybe it will go bankrupt again in less than 3 months, and we won't be neighbors for long. Oh, I envy you. Pei Qian had thought about taking over this bookstore before, but after several cycles of attempts, he has initially understood a basic fact. It seems that most of the projects that are losing money will make money sooner or later as long as he takes over. This is the case with Shangyang Games and Shua Bakuilai. It seems that if President Pei just observes, the project will continue to lose money, and once President Pei starts to intervene, the project will start to turn losses into profits. Considering that a bookstore can't lose much money no matter how much it loses, Pei Qian didn't make up his mind to take over, so someone else got there first. forget it, it doesn't matter who opens the store. The amount of loss I need to make now can't be achieved by simply taking over a bookstore. Let's hurry up and think about how to lose money in this cycle. Pei Qian took a sip of coffee and turned around. However, at this moment, he noticed from the corner of his eye that there seemed to be several familiar figures coming to the door of this second-floor shop. Lin Wan, Yi Zhizhou, Hu Xianbin, Chen Kongtua. Huh? Pei Qian almost thought he had seen it wrong. He turned his head and looked carefully. Yes, the one leading the group was Lin Wan. What were they doing here? Pei Qian was wondering when he saw Wang Guangjin come out and greeted several people warmly and welcomed them all in. Pei Qian? The scene in front of him seemed to him a little magical. He rubbed his eyes and saw a logo full of artistic atmosphere and several artistic characters painted on the signboard that had just been hung on the second floor. Or a studio. Pei Qian's hand holding the coffee shook a little. Damn, they have moved here so quickly? Chapter 461. This is the friendship between President Pei and Boss Yuan. After a brief shock, Pei Qian quickly calmed down and decided to pretend that he didn't see it. At this time, he couldn't be disturbed by such a long-determined thing and disrupt his thinking. Although there are less than 2 weeks before the settlement, the situation is already very clear from the current situation. Pei Qian waved to the waiter, and the waiter immediately understood and helped him get a dedicated laptop. Because Pei Qian especially likes to think about things and life in this store, he specially prepared a thin and light notebook here to do office work. Of course, it's called office work, but in fact it's just a simple record of some things in the document. None of them are particularly important, and they are often deleted after sorting out their thoughts, so there is no need to worry about leaks. Pei Qian turned on the computer, created a new document, and then began to sort out his thoughts. Although the next cycle will start in April, Pei Qian has to prepare for a rainy day. Think of a new plan in advance so that you won't be in a hurry in April. The current means of spending money include: GOG gives bonuses to high-end players 4 times a year. According to the conventional plan, bonuses are distributed to employees based on the TPDB website's ratings, and benefits such as various subsidies and health checks are provided normally. A long celebration banquet is held, and employees are asked to help them eat up part of the money. The Jingji hostel can eat up a large amount of funds at once. After thinking about it, Pei Qian felt that it was still not safe. Although it seems to be enough at present, there are less than 2 weeks before the settlement, and the Glory of God PC game will be launched during this period, so the income from this area must be prepared in advance. So, Pei Qian added another item. Moyu Internet Cafe, ROF Installation, Nifeng Logistics, Moyu Takeaway, and Chinese Network, Nifeng Logistics, and other businesses, burn money for a week. With the mentality of not having to make a profit even if you lose money, crazy subsidies are given. For example, in Chinese Network, subsidies are given at both ends. Readers are subsidized for reading books, and authors are also subsidized for writing books, so you can get double the happiness at once. Entertain yourself, and the money disappears magically. This behavior will be regarded as publicity by the system and is allowed. Of course, this behavior makes the loss of money in this cycle more stable, but the start of the next cycle will be more difficult. So, we have to think of a way to eliminate some hidden dangers. Starting from the next cycle, some new measures must be taken. Pei Qian started a new line on the document and continued to think about countermeasures. The first elimination system seems to be a bit unbearable. However, Pei Qian did not intend to consider canceling the first elimination system. After all, this system also eliminated some hidden dangers for him. Without this system, the Tenda game department might have to earn more money. We need to supplement and improve this system. Pei Qian wrote the words periodic shock therapy on the document. Now, President Pei has too many industries under his control, and he really can't manage them all. Throwing these industries to others, and not having too much time and energy to ask about them can easily lead to some very serious consequences. So Pei Qian decided to put these departments in periodic shock. In a certain period, only some departments of Tenda are operating, while other departments are in a state of shock. Of course, the system stipulates that under no circumstances can you be passive and lazy and not produce any products. So, you have to discuss it with the system. Based on Pei Qian's understanding of the system, this matter is not without room for negotiation. System: if a department has made an outstanding contribution to the company's development, then for the purpose of letting them learn and make greater contributions to the company in the future, it should be reasonable to give the entire department a long vacation for a few months to improve their personal business capabilities? Pei Qian soon received a positive answer. However, there are restrictions. Currently, there can only be one department per cycle, and only necessary expenses can be maintained for the department, and no investment can be made. In other words, it is okay to pay salaries, but it is not okay to invest money in projects. Pei Qian was very satisfied. It was indeed okay. Then there is no need to say more. Let Fei Huang Studio be shocked in the next cycle. A movie made tens of millions. If they were to make 3 or 4 movies a year at the current rate, wouldn't that be too much? In addition, Pei Qian has also discovered that although the first elimination system is very effective, it also has a little disadvantage, such as it is easy to inspire the fighting spirit of employees. Therefore, Pei Qian feels that it is necessary to commend those excellent departments in Pei's mind that have been losing money. This is the supplement of the first elimination system, the last reward system. Pei Qian has already thought about who to give this award to. Nifeng Logistics. Since its inception, Nifeng Logistics has been conscientiously losing money for Pei. After Lu Mingliang took over, it did not turn losses into profits and was deeply trusted by Pei. As for what this award is called, Pei Qian has also thought about it. It is called the Tenda Cornerstone Award. It can be interpreted that Nifeng Logistics works diligently and serves other departments, which is the cornerstone of Tenda Group's rapid development. Of course, the actual reason is that they lose a lot of money. Pei Qian hopes that this award can give all departments a hint. Even if your department keeps losing money, it doesn't matter. Not only will you not be punished, but you will be rewarded. Without further ado, Pei Qian thinks that the Cornerstone Award can be issued in this settlement cycle. Finally, Pei Qian thinks that the companies and departments that cooperate with Tenda can spend more money. Tenda has always had business dealings with various other companies, such as art resources for the game department, food procurement for internet cafes and restaurants, supply chain for the mobile phone department, decoration props for the Jingji hostel, etc. Modern society emphasizes professional division of labor, and close cooperation with other companies is necessary to make good products. According to the well-known Tenda spirit, when cooperating with these companies, the various departments of Tenda have always given the most money and asked for the best goods. The expenses of this place seem to have reached the top. But it is precisely because it has reached the top that Pei Qian has to use reverse thinking and continue to spend money on it. Take food procurement as an example. On the basis of the highest offer, force a 10% premium and require the other party to provide food exclusively for Tenda. Obviously, the other party can only carefully select the good ingredients, and there will not be a big difference from the original ingredients, and you can't even feel it after cooking. However, the procurement fee is really spent. Other industries are similar. In short, they force the cooperative companies to establish a Tenda standard above the highest standard and force them to pay more. After writing everything, Pei Qian read the document from beginning to end and nodded with satisfaction. Well, I feel much more at ease. I immediately sent the document to Assistant Qian and asked her to split these plans and send them to various departments so that each department can start preparing. Then, Pei Qian cleared the documents on the computer and gave them to the waiter to keep. Just as he stood up and prepared to leave, he saw Wang Guangjian and several others walking across the street, talking and laughing, and pushed the door open at the entrance of the internet cafe. Seeing Pei Qian, everyone's eyes lit up. "Boss, Pei." Wang Guangjian also smiled, "My studio has moved across the street. Boss, Pei, you can come and visit me often when you have time. If you have any work problems, please feel free to ask us. As for the original paintings, just leave it to our studio." Pei Qian laughed, "Of course, I have no doubts about your abilities. The bloody wound on my back is the best proof. Okay, I have something else to do. I have to leave first. You can accompany Brother Guangjian for me." Pei Qian looked at Lin Wan, Chen Kongtua, and others. "We will arrange a dinner at Mingyun Private Kitchen tomorrow. Remember to bring Brother Guangjian with you. Set up a few more tables as a welcome party." Although he had a strong prejudice against Wang Guangjian, Pei Qian did not forget to invite him. After all, one more person means one more mouth to feed, and one more bite of food means one more loss of money. Under the big goal of losing money, what is this little hatred? Mr. Pei is a magnanimous person. After all the explanations were completed, Pei Qian said goodbye to everyone and left. You can guess what they are going to talk about next. They must be talking about how GOG and Be Quiet are successful. The telephone booth drawn by Wang Guangjian himself has now become a check-in holy place in Jingzhou. If you don't leave, will you wait to be whipped by these people repeatedly? Looking at Mr. Pei's leaving back, Wang Guangjian couldn't help but feel a little disappointed. Originally, I wanted to have a drink with Mr. Pei and reminisce about the past. As a result, Mr. Pei left in such a hurry. Lin Wan also felt a little pity, but still asked everyone to sit down in the coffee area, ordered coffee or drinks, and started to talk about the past. At this moment, Lin Wan's phone vibrated and received a message from Assistant Qian. She flipped through it quickly and found that it was a document drafted by President Pei himself, which put forward a series of requirements for future work. It listed various reward details that would make other company employees jealous, but in Lin Wan's opinion, this was all President Pei's routine operation and there was nothing to be surprised about. Until the last one. When cooperating with other downstream enterprises and outsourcing companies, we will add an additional 10%-20% premium on the original purchase price to provide the company with better products or services than the original highest level. Lin Wan was stunned when he saw this. After reading it from beginning to end, Lin Wan took a screenshot of this item and handed the phone to Wang Guangjian. Huh? Wang Guangjian took it with some confusion. After reading it, his eyes widened slightly. This. Lin Wan nodded. I think this item is mostly arranged for you, Wan. As we all know, whether Tenda buys original paintings or purchases other things, it directly chooses the best, and there is basically no more room for price increase. Moreover, even if a premium of 10%-20% is forced, the improvement that can be obtained is minimal. So, why did President Pei deliberately launch such a policy? Of course, one of the reasons must be the pursuit of excellence, which is also in line with the spirit of Tenda. However, it is very intriguing to introduce such a policy at this critical moment when Wang Guangjian's studio moved to Jingzhou. Obviously, Mr. Pei is worried that the Halo studio has just arrived in Jingzhou and is unfamiliar with the place. The studio staff has also experienced turmoil, and it will be difficult at the beginning. That's why there is such a preferential policy, which helps and supports Wang Guangjian's Halo studio in this more obscure way. This is friendship that doesn't need to be stated explicitly. Everyone couldn't help but smile. Although President Pei was very busy at work and had no time to have dinner with Mr. Wan, he obviously didn't forget to care about his old friend and expressed his feelings in this very subtle way. Wang Guangjian also smiled, and the previous little bit of loss disappeared in an instant, replaced by relief and touching. I understand. I will definitely urge everyone in the studio to continue to improve their painting skills and definitely live up to President Pei's expectations. Next time, President Pei will definitely see more outstanding original paintings. Chapter 462. This also happens to be in line with the statutory retirement age in our country. March 20th, Sunday. Mingyun Private Kitchen. The weather has gradually warmed up. It is sunny today, and the afternoon sun is very good. The courtyard of Mingyun Private Kitchen has also been arranged with tables, chairs, and parasols. Compared with the past, more than a dozen seats have been added to accommodate more people. The clear air and the gentle breeze make it feel different to be outside. At this time, the backbones of various departments of Tenda gathered together, toasting and drinking, reminiscing about the past, and the waiters came and went to pour wine and serve dishes. The entire Mingyun Private Kitchen was immersed in a joyful and peaceful atmosphere. The heads of various departments took turns to welcome Ruan Guanjian, making everyone in the Halo studio feel the warmth of home. Taking this opportunity, many department heads also expressed their gratitude to other departments. For example, Chang Yu of Uda Technology. The success of the OTTOE1 phone is inseparable from the initial support and concessions from other departments. Although this matter itself was fought for by Director Lin and is part of the overall development strategy of Tenda Group, and all profits from the phone will be returned without a penny difference, Chang Yu will definitely not take this help for granted. He brought the backbone members of Uda Technology to express their gratitude to other departments one by one, laying a good foundation for continued in-depth cooperation in the future. Another example is Huang Sibo of Fei Huang Studio. The various advertising ideas and logos in the movie were completed by the joint efforts of various departments. Although the great success of the movie also benefited other departments, Huang Sibo still did not forget to thank everyone for their strong support. In addition, some new faces were also warmly welcomed. For example, the three new heads of Tenda Game Department, Hu Xianbin, Min Jingqiao, and Zhang Nan. The three of them performed well after taking over the classes of Li Yada and Bao Su. The popularity of GOG mobile game version made their abilities recognized by everyone. Some old friends also took this opportunity to talk about the recent situation of the business they were responsible for. As for Pei Qian, he did not come today. Obviously, Pei Qian had foreseen what the style of today's celebration banquet would be. If he forced to eat this meal, the ending could only be 4 words. Add salt to the wound. Pei Qian felt a pang of pain in his heart whenever he thought about the embarrassing scene of all the department heads toasting him at the celebration banquet and saying, without President Pei's wise guidance, there would be no success of the project. So, he simply didn't come. As the saying goes, out of sight, out of mind. There are many opportunities to have a feast at Mingyun Private Kitchen, so he doesn't have to eat this one. The heads of each department knew about this news at the very beginning, but other key members of the department who participated in the dinner did not know. Therefore, many people raised this question shortly after the celebration banquet began. Hey, Director Lin, why didn't President Pei come? Yes, I remember that President Pei would be present at the previous dinner. What's wrong with President Pei today? Hiss. Today is Sunday, is President Pei still busy with work? He repeatedly told us not to work overtime, but he was still busy with company affairs on the weekend. Many people showed a look of worry and shame in their eyes. Worried about whether President Pei's body could hold up under such high-intensity work. Shame, because they felt that it was a bit inappropriate for President Pei to work so hard, but they were eating and drinking with peace of mind. Lin Wan raised a glass of red wine and said with a smile, "Don't worry, I think it's not all work-related that made Mr. Pei miss the show today, there are also some other considerations." The noisy place suddenly became quiet, everyone looked at Lin Wan and asked, "Director Lin, do you know what's going on?" Lin Wan shook his head, "I don't know the inside story, but I can guess it. In my opinion, there are at least 2 motives and reasons why Mr. Pei didn't come today." Everyone listened carefully. First of all, Mr. Pei hopes to leave enough private space for all our departments. Perhaps Mr. Pei feels that as a boss, participating in such occasions will prevent some employees from relaxing enough. Everyone is tense because of the boss presence, and the atmosphere will be relatively serious. So, Mr. Pei deliberately didn't come to create a natural, stress-free atmosphere for all of us, so that we can enjoy the relaxation and joy after success. Everyone nodded and felt that it made sense. Although Mr. Pei is very approachable and has no boss's airs at all, the boss is the boss anyway. What's more, Mr. Pei has a far-sighted vision and a plan for everything. He has a very dazzling aura among all department heads. Even if everyone wants to treat him as an ordinary person, it is basically impossible. In this case, Mr. Pei's presence will definitely cause some subtle changes in the atmosphere. And Mr. Pei deliberately didn't come to a dinner party in order to let everyone enjoy the food more relaxedly and better connect with each other. It seems that he really has other intentions. Lin Wan continued with a smile. Secondly, President Pei is definitely working, there is no doubt about that, but it should be different from what everyone imagines. After so long, have you noticed a special phenomenon? President Pei seems to be the busiest after all projects have been completed. Everyone recalled carefully, it seems to be true. At the beginning of the project, President Pei simply gave a few general directions and let each department play freely without asking any questions. During the project development, although President Pei would occasionally ask about it, he neither urged the progress nor paid too much attention to details. Instead, he severely punished the blind rush and overtime work that violated the spirit of Tenda. On the contrary, when the project was a great success and everyone was resting, President Pei became busy. He was often out of sight and no one knew what he was busy with. And every time at this stage, President Pei seemed to become worried and always looked like he was thinking about a problem. Why is that? Someone asked. Lin Wan took a sip of red wine and said with some emotion, how can there be so many peaceful years? There are always people who are carrying the burden for us. As the saying goes, if you don't think about the future, you will have worries in the near future. All the projects have been a great success. Do you think this is a coincidence? This question stumped everyone. What is the reason for the success of the project? Is it because everyone works hard? There must be reasons for this, but there are many companies in the world that work hard, and not every company can succeed. And within Tenda, it seems that the success rate is indeed higher after hard work, and much higher. Take this cycle for example, 2 games, mobile phones, movies, shared phone booths, and Shuaba Kwaikum, which were originally considered to be very shaky projects, all succeeded. This is definitely not something that can be explained by simple hard work and luck. Lin Wan continued, everyone should have discovered that these projects can succeed, first of all because they chose the right direction, and secondly, the mutual support between various industries and departments greatly increased the chance of success. Suppose last year we invested heavily in making movies and developing mobile phones, without the help of other departments, the chance of success would naturally be greatly reduced. Obviously, President Pei has planned these details from the beginning, which projects can be done and which projects cannot be done. This is obviously something he has thought about carefully. Why is he busiest after the project is completed? Because after the project is completed, we have to start planning the next phase of the project. Think about it, we have to plan the general direction of the project and consider the linkage effect between various departments. There are so many things to think about, and it is not something that can be figured out in 1 or 2 days. But Mr. Pei can always come up with a perfect plan within a week or 2 and give it to us to execute. He even gives us some pointers when delivering the task. The difficulty is unimaginable. Mr. Pei is so young, but he can make such a great achievement. This outstanding ability must have some factors, but it is also inseparable from his hard work. In places we can't see, President Pei must be thinking about things we can't imagine all the time. I think we can also learn more from President Pei. After the project is completed, don't just celebrate, but also think more about future plans. This will be of great help to improve our abilities. Everyone nodded and agreed. Yes, that's definitely the case. No wonder President Pei in good times often looks thoughtful. Lin Wan continued, of course, I don't think everyone needs to worry too much about President Pei's health. As the creator of the Tenda spirit, President Pei must be very clear about the relationship between work, rest and health. He repeatedly advocates that we should rest more and have more entertainment because he understands the importance of keeping healthy and in good condition better than anyone else. Everyone can rest assured. With President Pei's current state, he can at least lead everyone to struggle for another 40 years. And this just happens to be in line with the statutory retirement age in our country. Everyone's face was filled with happy expressions. Good. I don't know who shouted, and everyone applauded. Yes, Mr. Pei is only 20 years old this year, and many well-known entrepreneurs are still active in the business world even in their 70s and 80s. Even if Mr. Pei has the idea of becoming a successful person in the future because of his great achievements, he should at least work until he is 60, right? There are still 40 years to go. Think about how brilliant achievements Tenda has made under the leadership of President Pei in the past 2 years. In another 40 years, what kind of giant will Tenda develop into? What heights will everyone here reach in their careers? It's exciting to think about it. Following such a boss, I would rather fight for my whole life than for another 40 years. Everyone was excited, and the atmosphere on the scene became lively again. Pei, who was catching up on sleep because of his addiction to GOG, suddenly woke up from his dream, and quickly calmed down when he saw the warm afternoon sunshine outside the window. Why is Dubai still having nightmares? It's so scary. I actually dreamed that I worked hard until retirement and didn't lose money to become the richest man, and I still have to go to work and accept countless employees' backstabs until I am 60 years old. This is too much of a failure. If this really happens, I might as well find a piece of tofu and kill myself now. It's okay, dreams are the opposite, it's impossible. Pei Qian yawned, turned over, and continued to sleep. Chapter 463 It should have been a good day. Losing money to become the richest man started from the game. March 21st, Monday. Pei Qian got up on time at noon and came to the company after lunch. Just as he was about to enter the elevator, he suddenly remembered that today seemed to be the day when GOG's PC game was released. So he did not press the button on the 16th floor, but decided to go to the game department on the 17th floor first to take a look and ask about the situation of GOG's PC game. According to the time, the PC version has been released for 2 or 3 hours, and the initial data should have come out, which is enough to see some clues. GOG PC games are definitely not as popular as mobile games. After all, GOG mobile games became popular because mobile games lagged behind in development. Most mobile games are simply not competitive, which has formed a dimensionality reduction attack. PC games are different. There are many old MMORPG and FPS games at a higher level, and players have extremely strong stickiness. At the same level are the veteran game Shinchi and the fast-growing IOI abroad. At a lower level are various up-and-coming games. With such fierce competition, GOG PC games, as a new project, will definitely not have a good start. Pei Qian came to the 17th floor and was captured by Hu Xianbin as soon as he entered the door. Mr. Pei, you are here. Hu Xianbin's expression was quite excited. Pei Qian instinctively felt that something was wrong. Why, did you guess that I was coming? Hu Xianbin smiled, I was just guessing. After all, GOG's PC game started so well, you must have expected it, and it is a high probability event to come and take a look. Pei Qian, ? Such a good start? Do we have different understandings of a good start? It's okay if the mobile game starts well, but how can the PC game be good? Mr. Pei, look. Hu Xianbin raised his hand to indicate. Pei Qian followed his hand and looked at the computer screen next to him. On it were the initial data of GOG's PC game, which was constantly changing. Damn! Such a good start? Pei Qian almost shouted out. He had seen similar data when GOG's mobile game was launched, but it was a mobile game project after all. There were not many competitors in the entire field, so it was normal for the data to be good. But how can the data of the PC game be better than the data when the mobile game was just launched? This is not scientific at all. Pei Qian subconsciously looked at Hu Xianbin. Hu Xianbin smiled confidently. Boss Pei, I knew you were going to test me. I have carefully thought about and summarized the reasons. On the one hand, although the competition in the PC game field is fierce, the number of players is still greater than that of mobile games, and there are more players who like heavy games. On the other hand, we at Tenda have been deeply involved in the PC game field in the past 2 years. With the support of Sea Fortress and many standalone games, GOG PC games have a huge potential player base as soon as they are launched. Finally, and most importantly, GOG mobile games and season bonuses have accumulated enough popularity for GOG PC games before they are launched. Since PC and mobile game accounts are interoperable, many mobile game users download PC games for experience as soon as possible. In order to get the season bonus, many players even download PC games in advance. The internet cafe waited for it, and entered immediately after the server was opened, and rushed into the ranking competition, racing against time. So, GOG's PC game can get such a good start. According to the data just sent by Moyu Internet Cafe, the original 3 games in the Internet Cafe, Shinchi, IOI International Server, and GOG Test Server, were in a 3-legged tripod. After the GOG PC game was officially launched, the balance has been broken. GOG PC game quickly overwhelmed the other 2 games, and won the favor of players. Although it is too early to declare victory now, GOG's idea of launching mobile games first and then PC games is obviously a great success. This is inseparable from your wise guidance, Mr. Pei. Pei Qian was confused. I have never instructed you to make GOG mobile games. Hu Xianbin nodded. Yes, that's right. It was Sister Li's request to make GOG mobile games and PC games interoperable. But Sister Li said that the reason she proposed this method of misaligned competition was learned from you. Your series of classic operations in previous marketing promotions inspired Sister Li and changed her way of thinking, so she thought of using this method to promote GOG PC games. Pei Qian. Is this the backstab from the other side of the ocean? Li Yada was still traveling, and he could actually leave a thorn in advance. In addition to feeling annoyed, Pei Qian suddenly had an inexplicable sense of crisis. According to the current situation, if IOI does not launch the national server again, I am afraid that the situation will be bad. No, IOI's national server must be arranged in the next cycle. Otherwise, this world line will be completely different from what I imagined, and the consequences will be disastrous. Pei Qian turned and left. Hu Xianbin was no longer surprised by Mr. Pei's swift and decisive actions. Take care, Mr. Pei. Welcome to come often. Be ready to be inspected at any time. After Mr. Pei left, Hu Xianbin looked at the data on the computer screen, thoughtfully. I have to say that Mr. Pei's trick of making mobile games when in doubt is really a panacea for all problems. Many people have seen the inevitability of the advent of the mobile game boom with the development of smartphones, but their understanding of the game industry itself has constrained their behavior. Although they have seen the advent of the mobile game boom, they have focused on light games and casual games. But Mr. Pei is different. His proficiency in both the mobile phone and game industries has enabled him to more aggressively move some heavy games to the mobile game platform. This is the case with Hot Blood Warsong and GOG. Well, although it was not his direct decision, it is obvious that Director Lin and Sister Li were influenced by his ideas. Then doesn't it mean that when you are in doubt, you can just make mobile games, and in the future, all games that can be converted into mobile games can be converted into mobile games? Well, this seems to be a good idea. For example, the battle mode of Sea Fortress seems to be very suitable for conversion into a mobile game. Well, write this down, make bold assumptions, and carefully verify. March 22nd, Tuesday. Fei Huang Studio. Boss, Pei, I still feel that not extending the secret key is a bit of a loss. With the quality and box office of our film, extending the release for another month should be the basic operation. Although extending it for a month won't make much more money, but no matter how low the screening rate is, making an extra 10 or 20 million is good. Zhu Xiaozi muttered while drinking tea. Pei Qian completely ignored his words, sipping tea with a faint smile on his face. For Pei Qian, today is a good day. A Beautiful Tomorrow is finally off the screen. This month has been a nightmare for Pei Qian. He thought that February 22nd would be a good day and the movie would be a big hit once it was released. However, a month later, the box office of the movie finally settled at 248.62 million. The last-minute assist of Flying Star Journey made A Beautiful Tomorrow, which was already at the end of its life, suddenly sit up in a dying state. With a last burst of light, it stubbornly cut nearly 20 million more box office than the estimate of Goyan App. In other words, the return to the production team will be about 83 million. The investment in this movie is 30 million. Therefore, more than a week ago, when Pei Qian heard Zhu Xiaozi and Huang Sibo propose to extend the movie key for another month and earn another month of box office, he was emotional and firmly opposed. In short, today A Beautiful Tomorrow is finally off the screen. Director Zhu Xiaozi obviously felt that it was a bit of a pity. Although extending the period for another month would not earn much more at the box office, at most more than 10 million, and there would only be 5 or 6 million left after the distribution, but why not take the free money? Pei Qian drank his tea silently, thinking to himself, nothing. If it is extended for another month, the payment will also be extended for another month. The next settlement cycle is probably still about 5 months. According to the current rhythm, there is a quick settlement and payment business, and the payment will be received within 1 month after the film is released. If the payment is paid in March, it can be invested in the project immediately. If it is not paid until April, the deadline of the project will be very tight and it is likely to be completed. So, it must not be delayed. The two people have different ideas and look at each other in silence. At this time, Huang Sibo, who had just received a call, came over and sat down in the empty seat. Director Zhu, it is obvious that President Pei's decision is right. We really shouldn't extend the secret key. Zhu Xiaozi was stunned. Huh? Huang Sibo's face was full of smiles. Just now, the people from Eli Island contacted me and wanted to discuss with us the exclusive cooperation of A Better Tomorrow. Zhu Xiaozi, ? Pei Qian, ? Both of them were a little surprised, but one was surprised and the other was frightened. Zhu Xiaozi was stunned for a moment and then slapped his thigh. Yes. Got it. Although the extended secret key can extend the screening time of the movie in the cinema for 1 more month, the audience's demand for watching movies will further decrease. When the website discusses cooperation with us, the price will naturally be reduced accordingly. Although A Beautiful Tomorrow has been removed from the screen, it is still popular. Now we can get the most favorable conditions by negotiating cooperation with video websites such as Eli Island, especially exclusive ones. Huang Sibo smiled slightly. Not only that. There will be a popular online drama in April, and many resources will be divided. From now until the end of March, there are no popular dramas on the website. After signing the exclusive contract for A Beautiful Tomorrow, it will get a good promotion at least in March. Recommend resources. Zhu Xiaozi nodded suddenly. So that's how it is. Great. Take it off the screen on time to keep the popularity, and use this to gain more benefits from the video website. But, can the offer from the video website be much higher than 5 million? Huang Sibo flipped through the documents on his phone. At present, Ellie Island provides two different exclusive cooperation models. One is a buyout. According to the current market situation, for movies with a box office of over 100 million and with big-name actors, the copyright purchase fee starts at 10 million, but does not exceed 50 million at most. Our movie has a box office of more than 200 million, and it is still popular now, so Ellie Island offers us 18 million. The other is profit sharing. Zhu Xiaozi slapped his thigh and said, "Of course it's a buyout. Pei Qian, share." The two spoke at almost the same time, and the scene was a little awkward. Zhu Xiaozi's idea was very simple. If the movie was sold to a video website, and the video website made it available on demand, even if it was a share, how long would it take to earn 18 million? Of course it was a one-time deal. Isn't it a bloody profit to sell it for 18 million? No need to worry about it in the future. And Pei Qian's considerations were beyond anyone's imagination. 18 million is now in the account, isn't this going to kill me? I finally spent all the extra money in the account temporarily, and it was about to be settled, and 18 million was suddenly given to me. Where would I spend it? Even if you asked me to take a bath with Lafayette every day, I would. Oh, I could spend it all that way, but the problem is that the system doesn't allow it. So, it must not be a buyout. Huang Sibo coughed twice. Ahem, just listen to me first. As for the profit sharing, each member's effective on-demand viewing will give us a share of 2.5 yuan. A member's viewing for more than 6 minutes is considered a valid on-demand viewing. It will be a total of 6 months, and the payment will be returned once a month. The movie will be free after 6 months, but Ellie Island will still pay a certain amount of compensation according to the incentive plan based on data such as playback volume and popularity. If you want to be safe, it is definitely more worry-free to buy it out. If you have strong confidence in the movie, sharing is not a bad idea. Pei Qian's attitude is still firm: share. He doesn't care how much share of playback volume this movie can get on Ellie Island. He only cares about one thing: no matter how much money you can get, you must not give it to me now. Anyway, no matter how big the matter is, we will talk about it in the next cycle. Seeing that President Pei is firm in his attitude, Huang Sibo and Zhu Xiaozi looked at each other and nodded. Okay, then share. We also think that we should have confidence in a better tomorrow. Signing a share model will definitely make more money. Pei Qian sighed silently, a little melancholy. Today. It seems that it should be a good day for the movie to be released. But why is this happening now? Chapter 464, President Pei is testing you. Additional chapter for the leader Wenhua Manhua. Fall in love with you reading website, lose money, and become the richest man from the game. March 23, Wednesday. The Jingji Hostel project is under construction in full swing. Chen Kongtua and Hao Qiong are here. In addition to daily supervision, they collect various horror stories, videos, movies, and materials every day, and try their best to dig out their brains and think about how to make the Jingji Hostel project better. They also have some employees who are responsible for handling various tasks of the haunted house, but the number is not large. When the haunted house is really about to be completed, a large number of employees will be recruited to be responsible for sales, acting, cleaning, and other tasks. It's just that now, it will take more than 3 months for all 3 major projects of the haunted house to be completed. Chen Kongtua is still staring at the design drawings on the computer screen as usual, and seriously considering some details of the design. Suddenly, his mobile phone vibrated and received a message. Chen Kongtua was startled and hurriedly greeted Hao Qiong. Hurry up, get ready, Mr. Pei is coming. Hao Qiong was holding his phone and reading it with great interest. It was a horror book with good grades recently at the finish line. After hearing what Chen Kongtua said, he hurriedly asked, when? Chen Kongtua had already stood up and started to organize the materials. I'll be there in 10 minutes. The two began to clean up the clutter on the table in a hurry. This is a temporary office that was renovated from a corner of the factory. It was strictly renovated in accordance with the spirit of Tenda. There are large desks, sofas, and refrigerators. In short, the office environment is very comfortable. But it is easy to be messy when it is comfortable. There are some beverage bottles, horror original painting collections, and other sundries piled on the sofa and desk. Chen Kongtua felt that if Mr. Pei saw this state, he would definitely leave a bad impression. So the two hurriedly cleaned up and restored the entire office environment to a generally tidy state. Not long after they finished cleaning up, Mr. Pei arrived. Chen Kongtua greeted him with a folder in his hand. Hello, Mr. Pei. Please come in. The folder contained information about the Jingji Hostel project, including floor plans, design details of each project, renderings, inspiration sources, project costs, contracts signed with the engineering team, etc. Chen Kongtua felt that Mr. Pei must come this time to ask about the construction progress and some details of the Jingji Hostel, so he made preparations in time. Although he had memorized a lot of the information, it was always a good idea to have the information ready for showing to Mr. Pei at any time. After Mr. Pei sat down on the sofa, Chen Kongtua was ready to report his work. Boss Pei, let me first report on the recent construction of the Jingji Hostel. Chen Kongtua said after Hao Qiong served hot tea to Boss Pei. Pei Qian took a sip of the tea, and shook his head after hearing what Chen Kongtua said. No, I have important things to give you. Looking at Boss Pei's rather serious expression, Chen Kongtua couldn't help but feel a little nervous. What important things does Boss Pei want to tell us? It must be a very complicated and difficult task to make Boss Pei so serious. Chen Kongtua and Hao Qiong didn't dare to ask more, so they could only listen carefully. Pei Qian took a sip of tea and asked, according to the current plan, how long will it take for the haunted house to be completed? Chen Kongtua, the fastest is more than 3 months, and the normal plan is 4 months. Pei Qian nodded. 4 months is still within the acceptable range. I'll give you another 40 million, all of which will be invested in the Jingji Hostel project. If you have any difficulties, tell me now. Chen Kongtua waited for a while and found that President Pei seemed to have no further news, so he asked, President Pei, what about other things? Pei Qian, nothing else. Chen Kongtua, the important thing you said is to spend money? Pei Qian nodded, yes. The confused expression on Chen Kongtua's face lasted for a few seconds, and then he suddenly realized, oh. I understand. Boss Pei, is this 40 million used to build surrounding facilities? I've wanted to mention this for a long time. In Chen Kongtua's opinion, the previous budget was enough to build the main part of the Jingji Hostel, but there were no supporting facilities around it. There are no shops, hotels, restaurants, and food, clothing, and shelter. The transportation is even worse. Not to mention the subway, there are no buses here. How can this attract tourists? Could it be that all tourists drive here and stand in line? That would definitely not be appropriate. Now that Boss Pei has allocated another 40 million, the surrounding supporting facilities can finally keep up. Pei Qian shook his head speechlessly. Wrong, the 40 million is all prepared for the Jingji Hostel project itself. All of it should be put into the project, and not a penny should be spent on surrounding supporting facilities, and the construction period should not be slowed down. I'm emphasizing that this matter is very important and must be done well. Do you understand? Chen Kongtua was a little confused. Well, I guessed it all wrong. As expected, Mr. Pei is Mr. Pei. This idea is something that ordinary people can't guess at all. All 40 million is invested in the Jingji hostel project, and it can't affect the construction period. Then we can't add new projects randomly. We can only continue to polish the details based on the existing projects. But, this is too extravagant. It's obviously not as cost-effective as building supporting facilities. Could it be that there is a deeper meaning here? Chen Kongtua instinctively felt that it was a bit of a waste, but he didn't dare to ask more questions, just faithfully executed. Okay, Mr. Pei, I will definitely do it. Pei Qian nodded with satisfaction, then stood up. You guys continue to be busy. A group of people will come to inspect the area later, and I will personally receive them. You don't have to worry about anything, and don't ask any more questions when you see anything confusing. Do you understand? Chen Kongtua and Hao Qiong nodded together. Understood. Pei Qian left the office with satisfaction and waited in his car. Before, Mr. Li said that he would bring other people to invest in the area, and he would come to inspect today, so Pei Qian must receive them. Although the reception can also be handed over to Chen Kongtua, Pei Qian is not at ease. If Chen Kongtua is not strict with his mouth and accidentally reveals some flaws, and Mr. Li and others find out that Pei Qian has invested such a large sum of money in this project, it will definitely make Mr. Li and others more determined to get a share of the soup. At that time it will be even harder to get rid of it. Pei Qian had already thought about it. When Mr. Li and his friends arrived, he would take them for a walk in a desolate old industrial area, so that they could see what the land looked like. It would be best if he could persuade a few investors to quit on the spot. If he couldn't persuade them to quit, he would think of other ways. Less than half an hour later, several high-end commercial vehicles stopped at the entrance of the old industrial area. Pei Qian immediately came forward and extended a warm welcome to Mr. Li and the others. Mr. Pei. Sorry for the long wait. I am not familiar with the roads nearby. I am sorry for delaying the time. Li Shi got out of the car and was the first to apologize to Pei Qian. Other investors also got out of the car and greeted Mr. Pei. Some drove themselves, and some brought drivers, but the drivers stayed in the car and did not follow. Obviously, Mr. Li was not making excuses, but facts. The roads in this place are indeed unfamiliar. Two investors got out of the car, and their first reaction was to frown. Isn't this too desolate? Although everyone has heard about the old industrial zone in Jingzhou for a long time, many people have never been here, because they have no direct business dealings with this place, so why come here? When I arrived today, I was greatly disappointed. It was even worse than the worst case I expected. Li Shi did say before that Mr. Pei had set up a haunted house project in a very desolate and deserted place in the old industrial zone. At that time, they thought Mr. Li was exaggerating. Now I know that it is not an exaggeration at all. Saying that this place is barren is a bit insulting. In short, my mentality was a bit broken on the spot, and it showed on my face involuntarily. Pei Qian saw it with his eyes and was happy in his heart. Very good, this is the reaction I want. I told you a long time ago that this place is too desolate and there is no way to make a living here, but you just refused to believe me. Do you believe me now? Of course, there are only two people who are obviously dissatisfied at present, and Pei Qian feels that he has to make further efforts. Take this group of investors to walk around the old industrial area and let them take a good look at the panoramic view of the old industrial area. Then they will know that the only area that can be called relatively desolate is the entrance. Going further in, it's even worse than this. Since it's no longer possible to persuade these people to retreat by presenting facts and reasoning, let you see the actual situation, and you should retreat in the face of difficulties, right? Everyone, follow me. I will give you a brief introduction to the current situation of this old industrial area and the recent situation of the Jingji hostel project. Pei Qian led these investors to the old industrial area. 30 minutes later, everyone walked back from the depths of the old industrial area and stopped outside one of the factories that was being renovated in the Jingji Hostel project. Two older investors were already panting. Leisure also rubbed his legs, with beads of sweat oozing from his forehead. Pei Qian was only in his early 20s, and walking such a short distance was like a joke, but these people were usually pampered, and they were already a little weak after walking for half an hour. Even so, the investors followed, no one fell behind, and no one turned around and left in anger, which surprised Pei Qian a little. It's just that everyone's face was not looking good. Because after walking around, I found that I had thought that the entrance of the old industrial zone was too desolate before, which was obviously wrong. After seeing the inside, I knew what real desolation was. Although the entrance was desolate, at least the ground was clean. When I walked into the old industrial zone, all kinds of piled-up construction waste, unclear graffiti on the wall, and tenacious weeds growing everywhere all showed a fact. That desolate entrance was actually the most decent place in the entire old industrial zone. Pei Qian smiled slightly, feeling that he had achieved half of his goal. As long as these investors can see the real state of the old industrial zone and think about what will happen after their money is invested. Some people will definitely withdraw on the spot. Pei Qian coughed twice. Everyone, let me emphasize again. This investment will really lose money. He tried his best to make his expression look sincere enough. It can be seen that 2 or 3 investors are about to back off. Previously, I wanted to invest in it because of Mr. Pei's success, but now that I see the real situation of the old industrial zone, I suddenly feel that Mr. Pei's halo is useless no matter how awesome it is. For this place to become popular, it is as difficult as turning stone into gold. However, no one was too embarrassed to be the first to say that they would not invest. They looked at each other, waiting for someone else to take the lead. Pei Qian was not in a hurry. As long as they waited patiently, and everyone carefully considered the money in their hands, someone would definitely stand up. However, Leisure seemed to have discovered this. He stepped forward decisively and looked around at everyone. What's the matter? We had agreed on this before. Is anyone going to back out? His voice was full of determination. Pei Qian. He looked at Leisure, looking confused. Leisure nodded firmly at Pei Qian, and then continued to look at other investors. You are confused. Mr. Pei is testing your determination. Before, everyone said that they would not invest in projects other than Mr. Pei's, but after taking a few steps and seeing some superficial phenomena, they changed their minds? Even fence-sitters are more determined than you. Think carefully about the investors who did not trust Mr. Pei when they invested in Shuda education before. How are they now? Are you going to miss a good project like those people? As soon as Leisure said these words, the eyes of several investors who seemed to want to retreat became firm again. They looked at each other and fell into deep thought. Leisure looked at Pei Qian with a smile on his face, as if saying, "Don't worry, I'm here, and none of these people will want to be deserters." Pei Qian. I feel a little tired. Chapter 465. Good words can't save the damned. Pei Qian's current mood is like encountering a group of wild dogs on the road. He finally scared the wild dogs away with his fierce baring of teeth, but some idiot threw a bone to him. Obviously, Mr. Li is this idiot. As the saying goes, seeing is believing. Several investors wanted to withdraw after seeing the desolate scene, but Mr. Li's words directly changed their minds. Several investors looked at each other and were infected by Mr. Li's extremely firm tone. They inexplicably felt that what he said made a lot of sense. Before, everyone agreed to invest money here together, but that was only one reason. For profit-seeking businessmen, empty promises are not promises unless they are put on paper. What really hurts them is the following few words. Mr. Pei is testing our determination. Think about the academic masters coming. Everyone savored the taste. It was the same when Shuaba was about to invest. President Pei repeatedly dissuaded many investors who were wavering. What happened now? Those people are regretting it. All the investors present now followed the investment at that time, and even added money to the investment. All of them received rich returns from the project. It's not easy for investors these days. The returns of conventional investments are not that high, and venture capital is easy to be deceived, and you will lose everything if you are not careful. But following President Pei's investment has really made everyone taste the sweetness. So, thinking of the faint smile on President Pei's mouth when he persuaded everyone to quit, everyone instantly became suspicious. President Pei seems to be playing the game of playing hard to get again. He obviously wants to screen out some of the current investors. Only those who absolutely trust him and continue to follow up are qualified to share the soup with him. And those who sit on the fence and give up halfway will be excluded forever in the future. Look at this investment. Those investors who didn't follow up on Shuaba Kuilai before, won't all have a chance to participate? It's not that those investors don't want to come. They now wish they could bet all their wealth on President Pei's project, but it's useless. There is no such way. Everyone got the investment project from Mr. Pei, more or less, thanks to Mr. Li's matchmaking. If you back off this time and stand Mr. Li up, will Mr. Li still call you next time there's such a good thing? There are so many people waiting in line to invest in Mr. Pei, what's missing from you? So, after hearing what Li Shi said, many investors instantly figured it out. Everyone has made a lot of money from Mr. Pei before. Even if they lose money on this investment, they will definitely have a chance to make a comeback if they follow Mr. Pei in the future. If you don't invest now, no matter whether this project makes money or loses money, no one will play with you in the future. Isn't it very clear how to choose? Soon, an investor who had previously had the intention to withdraw changed his expression and said seriously, "What Mr. Li said is wrong. Are we the kind of people who run away at the last minute?" Another investor also said, "That's right, Mr. Li underestimates us too much. He said that we will invest together. If anyone dares to break his promise, we will cut off business relations with him in the future." Others also echoed, "That's right, who is not satisfied with this project? This is obviously a project with huge potential. Even if you all want to withdraw, I will invest in this project. Don't worry, Mr. Pei, we absolutely have no intention of withdrawing. To show my determination, I will invest another $1 million. Everyone instantly spoke in unison. Some investors who still felt that it was hanging also forcibly controlled their expressions and emotions, pretending to be full of confidence and indomitable. Pei Qian. What the hell? We were almost successful, but Boss Li's shout ruined everything. Pei Qian still didn't give up. He looked at the investor with the most insecure expression and said, "Brother, don't listen to their nonsense. They are trying to trick you." The investor's body trembled, and his expression immediately became righteous. "Don't worry, Mr. Pei, I am definitely not influenced by them. I want to invest in your project from the bottom of my heart." Pei Qian looked at another investor with a weak face, but before he could speak, the investor said seriously, "Mr. Pei, my investment has nothing to do with others. I just want to make a small contribution to the economic development of Jingzhou." Other investors also expressed their loyalty, saying things like, "I just want to return the favor, it doesn't matter if I lose money, I believe in Mr. Pei," and so on. It would be better if Pei Qian didn't ask. This question was more like a test for them. Everyone patted their chests and almost swore. Pei Qian was completely speechless. It's over. It would be a waste of words to say anything else. It seems that he has entered a vicious circle of everyone can understand what Mr. Pei says, but everyone just doesn't understand it according to what Mr. Pei says. Pei Qian couldn't help but sigh. Good words can't save the damn ghost. Since you have made up your mind to lose money with me, this is the only way. Pei Qian nodded reluctantly, "Okay. Anyway, you have all seen this wasteland. I won't stop you if you want to throw money away. Just choose a posture you like more. Then you guys are busy. I'm leaving first. Pei Qian turned around and was about to get in the car. Hey, Mr. Pei, please stay. Investors led by Mr. Li hurriedly stopped Mr. Pei. Under the gaze of everyone, Li Shi cleared his throat. Ahem, Mr. Pei, you are busy with work, everyone understands. But you are the one who is planning the Jingji Hotel project. What is the specific pattern? Can you give us a brief introduction? We don't know much about this project. There are so many people, and everyone has their own ideas. When the time comes, you build a hotel and he builds a restaurant. There is no unified plan. Isn't it a mess? Everyone nodded. Yes, Mr. Li is right. We think so too. Mr. Pei, please take a few minutes to tell us briefly. Everyone obviously knows very well that even with Mr. Pei, it is not possible to succeed by just throwing money at it, especially for such a large-scale entertainment project. Investing so much money requires good planning. Moreover, these investors feel that they are not capable of revitalizing this wasteland, and they all rely on Mr. Pei. Mr. Pei must give a clear plan so that everyone can safely throw money in it. Of course, this cannot be said openly, as it would make everyone seem like a group of flatterers, although this is indeed the case. That's why Mr. Li found an excuse, calling it connection. In this way, he could not only take advantage of Mr. Pei's Midas touch plan, but also save face for everyone, killing two birds with one stone. However, Pei Qian shook his head fiercely. No, I absolutely cannot interfere in this matter. Pei Qian has discovered that every time he observes, things will change. Many times, it's okay if he doesn't come up with a plan, but when he comes up with a plan, it often becomes the so-called finishing touch inexplicably. Therefore, Pei Qian decided that no matter how eloquent these people are, he can't give them any advice. Let them figure it out by themselves, and never interfere with it. Everyone was puzzled. Didn't Mr. Pei accept our investment? If he accepted it, why are you still so reluctant? What's wrong with you just saying 2 words? Li Shi's face was normal. He was used to some puzzling and confusing behaviors of Mr. Pei. Even if Mr. Pei didn't say it, it must be because of some deep reasons. He coughed twice and said, Boss Pei, everyone, how about we find a compromise? Boss Pei is busy with work, and this Jingji Hotel is just one of his many projects that is not particularly outstanding. He certainly can't spend so much energy on it. Everyone has seen that this place has been repaired halfway, which means that Boss Pei must have given the general direction to his subordinates. How about this, Mr. Pei, you can ask the employee in charge of this project to briefly introduce the situation to us, which will save us a lot of trouble and investigation. Of course, if there is really no one to introduce us, it doesn't matter. We can only hire professionals to conduct a detailed investigation and decide how to spend the money. It just so happens that I know a lot of friends who specialize in amusement park projects in the imperial capital and the Magic City. Pei Qian waved his hand, come with me. Li Shi's words sounded too threatening to Pei Qian. Of course, Mr. Li himself probably didn't mean that. But if it was a choice between the two, Pei Qian would rather choose Chen Kongtua to briefly tell them about the situation of the project. With the connections of these people, they will definitely be able to find some professionals who specialize in amusement park projects to plan for them. There is no doubt about this. Choose the lesser of 2 evils. As Pei Qian walked, he took out his mobile phone and secretly sent a message to Chen Kongtua. Just introduce the current situation, don't say a word about other things. Soon, the group came to the temporary office where Chen Kongtua was. Someone was responsible for entertaining and serving tea, and everyone found a place to sit down. Pei Qian glanced at Chen Kongtua, who immediately understood and nodded silently to indicate that he had received the message. Pei Qian felt more at ease. He cleared his throat and introduced to the investors. This is the person in charge of the Jingji Hostel project, Chen Contua, who was originally an employee of Tenda's game department. Pei Qian's original intention was to hint to these investors that this person in charge was randomly selected from the game department and was not professional at all for projects like haunted houses. It's not too late for you to change your mind now. However, after listening to Pei Qian's introduction, these investors sat up straight and stood in awe. A great talent in the game department. Nice to meet you. I have heard that the Tenda game department is the essence of Tenda Group. The selection is extremely strict. Everyone is a dragon and phoenix among people. Today, I see that it is indeed worthy of the reputation. With this little brother Chen in charge of this project for President Pei, it can be said that it is foolproof. I am completely relieved. Pei Qian. Well, it has completely counterproductive effect. Please remember the domain name of the first release of this book. Top Novel Mobile Version Reading Website. Chapter 466. As soon as President Pei thinks, things will change. Pei Qian was speechless and waved to Chen Contua. Let's give everyone a brief introduction to the project. Pei Qian deliberately emphasized the word simple a little bit. Chen Contua immediately understood. He had sorted out the information about the Jingji Hostel project before and was ready to report to President Pei, but President Pei didn't listen. It's the same now. But since President Pei asked for a simple report, it must be simple enough. After all, strictly completing any requirements of President Pei is one of the well-known Tenda spirits. Chen Contua began to introduce the Jingji Hostel project. 5 minutes later, the introduction was over. Chen Contua compressed the entire introduction process to be simple enough, and many data and details were not mentioned at all, and even some internal details of the 3 major haunted house projects were all mentioned in one sentence. Just talked about the general framework. After finishing, Chen Contua looked at President Pei. Pei Qian immediately secretly gave a thumbs up, and was very satisfied with it. The investors were all confused. Is that the end? Just drank a sip of tea and took a few moments to think, and that's it? I haven't heard anything yet. Everyone looked at Li Shi again, and Li Shi looked at his nose at mouth, mouth and heart, looking like he was in deep thought. After a moment, Li Shi nodded thoughtfully. Well, it is indeed a good and reliable project. After a moment of stunned, everyone reacted instantly. So that's it, President Pei's test is everywhere. I almost got fooled again. Think about it carefully. Although Chen Contua said it very briefly before, there are still some details implied in it. For example, this place was selected by President Pei himself. President Pei added funds twice, and it is also a little related to the horror game developed by Tenda before. The project decided by President Pei himself. This information itself is reliable enough. What else do you want? So everyone reacted immediately and began to praise. Good project, it is indeed reliable. You can express the core advantages of this project in just a few words. Brother Chen is really capable. It is worthy of being selected by President Pei. Pei Qian. It seems to be further trapped in a vicious circle. Okay, the introduction is over, everyone can go now. Pei Qian was about to see the guests off. The investors were instantly panicked. Come on, we haven't heard anything yet. Li Shi quickly stood up. Mr. Pei. Be patient. Well, although we have understood the situation of the project, we still have to discuss some details of the implementation with this brother Chen. Boss Pei, we are here now. It seems a bit inappropriate to go back so hastily, right? Pei Qian said sincerely, and after thinking about it, this humble request did not seem excessive. Okay, then you discuss it. Pei Qian made a look at Chen Contua, and Chen Contua immediately understood and nodded slightly. Boss Pei had sent a message before, saying that he only introduced the current situation and did not say a word about other things. Chen Kongtua decided to strictly follow Boss Pei's instructions, only stating the facts and not making any suggestions. Boss Li also winked at everyone and whispered, "No one is allowed to leave until the plan is finalized." The investors also nodded one after another, with a look of fearlessness on their faces. When there are many people involved in a project, it is easy to argue with each other. In this case, the most important thing is not to delay. It is not easy to get together once, and the things that need to be finalized must be finalized as soon as possible. If you delay a little, nothing can be done. Therefore, no matter what method is used, we must get something out of Mr. Pei and determine the plan. Even if it takes time, we must get it out. They say they don't care about losing money, but who doesn't care? They are just pretending to be indifferent to Mr. Pei. These investors are so smart that they can't just throw money into a project they don't understand. Even if this is Mr. Pei's project, he doesn't care about the form and details. He still needs to investigate it carefully. Chen Kongtua spread out the floor plan of the project on the table. Everyone was silent for a while, and Leisure stood up and said, "Well, let me throw out some ideas. First of all, I plan to open a restaurant to solve the problem of eating for tourists. As for the location, here, do you think it's suitable, Brother Chen?" He pointed to a point on the map and looked at Chen Kongtua. Chen Kongtua smiled politely, "Of course, this is your decision. I'm sorry that I can't give you any advice." Pei Qian silently raised his thumb again. "Very good, reliable. It's not in vain that I love you. Just keep it up like this. I believe that this group of people will collapse without a fight before long." The investors were a little confused. Is it okay to refuse to answer and still be so confident? Even if you refuse to provide advice, you have to ask Mr. Pei first. As a result, Chen Kongtua didn't even look at Mr. Pei and directly refused. Obviously, someone was behind this. Mr. Pei must have told Chen Kongtua in advance not to provide any advice. Is this also part of the test? It seems a bit too much, right? The smart investor's brain spun rapidly, and they naturally guessed part of the truth. The scene was in a stalemate for a while. Another investor cleared his throat. "I plan to open a hotel here. How about this location?" He pointed to a point on the map and looked at Chen Kongtua, but Chen Kongtua simply stopped talking this time, just smiled and pretended that it had nothing to do with him. Pei Qian praised again, "Good job." The scene fell into an awkward situation again. Leisure couldn't stand it anymore, and said, "It seems inappropriate. This location is a bit too important, and the hotel doesn't need to be so close to the inside." Another investor said, "Northwest corner." No, it seems that the southeast corner is better." These investors discussed it all at once. Pei Qian listened silently and was completely relieved. Obviously, these people have some small calculations in their hearts. In order to maximize their own interests, they all want to occupy the best position, or the best position that can be barely found in this desolate place. If they continue to discuss with their own ulterior motives, and no one makes a final decision, I'm afraid that even a week of discussion will not produce any results. Seeing that no one can reach a unanimous conclusion, Mr. Li looked at Pei Qian again. "Mr. Pei, what do you think?" Pei Qian. "At this time, it seems that nothing can be said properly. What if I just say, let's choose this location and end the debate, and then this location is later proven to be the best location? Based on past experience, this is not impossible, and it is even a high probability event. If I say don't choose this location, they will definitely change to another location to ask, isn't that the end? It seems that not answering is not a good idea either. They will keep asking, and based on their expressions, they will imagine some strange things, and maybe they will come up with some constructive solutions. Pei Qian's own employees are very good at this, and he has suffered a lot of losses. It's not okay to answer, and it's not okay not to answer. Then just run away. Leave them here to discuss, casually. Anyway, as long as Qingshan strictly follows my requirements and keeps his mouth shut, there will be no problem. Thinking of this, Pei Qian quickly took out his cell phone. Oh, I suddenly remembered that I have a meeting. Sorry, I'll take my leave now. No need to see you off, keep busy. Kongtua, Hao Qiong, you two should entertain Mr. Li and his friends, and don't forget what I said. Pei Qian emphasized to Qingshan at last and hurried away. Li Shi opened his mouth, wanting to keep Mr. Pei, but he couldn't say anything in the end. Woo. The driver stepped on the accelerator, and Mr. Pei's car drove away at the speed of light, as if there was something urgent. Everyone looked at each other, feeling a little frustrated. It's over, President Pei just left without giving any advice. What should we do? Li Shi and others knew very well that although they were all professional investors and had some understanding of many industries, it was still necessary for professionals to decide on the plan. At least we should have a full understanding of the Jingji hostel project to ensure the rationality of the plan and ensure that every penny was spent on the right things, right? If everyone just invested money without thinking, it would definitely be a mess. No one spoke for a while, and everyone was very discouraged. Bang! Everyone was startled and found that it was Li Shi who slammed the table. What's going on? You are going to give up again after such a small setback? Pei did leave, but didn't he leave us professionals? What do you mean, Brother Chen? Everyone looked at Qingshan in unison. Qingshan could only give them a polite smile. An investor sighed, it's useless, Mr. Li Xiaochen is indeed professional, but Mr. Pei has obviously told him that he won't give us any advice. What's the use of being professional? After Mr. Pei left, everyone spoke freely. Li Shi pondered for a moment, as if thinking about something. Then, he looked at Qingshan, Brother Xiaochen, to be honest, we are here to help Mr. Pei with the construction. We are responsible for all the supporting facilities around the Jingji Hotel. So, we all suffer together and prosper together. What does Mr. Pei mean? Just relax a little and give me some hints? Qingshan smiled and remained silent. In fact, he had already noticed this. Mr. Pei had invested 40 million directly in the haunted house, without any hesitation, without allocating a penny to the surrounding supporting facilities. Why is this? Does Mr. Pei not know the importance of supporting facilities? Of course he knows. After seeing Mr. Li and others, Qingshan had already determined the deep meaning of Mr. Pei's doing so. The best steel is used on the blade, and all the money is invested in the terror hostel project itself to provide tourists with the most perfect and top-notch experience. As for the surrounding supporting facilities, of course, they will be left to others. It is a bad habit to eat alone. Even if the project is completed, it will make many enemies. On the contrary, if these people are given a little soup, they will also use their own connections and resources to fully support the development of the haunted house. Only when everyone adds fuel to the fire can the project be run prosperously. Therefore, Mr. Pei must still support them in building supporting facilities around the area. But, why not let me make suggestions? Chapter 467 I'm not bad either, extra update for leader Meng Hongchen. Qingshan thought about it and realized that it must be because President Pei didn't want his ideas to affect others. Every investor has his own unique skills. If Qingshan takes on all the responsibilities and takes care of the site selection and plan for them, then everyone will just lie down and do the job. Who will use their brains, and who will use their unique skills? President Pei's move must be to fully mobilize the subjective initiative of these investors so that everyone can contribute the most. These are all interpreted based on the spirit of Tenda. Qingshan felt that the truth of the matter should be almost the same as his speculation. But, It seems that these words cannot be said because President Pei has a request. Chen Kongtua couldn't help but fall into a dilemma. Seeing Chen Kongtua's expression change, but still not saying a word, Li Shi was also a little discouraged. It seems that reasoning and appealing to emotions are not very effective. I don't know how Mr. Pei disciplines his subordinates. They are all very loyal. They never go west when told to go east. They strictly follow orders, just like the golden rule. He really knows how to manage his subordinates. The situation seems to be at a stalemate, but can we just disperse like this, go home and discuss it another day? That's definitely not possible. Li Shi was at a loss, clapped his hands. Okay, everyone, be quiet. At this point, we are all in the same boat, we have to rely on ourselves, no one is allowed to hide anything. Whoever dares to slack off and make everyone lose all their money, he will not be in Jingzhou's investment circle in the future. Think about it. Seeing that Li Shi was getting anxious, these investors finally accepted the reality. At the beginning, many people came with the mentality of lying down and drinking soup. During the discussion, there were still many small thoughts, thinking about pushing all the worries to President Pei, and by the way, striving for the greatest benefits for themselves. But now President Pei has left, Chen Kongtua is also silent, and no one has taken up this heavy burden. When Li Shi got angry, everyone realized their situation. If they don't work hard, this money will really go down the drain. Li Shi spoke first. I'll go first. I want to open a horror-themed restaurant, and plan to make it look like a prison. Each private room is a prison cell, and the person responsible for serving food is a pretty girl dressed as a prison guard. When you enter the restaurant, you will be handcuffed with fake handcuffs and taken to the prison cell. There is no ordering process. You will be served according to the number of people and dietary restrictions. The food is some dark cuisine that looks a little scary, and the drinks can be packaged as blood plasma in blood bags. In addition, prison break performances will be regularly shown as an entertainment program during meals. As for the location, here. Li Shi pointed to a certain place on the map. Everyone had different expressions, some nodded, some frowned, but no one spoke. Obviously, some people had doubts about the location, but they were not sure whether they were right, so they were embarrassed to speak. Li Shi looked around at everyone. If everyone has no objection, the project will be finalized. No one spoke. Li Shi was helpless, it seemed that he really couldn't count on these people. However, just when he was about to continue talking about the next project, he suddenly heard a cough next to him. Cough, cough, cough. Everyone turned around and saw Chen Kongtua covering his mouth, with an expression on his face like constipation. This was obviously not a real cough, and he seemed to have something to say. Everyone was waiting for his next words, but after blinking for a long time, Chen Kongtua still didn't speak. Li Shi was also a little confused, but after a moment he suddenly realized, oh. Are you saying that this location is not good? Chen Kongtua smiled. An investor immediately said, I think so too. Although this place has a lot of traffic, it's too close to the entrance. How can tourists start eating right after they come in? They should move it inward and wait until the tourists are tired before eating. Li Shi nodded and changed another place. Here? Chen Kongtua showed a constipated expression again. Another investor said, I think this place is too far inside, and it is not conducive to the future expansion of the haunted house. Li Shi changed the location again, then it should be okay to open it here. This time, Chen Kongtua smiled. Okay, the location of the restaurant is finalized. Li Shi's voice was much louder this time, and he was full of confidence. After having a successful case, everyone's enthusiasm was also mobilized, and they all proposed their own projects. At first, most people thought of ghost themes, such as ghost hotels, ghost clothing stores, ghost magic toy stores, ghost peripheral stores, ghost desserts and snacks, ghost buses, etc. However, as the brainstorming continued to deepen, the discussion of ghost themes became boring, and some people began to propose some countermeasures. For example, open a particularly warm-made cafe to comfort tourists' injured hearts. With the haunted house experience coupons, you can get encouragement from the maids and send heartwarming healing drinks. A healing fountain was built in the square. It looked like an ordinary fountain, but the water was warm. Tourists were told that washing their hands with the healing fountain would drive away ghosts, heal spiritual trauma, etc. Soon, plans were proposed one after another, and they were finalized after full discussion. Qingshan stood aside, constantly expressing his views with expressions. He has been studying the Jingji hostel project for several months, and has his own thoughts on the location, site selection, supporting facilities, etc. of this project. He immediately used expressions to prompt many projects that obviously have problems. After these investors think carefully, someone will definitely guess the problem and put it forward decisively. After guessing several times, the plan is completely perfected. In this process, the investors were not affected by Qingshan's fixed thinking pattern. After sufficient brainstorming, they came up with the best plan they thought. The whole discussion process was much faster than expected. In just over 3 hours, the floor plan was full of words. Mr. Li and others had divided the area around the Jingji hostel completely, and arranged various supporting facilities according to the best location selection, including restaurants, hotels, snack shops, toy stores, etc. Everything is available. Of course, this is only a small part of the old industrial area. All the plans have been roughly finalized. An investor looked at the clearly planned and well-detailed plan and couldn't help but sigh. It's hard to believe that we spent more than 3 hours to come up with this plan. Leisure smiled speechlessly. If President Pei hadn't forced you in this clever way, could you have come up with these plans? Aren't you just thinking about opening a store and fooling around? Everyone felt a little ashamed. It seems to be true. If President Pei had taken on so much responsibility at the beginning, everyone would definitely not use their brains. Of course, it's not that President Pei's taking on so much responsibility is bad, but a person's ideas are always limited. President Pei is busy at work and it is impossible for him to use all his energy to make these plans, and he can't accurately grasp what resources each investor has. Through the current method, all investors take out their own resources, rack their brains to think of ideas, and then let Qingshan check them, so as to maximize the use of resources. All the investors couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. This plan is really more and more reliable. Fortunately, it has withstood the test of President Pei. If this had run away halfway and missed such a good project, it would have been really regretful. Qingshan, who was standing by, couldn't help but smile when he saw this scene. Fortunately, he did his job well. Under the premise of strictly following Mr. Pei's requirements and not interfering with the thinking of these investors, he helped them finalize a reliable plan. In this way, the quality of supporting facilities can also be guaranteed. Previously, Qingshan thought that President Pei should spend 40 million on supporting facilities to improve the shortcomings. But President Pei's approach is to continue to spend 40 million on the Jingji hostel itself to ensure that every tourist can have the best experience. At the same time, let investors such as President Li be responsible for the surrounding supporting facilities, give them a share of the soup, and fully mobilize their enthusiasm. In this way, whether it is the Jingji hostel project itself or the surrounding supporting facilities, it is several levels higher than the previous method. Qingshan couldn't help but feel a sense of emotion from the bottom of his heart. He actually found the perfect solution a long time ago, worthy of being President Pei. Of course, I am not bad either. If I hadn't worked in Tenda Games for so long and had a deep understanding of President Pei's unrestrained thinking, I would never have thought of this level, and naturally I would not have been able to complete the task hinted by President Pei. Today, I successfully solved President Pei's new puzzle, which means that I am one step closer to President Pei's way of thinking. It's really exciting. Chapter 468 Tenda Cornerstone Award. Losing money to become the richest man starts from the game. March 25, Friday. These 2 days, President Pei is very busy. Every last week before the settlement, Pei Qian has to go into a spending spree. Although the GOG season bonus, the investment in the Jingji hostel, and the frequent celebration banquets of the employees have eliminated most of the burden of this cycle for President Pei, there are still some finishing touches to be dealt with. Pei Qian has been busy with these during this period. First of all, the most basic employee wages, benefits, and other expenses. According to the reputation of each project on the TPDB website, bonuses should be given and base salaries should be increased. All that can be increased has been increased as much as possible. Of course, only the statistical work has been completed at present. Salaries and bonuses have to go through the process and can only be issued at the end of the month. Then, many projects carried out inhumane promotional activities. For example, Moyu Internet Cafe, ROF installation, Shiwaba Nifing logistics, endpoint, etc., appropriately burning money within the scope allowed by the system. On the surface, it seems to be burning money to gain popularity, but in fact it is simply for burning money. It was then that Pei Qian discovered the benefits of many projects becoming popular. For example, Moyu Internet Cafe had previously wanted to adopt a high-price route, trying to persuade as many customers as possible to leave and ensure losses. As a result, after several magical operations, even the Moyu Internet Cafe in Linqing was full. The point of persuading customers to leave and causing losses was actually self-defeating. But Pei Qian found that he could do promotions at this time. The Internet Cafe was already full if the original price was maintained at ordinary times. That means that there is no room for the increase in customer flow in the Internet Cafe even if money is burned for preferential promotions. So, burning money at this time is pure burning of money. Moreover, after the project is profitable, the system's restrictions on losing money to gain publicity will become much more relaxed, and even to some extent, it will be somewhat indulgent and encouraging for drinking poison to quench thirst. Obviously, this behavior will bring some negative effects, such as increasing the popularity of the project. But for President Pei, who has actually tasted some sweetness from drinking poison to quench thirst, this is not a big deal. Last time when settling accounts, President Pei also drank a big wave. At that time, he was still worried whether the current cycle would be particularly difficult. Facts have proved that although it is indeed a little difficult, he still got here through his own intelligence and wisdom, and it is about to pass safely. That's not right. It seems a bit too early to say this now. We shouldn't set up FG.in short, the sudden spending has been arranged. The current financial situation is good. There will be another sum of money next week. At that time, it will be spent directly in the form of GOG season bonuses and employee benefits. Then just wait for the settlement. Pei Qian looked at the watch. It was 2:50 p.m. The time is almost up. At this time, outside President Pei's office, which is the 16th floor of Shenhua Haojing, a lot of people have gathered. They are all heads of various departments of Tenda Group. They just received a notice that they will come here for a short meeting at 3 o'clock this afternoon, but no one seems to know what the specific content of the meeting is. Except for a few heads who are directly related to the preparation. But these heads are all tight-lipped about it and will not disclose it. Now all employees of all departments of Tenda, whether they are senior or junior, have formed a tacit understanding of the Tenda spirit, that is, to unconditionally complete President Pei's requirements and not ask more questions. As long as President Pei requires confidentiality, then everyone will do their best to complete the confidentiality requirements. After all, no one knows what Mr. Pei means. They are afraid that they will mess things up and lose Mr. Pei's trust. The safest way is to be obedient and do whatever Mr. Pei says. Of course, as for what these people will think and imagine, it is hard to say. They will listen to whatever Mr. Pei says, but they will never think too much when Mr. Pei tells them to. It was almost 3 o'clock when President Pei came out of the office. Everyone was already seated in the conference room, waiting for the meeting. Pei Qian also sat down at the conference table, looked around and said straight to the point, "Today, I will present a new award to an outstanding department of Tenda Group. In the future, this award will be issued irregularly, and the release time depends on me. When I find that a department meets the conditions for the award, I will immediately hold a meeting to award it." Hearing this, the heads showed surprise on their faces. Another commendation? Aren't the current rewards enough? Everyone felt that the internal benefits were so many that other companies were jealous. Members of all departments could get extra bonuses based on the TPDB website score every month, and salary increases were also frequent. In addition, in order to commend outstanding employees, there were 2 first prizes every year, the selection of outstanding employees. There was even a no overtime competition every month, and the winning departments would be commended. Now there is a new award for outstanding departments? This is really exciting. Several department heads who felt they had hope all sat up straight and waited. For example, Huang Sibo, Lin Wan, Chang Yu, Hu Xianbin, He Dishing, and others. Pei Qian saw it and was angry. "From the perspective of making money and stabbing me in the back, each of you should have won an award. But unfortunately, you don't have a share." Pei Qian took the trophy from Assistant Qian, and the shining golden light immediately blinded everyone's Krypton gold dog eyes. The entire trophy is golden. There is no doubt that this is pure gold. The appearance of the trophy is the shape of a mountain, but it is more abstract and has undergone some artistic processing. There is a line of small characters on the base, Tenda Cornerstone Award. And on the golden mountain, there are 2 vertical lines of traditional Chinese characters, with dragons and phoenixes flying, which seems to be the handwriting of a certain calligrapher. The golden mountain has flaws, but it does not reduce its height. The sea of money is endless, and it becomes deeper with erosion. These 2 lines of characters were written by a local calligrapher in Jingzhou after Pei Qian pondered hard, and then scanned the characters and engraved them on the golden mountain when customizing the trophy. Why is it so complicated? The main concern is that this trophy will have a counterproductive effect after it is awarded. Pei Qian has already thought about it. In the future, this trophy will be directly awarded to the department with the largest loss. But if it is not handled properly, it will easily have the opposite effect, making the department with the largest loss think that President Pei is spurring them on, and thus work harder to turn losses into profits. Wouldn't that be counterproductive? So, we must not let everyone misunderstand. This award is not a roundabout way to encourage you, but a thorough and unreserved praise. It is to encourage you to lose money. Of course, words cannot be said so directly, so Pei Qian engraved these 16 words on the gold mountain, implying that the only criterion for awarding this award is to see who loses more money. Gold mountain and sea of money both symbolize wealth. The meaning of these 2 sentences together is that money can never be earned. When will it end? Your more losses will not affect Tenda Group, and there will even be benefits, so please make more efforts. Pei Qian felt that the hints of these 2 sentences were already very obvious, and anyone with a little culture should not be unable to understand them. At this time, the heads of these departments saw this gold mountain and showed surprise on their faces. It seems that this award is more prestigious than the best employee. The custom trophy is engraved with words, and it is also awarded by President Pei himself, which is of great significance. Pei Qian cleared his throat and said solemnly, "Today I am going to present the Tenda Cornerstone Award." As we all know, Tenda has many highly profitable departments, but also many departments that have been losing money. I think that loss-making departments should also be rewarded. The Tenda Cornerstone Award is to be given to departments that are continuously losing money, because only these departments are worthy of the title of Tenda Cornerstone. I declare that the winning department of this Tenda Cornerstone Award is Nifeng Logistics. Pei Qian stood up, smiled, and looked at Lu Mingliang, motioning him to come over to receive the award. Lu Mingliang was stunned for a moment, as if he didn't expect that this award would be given to him. Other department heads were also stunned for a moment, but they quickly reacted, and warm applause rang out in the conference room. Although it was very confusing, President Pei was presenting the award and Lu Mingliang was accepting the award, so he still had to show his support. Lu Mingliang stood up, bowed slightly, and took the heavy trophy from President Pei's hand. He was about to say something like "I feel unworthy of it," but was interrupted by Pei Qian with a smile. "You don't need to give a thank you speech. All Tenda employees will remember your contribution silently." Lu Mingliang returned to his seat with the trophy in his hand, looking confused. Pei Qian didn't let him say a thank you speech, mainly because he didn't want him to say things like "I feel unworthy of this" or "I will continue to work hard to turn losses into profits," that would make people feel discouraged and ruin the atmosphere he had worked so hard to create. Seeing that the other leaders were a little envious to the point of twisting their tendencies, Pei Qian smiled slightly and continued to increase his efforts. In addition to this trophy, there are other rewards. All employees of Nifeng Logistics can receive a cornerstone bonus of 2,000 yuan and a koi medal. In addition, Nifeng Logistics will also receive 30 Auto E1 mobile phones as rewards for employees who have made outstanding contributions in the department. When this was said, the heads of other departments were even more envious. This benefit is too good. Forget the bonus of 2,000 yuan, there is actually a koi medal? And 30 E1 mobile phones? For Tenda employees, cash rewards are limited in appeal, but this kind of honorary nature, especially the rewards awarded by President Pei himself, has great appeal to them. Pei Qian's eyes swept over the heads of various departments who were obviously looking at lemons, and a smile appeared at the corners of his mouth. Obviously, they were anxious. Because these departments all felt that they had made great contributions to Tenda, mainly in terms of making money. But President Pei pointed out the award requirements for the Cornerstone Award, which is to award it to departments with more losses. How can people be convinced? That's right, don't believe it. You may be jealous, envious, and feel unbalanced, but you should also work hard to make losses. As long as all departments consciously make losses, why should I work so hard? Quick, everyone hurry up and compete with each other. Pei Qian's mouth corner slightly raised, thinking happily. But when he looked around the whole audience, he found that everyone was staring at him, as if expecting him to give a reasonable explanation. Oh? Looking forward to a plot reversal? Sorry, I can't. Pei Qian stood up and said, "Okay, that's all for today's meeting. Let's go." He turned around and left the meeting room. The leaders were left staring at each other with different expressions. Chapter 469 Interpretation of Great Success. Losing money to become the richest man starts from playing games. Obviously, President Pei doesn't seem to want everyone to discuss this award publicly, at least not in the current situation. Otherwise, he wouldn't have left so decisively and asked everyone to disperse quickly. In addition to the various doubts about the award itself, something must be wrong when things are abnormal. Everyone frowned and thought about the deep meaning behind President Pei's move, and there was silence in the conference room. Suddenly, Huang Sibo raised his head. Then came Lin Wan, Lu Mingliang, Zhang Yuan, Chang Yu. Everyone exchanged glances and seemed to have something to say. But it seemed inappropriate to discuss here, this was under President Pei's nose. Obviously, President Pei hoped that everyone would understand it by themselves and not discuss it in a high-profile manner. So, Lu Mingliang stood up first and left with the trophy, but before leaving, he shook his mobile phone in his hand at everyone. Huang Sibo and Lin Wan also stood up and pointed at their mobile phones before leaving. The responsible persons returned to their respective jobs. On the way, Lu Mingliang pulled all the heads of Tenda departments into a group called Tenda Senior Management Internal Group. Of course, he didn't pull in President Pei. Strictly speaking, Mr. Pei is the boss of Tenda, so it is not wrong for him not to be a senior executive. Of course, the main reason is that although Mr. Pei always gives people puzzles to solve, he does not seem to want people to spread the standard answers everywhere, but rather wants people to solve the problems independently and figure it out secretly. Whenever Mr. Pei finds out that there is a tendency to spread standard answers, it seems to cause Mr. Pei's dissatisfaction. But we can't not discuss it. Mr. Pei's puzzles are too difficult. If you rely on yourself to figure it out, how long will it take? It's just to create a group to discuss, which is at most a benefit from reading, not cheating. We are all acquaintances, so we can save those polite words and get straight to the point. Lu Mingliang, what do you think Mr. Pei mainly wants to express through this award? Especially the 2 lines above. Picture. Although everyone has a different understanding of the spirit of Tenda, after all, the situation of each department is different, and they all have information that others don't know. And the only one who can coordinate the overall situation and know everything is Mr. Pei himself. At this time, the true meaning of Mr. Pei's behavior naturally requires everyone to work together and integrate the unique information held by each department to successfully and comprehensively answer it. Huang Sibo, you won the award, of course you should speak first. Zhang Yuan, yes, you go first. LV Mingliang, well, everyone knows that Nifeng Logistics has been in a loss-making state since its inception, but after I came to this department, I found that Nifeng Logistics has made a great contribution to Tenda Group. Whether it is ROF installation, automobile phones or express delivery business, it means that Nifeng Logistics is changing the logistics form and living habits of local people in Jingzhou. Door-to-door delivery is not only a service, but also represents our close relationship with users. Now our old users only recognize us when receiving express delivery, not other express delivery. Although there is a loss in money, we have the user terminal, which is the most important resource. Not only that, through the description of user portraits, we can also make some market analysis, which is helpful for the research of other industries. It can be said to have far-reaching influence. Maybe President Pei also thinks that Nifeng Logistics plays a very critical and basic role in these aspects, so he specially awarded us the Cornerstone Award. Zhang Yuan, well, it makes sense. If there is no Nifeng Logistics, the business of ROF installation will not be so smooth at the beginning, and after-sales service will be very troublesome. Chang Yu, I agree. In Mr. Pei's mind, logistics is obviously the lifeblood of Tenda Group. This award is also called the Cornerstone Award, which can be said to be well-deserved. LV Mingliang, do you have anything else to add? Lin Wan, Mr. Pei specifically emphasized that only when there are large losses can this award be won. Other departments may also win it in the future. This shows that the lifeblood department is not a sufficient and necessary condition for winning the award. Losses, and the meaning behind them, are also very important. Shangyang Games first lost money, and then made money. The reason why it was able to turn losses into profits is that it learned lessons and accumulated experience in the process of losing money. Since failure is the mother of success, we can also think that losses are the mother of success. Loss is the mother of profit. Mr. Pei should be telling us, if you want to run, learn to fall first. If you want to make money, learn to lose first. Zhang Yuan, I totally agree. The same is true for Mayu Internet Cafe. If Mr. Pei hadn't insisted on losing money before, there would definitely be no success later. Machia, I like the finish line. In addition, I think these 2 lines can also be analyzed. The gold mountain has a flaw, but it does not reduce its height. The sea of money is boundless, and it becomes deeper with erosion. How philosophical. Especially the latter sentence, which means that the ocean of wealth is boundless, and you may not be able to touch the boundary in your lifetime, but under the premise that the total amount is so huge, wealth can still increase. When the seabed is constantly eroded, the sea can accommodate more seawater. Erosion means loss, which means that on the surface, we are burning money and losing money, but the wealth we can accommodate has increased. This shows that Mr. Pei encourages us to burn money to expand the boundaries. Just like against the wind logistics, burning money is not simply burning money, but to continuously expand the scale. Zhang Yuan, 1024 Digital Festival likes. He dishing, well, everyone, I thought of one more thing, I don't know if I should say it. Lin Wan, don't say this nonsense in the group of your own people, just say it, yes. He dishing, okay. I associate more content with the word cornerstone. I think Nifeng Logistics is not only the cornerstone within Tenda, but also the cornerstone in society. It can even be said that one of Tengda's missions is to become the cornerstone of the entire society. Because I am in the investment department, I feel this more deeply. When President Pei was in charge of Yuanming Venture Capital, he only invested in 2 projects, namely shared telephone booths and Shuaba Kuailai. He didn't even look at other projects that seemed to be very profitable. And these 2 projects have a very strong public welfare nature. Shared phone booths provide ordinary consumers with an independent space to rest while shopping in shopping malls, and have become a landmark for promoting urban culture. The Shuaba Kuailai project focuses on the field of universal education and is committed to achieving the grand goal of breaking barriers and sharing knowledge. Compared with the current performance of Yuanming Venture Capital, Nifeng Logistics is obviously more solid and better. Therefore, becoming the cornerstone of society should also be one of Mr. Pei's goals. Whether it has made enough contributions to society is naturally an important direction for the selection of the Cornerstone Award. Lin Wan, that makes sense. Hu Xianbin, you guys chat too fast. I was confused when I saw 99 plus new messages when I just clicked in. Is there any class representative to summarize? Lin Wan, let me do it. The selection of the Cornerstone Award is mainly for 4 purposes. First, to commend the business departments that play a cornerstone role. Second, to encourage us to learn to make losses before making profits, to be bold and trying, and to learn from failures. Third, to burn money to expand market share and have a long-term vision. Fourth, to take on social responsibilities as much as possible. Huang Sibo, 666,666. Lu Mingliang, okay. This should be all the intentions of President Pei. Zhang Yuan, it seems that Nifeng Logistics deserves the award, and all these points are met. I seem to have thought of a way to win the Cornerstone Award. He dishing, then our 2 departments can compete to see who gets it first. Zhang Yuan. Damn, I forgot that I am no longer the person in charge of Moyu Internet Cafe and ROF installation, and I am still making a scene for myself. At Xiaopeng, private chat. Xiaopeng was the original person in charge of Moyu Internet Cafe in Linqing. After Zhang Yuan retired, he repeatedly considered it. In view of Xiaopeng's outstanding performance in Linqing, he promoted him among the old employees to become the current person in charge of Moyu Internet Cafe and ROF installation. Lin Wan, the interpretation is a great success. The meeting is adjourned. Li Yada, wait a minute. Ma Qibian, ? Hu Xianbin, sisterly, aren't you abroad? Lin Wan, hey, what time is it there now, Yada? Li Yada, it doesn't matter what time it is. I got up in the middle of the night because I was thirsty and drank some water and just happened to see your discussion. I have something else to add. I think the word foundation has another meaning. Before, Ma Yichun only analyzed the second half of the sentence, but he didn't analyze the first half of the sentence. The gold mountain has flaws, but it doesn't reduce its height. In my understanding, why does the gold mountain have flaws, but not reduce its height? It is precisely because the gold mountain has a deep foundation, so a little flaw will not cause it to collapse. And this award is also called the Foundation Award, which also implies that we need to lay a solid foundation. The gold mountain has flaws comes before it. The sea of money is endless, which shows that laying a solid foundation is a prerequisite. Only after laying a solid foundation, and then spending money to expand the market, the foundation will be solid. Ma Chibian, that makes sense. Why didn't I think of that? Shame on me. Liyata, no, I only thought of this after seeing your analysis of the second half of the sentence. You liberal arts students are still better. Hao Yun, well, what you said makes so much sense. I think these 5 points can be added to the Tenda spirit as the foundation spirit, as one of the aspects of the Tenda spirit. This also provides clear guidance for the future work of our Human Resources Department. Soon, the chat group was flooded with all kinds of 666. The responsible people flipped through the chat records, and the more they read, the more they felt it made sense. Boss Pei is really a philosopher. How can such a simple 16 words hide so many philosophies? This must be the level that only the great sages of ancient times can have, right? Chapter 470, Shock Immediately. Additional chapter for Alliance Leader Qingshan 85. March 28, Monday. Last weekend, it was said that the project plan of General Manager Li and others near the Jingji Hotel had been finalized, and they would inspect and officially start construction in the near future. Of course, they did not build houses from scratch to renovate these hotels and restaurants. They used the original buildings in the old industrial area for renovation. With overtime work, they should be able to complete them at the same time as the Jingji Hotel. Even if some projects are delayed, they will not be too late. As long as the money is in place, the construction speed in our country has always been satisfactory. Pei Qian was a little surprised that the plan came out so quickly, but he still kept his emotions stable. Alas, I can't stop it, just let it go. Today is Monday. Pei Qian originally planned to go straight to Fei Huang's studio to announce the shock plan to them, but Hao Yun from the Human Resources Department said that he had something to report, so Pei Qian went to the headquarters after lunch. Pei Qian was a little puzzled, because the Human Resources Department should not have much work to do recently. Could it be that Hao Yun had nothing to do and was forcing himself to act out of nothing? If that's the case, it seems to be a very bad sign. Pei Qian has to consider changing the head of the Human Resources Department. Hao Yun knocked on the door and entered. Boss Pei, this time I'm mainly reporting the salary adjustment plans submitted by each department. Pei Qian was even more confused. Salary adjustment plan? What does this mean? Is Tenda's treatment not good enough? Could it be that I still have room for further improvement? Pei Qian suddenly became interested. Hao Yun said, "That's it, Boss Pei." In line with the purpose of laying a solid foundation, each department has conducted a self-examination of the situation within the department. Among them, some departments have realized that there is an unreasonable phenomenon of employee salary inversion in the department. After research, our Human Resources Department believes that this phenomenon seems to be common in various departments, so we used Friday afternoon and this morning to quickly collect statistics and report to you. Pei Qian understood a little, but was still confused. He knew what salary inversion meant. Salary inversion generally refers to the salary of new employees in the company being higher than that of old employees, the salary of frontline employees being higher than that of management, and the salary of subordinates being higher than that of supervisors. This phenomenon exists in many companies. For example, an old employee joins the company at the market price of 3,000 yuan per month and works for 2 years. Even if there is a salary increase during the 2 years, it will not be much. However, 2 years later, the market price becomes 4,500 yuan per month, and the salary of the inexperienced new employee is higher than that of the old employee as soon as he joins the company, which forms a salary inversion. Salary inversion is a very common phenomenon, because most companies cannot adjust the salary of all employees according to the current market price every year, and they are reluctant to spend that cost. It is precisely because of this that most companies prohibit employees from talking about salary, because this will expose the phenomenon of salary inversion, causing a large number of old employees to be dissatisfied or resign. If the supervisor finds that he works more but his salary is lower than that of the new employees under him, his mentality is bound to collapse. As a company that has been established for more than a year, Tenda has recruited several batches of employees before and after. Although it often increases the salary of all employees, due to the different positions, qualifications, abilities, and other factors of each person, some salary inversion still occurs. Of course, since Tenda often raises salaries and other benefits account for a very high proportion of wages, the salary inversion is much better than other companies. But Yuan feels that in line with the requirement of consolidating the foundation in the foundation spirit, salary inversion is ultimately a hidden danger. Although other companies do not care, and it is indeed okay to ignore it, it is better to report it to President Pei and let President Pei decide. Pei Qian took the information from Yuan, and he felt a little dizzy looking at the strings of numbers. After pretending to look at it, Pei Qian said, "That means some new employees have higher base salaries than old employees, is that what you mean?" Yuan thought about it and said, "That's what I mean, but the actual situation is more complicated than this. To put it simply, for example, old employees come in half a year earlier than new employees, and their actual work ability and experience are obviously higher than new employees, but their actual base salary is only 200 yuan higher. This is actually a disguised form of salary inversion." Pei Qian's eyes lit up. "Great job, I was just worried that there was no reason to continue to raise employee salaries. This problem is easy to solve. Add money. Screen it again according to the highest salary standard of new employees recruited every once in a while, and make up the salary for all old employees." Yuan was stunned for a moment. "Well, Mr. Pei, this is of course the best way to deal with it. But I have to remind you that such a general increase for all employees is fine when there are few employees. When there are more and more employees in the future, the money raised each time will be more and more, and even completely beyond imagination at this time. Other companies basically will save expenses in this place, and all industries do this. More and more increases? That's great." Pei Qian was so happy that he seemed to have found money. He said decisively, "Let's do it. Increase the salary immediately. No matter how many old employees there are, no matter how much money is different, increase the salary for all." Yuan confirmed again, "All?" She knew very well that the raise mentioned by President Pei did not mean to make everyone's salary the same, but to eliminate the situation of salary inversion. Pei Qian did not hesitate. "Yes, raise all. There should be time. Starting from this month, let the finance department redo the salary list." Yuan nodded with emotion. "Yes, I know, I will notify the finance department immediately." Although Yuan had vaguely anticipated such a result before reporting, President Pei's urgent expression still made her feel President Pei's care for all old employees. Yuan was about to turn around and leave, but was stopped by President Pei again. "Wait a minute. You said at the beginning that in order to lay a solid foundation, each department conducted a self-examination of the situation within the department and found the phenomenon of salary inversion. Why lay a solid foundation?" Pei Qian suddenly realized that there was something wrong with the first paragraph of Yuan's report. Yuan smiled and said, "Boss Pei, didn't you give out the Cornerstone Award last Friday, suggesting that each department should consolidate its foundation? That's why each department started self-examination, but apart from the salary inversion, no serious problems were found." Pei Qian blinked, a little confused. "It's about me again? I gave out the Cornerstone Award to suggest that everyone should consolidate their foundation? That's not the intention." But judging from the results, it seems to be the same. No other problems were found, only a small problem of salary inversion was found, and it also made me spend more money. Not bad. Pei Qian did not find any other problems, and nodded, okay, you go and notify the finance department. After Hao Yun left, Pei Qian packed up and rushed to Fei Huang's studio. Now that A Better Tomorrow has been released and the contract with Ellie Island has been signed, Pei Qian has had enough. We must seize the time to shock these people before they make new troubles. The system is lenient and allows one department to be shocked every cycle. This is already very kind. Pei Qian thinks that he must make good use of it. When he came to Fei Huang's studio, Pei Qian found that only a small number of employees were browsing the web and watching TV series. There are still a large number of employees who are still working. President Pei saw it with his eyes and felt pain in his heart. Look, is this what people do? The project has been completed, and the new project has not yet started, and there are still people forcing themselves to work. It seems that Fei Huang Studio has a real problem. This wrong idea of working hard is already a serious problem. It must be shocked immediately and treated. Huang Sibo and Zhu Xiaozi were discussing something in front of the computer screen. When they saw Mr. Pei coming, they stood up quickly. Mr. Pei, why are you here? Pei Qian decided not to waste time and said directly, nothing else, I'm here to announce a new system. Shock plan. Large profits mean a lot of effort. The more money you make, the more overdraft you will have. On the surface, making money is a good thing, but there are also hidden dangers. It not only overdrafts your energy and health, but also overdrafts your inspiration and talent. Therefore, for departments with serious overdrafts, we need to arrange shock therapy. In the next 4 months, the salary and benefits of all employees of Fei Huang Studio will remain the same, but don't do any work. During the entire treatment period, restore your energy, health, inspiration, and talent. The shock period of Fei Huang Studio is 4 months starting from next month, that is, from April 1st to July 31st. Everyone present was stunned. What does it mean? The entire department is given 4 months of paid vacation? Other companies give paid vacation to individuals, ensuring that after the person goes on vacation, his work can be handed over to colleagues to complete. As a result, in our case, the entire department is on vacation? Moreover, it is clearly a paid vacation. Why is President Pei talking so seriously, and even gnashing his teeth? It doesn't feel like he is talking about paid vacation, but rather announcing exile. Huang Sibo was stunned for a moment and said, but Mr. Pei, this is not possible. Even if the studio does not do new projects, someone has to be responsible for daily work, and it cannot be completely shut down. This shock therapy cannot be turned into a sudden death therapy. Pei Qian thought for 5 seconds, then arranged shifts to ensure that the studio can maintain a minimum normal operation. Divide the studio staff into groups, each group is responsible for 1 month, and everyone's shock is guaranteed to be 4 months, but because of the rotation, the entire shock treatment course is extended to 5 months, which is August 31st. Huang Sibo hesitated, but there is still. Pei Qian's face sank. No buts, if there are difficulties, you must overcome them yourself, and you must enter a state of shock before April 1st. Huang Sibo looked at Zhu Xiaozi, and both of them looked a little reluctant. But in the end, the two nodded, okay, Mr. Pei, we will arrange it now. Pei Qian smiled with satisfaction, very good. During the shock period, just maintain normal operations and do not start any new projects. Don't worry about not being able to create value for the company, you have paid enough. Huang Sibo was a little touched, okay, Mr. Pei. But please rest assured that even if we are on vacation, Fei Huang Studio can continue to create value for the company. Pei Qian's smile froze on his face, question mark. Zhu Xiaozi leaned aside, revealing the computer screen the two of them had been gathered around. Boss Pei, A Better Tomorrow has been picked up by an overseas distribution company, and they are planning to arrange for it to be released overseas. Chapter 471 Settlement. Pei Qian was completely frozen. At this moment, he felt like he had cast a pyroblast spell after reading the bar for 10 seconds, but it just happened to hit the opponent's shield reflection, and it covered his face. However, President Pei had been through many battles, and he quickly calmed down. Overseas Distribution Company. As far as I know, domestic films are generally not very popular in the overseas market. Most of the box office is only $1 or $2 million. For these basic knowledge, Pei Qian still has a little understanding. Although many popular domestic films will try to be distributed overseas, due to cultural barriers, language and other issues, the results are often not particularly ideal. Films that can easily break 100 million in China may only be $1 or $2 million in foreign countries, and it depends on the subject matter. Pei Qian counted on his fingers. If it was only $1 million, it didn't seem to be a heavy burden to simply calculate based on the share and exchange rate. A small scene of several million can still be easily held. The question he is more concerned about now is which blind overseas distributor took a fancy to this film. Huang Sibo smiled and said, "Indeed." With the retirement of many Chinese movie stars who have great influence in Hollywood, the box office appeal of domestic films overseas is also declining, at the same time, because the domestic market is developing faster and faster, and our national self-esteem and self-confidence are getting stronger and stronger. Many movies simply focus on the domestic market and no longer pursue the taste of the overseas market. So in recent years, many domestic blockbusters that easily get hundreds of millions of box office can only take 1 or 2 million box office internationally, with few screenings and low popularity, and very limited influence. But it is precisely for this reason that our movies can stand out. Although Flying Star Journey is a flop all over the world, it is a large investment overseas science fiction movie after all, and A Better Tomorrow it is possible to get a box office close to that of the film with a very low investment, and it has completely suppressed the reputation, which gives overseas distribution companies great confidence. Moreover, A Better Tomorrow has another unique advantage, that is, the entire process is in English voice, the story background is in the future world, the concept of country and population is blurred, there is no overly obscure local culture, and it is easier to be accepted by foreign audiences. And the theme of the film is mainly to explore the gap between the rich and the poor, overconsumption, the alienation of capital to people, etc., which is easier to resonate with overseas audiences. So, Mr. Pei, don't worry, the box office of our film will probably be more than $1 million, it will definitely be higher than this. Pei Qian didn't know how to respond for a while. Zhu Xiaozi added, "By the way, Mr. Pei, don't underestimate the English voice. You know, foreigners are very resistant to subtitles. The reason is very simple. English is a relatively lengthy language, and reading subtitles is very tiring. A very strong proof is that there are large-scale bullet screen video websites in China and Japan, but there are none abroad. This is because our characters are ideographic, and the information is highly condensed. You can understand the meaning of the bullet screen at a glance, but English is not the case. The same is true for adding subtitles. Foreign audiences are not used to subtitles like us. For them, whether there is English voice is a key factor in whether they go to watch it. So, our movie is spoken in English throughout, which is a huge advantage. Although the 3 leading actors all have a little Asian accent, foreigners don't care about the accent. Instead, they think it is more in line with the character's personality and ethnic distinction. In short, this movie is very suitable for the taste of the overseas market from the beginning of the script. Mr. Pei, you let everyone speak English, which is definitely a long-term vision. Zhu Xiaozi excitedly raised his thumb. Pei Qian. He wanted to say, "No, you are wrong. I am not long-sighted at all, I am short-sighted." I only thought that the film was all in English and would discourage domestic audiences. I never thought that this film would also be available in overseas markets one day. However, looking at the respectful eyes of Zhu Xiaozi and Huang Sibo, Pei Qian could only sigh silently in his heart. It's so uncomfortable. March 30th, Wednesday. In the past 2 days, GOG players have welcomed the ultimate carnival. Yesterday morning, the results of GOG's first season spring competition have been locked. And today, all the prizes have been distributed, bringing the popularity of the entire event to a peak. On the internet, there are posts discussing this event everywhere. Of course, some people question the true strength of the winners. After all, there are no absolutely fair rules in this world, and the sour grapes mentality will always make people instinctively jealous of those lucky ones. But this kind of noise, after all, only accounts for a small part. Because the rules of this competition are open, fair, and transparent, although there will definitely be double rows and thigh-holding situations, in general, players who can hit the top 500 in such a short time are all real talents. Because the time is short, the actors and studios did not react so quickly. Before forming enough influence, they had already locked the results and distributed the prizes. The players who received the prizes were all happy. They showed their results, prizes, and received worship, which further stimulated and increased the popularity of GOG. In short, everyone was very happy. The players got the money, the GOG project team gained popularity, and President Pei also gave out coins. It's just that other people's happiness is unconditional, but Pei Qian's happiness is mixed with deep worries. Because he found that the popularity of the game has risen far beyond his expectations. In Pei Qian's opinion, this seems to be a bit out of control. So, the clever Pei gave Hu Xianbin a task yesterday, which was to analyze this season's score rush event and then write a detailed report and submit it. On the surface, it was a homework, but in fact, Pei wanted to know what was going on. It must be said that Hu Xianbin's efficiency is really high. Pei Qian got this analysis report today. But after reading it, his heart was even colder. During the short and intense score rush process, the number of active players of GOG, whether it is a mobile game or a terminal game, has skyrocketed every day. The temptation of a weekly salary of 100,000 is irresistible to players. Even if some people's reason keeps telling them that it is impossible to get this 100,000, the fluke mentality will still drive them to enter the game to try. GOG's season rewards are so generous that it has attracted a large number of newcomers who have never played similar games. In addition, the AI set up to protect the gaming experience of newcomers makes the vast majority of people have a very good experience in the early stages of entering the game. The game has strong positive feedback, so most people will have the illusion that they are gifted. By the time they really realize that they can't get the bonus at all, they have often played the game intensively for 2 or 3 days, are very familiar with the game, and have experienced the fun of the game, and are unlikely to quit. Not only that, the player's fluke mentality will drive them to jump back and forth. Those who are confident in rubbing the screen will play the mobile version. Those who are confident in operating the keyboard and mouse will play the PC version. Those who are beaten in the PC version think that the players of the mobile version are worse, and consider switching to the mobile version. Those who feel uncomfortable rubbing the screen in the mobile version think that the keyboard and mouse operation of the PC version is more convenient and more accurate, and consider switching to the PC version. The setting of data intercommunication between the two ends makes players not reject the transfer between the two ends at all, but enjoy it, and even stimulates their desire to buy skins. After all, skins are shared by both ends, one consumption, double happiness. After going back and forth, when players realize that they are not good at playing both PC and mobile games, the game habit has been formed. In short, this event can be said to be stable, accurate, and ruthless. It not only attracted all the veteran players, but also captured a large number of new players. In a short period of time, the high bonus raised the popularity of GOG to an extremely high level, and the event ended before the studio and directors had time to react, ensuring fairness to the greatest extent. The following is some mindless flattery of President Pei. After reading the report, Pei Qian was silent. Finally, he understood the reason for the abnormal data. It seems that money has indeed been lost, but the price seems a bit high, completely beyond my original expectations. It doesn't matter. Anyway, it's okay if I can lose money in this cycle, and we'll talk about the future later. But the current situation of GOG seems to have exposed my huge problem in understanding games. No, the next game must definitely change this situation, and I can't make any more money. Summarize experience, learn lessons, and make a failed game. After a few days of closed-door thinking, Pei Qian has come up with a good idea for a failed game. In the next cycle, the two game departments must be arranged clearly. March 31st, Thursday. In front of Pei Qian, the system screen automatically appeared. Wealth Conversion System 2.0. Host, Pei Qian. Surplus conversion ratio 1000 to 1, loss conversion ratio 10 to 1. Settlement to be completed soon. System funds, 3.77 million plus 860,000. Fixed assets, a commercial and residential villa in Mingyun Villa. Personal property, 340,000. Settlement in progress. Wealth conversion in progress. System funds, 3.77 million plus 860,000. Personal property, 920,000. If the wealth conversion value in the current cycle reaches more than 200,000, you will receive a mysterious reward within the system rules. Currently unfinished project, Qingshan Hostel. It must be officially opened for business before the next settlement. Seeing this, Pei Qian finally breathed a sigh of relief. Comfortable. After buying the house, Pei Qian still had about 180,000 yuan left. He made 100,000 yuan by writing movie scripts, and received tens of thousands of yuan in red envelopes during the Chinese New Year. Most of his daily expenses were basically reimbursed by the company, so he didn't spend this money very often, and saved it all. After converting more than 580,000 yuan this time, Pei Qian's personal assets returned to 920,000 yuan. Although it was hard, it was worth it. Relatively speaking, it is obviously more cost-effective to lose money. For the same conversion of 530,000 yuan, you have to make 500 million yuan. Moreover, this 500 million yuan must be in the company's account at the time of settlement, and cannot be taken out for investment in order to achieve the conversion. But if all this money is piled up in the company's account without investment, how can you make more money? So, no matter what, losing money is the correct way to open this system. Pei Qian noticed that after the system entered 2.0, although the ratio was lowered due to the Matthew effect, it seemed that the difficulty of achieving losses was also reduced accordingly. In the past, Pei Qian worked very hard and had to settle 3 times before he could lose money once. But now, it seems that he can make losses stably. On the one hand, it was because Pei Qian had become more and more clear about the system's temper after repeated failures, and he developed more tricks, such as allowing some industries to be developed by drinking poison to quench thirst and exchanging money for reputation. On the other hand, it was because the system provided more convenient conditions after the upgrade, such as a charity quota in each cycle, and allowing a project to be extended to 2 cycles. The tens of millions of yuan spent by Qingshan Hostel were crucial to the compensation this time. In total, 600,000 personal assets were converted in 5 months, which is also a monthly income of 100,000. Well, congratulations! With this money, it is completely no problem to buy furniture and appliances for the new house and do some soft furnishings. Of course, we have to keep working hard. In addition, Pei Qian also discovered a small hidden danger, that is, in terms of fixed assets, the price of Mingyun Private Kitchen's villa has increased by more than 200,000. Buying fixed assets in the name of the company for business activities can indeed spend a lot of money at once, but Pei Qian has never dared to buy more because this thing will affect the settlement. The biggest problem with fixed assets is that they occupy system funds after being converted at 10%. When calculating the loss equals initial system funds, current system funds, fixed assets, 10%. This is very painful. If the initial system capital is only 10 million, and all the company's fixed assets are worth 100 million, then there will be an embarrassing situation where even if Pei Qian spends all the system capital, it is still not considered a loss. However, this is the first settlement of the 2.0 system after all, and the initial system capital will continue to increase in the future. As long as the initial system capital becomes 20 million, 30 million or even 50 million, then Pei Qian can consider buying more fixed assets in the name of the company for production and operation activities. The more system capital, the more losses, and the more money converted. I hope the system capital in the next cycle will be higher. Pei Qian prayed silently. Please remember the domain name of the first release of this book. Vertex Novel Mobile Reading Website. Chapter 472, Relinquishing the Throne. Pei Qian turned his attention to the system rewards again. Every system reward seems to be quite useful. Previous rewards include: the value at settlement increased by 10%, significantly increasing income. Modifying the rules and opening up the charity quota, so that Pei Qian can use up part of the system funds without thinking. Allowing a project to delay 2 settlement cycles, giving Pei Qian a good way to spend money suddenly. I wonder what the system reward will be this time. Mysterious reward, a special task for 1 cycle. Enter the next cycle to receive. The system screen continues to appear. Next settlement time, 6 months later. System funds will be replenished soon, target amount, 20 million. System funds of 16.23 million are being replenished. System funds have been replenished. System funds, 20 million plus 860,000. Fixed assets, a commercial and residential villa in Mingyun Villa. Personal property, 920,000, special tasks for this cycle, there is no limit to learning. A true business genius cannot give up learning even if his career is going smoothly. The host can use part of the initial system funds to invest in himself and learn some knowledge, with the total cost up to 8% of the initial system funds. After completing the course, the host can choose to freely reduce or increase the system funds by a certain amount at the settlement, which is 8 times the investment cost. Note 1. Whether the host completes the course depends on the system's judgment of the host's knowledge improvement. There is no limit to the number of courses, but the host's ability is limited. It is recommended to try only 1 course at a time. Note 2. The system funds reduced or increased at the settlement are virtual and only affect the conversion value. Note 3. If the courses on the market cannot meet the needs, the host can hire others to give lectures for him, but the tuition fees must not exceed the reasonable range determined by the system. This long list of information made Pei Qian a little dizzy. First, it was determined that the next cycle was 6 months, which was longer than Pei Qian expected. Short cycles and long cycles have their own advantages. A short cycle means quick settlement and early return of money, but a short time means that many time-consuming projects cannot be done, which is more restrictive. A long cycle means that more money can be invested in some large projects, and the expenditure will be greater, but the settlement will be slow. Considering the construction period of Jingji Hostel, Pei Qian felt that 6 months was acceptable, and it was better to be longer than shorter. As for the initial capital of 20 million, it was lower than Pei Qian imagined, but compared with the previous cycle, it had doubled. Obviously, the higher the initial system capital, the easier it is to lose money. The system is not stupid. Pei Qian began to study this special task for this cycle. A true business genius cannot give up learning even if his career is going smoothly. This sentence made Pei Qian feel a little offended, because he did not want his career to be smooth sailing, and he did not give up learning. I occasionally attended classes seriously and passed the final exam completely on my own. How can you say that I gave up learning? But the system seems to have another set of judgment criteria for this. The rules of the system are very clear. Pei Qian can take out up to 8% of the initial system funds, which is currently 1.6 million, to invest in himself, in other words, to pay tuition. The system does not restrict what to learn. At the time of settlement, the system will determine how much has been learned. If the system is satisfied with Pei Qian's learning results, it will reward him with a certain amount of system funds that can be reduced or increased at the time of settlement. Suppose that Pei Qian has 22 million system funds at the time of settlement, which is considered profitable at this time, and Pei Qian has spent 1 million tuition fees and learned the corresponding knowledge before, so he can reduce the amount of 1 million times 8 is equal to 8 million. The actual system funds are still 22 million, but the system will calculate the conversion based on 14 million, and it is judged as a loss at this time. Originally, Pei Qian could only convert 2,000 yuan out of 22 million, but now he can convert 600,000 yuan. However, there seem to be some pitfalls in this rule. First, Pei Qian can decide how much tuition to spend by himself, and the maximum amount he can spend is 1.6 million. But even for those so-called CEO classes, the tuition is only tens of thousands or hundreds of thousands at most. Where can he spend 1.6 million? If you sign up for multiple courses at the same time, but end up not having time to study and not meeting the system's requirements, it's useless. Moreover, how much knowledge does it take to meet the system's requirements? There seems to be no clear standard. It seems that if I want to spend more money and complete this task at the same time, the best choice is to hire a talented and powerful professor, or a top expert in a certain profession, pay enough tuition, and then I spend more time studying seriously, so that the chance of success is the highest. But what should I learn? Management? Economics? Finance? Learn some management, and then do everything the other way around, so that I can lose money smoothly? Learn some economics, which should also help me lose money. But, these choices seem a little too confident. I am a liberal arts student who has not even studied advanced mathematics. If I want to take these courses, I am afraid that I will become autistic on the spot. By then, I will still know nothing about the theory after 6 months of hard work, and the system will judge that I have failed. Isn't it a waste of time? Forget it, there is no need to rush this matter. Let's think about it again. Pei Qian felt that this special task was very important. He couldn't just do it on a whim. He had to think long-term. He had to make sure that he could learn it and spend more tuition. If it could help him lose money, it would be even better. April 1st, Friday. Li Yada and Baosu are back. Pei Qian wished it was an April Fool's joke, but it was true. However, Mr. Pei, who had just completed the settlement, was in a very relaxed state of mind at this time, a bit like the mood of a college student at the beginning of a new semester, peaceful and happy. Anyway, the exam week was far away, so he could have fun first. Li Yada and Baosu were warmly welcomed by everyone in the Tenda game department as soon as they returned to the company. Sister Li is back. Did you have fun? Hey, Brother Bao doesn't seem to be that tanned. Did you use sunscreen this time? Is it fun abroad? Facing everyone's cordial greetings, Li Yada enthusiastically shared her feelings about traveling with everyone, while Baosu sat back in his seat expressionlessly, put on headphones and isolated himself from the world. I don't want to go out again in this life. Sure enough, for a otaku who doesn't like to go out, no matter how many times he goes out, he still can't enjoy this feeling. Seeing that Mr. Pei was there, Liata hurried over to say hello. Mr. Pei, we're back. Pei Qian forced a smile and nodded. Hu Xianbin came to Liata and said proudly, "Sisterly, I have done my job. After you left, I continued to implement your ideas and completed the GOG mobile version, and then it was a great success under the finishing touch of President Pei." Liata smiled and said, "I know, I am also paying attention to the situation of GOG, I am proud of you." Sure enough, now Tenda is already a very powerful whole, everyone has their own duties, it doesn't matter if anyone is missing. Of course, except President Pei. Pei Qian's mouth twitched slightly. Although he was very repulsive and resistant to Liata's words, it doesn't matter if Tenda is missing anyone, except President Pei, he had to admit that this seemed to be true. If it weren't for me, some projects seem to have made less money. Take GOG for example, the biggest blame is obviously Liata's. Who made her decide to make mobile games on a whim? If GOG honestly only released the terminal version, there would be no so many things. In Pei Qian's opinion, even if he was to blame, it was only a small one. He spent money on a season reward for a sudden attack, and then accidentally brought more popularity to the game. Hu Xianbin should be the one to blame the least, after all, he just completed Liata's request seriously. So now that Liata and Baosu are back, Pei Qian feels that the next settlement cycle will become more difficult. Liata exchanged a few words with everyone and looked at Pei Qian again. "Boss Pei, after this incident, I have confirmed an idea. I want to step down and let others take over." Pei Qian was stunned. "Huh?" Liata continued, "I think the reason why Tenda's game department can continue to achieve success is because of the constant turnover. This is a position that focuses on creativity. If someone is in charge of the game department for a long time, it is inevitable that inspiration will be exhausted and thinking will become rigid. So, I decided to officially hand over the position of executive planning to Hu Xianbin." "Huh? There is such a good thing?" The first person responsible for GOG's success took the initiative to ask to step down and let others take over? That's great. Pei Qian was so happy on the spot. Hu Xianbin was stunned and said quickly, "Sisterly, this is not appropriate. I have only been in the industry for a short time." Liata smiled and shook his head, "You have proved your ability. And I have always felt that my ability is not enough to be competent for the position of executive planning. It was only because of Mr. Pei's encouragement that I burst out 120% of my potential, which was lucky enough to achieve some success. Now I think this position should be handed over to more promising young people. As for me, I will stay in the project like Bao Su and enjoy the good life. I just need to help and help." Pei Qian couldn't help but sigh. Look at this awareness, Zhang Yuan, learn from him." When Pei Qian eliminated Zhang Yuan with the first-place elimination system, Zhang Yuan was still reluctant to leave Moyu Internet Cafe and ROF installation business. This attitude is not free and easy at all. Look at Liata, he quit as soon as he said he would. Although Pei Qian did not particularly appreciate Hu Xianbin, he still felt that Liata was more harmful if he had to choose between the two. The lesser of two evils, Liata resigned as the chief planner, which is a good thing. Pei Qian immediately agreed, "Okay, no problem. Your salary and benefits will remain unchanged, but you will no longer serve as the executive chief planner. You have made great contributions to the Tenda game department, and you have worked hard. You are old, and you should really take a good rest." Everyone. Although what President Pei said was very warm and touching, what does old mean? Isn't Liata only 25 years old this year? Pei Qian looked at the state of Liata and Bao Su and felt that this travel therapy was quite useful. A good executive planner, after returning from a trip, immediately became a lazy fish and asked to step down. Great. Let Liata retire in the game department, and let her lazy fish spirit during the trip spread to the game department. Over time, the entire game department is full of abdicated planners who are always thinking about slacking off. Isn't it wonderful? Please remember the domain name of the first release of this book. The mobile version of the top novel reading website. Chapter 473 Mr. Lin has changed his mind. April 3rd, Sunday. Mayu Internet Cafe Handong University Branch. Pei Qian and Lin Chong drank coffee silently, looking at each other without saying a word. These 2 days are weekends. Pei Qian can finally rest without any psychological burden, put all his troubles behind him, and live a short happy life. But today, Lin Chong came to Jingzhou, and he still had to meet him. But after the greetings, both of them fell into silence. Thinking of the two people planning and strategizing a few months ago, they thought they had succeeded halfway, but in the end both the game and the mobile phone were popular, and Lin Wan also became unprecedentedly inflated, and even began to output and attract hatred in his own group. Both of them were a little annoyed. But it seems inappropriate to just look at each other in silence. The problem still needs to be solved. After a while of silence, Lin Chong spoke first with some helplessness. Mr. Pei, the game and the mobile phone are not going well. Haven't we made sufficient plans? Pei Qian's mouth twitched slightly. The comprehensive plan was mainly made by Pei Qian, which more or less meant making plans like a tiger, but making money like a dog in the end. But Pei Qian was still not convinced. Lin Chong, dare you say that you have no responsibility at all? If you hadn't taken it upon yourself to promote A Better Tomorrow, the movie wouldn't have become popular, the ads on it wouldn't have been studied, and the autophone wouldn't have had such a good start. In short, you must be to blame too. You can't put all the blame on me. Pei Qian sighed and said, you promoted A Better Tomorrow and arranged so many screenings, but the autophone had already established a high-end image in the hands of consumers before it was released, which also disrupted my deployment. Lin Chong looked unconvinced. How is it possible? Mr. Pei, didn't you write the script for this movie? You must also know the ads for the autophone in the movie. You know better than anyone that the movie is of excellent quality and rich in spiritual connotation. Wouldn't this movie be popular even without my promotion? It would still be popular. If you say that other movies are successful because of promotion, then I believe it, but A Better Tomorrow? Promotion is nothing more than icing on the cake. Lin Chong actually threw the blame back at the speed of light. Pei Qian. He couldn't accept it at all, but after thinking about it carefully, it seemed a little hard to refute. Now, A Beautiful Tomorrow has been regarded as a work of excellent quality and profound connotation. Most people believe that although the success of a good work is also due to marketing, the key factor is excellent quality. As for the excellent quality, although Zhu Xiaozi was the first to blame, Pei Qian seemed to have a little responsibility. Pei Qian even had a little self-doubt. According to Lin Chong, could it be that all this was predestined? The two fell into a brief silence again. Lin Chong looked suspicious and whispered, Boss Pei, you didn't do it on purpose? You let Awan take charge of these seemingly failed industries on the surface, but in fact you already knew that both games and mobile phones would be a great success? Otherwise, why would you use other industries to help? As far as I know, you are personally responsible for the promotion of the game, Be Quiet, and the mobile phone advertisements and various benefits are also from other industries. Could it be that you don't actually want Awan to leave? Pei Qian's face darkened. Absolutely not. Lin Wan is the director of 2 departments, and she is very familiar with the heads of other departments. She originally has the authority to ask for benefits from various departments and coordinate the overall situation. As for Be Quiet, this is an accident. Boss Lin, believe me, I want Lin Wan to go home quickly more than anyone else. Pei Qian's expression was extremely sincere. Lin Chong looked at Pei Qian, without saying a word, but with a little doubt in his eyes. This is also normal. If someone promises you something with confidence, but fails again and again due to some objective reasons or unexpected factors, you will also have such doubts. However, Pei Qian is the most wronged person at this time. But now that things have come to this, it seems that there will be no effect to defend himself. I can only continue to set the next stage of goals. This time I must persuade Lin Wan to quit. However, when Pei Qian was thinking about the next goal, Lin Chang's words were completely beyond his expectations. Lin Chang sighed softly, "Okay, Mr. Pei, I'm not here to pass on the blame this time, there are other things." To be honest, the situation has changed again. These days, Lin Wan has been showing off in our family group again, especially the automobile phone has been successfully sold at the 8,000 yuan level, which is a price that my eldest sister is responsible for the flagship mobile phone. Although the sales volume is very different, after all, Wan has only been making mobile phones for a few months, and my eldest sister has been doing it for several years. In short, the scene was very chaotic for a time. Pei Qian thought for a while, then, can the old man let her jump like this? Lin Chang said hee. Mr. Pei really asked the core at once, which is also the key to the change in the situation this time. The old man is not only not angry, but very happy. Tell the truth, Mr. Pei. Before, Wan ran out to work out of spite, and the old man was very unhappy, because he knew very well what the current state of most companies outside was, and felt that Wan was wasting his time, so he kept asking Wan to go back and inherit the family business. Before, Wan had been making games, but he didn't make much of a name for himself. Although mobile games made money, they were not worthy of being accepted by the public, so the old man's attitude did not change. But this time Wan said in the group that he made a 8,000 level mobile phone. The old man suddenly became interested. So he asked someone to learn more about automobile phones and Tenda Group, and guess what happened? Pei Qian's mouth twitched slightly, and he had a very bad premonition in his heart. What's going on? Lin Chang's expression was a bit complicated. The old man thought about the process of this phone becoming popular and selling for 8,000 yuan, and he praised you, Mr. Pei. Boldly use Changyu, establish high-end positioning from the beginning, subtly promote the brand in the movie, and use Tenda's other businesses to escort the phone, so as to break through the siege in the mobile phone market where countless domestic brands have almost divided up all price points. Any wrong step above may lead to the failure of automobile phone. Especially the press conference, even the old man was very surprised. After all, domestic manufacturers have never done this. The old man said that this press conference alone saved at least hundreds of thousands of marketing costs for automobile phone. The old man knows that most of this must be the credit of you, Mr. Pei, and Changyu, but as the director, even if Wan is only responsible for a small part of it, she will definitely gain great growth. Then, the old man briefly learned about other industries of Tenda Group, including Nifeng Logistics, Moyu Internet Cafe, etc. Pei Qian felt even worse. Just tell me what happened in the end. Lin Chang paused and said, the old man changed his mind. Pei Qian, ? Changed his mind? Don't let Lin Wan go back? Lin Chang had a complicated expression, yes. The old man originally wanted Wan to go back because he felt that the companies outside were unreliable and that Wan was wasting her time working in these companies. But after seeing Wan's outstanding achievements, the old man's prejudice against these companies was eliminated. Oh, it seems inaccurate to say this. It should be said that only the prejudice against Tenda was eliminated. In fact, the old man admires you, President Pei, very much, and thinks that Wan will definitely learn a lot working under you. It seems that it is not a bad idea to let her train here for a few more years, and then let her go back to inherit the family business. Pei Qian? Training for a few more years, and then going back is not a bad idea? This is not a bad idea. This is clearly a must not. If she stays as a director for a few more years, my company will be ruined by her. What does it mean? Did the Lin Wan's return home united front just fall apart because of a trivial success? Grandpa Lin, can you be more firm? Pei Qian hurriedly asked, "What does Lin Yu say?" Lin Chong spread his hands. What can she say? Grandpa has spoken, of course we have to listen to Grandpa. Now Grandpa's attitude is that since Yuan can learn something here, it doesn't matter if she stays for a while. And Grandpa also hinted that during this period, we brothers and sisters should cooperate well and give her a hand. Pei Qian? Brother, Shenhua, this behemoth, is going to give a hand, that's not a joke. Maybe my arm will be broken directly. Think about the past. Lin Yu helped promote the mobile version of Hot Blood War Song on the Shenhua App Store. Lin Zhou waived the rent for Shenhua Haojing. Lin Chong did publicity for A Better Tomorrow. Think about the future again. You three are responsible for mobile phones, real estate and entertainment, respectively. If you work together, Lin Wan's career will indeed advance by leaps and bounds and go smoothly. Wouldn't Mr. Pei's money-losing business die on the spot? Pei Qian immediately refused, no need. Lin Chong nodded, yes, that's what I told the old man. Pei Qian, ah? Lin Chong had an expression that said, I am Mr. Pei's confidant. I told the old man that Mr. Pei, you started from scratch and are extremely talented. You have always been very resistant to such help. Since Mr. Pei has already planned out every decision and has enough chances of success, our blind help is equivalent to causing trouble. It is really a bit unnecessary. Pei Qian nodded happily, that's right. Mr. Lin really knows me well. What you said makes me feel so comfortable. Although you have some problems with your understanding of planning out, as long as you don't cause trouble, we are still good friends. Pei Qian thought for a moment and asked again, then, Mr. Lin, did the old man hint that when Lin Wan can go back? Lin Chong thought for a moment, based on the old man's current attitude, when Wan's ability is enough to stand on her own, she should be able to go back. Pei Qian hurriedly said, I think her current ability is enough to stand on her own. Lin Chong shook his head, obviously the old man doesn't think so. Mr. Pei, from the old man's perspective, Tenda's size is obviously still a little small. The current sales and profits of automobile phones are not even as good as an ordinary OEM machine of Shenhua's mobile phone business sub-brand. With this achievement, it is still a bit far from the old man's eyes. At least the business that Yuan is responsible for can rank very high in the same field, so that it can catch the old man's eye. Pei Qian's face darkened. Rank very high? For a mobile phone to be ranked very high, the company's market value must be at least tens of billions, right? Are you kidding me? Pei Qian thought for a moment, what about other businesses? For example, if a certain category in the game industry is ranked among the top in the world, does that count? Lin Chong thought for a moment, it should count. The old man has no prejudice against the game industry, but mobile games like Hot Blood War Song will definitely not work. In addition to profitability, it must also have sufficient influence. Pei Qian nodded, knowing what was going on. Just arrange Lin Wan to be in charge of IOI's national service, and that's it. The same goal is to let Lin Wan go back and inherit the family business. In the past, we tried hard to make the project fail, but now we are trying hard to make the project a great success. Of course, the great success of the project is contrary to Mr. Pei's ultimate goal, but great success does not necessarily mean making a lot of money, it can also be high popularity. Pei Qian was still worrying about who should be handed over to the IOI National Service Project, which would succeed without any effort. Now that it has been determined, let's hand it over to Lin Wan and Shangyang Games. This will at least kill 3 birds with 1 stone. Avoid Shangyang Games from making another popular standalone game. They have already proved their strength with Be Quiet. No matter what, IOI's national service will most likely be a great success. Since this fact is unavoidable, then throw Lin Wan in to gild the project, and let Mr. Lin come to pick him up after the project is successful. Finally, the success of IOI's national service can also kill GOG, the thorn in the side. Tenda Games and Qingshan Games, the two game departments of the company are fighting each other, and the younger brother is beating the older brother. This scene must be very exciting. Thinking of this, Pei Qian nodded, okay, I will try to let the old man come to pick me up after half a year. If you say that you will ensure that the project will fail, then President Pei is really unsure. But if you want the project to succeed, especially such a reliable project as IOI, then President Pei still has some confidence. Seeing that Mr. Pei's expression changed so quickly, Lin Cheng looked suspicious. Mr. Pei, you look so confident and have a plan. So, you were just bluffing when you said you wanted Awan to fail, right? Could it be that you had guessed that as long as Awan's career was successful enough, the old man would change his mind? Pei Qian. Mr. Lin, if you keep guessing like this, you will lose my friendship sooner or later. Chapter 474 Kneeling in Reality Game, Struggle. April 4th, Monday. When he got up in the morning, Pei Qian sorted out the two work goals a little bit. First, arrange the two game departments, Tenda Games and Qingshan Games, which frequently make money. As for Qingshan Games, let them promote IOI national server with all their strength. As for Tenda Games, Pei Qian also has to find some work for them. Otherwise, if Hu Xianben and his team continue to update the version for GOG, release new heroes, and increase publicity and promotion efforts, IOI national server may not be able to beat them. After all, GOG's start in China is much smoother than IOI, so we have to find a way to let IOI snatch all GOG players. As for what work to find for Hu Xianben and his team, Pei Qian thought about it and decided to summarize the experience and learn from the lessons. This time, he must develop a standalone game that no one cares about. The success of Beautiful Ming was a heavy blow to Pei Qian, which overturned his 3 views. Why is it that the audience is not angry at all when he thinks he is disgusting the audience? This is totally unscientific. After much thought, Pei Qian understood. The main problem is the way of expression. In the movie Beautiful Ming, if the audience puts themselves into the male protagonist's shoes, they will definitely feel very uncomfortable and aggrieved, and will soon die of poison. But this is a movie. Chuzui uses a specific technique to keep the audience in the perspective of God. No one puts themselves into the male or female protagonist's shoes, and can look at the story at a higher level and with a more compassionate mentality. So, the taste changed instantly. In Pei Qian's view, this is also the biggest failure of Beautiful Ming. From a huge loss to a huge profit, it is completely a matter of one thought, and there is no way back. So, Pei Qian thought about it and thought that feeding poison to the audience will make a loss, and this view itself is not wrong. Otherwise, there would be no such method as kneeling in reality. The key is how to feed it specifically, which requires certain skills. The sense of substitution must be strengthened. As long as everyone can substitute into the role and make the role miserable, it will definitely achieve the desired effect. Pei Qian felt that he seemed to have found the crux of Beautiful Ming making money, and the next step was to verify it. But how to verify it specifically? Fei Huang's studio has been shocked by Pei Qian, and once he was bitten by a snake, he didn't want to touch movies again in the short term. Comparatively speaking, games are an art form with a stronger sense of substitution. Some sufferings in movies do not cause much disgust among the audience, but in games, if players are tortured with the protagonist, it will be bad. Of course, some people may argue that suffering games like Turning Back is the Shore do not cause aversion to the game, but make players feel very happy. This is a complete misunderstanding. Although suffering games like Turning Back is the Shore will make players suffer, what players like is not the feeling of suffering, but the feeling of becoming stronger after suffering. In the final analysis, it is still for the kind of achievement of overcoming difficulties. In other words, the players of this kind of game are not M-type at all, on the contrary, they are all S-type. Almost all games in the world must give players enough positive and negative feedback for players to have fun. And Pei Qian has decided that this game will definitely not give players any positive and negative feedback, but only convey completely negative energy. Isn't it kneeling in reality? This time, make a game that is extremely realistic, and it will definitely be able to do it without friends. This time, President Pei decided to personally take action and write the story outline of the game himself to prevent Hu Xianbin from misinterpreting his intentions. He must make arrangements for the players, clearly. Of course, Pei Qian also thought that doing so would not necessarily lead to losses. The failure of the game producer was a very profound lesson. At that time, Pei Qian also thought that the narration of game producer was insulting the players, but the players were not angry at all, and the narration became a big plus. Coupled with Mr. Qiao's overinterpretation, things got out of control. For these, Pei Qian had thought of countermeasures early on, and would never repeat the same mistakes, let alone fall into the same puddle twice. In short, Pei Qian learned from the lessons of the two failures of Beautiful Ming and Game Producer and decided to make a final effort. In the reception room of Tengda's game department, Hu Xianbin was a little nervous. Pei Qian called Hu Xianbin to the reception room alone to talk to him about the design ideas of this new game. This time, Pei Qian did not call other people, especially old employees such as Li Yada and Bao Su. Because these people participated in the development of Game Producer and had a deep understanding of the success of Game Producer, Pei Qian was afraid that their participation would lead this new project astray. Therefore, Pei Qian decided to isolate these old employees. Let several old employees who participated in the development of Game Producer go to maintain GOG casually, and transfer Hu Xianbin and other new employees who have little experience in single-player game development to be responsible for the development of new games. In order to ensure that the project could fully reach the level he expected, Pei Qian had to explain everything to Hu Xianbin in detail to prevent him from having any extra ideas. Pei Qian drank a sip of tea and told Hu Xianbin his thoughts. The name of this game is Struggle, which is an interactive movie game with realistic themes. All the characters in it must be high-definition modeled and motion captured, and the picture quality level is comparable to 3A masterpieces. Of course, since the game process is relatively short, the cost will not be much. Probably, prepare 40 million first, and add more if it is not enough. The development time is tentatively scheduled for 5 months, and we will strive to launch it around September 1st. Hu Xianbin was confused. What the hell? Interactive movie game or realistic theme? What kind of magical combination is this? The so-called interactive movie game can be regarded as a text adventure game with exquisite graphics. After the story begins, players can choose different routes and play different endings, but all players need to do is to make a choice among certain options, without having to really operate. Interactive movie games, some use game screens, and some use real scenery and actors to shoot, which are not cheap. But as President Pei requires, all characters must be high-definition modeled, motion captured, and the quality must be comparable to 3A masterpieces. This cost may be more expensive than real scenery and actor shooting. 40 million is enough to make a movie. Thinking of this, Hu Xianbin was confused and felt a lot of pressure. It doesn't sound very reliable. If it wasn't for President Pei coming in person, Hu Xianbin would have thought that someone was trying to fake the imperial decree. Pei Qian continued, the so-called struggle is to let players re-experience the struggle process in reality in the game. This time the game will be divided into 2 parts, the rich version and the poor version, and sold separately. The rich version of Struggle is sold to the poor, the original price is 29, and the discount price is 19 yuan. The poor version of Struggle is sold to the rich, the original price is 99, and the discount price is 79. If players only buy one version, they can enjoy the discount price. If they buy both versions, they can only pay the original price, which is a total of 128 yuan. Hu Xianbin blinked, this, what is the meaning? Pei Qian nodded nodding, of course there is a deep meaning. The poor experience the life of the rich, the poor have no money, so the price is lower, the rich experience the life of the poor, the rich have money, so the price is higher, there is no second chance in life, so if you want to experience both, you have to spend more money. Hu Xianbin was silent, and said with emotion, Mr. Pei's pricing is so philosophical. Pei Qian continued, whether it is the poor version or the rich version, it will be divided into several stages, from growing up, from going to school to going to work, from work to life, from rest to entertainment. We want to use these scenes to show every aspect of the life of the poor or the rich as much as possible. In the rich version, the player plays a rich man, who has no worries about food and clothing, and has a smooth life. With the money and resources of his parents, he easily achieved success in life, career, love and other aspects. But in the end, he died under the knife of a homeless man. In the poor version, the player plays a poor man, who has been frugal and has a rough life. When he grows up, he does not fight back, but continues the cycle of poverty. Hu Xianbin was stunned, then what? Pei Qian, then? There is no then, this is all about the game. Hu Xianbin was even more confused, as an interactive movie game, shouldn't there be many endings? Pei Qian shook his head, no matter what choices are made in the previous game, there are only these two endings in the end, the rich man is killed by the homeless, and the poor continue to be poor. Pei Qian secretly said, I will never make the mistake of multiple endings in Game Maker again. Hu Xianbin was shocked and said, if everything is predetermined, then what are the players playing? Pei Qian explained, the process will be different. Each time the player makes a different choice, it will lead to a different branch, but all branches will return to the same ending. The differences between those branches cannot be reflected in the ending. As for the details of this game, we need to fill in all aspects of life under the big framework. For example, when going to school, the poor can only go to ordinary schools with low education quality, while the rich can go to expensive aristocratic schools. When working, the poor are repeatedly rejected in interviews, while the rich go directly to work in their father's company. When dating, the poor break up with their girlfriends of many years because they can't afford a house, while the rich bring different girls from nightclubs to their homes. When getting married, the poor use the whole family's strength to buy a second-hand house, while the rich have already prepared a luxury house, and they don't have to do anything. The annual increase in the value of the property alone is much more than the poor can earn from hard work. Do you understand? Hu Xianbin's mouth twitched slightly. I understand it too well. Pei Qian thought for a while and added, oh, by the way, the story background should be set in Europe and America, and a few foreigners should be found to do motion capture and dubbing. Hu Xianbin, Mr. Pei, this game, does it have any deep meaning? Pei Qian laughed, you don't need to worry about whether it has deep meaning or not, just do your job well. I will come up with the story outline of the game, and you and other members of the production team will be responsible for perfecting the plot. After the plot is all written, show it to me again to ensure that there is no deviation in understanding. Okay, you can go and prepare. You can do art resources and the like first. Anyway, you know what kind of roles you should play by yourself, such as parents, teachers, classmates, and bosses. Pei Qian briefly explained a few more sentences and turned away. Only Hu Xianbin was left, pulling his hair and thinking hard. Teacher, this question is beyond the scope, right? It's totally unpredictable. This time, in order to make sure that he can lose all his money, Pei Qian has also made full preparations. This pricing is very meaningful. The poor version can also be called the ultimate suffering version. Playing this game can make the poor suffer again in reality, the ultimate torture. The rich version, which can also be called the gold foil version, is smooth sailing at the beginning and completely follows the Dragon AO template, which makes people feel very happy, but in the end, they die under poverty. Considering that the rich version is gold foil, and the truth is not revealed until the end, and it is very exciting at the beginning. Pei Qian deliberately set a low price of 19 yuan. The poor version is abused throughout the whole process, but it is priced at a high price of 79. In order to prevent players from playing the two versions together and making some inexplicable interpretations, Pei Qian deliberately raised the price of buying both versions together. If players really want to buy it, the best choice is to buy the rich version of 19 yuan, which doesn't cost much money, and Pei Qian's risk of making money is very low. As for the content inside, it is even more excessive. It's okay to be abused throughout the whole process, but the key is that both endings are miserable. No matter how hard the players try in the game, they can't change these two endings. With this game, who can still play it? Absolutely impossible. Pei Qian is determined to kneel in reality this time. He is courting death in this way, and he is trying to make the entire 40 million go down the drain, leaving not a penny behind.